Volume 17, Chapter 483, What Was Lost, Arthur Leywin. Hello, Arthur. The voice drifted to me through a haze, distant and ethereal but familiar. I was drowsing, nestled deep within a cozy blanket of thoughtless fatigue. There was something exciting about the familiar voice, but that alone wasn't enough to draw me out of my metaphorical nest. As this thought pierced the fog of my sleep, it set a spark to something else, and a burning idea radiated through the fugue. This fatigue felt wrong, unnatural even, like the sleep had sunk its claws into me and wouldn't let me go. Ether bloomed from my core in response to my jolt of discomfort, and the fog boiled away. I sat up suddenly and looked around, half in a panic with no memory of how I'd reached my current location. I was surrounded by bright white stone, molded smoothly into curves and arches. Peace, Arthur, peace. Turning away from the unusual architecture of the building around me, I instead focused on the elderly woman sitting by my bed. Her wrinkles deepened as she gave me a warm smile, and for a moment I was 15 years old again. The panic eased almost as quickly as it had come. I was in bed. Regis, in his puppy form, was lying on top of the blanket at my feet, sleeping deeply. I was safe. Lady Meyer, it's been a long time. To me, it seems as if only a short time has passed, she answered simply. I considered the difference in our perspectives and wondered at the validity of my own reckoning of time. After all, how much time had passed in the Keystone? How many lives had I lived between my last meeting with Meyer? By one interpretation, it had been an eternity. From another, though, it was only a few short years. For the first time, I truly glimpsed the alien perspective of Usura like Kezes and Agrona, and thought I understood just a little of how they see the passage of time. Where am I? Ephiatis, she said. Her eyes flicked to one of the arched windows and my own gaze followed hers. More specifically, you're in the town of Everburn. Through the arched window, I could see the buildings across the street. The walls were clean, smooth, white or creamstone that arched up to roofs tiled in turquoise and cyan. Arched windows, mirrors of the one I was looking out of, dotted the fronts, but I could make out little of what was behind them. As I examined the buildings, a mossy green-haired Usura strode by, his brows knit in concentration, his mouth moving as he talked under his breath, apparently to himself. Behind the buildings, the shadow of a massive, distant mountain, little more than a blue silhouette against a blue sky, towered over the city. The mountain had a distinctive split shape. One of several dragon towns in the shadow of Mount Geoluz, yes, Meyer continued. I thought this would be more comfortable for your family than the castle, I mean. Where are Ellie and my mother? Although the grandmotherly smile never left her face, Meyer's gaze was intense and watchful. I couldn't help the feeling that she was reading me like a book. I felt you waking and sent them on a short errand. Forgive me, Arthur, but I wanted a moment to speak to you alone. Frowning, I eased myself up into a sitting position and swung my legs off the bed. I was dressed in silken nightclothes that I didn't recognize, their glossy white contrasting against the deep forest green of the bedsheets. Speak to me, as a guest or as a prisoner. Do not forget that you yourself requested Winsome bring your family to Ephiatis, she answered, but her tone remained gentle. You are, as before, my very welcome guest, Arthur. I mulled this over as the shattered fragments of my memory continued to slot themselves back into place. Agrona, Meyer nodded, her silver-gray hair bobbing around her face. Imprisoned within Castle Indrath, he and his kinsman Aludari Vritra both, but her hesitance and her nervous expression made my stomach twist. What is it, Meyer? Glancing out the window toward Mount Geoluz, she leaned forward slightly. Agrona is mute. Even Kezes has been unsuccessful in driving Agrona to speak. Even his thoughts are shrouded if there are any, but he feels wrong, empty. Arthur, I need to know what happened in that cave. I quickly considered what Kezes might already know. Have they been able to take anything from my mind without my knowledge? I wondered darkly. As much as I wanted to trust Meyer, I couldn't trust Kezes, and she was his wife. They had appeared together in the cave, right before I fell unconscious, and she could be operating on his behalf at that very moment. Carefully activating King's Gambit, I split my mind into multiple branches, each one focusing on a different layer of truth, potential truth, and outright lie. Aloud I said, using a power the ancient jinn called fate, an aspect of Ether, I was able to destroy the legacy's potential by separating it from both the reincarnated version of Cecilia, my old friend from Earth, and from Agrona himself, making it impossible for him to ever utilize its power for himself. There was some kind of shockwave from the act, perhaps it did something to his mind. Again, that piercing look. You have learned to control this, fate then? No, I said, letting my eyes fall and my voice fill with regret. The disparate branches of my thoughts were layered over one another, all thinking the same thing. It was not something I could use, only influence, and even then, only in the moments after I'd solved the keystone. The power is not something that can be controlled. I didn't know if I spoke the truth or not really, but I kept the thread of that thought buried beneath several others. With the aspect of fate's presence and assistance, I had been able to directly alter those threads in a way I didn't fully understand, but there had been no time to examine my agreement with fate or the Keystone's aftermath. I didn't yet know what those events may have unlocked within me. My only concern right now was that Kezes not learn everything I knew, neither about fate nor about the dragon's repeated genocides. Ah well, perhaps that is for the best, Meyer said, giving no outward indication that she doubted what I said or even that she could read the several interwoven branches of my thoughts. Such things are better not tampered with. With a little shake of her head, she refocused on me and her smile returned. You'll be wanting to know more about what's happened, of course. All the dragons have been recalled to Ephiatis and the rift has been closed again. Whatever Agrona hoped to accomplish by taking it over, he has failed. I frowned, focusing on one small detail. My understanding was that Ephiatis would die if the rift was closed. The connection remains, Meyer explained patiently, but the portal is shut. It would take etheric knowledge beyond any yet alive, even you, Arthur, to cut the tether that binds Ephiatis to your world, which is what the rebel Jinn hoped to use fate to accomplish. I'd seen the possibility in my own searching, with fate at my side, through potential futures. But to do so would be an act of genocide just as horrible as what the dragons themselves had done. Perhaps I would if there was no other way to prevent Kezes from repeating history. But even then, I didn't know if I could condemn all of Asurankind to slowly waste away as Ephiatis dissolved around them. I see, I said after a moment, releasing King's Gambit. I shouldn't stay long then. I don't mean to be rude, Lady Meyer, but I'd like to speak to my family. She waved away my words playfully. No rudeness in that, Arthur. Her tone quickly hardened, becoming more serious. You've been through an incredibly trying experience. I can still feel the shattered echoes of so many false memories crashing around inside your mind. Take some time to rest and speak with your loved ones. You are welcome here as long as you need. You have done both our worlds an indescribably incredible service by ending Agrona's long rebellion. She stood just as I heard Ellie's and Mom's voices from outside. I will leave you to your family. I'm sure you have much to tell each other. Wait, I said, another memory finally slotting into place. What about Tesha? Meyer gave me a knowing smile. Not to worry, she is here. She will wake soon, I imagine. You both had to recover. As she turned away, it was as if a veil was lifted from behind my eyes. My mind touched both Regis's and Sylvie's, my thoughts entwining with their own. Arthur, you're awake, Sylvie thought, surprise rippling outward through the threads of our mental connection. I didn't sense you beginning to stir. Regis's head lifted off the blanket and he turned to look blearily up at me. About time, Sleeping Beauty, he said, his thoughts thick with fatigue. He had exhausted all his ether giving it to me, after I burned it up searching the future with fate, King's Gambit, and the power of the last keystone. Outside of my room, Meyer directed my sister and mother to me. The curtain that had just parted to allow Meyer through was thrown wide open again as Ellie ran into the room, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Seeing me already sitting up, she started forward as if she might throw herself at me, then hesitated. Her smile flickered, strained by worry. Finally, she stepped forward and bent down to give me a gentle hug. I accepted the embrace gratefully, glad to see her uninjured by the trials she must have endured in my absence. Uninjured but not unaffected. Behind her, Mom lingered in the doorway, one hand holding back the curtain. Winsome upheld his end of the bargain then, and you've been treated well, Ellie pulled back, crossing her arms and looking stern. Actually, we have been very well treated here, Mother said quickly, cutting across Ellie. My sister shot her a look, which Mom answered. I couldn't read exactly what nonverbal cue passed between them, but it was clear they were holding something back. It's astounding, Arthur. Like a whole new world. I sat up straighter, feeling suddenly awkward in my silk night clothes in this strange bedroom. I saw some of the Alacrian attacks from within the keystone. An influx of tangled memories stole the words from my lips as they washed over me in waves. I remembered Vere, lying unmoving at the center of a blasted battlefield. I remembered the Alacrians collapsing in their jail cells. But there were other memories too, muddled with time, distance, and a kind of unreality. In them, I saw the aftermath of things that hadn't happened yet or might not happen at all. Sylvie's presence gripped me like two strong hands on either side of my face, forcing my attention forward. Breathe, Arthur, we're here to support you. You don't have to carry the entire load by yourself. Leaning into her presence within my mind, I shifted some of the weight to her. Regis stood up on shaky legs, a frown on his puppyish face. Together, my two companions leaned into it, but the sudden smothering presence of the waves only intensified. Like a drowning man, I was dragging them down with me. Arthur, Mother had taken a step forward, but her face was a blur, her expression nothing but a smudged shadow across her face. Without conscious intention, ether released from my core and filled my limbs, attempting to buttress me against the mental weight of so many lifetimes of memory unfolding through my consciousness all at once. Regis stumbled forward, dematerialized, and drifted into my body, anchoring himself within me. More distantly, I felt Sylvie gasp against the force of so much raw memory. Realizing that King's Gambit had been helping me hold back the tide, I reactivated it fully. I saw myself reflected in my mother's shining eyes, the crown of light glowing atop my wheat-blonde hair. My consciousness split, then split again, fracturing so that every competing thought and memory was supported by its own branch of focused awareness. Before me, Mom and Ellie exchanged a glance. "Are you okay?" Ellie asked, her tone thick with worry and an undercurrent of disappointment. Her narrowed eyes flicked repeatedly to the glowing crown. I had used King's Gambit extensively in the lead-up to attempting the fourth keystone. Although I had learned to partially activate the God rune, resulting in a heightening of my faculties without the full manifestation of a golden glowing crown on my brow, I couldn't possibly fail to notice the change in her behavior while I was planning with the God rune's help. There were many possible reasons for Ellie's antipathy toward King's Gambit, but the most likely was that she didn't like the change I underwent while channeling the God rune. Although it allowed me to split my mind and think several overlapping thoughts at once, drastically increasing the speed of my cognition, it also necessitated a more purely logical view of events, shedding the trappings of emotional response. LGHTNOVELCAVECO/M, it was only natural that my sister, a person with whom I had a largely emotional relationship, would find this unpalatable. As this thought was flitting down one branch, my mother came into focus on another. Instead of worried or hesitant like Ellie, the shadows around her eyes, deepening of her wrinkles, sallowness of her skin, and sagging posture suggested nothing so much as exhaustion bordering on debilitation. The events leading up to and occurring during my absence had drained her thoroughly. She had softened for just a moment, relaxing for the first time in what must have been weeks, but that had quickly metabolized into a new layer of fatigue when I was struck by the sudden influx of Keystone-born memories. My mother wanted nothing more than for me to be present, to be strong, and lift some of the burden of worry from her. Running in parallel with these thoughts were branches of focus that processed and compartmentalized all the memories of my many different lifetimes lived inside the keystone. But the lifetimes made up only a small percent of the memories, and my final efforts were to convince the conscious aspect of fate that there was another way forward besides fully rupturing the etheric realm and allowing the concentrated ether there to incorporate into the physical world in an explosion that would destroy Dicathen, Alacrian, and Ephiatis. The timelines and futures I had seen were nearly without count. The Keystone's ability to simulate alternative realities, when combined with King's Gambit and the presence of fate, had acted like a near-infinite kaleidoscope, with each fractal pattern an entire reality and sequence of events through which I had simultaneously searched for the solution both to my own problem and fate's. The latter, it had turned out, was the simpler of the two to figure out, while even my, at that moment, near-infinite resources had only revealed the start of the path I needed to take, not the resolution I had sought. Entropy. In the background, I was still dissecting the idea, an unnatural pressure building behind the veil of our known dimension like water behind a dam. Fate, it had turned out, was neither the builder of the dam, wanting to obstruct its flow, nor the water itself, only flowing as its bounds demanded. No, it was closer to a conscious embodiment of the natural sciences and their expectations, an arbiter of the laws of magic and science. Where water can't feel the desire to move beyond the dam and cares nothing for the banks of the river, fate, and by extension all of ether, felt the urge to flow. More accurately, ether was the dissipating fog, the particles of moisture forming the fog spreading out until you could no longer see them. Arthur, Mom repeated. I smiled, fully aware of the expression's mechanical appearance. I'm fine. I'm glad you're both well. When I see Winsome, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Focusing on Ellie, I added, and don't worry about that old Jin-seeing relic. I'm certain it can be repaired. The two exchanged that look again. I eased back on King's Gambit until I felt the crown fade. With the influx of memories processed, I no longer needed the full effect of the God rune. I didn't completely stem the flow of mana into it again, however, recognizing that it had been a mistake to do so the first time. Instead, I allowed a constant trickle of ether to keep the rune activated and support my sluggish mind with additional threads to process everything that was happening. Mom stepped forward and lightly pressed one hand on my cheek. I'm so proud of you, Arthur. You did it. You saved the world. In my mind's eye, I saw the dragons destroying civilization after civilization, resetting the world again and again. I'm not sure that's true, not yet anyway. But I'm not done fighting. Ellie grinned suddenly, bouncing on the balls of her feet. And you saved Tess. I always knew you'd come back, but I couldn't believe it when the dragons brought you and Sylvie and Tesha here. The branch of my thoughts considering Tesha and what had happened to her moved to the forefront of my consciousness. Where is she? Ellie faltered at the seriousness of my tone, but gestured back through the curtain closing off this room. I'd like to see her. Not waiting for a response, I stood and strode past Mom and Ellie, pushing aside the curtain and moving through the door in a single motion. The large living area beyond was airy and full of light. The tall, curved ceilings and arched doors and windows were distinct from any architectural style I'd seen utilized in Dicathen or Alacria. The walls were of a smooth white stone that was unmarked by tools. Blues, greens, and yellows stood out against the white in the forms of rugs, wall hangings, bright crystals that shed light into the darker corners, and blooming flowers that filled the space not only with color but also a bouquet of sweet smells. Sensing Tesha's mana signature shining brightly from her now white stage core, I navigated around a small table that had been grown from a single piece of wood toward another room, also divided from the rest of the house by a curtain. Pausing for a heartbeat before pushing the curtain aside, I considered just what Tesha would be facing when she finally woke. She'd been a prisoner in her own body since before the destruction of Elenoir. She'd watched Cecilia become a weapon for Agrona, helpless to intervene. She'd learned the truth about me and my past life, but also had certainly been subjected to all kinds of lies as well. As much as I was still conflicted about what any kind of relationship might look like, what would Tesha feel? The memory of our exchange at the wall had been replaying in the background of my thoughts on repeat. I love you. Even now, I almost couldn't believe I'd told her. It was so complicated, with my previous life memories still a secret, and the fear that she would react like my parents or even worse was potent. I love you too, idiot, but we're at war. We both have responsibilities and people that need us. Her voice had been a solemn whisper and her eyes full of tears, but her lips had twitched with an uncertain smile as we teased each other to break the tension. I know, and I have things I want to tell you, so how about we make a promise? What sort of promise? A promise to stay alive so that we can have a future together, a relationship. A family, I promise. It seemed unbelievable to me now that I'd been brave and hopeful enough to make such a promise. I had experienced so much since then, had so many close calls, seen the truth of power in this world. Now it felt like a fool's promise, desperate and blind and wild with hope. My hand pressed into the glossy fabric of the curtain, pushing it aside. In a small room nearly identical to the one I'd woken up in, Tess lay in a similar bed with the same thick emerald-green blankets, although hers had been half kicked off. She was dressed similarly as well, in silky night clothes of white fabric embroidered with green vines, so perfect for her that I suddenly wondered if Meyer had ordered them be made just for Tesha. As I took a step into the room, she stirred slightly. Her gunmetal hair pooled on the pillow around her, and for an instant the image of her that I could see was overlaid with another picture of her, from another life when we had only just been married and lay in our marital bed together for the first time. Not real, I reminded myself as blood stained the memory. I took a second step and she opened her eyes. I sank into those glassy teal orbs, moving as if in a dream to the edge of her bed. My fingers brushed the surface of her blanket but didn't touch her. My tongue seemed to grow several times over inside my mouth. I realized distantly that I had forgotten to keep channeling Etha into King's Gambit. Ellie was beside me then, bending over and crushing Tesha in a fierce hug. "Tess," she exclaimed. Ellie." Over Ellie's shoulder, I could see Tess staring around in wonder and confusion. What happened? "Where am sky above?" She released Ellie and raised her hands behind my sister, staring at her outstretched fingers. "My body, I'm in control of my body." Ellie choked down a sob as she backed off, one hand over her mouth. Mom rested a hand on her shoulder, exerting a light pressure. "Eleanor, we should give them some time." Ellie's mouth opened, but no words came out. After a couple of seconds like that, she just nodded and turned away. Mom gave me a look that was half plea, half warning, smiled at Tesha, and then backed out of the room after my sister. "Arthur," Tesha breathed, scooching to sit up with her back against the headboard. "Of course, forgive me, I remember now. We were saying goodbye, I thought." She swallowed heavily and looked down at her clasped hands. "I was never going to let that happen," I assured her. The words felt hollow as I spoke them, framed against the backdrop of my multiple battles against Cecilia and my waffling about what to do with the legacy. It seemed certain that Tesha would have understood my struggle and my failings. The ghost of a smile flickered over her features. She was pale, especially around her lips, and a melancholy had settled into her resting expression that I didn't remember. Otherwise, she was exactly how I still pictured her in my mind, strong, beautiful, and regal. Although I didn't mean to, I glanced at her neck, aware of the absence of the cord that should have carried her half of the leaf heart pendant. My hand rose to my chest where my own should have rested, but I had lost it in Telmore City after the battle against Nico and Cadel. She seemed to understand. It really was beautiful, the pendant, I mean, well, the moment, the promise. It was all beautiful, not the way I had thought it all would go, of course. Not then and certainly not after, but at least we had that. It was real. It was, I assured her. My gaze was fixed on the ground. Suddenly, I felt her hand grasping for my own, her fingers entwined within mine. Slowly, I turned to look at her. I meant everything I said then. She was staring at our entwined fingers. Her jaw was tense, her eyes searching, her lips pressed tightly together. It wasn't the look of someone seeking solace or physical comfort in touch. No, it felt more like she was holding me like an anchor. At least I finally understand why you could never reciprocate my affections when we were younger. The ghost of a smile returned. To me, you were this mystical, beautiful fascination. I was infatuated with you before we even made it to Zestier. Having you living there in our home with me, felt like something out of a fairy story. The line of her gaze slowly drifted up my arm, neck, lips to finally settle on my own eyes. But to you, I was just a kid, a silly little girl. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you, I said quickly, holding eye contact. I never wanted to lie to you, I just couldn't. I know, she said into the lingering silence after I trailed off, words failing me. There's nothing you've done that I haven't already forgiven. I searched her eyes, the sharp downturn of her brows, the tension in every breath, the stumbling beat of her heart. What does this mean for our promise? I wanted to ask, but I held myself back. It was too much to put on her right then. Demanding an answer from her just to help myself sort out my own emotions would be unfair. But one thing was clear. Things between us were different than when we'd made our promise, and I didn't know if we could get back what we'd lost. Chapter 484, Grounded. As the Ephiaten sun rose, I joined the many dragons who gathered to meditate around the fountain that gave Everburn its name. For the first couple of days, I had stared around at the dragons, entranced by their variety. Being in this city made me realize just how little of the Asuran world I had seen. Now, though, with King's Gambit burning on the small of my back, I only paid attention to my surroundings with a partial branch of my awareness, and that was done more to ensure my safety than to gape at the Usura. Most of my conscious effort was put toward the fountain. Set within a circle of stones 30 feet wide was ether so thick that it pooled like water bubbled up from a deep well. According to the locals, the well actually punctured the boundaries of the world, letting the ether seep in from outside the boundaries of Ephiatis, the etheric realm. It was sacrilege to enter the Everburn fountain, but that hadn't stopped me from seeing if the mythology was based on fact. Out of the bubbling pseudoliquid, thin jets of purple fire rose up like geysers. These would surge to over 10 feet high, then fade until they were only a couple feet, then surge again. There was a complex pattern to the surges, coupled with a singular geyser in the center of the burning etheric fountain that regularly gusted up to 20 feet or more above our heads. Each flare was accompanied by an outpouring of ether, and it was this effusion that the dragons gathered to meditate under. The dragons couldn't absorb ether like I could, but they nonetheless used the intense buildup of atmospheric energy to meditate on their vivum, evum, and spatium arts. The density at the Everburn fountain made such practice far easier, just as it aided my own process of refilling my 3-layer core after draining it to the point of backlash. Back again, I see, human. I glanced at the speaker, a pink-haired woman who, if she were human, would have looked to be middle-aged. Glossy scales, slightly lighter in color than her fair skin, surrounded her eyes and extended down her cheeks even in her humanoid form. I had seen her at the fountain every morning, but she had not spoken to me before. I sank down onto my knees a few feet outside of the ring of stones before addressing her. My own meditation should be done this morning, after which I won't trouble your city further. I left unsaid that I was only still there because Kezes hadn't seen fit to collect me yet. Meyer had said only that I should rest and recuperate, and that when I was ready, her husband would meet with me. My eyes closed, and I reached for the ether, drawing it into my core. The sensation of it brought rejuvenating energy and a bright wakefulness. Calloused feet scuffed against the paving tiles, and a potent presence settled beside me. Your absorption of the ether here has been the source of much consideration among us. There are those who see it as profane. The primary branch of my thoughts was turned inward, focused on the absorption and purification of the ether. Still, even with just a few threads of King's Gambit, I was able to stay attentive to the Usura well enough to hear the question in her words. You want to understand what it is like for me? I would like that, yes, she said, a hint of a smile in her voice. We cannot judge your actions if we don't understand them, and yours is a kind of magic that even the oldest among us have never seen before. Something about her curiosity stood out to me. Don't you fear angering your lord by asking such questions? I have asked no questions, she responded, cloth brushed over skin as she shrugged her shoulders. We are merely talking, seeking middle ground. Share only what you wish. I considered her words. Distracted, the primary branch of my focus turned toward her, and I opened my eyes to find her glistening silver gaze studying me carefully. Who are you? Her eyes wrinkled at the corners with amusement. For days now you have taken your rest in my village, replenished your strength from my fountain, and yet you do not know me. I would be insulted if I did not know that you had been insulated from this knowledge on purpose. Lady Indrath had her reasons, no doubt, but she also did not forbid me from speaking to you. My name is Pri of Clan Inthura, and Everburn is my domain. I bent into a slight bow. Lady Inthura, forgive me, I didn't realize I was speaking to a noble. She huffed slightly and turned to look at the fountain, the purple flames reflected on the surface of her silver eyes. Perhaps once, when Clan Inthura was as a sister to Clan Indrath, my forebears would have insisted on the recognition of noble peerage, but it has been long since any dragon not of the Indrath clan was considered nobility. She spoke without bitterness. In fact, I sensed pride more than anything in the tilt of her chin and the inflection of her voice. My role as Lady of Everburn requires not that I be noble, but that I speak on behalf of my people and ensure their continued well-being. At this moment, learning about your interaction with Etha is how I am doing so. Now you suggested that I want to understand what it is like for you to absorb our Etha, and I have admitted that I would. Her statement was left open, inviting me to pick up the conversation from before the distraction of her identity. It's not much different from how it feels for you to use mana, or at least how it feels for a human to use mana. But what about the Etha's inherent purpose? She asked, leaning slightly toward me. Do you not feel the pull of the Etha's intent? I considered, wondering how much, if anything, the dragon understood about the true nature of Etha, as I had learned in the Keystone. Lady Meyer has explained the dragon's experience with it at length. I don't experience it the same way. Strange, she said. Her fingers traced the gap between two paving stones and her eyes lost focus as she looked into the middle distance. And this, of course, is why Lord Indrath has been so invested in your world. He seeks true understanding of your abilities. She refocused on me, and her brows came together in a soft frown. The oldest of our legends speak of dragons who could do what you describe, not absorb the Etha, but to wield it as easily as mana. It was those Usura who brought Ephiatus here from my world, I said. Is something wrong? Pri asked suddenly. She had leaned away and was looking at me as if I were a dangerous beast. I realized I was scowling. I had been thinking of the events that had caused Etha to pull back from the dragons, lessening their ability to wield it freely. I tried to smooth my features. I apologize, I'm still recovering from an ordeal. Sometimes my mind wanders. Pri cleared her throat and brushed a coil of pink hair out of her face. Well, yes, of course. I will leave you to your meditation. Perhaps we can speak again when you're feeling better. I only nodded my appreciation before turning back to the fountain. My eyes closed again and I resumed focusing on absorbing Etha. Distantly, I felt the lady of Clan Inthura move away. Within the hour, my core was full. Something like a hangover lingered from the depth of the backlash, but I was certain that too would fade in time. Most pleasingly, the itch of my wounded core had not returned. The scar of Cecilia's attack was healed. As I walked through the wide streets of Everburn toward the estate where we'd been staying the last few days, the eyes of every Usura I passed followed me. I found myself studying their mana signatures, comparing one against another and then to Tesha, whose signature lingered on the edge of my perception. The Usura were powerful, of course, but most of them were far less so than Kezes or Aldir or even Winsome. The dragons who had defended Dicathen, Vajrakar, Karen, and their soldiers were also fairly strong in comparison to the average dragon going about their daily business in Everburn. These people are farmers, merchants, and maids. Once I had assumed every Usura was as powerful as Winsome, and although I now knew better, it was still interesting to see Usura who were only slightly more powerful than a white core mage. It puts their plight into a different perspective, doesn't it? Sylvie asked, her voice like a cool breeze in my mind. Woven into her thoughts was her focus on a conversation she was having with a handful of other dragons on the other side of Everburn. Like the Alacrians, they are a people at the mercy of their lord, I answered, walking past a young dragon who appeared, by human standards, to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. Her amber eyes jumped between me and the ground at her feet jerkily as she tried and failed not to stare. I raised my hand to wave, but she only hurried away. What do you make of Lady Inthura? Not sure, I admitted. She seems protective, curious, not particularly fond of your grandfather. Why? I was just wondering about that thing she said, that her clan had been like a sister to the Indraths. It's strange that Meyer introduced me to other dragons here, but not to her. I puzzled over this with one lesser branch of my king's gambit-fueled thoughts. Perhaps you should get to know Pri more. My bond silently agreed. A few minutes later, I found my mother sitting at a table in the small front yard of our borrowed estate. She set down a steaming mug and smiled at me. Although the expression was warm, worry hid within it like worms in an apple. Arthur, she said, gesturing to the chair opposite the small table, will you sit with me? Of course. I eased into the chair, which was made of woven bluegrass tied to a metallic frame. Is everything okay? Mom leaned her elbows on the table, rested her chin in her hands, and regarded me seriously. No, my pulse quickened and I clenched my fists at my side. Did something happen? Was it the dragons? Just tell me who you, Arthur, she said. I gaped at her. What? Arthur, Art, she let out a shaky breath. Tesha needs you and you're doing everything you can to avoid her. It isn't proper. It's not fair. I rubbed the back of my neck, rocking the chair onto its hind legs. I'm not, Mom's brows rose. I don't know how to be around her, I admitted, not able to meet my mother's eye. I don't know what to say. She reached across the table and held her hands palms up. I rested my own atop hers and she squeezed my fingers. That girl has gone through something indescribable. Her body, her magic was taken away from her. She became a prisoner in her own flesh. And when she finally got it back, her core was gone. She almost died. I saved her, I pointed out softly. Mom clicked her tongue. But in doing so, her body has gone through a change. She doesn't know how to use her new core, and she is stranded in a strange place where no one except you could even hope to understand or help, and you've spent days trying to be anywhere except where she is. She sighed, gave my hands one last squeeze, and leaned back in her chair. Only after taking a sip from her mug did she continue. You're the strongest person I've ever known, Arthur. You can handle a little awkwardness. Heat rose in my face and I felt my cheeks redden. She was right, of course. I'd been acting like a child. Even walking cataclysms need advice from their mommy every once in a while, Regis put in. Despite my several congruent threads of thought all balancing different topics, I had been careful to keep all of them away from my connection with Regis. He had been left to watch over Tesha, and I hadn't wanted to see her struggle through his eyes. Standing, I moved around the table and leaned down to rest my forehead against my mother's. Thank you, I breathed. What are mothers for? She asked, feigning exasperation but unable to hide her smile. I can't tell you what will happen in the long run, Arthur. Maybe you and Tesha really have been through too much to ever be together romantically. I pulled away, wincing at my mother's awkwardness. She swatted my arm playfully. But she is your oldest friend in this world and she needs you. Her smile sharpened into something mischievous. Your presence, your guidance. Not your rippling thews. Mom, I groaned, hurrying toward the door. I take back my thanks. No you don't, she barked, mockingly scolding. Pushing aside the curtain, I marched into the estate only to stop immediately, still grappling with my mother's teasing and caught off guard when I found myself almost nose to nose with Tesha. I thought we heard you out there, Ellie said, swooping by me and holding aside the still swaying curtain. We were going to go get something to eat before doing some training this afternoon. You should come with us. Regis trotted past us and out the door, his tail wagging. I know we don't need to eat, Princess, but I at least really like to. Tesha reluctantly looked away from me to Regis. Princess? I shook my head. Don't ask. Oh, okay, she said, her face falling. You don't have to come with us. I know you're busy. Actually, I trailed off, my mind blank. I realized that I had forgotten to continue channeling King's Gambit. Without it, my thoughts felt sluggish and unsubstantial. I gave myself a little shake, all too aware of Ellie's eyes on my back. My intent, I was hoping that we could work together on your core, helping you get the hang of it, Oh, Tesha's eyes widened and she took a small step back. Of course. I'm not terribly hungry, I can train now. You just said you were starving, Ellie said. I glanced back at her and she glared fiercely at me. Arthur Leywin, don't you dare force her to train without lunch. I'll just grab something here really quick, Tesha said, already turning and jogging to the kitchen. Go ahead, Ellie. Oh, fine, I'll just go get lunch by myself then, Ellie grumbled quietly, throwing her hands up and letting the curtain fall back across the entrance. Hey, what am I, chopped liver? I heard Regis say from outside as he followed my sister. Does no one want to spend time with me? Their back and forth was lost to me as the hammering of my pulse strengthened to a drumbeat in my ears. I followed Tesha to the kitchen and pretended not to watch as she quickly scarfed down a couple pieces of bread slathered with butter and honey. Her back was to me, and I didn't think she'd noticed my presence. When she started to turn around, I ducked back out of the kitchen and waited. When she came around the corner, I couldn't help but chuckle. She froze, her hands halfway to her hair as she made to pull it back into a tail. What? Stepping forward, I brushed crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Not very princess-like of you to make such a mess eating. One of her sharp brows raised slightly as she withdrew a handkerchief and dabbed it at the corners of her mouth. I shall have to be more careful since I'm no longer the only princess around. I let out a surprised laugh and the tension melted away. So what did you have in mind? Her brow rose even higher. Unless this talk of training was just a ruse to get me alone in this house. I choked on my laugh, and for a moment I thought the weight of the tension flooding back in might crush me. Remembering what Mom had said, I did my best to shrug it off. I only need to be present. Well, I thought, seeing as how you're a white core now, you should learn how to fly. It's a natural extension of your power, provided by the expansion of your mana reservoir and increased attunement to the movement of mana. A chagrined smile spread across my face as I rubbed the back of my neck. Sorry. You probably don't need a lecture on why you can fly now, considering. I couldn't read the expression on Tesha's face. Her eyes flicked to my hands as if she was considering taking one, but after a moment she walked past me, headed for the door. I understand how the lances fly, and I understand how Cecilia flew, but perhaps this theoretical knowledge will help me understand how I can fly. Wishing suddenly that I could reverse time as I'd done in the Keystone, I followed her more slowly out into the sunshine. Mom, Ellie, and Regis were already gone. There is a quiet garden just down that street over there, Tesha said without looking back. We walked in silence, passing a sprawling three-story estate that was almost entirely open to the elements. A smaller cottage with a pond out front full of glittering, golden fish, and the bare bones of a home that appeared to have been torn down and was currently being rebuilt. Well, more like regrown by two dragons. Their movements conjured white stone up from the ground like the ribs of some great beast. Tesha paused to watch them work for a few seconds. It's like poetry and magic. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. She looked at me again with that unreadable expression, then continued on. We slipped through a gap in a tall hedge to our right and found ourselves in a walled garden. Dozens of different kinds of flowers grew, all of them alien to me. A few moved, the face of their petals following us like a sunflower turning toward the warmth of the sun. Several scents, both sweet and bitter, layered over one another. Do you know what any of these are? I asked, just wanting to say something. No, but they are beautiful, she said matter-of-factly. I had hoped someone might come along and volunteer to educate me on Ephiot flora, but so far the dragons have shied away from me. I thought back to my conversation earlier that morning with the lady of the city. I expect that's Meyer's doing, or Kezis's more accurately. I'm not sure why we're still here. Either he's letting us stew or he wants us to take away something from our time here. Otherwise, we'd be at his castle somewhere. Maybe at Meyer's cabin where I stayed when she trained me before the war. That seems like another life, Tess said. She paused as if she'd caught herself off guard with her own words. I guess probably not for you. Since you've lived two lives. In a way so have you, I said gently. I bent down in front of a thick-stemmed purple bulb. It had a faint, etheric aura. You lived Cecilia's life alongside her. Am I on my third life then? She brushed her hands across a golden flower. Sparkling pollen rose up into the air, buzzed around her arm like a swarm of bees, then settled back into the puffy flower. I'm beating you. If you consider the keystone, I've lived dozens of lives and seen the course of an uncountable number more. The words came out without consideration, and I felt their effect immediately. Glancing over my shoulder, I found Tesha motionless, her eyes fixed at a spot between two beds of flowers. She gave herself a little shake and straightened. How old does that make you now? A few hundred years, a few thousand. You are more Usra than man now, it seems. Maybe, if the combined age of my life lived on Earth and my life here represents the true age of my mind, perhaps my time in the keystone also should. Tesha gave me a sad look, her brows drooping, her lips pouting and pale. I'm sorry, Arthur. I know we made a promise, but I don't think I can be with someone who is several thousand years older than I am. I laughed, and she rewarded me with a genuine smile. I'd only ask that you make no hasty decisions, Princess Aralith. She rolled her eyes. Here you go with the princess thing again. Call me Tess or Tesha or my love maybe. Anything but princess, or I will take up Regis's name for you in return. I raised both hands. Please Tesha, I said, stumbling over my words, anything but that. She plucked at her gunmetal hair, which shone almost silver in the soft light of the garden. Okay then, with that settled, shall we begin my flying lesson? I moved to a small patch of grass amid the flowers, paths, and water features. Sinking into a cross-legged sitting position, I settled my mind and focused on my core and the atmospheric ether, which was thick in the air. Tesha sat across from me, copying my posture. Flying isn't quite the same thing as casting a spell, I started, holding Tesha's gaze. You don't shape the mana in your mind, giving it purpose and destination. Instead, your enhanced sense for mana and the ability to manipulate the atmospheric mana around you almost subconsciously through the jump in power from silver to white core allows you to create push, as the mana physically supports your body. LGHTNAVELCAVECO/M. This is doable before reaching white core with training and patience, but even a high silver core mage would drain their core in moments. It's strange. Cecilia spent so much time flying, but it's difficult to equate her use of the ability to my own. Tesha looked up into the sky. She simply flew. Nico, on the other hand, cast a wind spell that carried him like an invisible chariot. I was aware of Nico's abilities, granted by a staff he had apparently designed himself. It was a shame that the staff had been destroyed during the battle. I had no doubt that Gideon and Emily would have loved to study it. Don't try to control the mana and shape it around you like that, I warned her gently. Instead, simply think about rising up through the air. Will it, like Cecilia did, you won't have her inherent ability, but you do have some of her insight. Use it. We sat still and silent for several long moments. Mana swirled around Tesha, but she didn't move, didn't rise. I considered both my first learning to fly after my own ascension to the white core stage and my relearning after gaining insight into King's Gambit. I considered activating the Godrune then to better think through the path Tesha needed to take, but something held me back. Instead, I remained silent. This was her journey. I needed only to be present. A minute passed, then 5. After nearly 10 minutes, she opened her eyes. I don't understand why I can't do it. I've flown before. I stood and held out a hand to her. Can I try something? She grabbed a hold and pulled herself up, her palm warm against mine. Of course, raise your arms out to your sides. I instructed as I moved to stand behind her. Tesha glanced back at me over her shoulder as she followed my instructions. Lifting her up by her arms, the two of us began floating into the air. Her arms tensed as the whole weight of her body rose from the ground. Don't concentrate, feel. Feel the cool wind, the warm air, the ever-present mana. We rose higher up off the ground. I could feel the mana stirring at her effort, but it still wasn't clicking. Releasing some of my own ether, through it I encouraged the mana to move around Tesha, pushing against her and providing lift. Like this. Suddenly the weight of her in my arms lessened. I released my grip, providing her support but no longer bearing her weight. A tense shiver ran through her. "Don't let go," she said breathlessly, her voice trembling with equal excitement and nerves. "I'm still right here," I assured her as she drifted up and away from my touch. Slowly, I settled back down onto the ground. A breeze made her hair flutter and rocked her back slightly. She let out a nervous giggle. I think I'm ready to try it on my own." "Turn around," I said, hiding my smile. Slowly, she did so. A frown creased her brow as she looked straight forward, then down to see me. A gasp escaped her lips and the mana supporting her slipped away. She fell. I stepped forward and smoothly caught her before she struck the ground. My lips trembled with suppressed amusement. "You did great, Tess, really." "That was, yes, well done, Princess Tesha," a voice said from nearby. Tesha's eyes went wide as she looked at something over my shoulder. She took a quick step back from me and straightened her skirt. I did not need to turn around to know who had spoken. "Come, Arthur, it is time we discussed recent events." Ether raced from my core into King's Gambit, not enough to fully activate the Godrune and summon the Crown of Light, but enough to allow my thoughts to split into several individual threads. I quickly calculated the best way to handle the confrontation. Tucking a stray lock of gunmetal hair behind her ear, I stepped away from Tesha. "It looks like we'll have to continue this lesson later. Perhaps Sylvie can give you some more instruction in my absence." From across the city, my Bond's voice entered my mind. "Be careful, Arthur. I was expecting my granddaughter to be with you," Keza said from behind me. Space began to fold around me, and for a moment I could see both the garden and the interior of Kez's tower containing the Path of Insight. But never mind, time enough for that later. The etheric spell shivered to a stop at my beckoning, and the bare stone room faded as I pulled away from Kez's power, grounding myself firmly to the garden in Everburn. Only then did I turn to regard the Lord of Dragons, taking in the slight twitch of his brows. "Why don't we fly? Mount Geoluz is close enough, and I would like to see more of this land of yours." Chapter 485. Renegotiation, Arthur Leywin. The city of Everburn looked small against the sprawling foothills that climbed consistently toward the base of Mount Geoluz. Although I could no longer see the small garden we had just left, I could feel Tesha's mana signature even among the thousands of more potent auras. "Be careful, Arthur," Sylvie repeated as I sped away, flying at Kez's side. Kezes himself did not speak. I had experienced his silent treatment before and had already shown him that I wouldn't simply sit and wait for his attention like one of his servants. He may choose to keep Winsome waiting for hours or even days if the other Usra upset him, but I wasn't one of his servants, a member of his clan, or even an Usra. I owed him no allegiance. With King's Gambit partially powered, I was better able to think through the potential results of our conversation. I couldn't see the future, but I could read the small movements of his body, the tics of his face and his mana signature, and pull from everything I knew about Kezes, both from our previous interactions and what I had learned in the Keystone, all at the same time and at greater speed than I would otherwise be capable. And yet this magical enhancement to my cognitive abilities also served to drive home how dangerous my situation now was. My family, Tesha and Sylvie, were in Kezes's power, and it was well within his character to use them as leverage against me. I had delivered his greatest enemy and threat to him on a silver platter. He hadn't even had to raise a finger, just come to collect Agrona's unconscious body. Most dangerous of all, though, was what I now knew. The cycle of manipulation and genocide the dragons perpetrated against my world had gone on since before the Usra even left it, and given his long life, it seemed highly likely that Kezes himself had been responsible for the destruction of more than just one civilization. "What progress have you made with Agrona?" I asked to break his stony silence. He looked askance at me as we flew, his expression calculating. He was considering whether to answer at all, no doubt. In the end, though, he elected to answer after a pregnant pause. "He remains mute." There was a brief hesitation, and I thought he might go back to giving me the quiet treatment, but then he asked, "What did you do to him, Arthur?" "I need specific details. This seems unnatural." I considered what had happened and how much I could safely tell Kezes, or even wanted to tell him. Thankfully, King's Gambit helped to tamp down my own anger and proceed logically. "Meyer has shared what I told her." "She has," he said, raising one brow at my casual use of her first name. There was a deeper emotion hidden behind his placid mask, buried deep in his eyes and visible only by their slight dilation. Fear, I marked this emotion without thinking about it too deeply. There would be time to dissect this conversation later. In the moment, I focused on controlling my own thoughts and body language. I'm afraid I don't know how to describe it now any better than I did for her days ago. Perhaps walking the path of insight can help us both make sense of it. Kezes's eyes narrowed, little more than a twitch. He hadn't expected me to volunteer to take the path so readily or so soon, which I had anticipated. We were flying over a wide field of tall, corn-like stalks with golden bulbs at their top, and he watched the farmers go about their work for several long seconds before answering. I'm sure you've learned much in this final keystone to share. I can feel the eagerness with which your ether rears up to do your bidding. I knew this was a subtle allusion to my canceling his attempt to teleport us back to the castle earlier. He was showing restraint, but I didn't think it was related to that spark of fear I had seen. Instead, it seemed more likely that he desired to keep me comfortable and confident so that I would not hold back on the path of insight. He could also be sensing King's Gambit, one branch of my thoughts identified. Winsome and Karen will have already told him about the Godrun's ability, but they only saw it fully active. Kezes knowing that I had such a tool was one thing, but I had no doubt he would consider it an act of hostility if I outwardly used it against him. I admitted, seeing no benefit in denying my progress. I have no doubt I can share enough insight to keep you busy with your research for quite some time. What I did not say, of course, was that I knew the dragon's control over Etha had slowly lessened over time. In the final keystone, I had learned that Etha was really the distilled magical essence of a life, and even maintained some semblance of knowledge and purpose. The dragons had ended so many lives that the etheric realm was now bursting with the remnants of people who hated the dragons, and so Etha became more and more difficult for the dragons to direct. Because my core purified the Etha, it created a bond between the energy and me that the dragons couldn't replicate, so I didn't know how much of the insight I provided would even prove useful to Kezes. Hopefully not much, I found myself thinking antagonistically. Indrath's castle loomed ahead of us. We passed through a sort of invisible bubble that rippled over my skin like warm water. There was an inherent hostility to it, like dozens of hungry eyes turning toward me in the dark, but this discomforting sensation settled instantly. Kezes led us high up into a familiar tower. The arched windows opened to look around in every direction, some showing only the steep roofs of the castle, others the foothills and distant fields of Kezes's domain. Strangely, I thought I could make out Everburn in the distance, although I had never noticed it while in the tower before. The well-worn ring in the stone floor seemed even deeper than before, but logically I knew it was a trick of my perception. "Show me," he said simply, gesturing to the path. I regarded the eroded stone thoughtfully, considering the King's Gambit Godrun. Leaving it active within the path of insight would increase my ability to control my own thoughts and deal with whatever magic the path bore that pulled insight directly from my mind. However, there was also risk in potentially revealing more about King's Gambit than I wanted to, or even having my branching thoughts carry ideas into the path that I didn't want. The fact that the Godrun broadened my consciousness and allowed me to think several thoughts in parallel could prove to be either a blessing or a curse, depending on how the path of insight itself functioned. LGHTNOVELCAVEC/M. Unfortunately, I didn't know enough about it to make an educated decision. I need every advantage, I finally decided, leaving the Godrun partially activated as I stepped onto the path. My feet moved of their own accord, and the branches of my mind clamped as firmly in place as a steel trap around memories of my time in the fourth keystone. First, I walked through the keystone itself, one thread of thought focusing on its mechanics, another replaying the memories of my unwinding them. There was no version of these events that I could weave without revealing the aspect of fate, and so I stepped into those memories next, the conversations we'd had. I focused closely on Fate's insistence that the etheric realm was unnatural and needed to be burst. With these threads, I carefully told him a story that maneuvered around what Fate had revealed about the dragons and didn't reveal my agreement with Fate. But the more I attempted to hold back, maneuver around, or obfuscate, the more I felt an outside force drawing on my thoughts, pulling them in different directions. Suddenly, I was thinking about the keystones and the trials that had been required to claim them. I snipped off that thread, but another was considering the complex key required just to enter the fourth keystone. I quickly pruned that thought as well, focusing instead on Fate's confusion about the memory crystal I had carried in my dimension storage rune that resulted in my quickly discovering its attempted ruse. This thought morphed into my memories of Fate itself, which spread throughout every branch of my King's Gambit-enhanced consciousness, and for a moment I struggled to control so many thoughts at once. Leaning into this force, I followed Fate through to the end, reliving the moments after I was released from the keystone, when Fate stood behind me after I reappeared inside Sylvia's cave to find my pocket dimension collapsed. the sustaining pool now sitting embedded in the cave floor. The force was pulling me back, hunting for a different memory or train of thought that I hadn't yet focused on. I cut loose the branches that required the most struggle, the fiercest control, and focused the rest on Agrona, demanding Sylvie's life, on Nico, already near death, and on Cecilia and her refusal to comply. The alternative thought paths came faster, and I struggled to deflect. Instead of thinking about the events and how I had sat at their confluence, I let the pull force every branch of thought to the aspect of fate itself. Instead of the conversations, the knowledge shared, the hunt through all those future timelines for a workable solution to the problem of Etha, it was those last moments that came clear. The threads of my tangled thoughts wove together into the rough shape of a man, just as the threads of fate formed fate itself. And in the spotlight of that focus, it was revealed how the aspect of fate had guided me, moving through me as if I were the one held up by strings. Enough, I thought, trying to retake control over my feet. I stumbled and nearly fell as my body resisted me, my legs eager to keep treading the endless loop as the path's power siphoned my insight from me. Gritting my teeth, I forced through the unnatural inclination and my pacing stilled. I stood breathing heavily beside the worn ring of stone. Kezes wasn't looking at me. His gaze pointed at nothing, focusing into a middle distance at something I could not see. Slowly, as if just waking, he looked around without seeing. Finally, a spark of life and understanding shone in his golden eyes, and his brows curved down like descending blades as he looked at me into me. The tower collapsed around us. I reached for the Etha but caught off guard. I could not hold back the onslaught of Kezes's power. Beyond the tower, all the castle was collapsing into stone and sand and dust. The sky darkened, and black clouds were split by red bolts of lightning. We stood upon a precipice, a rough circle of dark stone that extended out from barren black rock over a sea of bubbling maga. The heat and choking stench scorched my throat as I dragged in a heady breath. I wobbled, forced to shift my footing to keep upright. My heels dipped, and I realized I was only just barely standing upon the edge of the rough sphere. It wasn't Kezes's power that kept me frozen, but the bitterness and frustration of his unrestrained anger as he said, "You cannot know what you know, Arthur Leywin. Alive, you pose too great a danger. Agrona thought he could learn the nature of your core even after your death. Perhaps I can do the same. Do you have a message for my granddaughter before you die?" My mind reeled. Cannot know what I know. But what does all the entwined thoughts and memories of my time on the path of insight came crashing back in at once, and I realized my mistake. "She knows too," I said, my voice raw from the blistering air and strangling smoke. "Are you going to execute your own blood to keep your secret?" Although Kezes had caught me off guard, I was starting to get my footing once again. There was a chaotic surging to the Etha here, but my own remained steadfast. He shook his head. "When you have gone as far as I have to protect your people, there is nothing you won't do to ensure that protection remains." His hand moved forward, a slow, inexorable motion. Etha released from my core, flowed through my channels, and imbued the King's Gambit and Realmheart Godrunes. My vision changed, shifting to bring into visual range the individual motes of mana that I felt in the atmosphere. Wild red swarms of fire attribute mana billowed on the breeze kicked up by the rivers of molten rock, battering against the thick atmospheric ether and creating the surging sense of chaos I had noticed before. A wall of pure mana slammed into me. A radiant amethyst light shimmered across the rough platform in response. The division of ether and mana in the atmosphere, two forces pressing up against one another, delineated further as the purple particles pushed back against the white and red. Instead of being thrown off the platform, I lifted up in the air. The ether trembled, but Kezes's spell broke against me. Instead of surprise, I saw in the narrowing of Kezes's eyes a cold calculation. His hand fell to his side. The molten rock far beneath us hissed, popped, and bubbled, loud to my hyper-focused senses. "I did not intend that you discover what I'd learned yet," I said, my voice bitter-sharp. "I miscalculated my ability to resist the effects of the path of insight while controlling my own entwined and overlapping thoughts. Still, perhaps it is better that there are no lies between us. The aspect of fate showed me what the dragons have done to this world, but you yourself only know half the story." His eyes darkened to the thunderous purple. Although he stood outwardly casual, every muscle was tense to spring into action and heavily laden with mana. I could see the way it coiled into the dragon within him, ready to spring out and transform his flesh. "None who have learned what you have and threatened to use it against me remain, none except Mordain, who your thoughts have betrayed. I saw your journey to the Keystone and his role in it, all these centuries, and not only does he survive, but he continues to work against me." I tasted bile in the back of my throat as he spoke. Even worse than revealing what I knew about the dragon's actions, giving away Mordain and his people was a very unfortunate result of my time on the path. But I would have to deal with the threat between Mordain and Kezes later, and so settled it well into the back of my mind. Once, your ancestors were so potent in the etheric arts that they formed an entirely new world, a dimension within a dimension to house your people, away from a world that couldn't support you. But now you can barely scrape by begging the ether to mold to your desires. I'm curious, Kezes, do you even know what changed? A flash in his eyes, a tightening of his mouth, the most subtle shift of his feet and whitening of his knuckles. Words he wished to say were caught behind clenched teeth, and his tongue ran along the back of them to push the words down. As maintaining a certain balance became essential, some drawing down of the dragon's etheric magic was also. I eased back down onto the platform. The stone was hot beneath the leather soles of my boots. You know you can't undo what's been done simply by ripping out my core, assuming you are capable of doing so. My core alone wouldn't provide you my insight, not only into the etheric arts but also my capacity to draw in and purify ether, to bond it to me, nor my ability to freely navigate the relictums where an entire civilization of insight rests. I have claimed and used the Jinn's keystones, I have met fate itself. Only I have what you need, and only as I live and remain cooperative can you gain access to it. Which is why this little ruse was never about killing me. Kezes's eyes lingered on the glowing crown I could see reflected back in them. What makes you think I am unwilling to make that sacrifice, the hungry fire burning in your chest? Kezes gave a small shake of his head. You truly are incalculably arrogant child. Another thread of my conscious thought snagged on a detail. Although Kezes had been very cautious of his emotions leaking out, there was nothing that I had read from him that I found unusual, except perhaps one thing. Kezes had shown this front of anger because my knowledge of the repeated genocides leaked through into the path of insight. But there had been no sign of surprise at the events themselves. He knew about all those other genocides as well, all the way back to the very beginning. I think perhaps we should resume your walk another time, after we've both been able to process this conversation, Kezes said. I looked down and found myself standing within the ring worn into the tower floor. Out the window, I could see blue sky, white clouds, and distant rolling foothills. But the smell of brimstone lingered on the air, and heat still radiated up into the soles of my feet. I considered what I had said earlier about the dragon's etheric abilities, and I wondered. Kezes still had some secrets from me. Releasing Realmheart and easing back on King's Gambit enough to dispel the Crown of Light, but keep several branches of simultaneous thought active, I stepped off the path. I think perhaps that we need to renegotiate the terms of our agreement. It was your promise to defend my people, but I need your assurance that this agreement extends not just to Agrona and the Alacrians, but from your own people as well. Kezes scoffed, a rare slip of his control. You seek to renegotiate after my own end of the bargain has already been fulfilled. I approached the window facing toward Everburn, which I could still just make out many miles distant. I leaned into the window, my hands on the sill, considering what I am asking and why I don't see any reason for you to refuse. My back was to Kezes, and I closed my eyes to better focus on my other senses. My ability to hyperfocus was far less without King's Gambit fully activated, but my ether-infused senses were still sharp, and I still had multiple threads of consciousness running in parallel. Kezes flexed his fingers. His pulse beat irregularly, his breathing was forced, too controlled. He licked his lips before speaking. You don't even know what you're asking, Arthur. Then enlighten me, I said plainly. My mind raced through our previous conversations, but even with the Godrune, his talk about balance and his wariness to send more Usura, stronger Usura, to my world still did not fully make sense to me. We are done for now, Kezes said emotionlessly, still as a statue. I will consider your proposal. Now would you prefer to fly back to Everburn or can I teleport us the distance? I turned around, leaned back against the sill and crossed my arms. This conversation has lasted long enough. I won't stop you from teleporting me. A tiny quirk of his brow was the only sign of his irritation. He wasted no time and said nothing else, but space folded as the tower moved away, and suddenly we were standing in the sitting room of our estate in Everburn. There was a beat, then my sister, who was sitting in a chair there, looked up and let out a startled yell. Boo bristled beside her, letting out a low growl and knocking over a dainty brass side table. My mother came bounding into the room, mana already building around her hand, but she came up short when she saw Kezes. Her eyes flicked to me, then back to Kezes, and she gave a stiff bow. Ellie, recovering quickly, jumped up and did the same. The curtain to Tesha's room moved aside, but Tesha froze standing in the doorway. I moved away from Kezes to stand beside Ellie and rested a hand on her shoulder, silently offering her my support. To Tesha, I shot a quick wink, telling her that it was okay. Ah, Lord Indrath, a quavering voice said from the kitchen, which extended off the central chamber. Lord Ekalia was standing there beside the kitchen island, looking incredibly out of place. As before, I noted his pale, wrinkled skin, the ridges that ran along his temples, and the milky white film that covered his eyes. His face wrinkled even more deeply as he smiled at us. He made no move to bow. Beside him, Meyer gave a respectful curtsy to her husband. Auspicious timing. Lord Ekalia and I were just discussing an interesting proposal from the rest of the Great Eight. Meyer, wearing the youthful, beautiful visage that matched her husband's perfectly, stepped out of the kitchen and moved regally to Kezess's side. Their eyes met, both a striking shade of lavender and something I could not read past between them. I considered that they had some kind of telepathy, just as I did with my companions. As I thought of Sylvie and Regis, the curtain to the street outside opened, Sylvie holding it aside so Regis could enter first. He gave Kezess a wide berth as he circled around to my side. Sylvie herself moved to one wall and leaned against it, keeping her distance. Kezess turned toward her, waiting. He expects you to formally recognize him, I thought to her. I know, she sent back an edge to her thoughts. But I owe him no fealty. Dicathen is my home, not Ephiatis. I kept myself from smiling as Kezess continued to wait silently. Lord Ekalia, or Varun as he had requested I call him, gave a scratchy cough. Arthur Leywin and Lord Indrath, both the people I wanted to speak to, truly an opportune moment. Kezess turned his back on Sylvie, who remained uncowed. Perhaps this is something that should be discussed in more official environs, Lord Ekalia, because the others have been discussing, and we have come to the decision that we— Varun leaned against the counter, separating the sitting room and the kitchen, grinning around in his doddering way that I knew must be a projection. Would like to formally name our belief that Arthur Leywin represents not only the human interests in Ephiatis, but that he himself has evolved, and is now the first member of an entirely new branch of the Asuran family. Varun's eyes sparkled as he looked at each member of the group now in the room. The only sound was a hushed gasp and the whisper of the curtain to Tesha's room falling back into place as she stepped out of view. We would like to officially petition that this new Asuran race be recognized and that Clan Leywin become its founding clan. A happy smile trembled onto his wrinkled lips. Of course, a new race would require a new lord or lady to be appointed and a new seat to be added to the Great Eight. Or 9, I suppose, the old Usra chuckled. In the center of the room, Kezess's fiery gaze remained on the lord of the Leviathan race, carefully avoiding my own. Beside him, though, Meyer was staring at me with a fierce, dire expression. We're going to be royalty, Regis and Ellie said at the same time, Regis quite loud and Ellie under her breath. I doubt it will be as simple as that, Sylvie answered. Chapter 486, Hell of a Time, Alaric Maer. Leaning forward, I let my forehead knock against the rough surface of the table with a dull thunk. I'll go myself, I grumbled, the words half smothered by the wood. We're pissing in the dark here. That's a horrible idea, Darren answered matter-of-factly. The others quickly echoed the sentiment. We don't know how close to Tigran Selim your people managed to get before disappearing. I knocked my aching skull against the table a second time. We should know more shortly, then I'll go. Without contact from Dicathen, seeing inside Tigran Selim might be our only way to know for sure. I sat up straight, and the world wobbled drunkenly, which was incredibly ironic considering that I myself was stone-cold sober. Looking around, I took in the 15 or so people gathered in the second-floor study of a stately townhouse that overlooked Karjadan's main thoroughfare. Some were keeping up a pretense of staying busy and not outwardly paying attention to my conversation with Darren, but all their ears were conveniently turned in our direction. Most didn't bother to hide their attentiveness, waiting with nervous eagerness to be involved, one way or another. Not one of them looked particularly enthused by the idea of me limping off into the Basilisk Fang Mountains to see why our people kept disappearing around the fortress of Tigran Selim without so much as a bloody trail of offal to follow. What, you don't think I'm up to it? I growled, meeting eyes 2 by 2, then smirking in grim satisfaction as they fell or turned away. All except Darren. I waved him off, reached for the flask on my belt, stopped short, and then rapped my knuckles against the wood before me. Bah, go home, Darren. There's nothing for you to do here, and your peck of orphans will be missing you. Darren's face fell, and I felt a flush of guilt and regret rise up my neck. Most of those in Darren's care were the children of mages who had either been in Dicathen already or were sent to Dicathen in the most recent attack, to hunt down Arthur Leywin. With no communication from Dicathen and few enough soldiers returning, we had no way to know how many of their bloods survived. Too many ascenders have been swallowed up into the belly of this war, Darren said softly, looking at the floor. Between those who went with Saris, those conscripted to launch this failed attack, and those still suffering the aftereffects of the shockwave, all of Alacria has ground to a halt. Those who are left need help. A movement in the shadows behind the others drew my attention. The specter of my former commander stood with her arms crossed, her face hidden by shadow and the golden hair that fell half across her face. I swallowed heavily, took a stuttering breath, and then stood suddenly, nearly knocking my chair over. Turning my back on the specter and everyone else in the room, I moved to a window overlooking the street. The usually busy road was empty. Highblood Koenig had declared martial law in Karjadan in the hours after the shockwave, cutting off all unofficial travel, shutting down the Ascenders Association and Central Academy, and consigning residents to their homes except for essential workers. There had been rumblings of a minor rebellion, but the appearance of Scythe Dragoth and a retinue of soldiers, mages, and instillers silenced any willingness among the population, mostly weak mages or unadorned, to challenge the Highbloods. Dragoth and his retinue had taken over Central Academy and had so far been very aggressive about allowing anyone else within a fireball's throw of the campus. But they'll get in, I'm sure of it. As if the thought conjured him, a reedy little stick of a man, drowning in unkempt robes, appeared at the end of the street, sprinting up the street like there was a pair of shadow panthers on his heels. He was alone, I cursed. One of our enforcers, a rugged bruiser named Akron, rushed to the window and looked out. He cursed as well. Everyone wrap it up, there's a decent chance this location is blown. Salii, start clearing the building, I barked, already hurrying toward the stairs down to the first floor. Akron, Volish, your team's with me. Catching Darren's eye from the corner of my own, I added, and you get the abyss out of this dominion. Go home, Darren, I mean it. If he answered, I didn't hear it over the stomping of many sets of feet on the stairs and the hammering in my head. I was across the house and crashing out the front door and into the street in moments. Still halfway down the block, Edmund of Blood Scriven, a shady little man who had acted as my backdoor into the academic circles, screamed when he saw me appear. A couple 100 feet behind him, 4 Highblood Koenig soldiers gave chase. Even as he turned to glance desperately back at his pursuers, one of them raised hand and mana flared. The shadows in the street were growing long as the sun moved into the west overhead, and suddenly those shadows flared with green light. Radiant ooze splashed across the paving stones, sizzling and popping as they ate into the road and the mana shield that had enveloped Edmund at the last second. The shield beside me had sweat running down her face as she fought to hold off the potent attack. Sir? Volish asked, his voice lisping through his scarred lips. I met his one good eye and nodded. A sharp pop sounded amidst the pursuing mages, and they all hit the ground, shouting in pain and covering bleeding ears with their hands. The air around them distorted as Akron's crest activated, pressing heavily down on their chests with a combination of dense air and enhanced gravity. LGHTN OVIA LSAVSC OM conjured shields caged them in, blocking their last few futile spells until one by one their eyes rolled back in their heads and they passed out from lack of oxygen. Edmund stumbled to a stop in front of me, his hands on his hips and his head thrown back as he sucked desperately at the air. Thanks, he choked out after a moment. I glowered at him. Where's the Severin boy? Tristan, he blanched, taking a half step back. They caught us, Alaric, we ran for it. I just barely made it over the wall, but the boy, he trailed off, refusing to meet my eyes. I glanced at the surrounding buildings. A few faces were already pressed against windows to watch the commotion. Turning to Akron and Volish, I said, you know where you need to be. Go. Darren was standing in the doorway to the townhouse we'd just evacuated. I said go home, you've a bunch of potential orphans who need you, I'll be in touch. Grabbing Edmund by the collar of his shirt, I hurriedly marched him to the closest alley and shoved him into it. If they're not already on the way, reinforcements from Highblood Koenig will be soon, or worse. Was there any sign of the Scythe, his retainer? Never mind, let's get moving, we can talk when it's safer. As I finished speaking, I heard footsteps following and turned back. Darren pulled a hood up to cover his features as he ducked into the alley after us. I still have a couple things to do in Cargadon before I head home. I chewed the inside of my cheek and fingered the flask at my belt. No. I won't be responsible for telling that foster kid of yours that you got yourself caught or killed being obstinate. Darren's brows raised and he gave me a tight-lipped smile. You know all about being obstinate, Al. Why are you still carrying that flask around if you don't want to drink from it? I need to be myself, I said under my breath. Carefully not to look at the shadow of the woman standing beside Darren, a small squirming bundle in her arms, I added, I need to be more than the drunken ascender I've been for these last decades. Darren's mouth opened to reply, he didn't have the words. Sighing and flexing my shaking hands, I considered how best to get rid of Darren, but I had to be careful. I checked the windows and corners to ensure we weren't being followed by anyone else, then turned and went down another alley. After a couple more hurried turns, I knew that any looky-loos who might have watched us leave the fight wouldn't be able to see us anymore, even if they'd hurried through one of the buildings on this side of the street to try and keep track of us, and win some favor from Highlord Koenig or Scythe Dragoth for their efforts. Fumbling with one of the buttons affixed to my leather wrist guards, I activated it and called on an item within the attached dimensional space. A fancy silver necklace appeared in my hand. It was feminine and far too dainty to look natural on anyone but a high-blood lady, but I hadn't exactly been able to choose the design. I pressed the necklace into Edmund's hands. Put this on. Now, I growled when he started to question me. What good is hiding my features now, he complained. I never should have agreed to. He trailed off, and the apple of his throat bobbed as he swallowed hard before fumbling to get the dainty jewelry around his scrawny neck. Oh, hurry up, I snapped, looking around again. Mana was pumping into my ears, enhancing my hearing as much as I was capable. I thought I could hear armored feet pounding down the street quite a distance away. "Here, let me," Darren said, giving me a look and helping Edmund fasten the necklace. Once it clipped around his neck, there was an immediate pulse from the mana contained inside it, and the features of Edmund's face seemed to go kind of blurry and indistinct. Depending on the angle I looked at him from, he could have looked like a dozen different people. At a glance, no one would be able to recognize him or properly describe him afterwards. Taking a heavy cloak from my dimension artifact, I pressed it into him hard enough to knock him back into the wall. "Wrap yourself up, be quiet, and follow me." I turned, set my jaw, I looked hard into Darren's eyes. "We need to split up, you go that way, we'll go this way." I gestured with my thumb. Darren shook his head, his arms crossed over his chest. "Stop trying to be so damn self-sacrificing, Al. If we get tangled up with a patrol, you'll need someone who can actually fight." He carefully avoided looking at the blurry Edmund beside me. "Damn it, boy, you'll only draw extra attention to us," I snapped, panic building in my guts. "Go that way, circle back around, and head to the library. It's shuttered, but a couple of the guards on duty respond well to bribes. Keep trying to follow us, and I swear I'll knock you on your ass." Darren's jaw fell slack, his eyes as wide as if he'd just seen a Wogart playing Sovereign's Quarrel. I turned my back on him and marched quickly away. Edmund hesitated only a moment, then began to follow. We kept mostly to the alleys, at least in the beginning, but we were soon forced onto the larger roads. While the empty streets meant a lot fewer eyes to avoid, it also meant there was no crowd to blend into. Even if passing guards couldn't identify Edmund, they'd surely recognize that something was wrong or clock us just for being outside. "So what's happening at the academy?" I asked under my breath when I thought it was safe to talk. Edmund, his blurred face barely visible beneath the deep hood, cast about nervously before replying. "All of the instillers and staff that have been trickling into the city from Tigran Selim are holed up there, as you thought. I would go so far as to say they're imprisoned, really. Dragoth is working hard to ensure that word of what's happening doesn't leak out into the populace." "And were you able to find out anything about what's happening?" I asked. "Apparently, part of the fortress collapsed when the shockwave happened. After that, the fortress itself seemed to turn against its inhabitants, friend or foe alike, many dead. And the High Sovereign," there was a long pause. I grabbed the sleeve of Edmund's shirt and pulled him closer. "Were you able to learn anything about Agrona?" Edmund cleared his throat nervously. "It's only a rumor." "By the High Sovereign's inflamed arse, Edmund." My words cut off as I saw the lithe silhouette of my commander's specter half hidden in a nearby doorway, face in shadow as it was framed by her hair. Distracted, I thought about exactly how long it had been, wondering if her hair had actually sat that way on her face, or if I had simply made it up as my tired, sober, brittle old mind manifested the dead woman as if she were really there. Edmund failed to notice the direction of my gaze. "Apparently a few of the mechanical recording artifacts around Dicathen are still operational." He hesitated again, his expression muddled by the disguising artifact. "One of them was collected by a wraith who returned it to Alacria. Only a few saw its contents." I waited, growing increasingly irritated with Edmund's beating around the bush. Perhaps he noticed because he hurried onward. "Almost everyone who saw the recording was killed." "Then how does anyone know what was on it?" "Because one of the instillers responsible for reviewing it fled before Dragoth caught wind of this all," Edmund said. His brows rose and he gave me a meaningful look. "Do these rumors suggest what's on this recording?" Edmund's answering smile was strange on his nebulous mug. "Only that it proves that the High Sovereign is gone for good." My mind was racing as I redrew my plans on the fly. This gambit had already been reckless, but if Tigran Selim really was inaccessible even to a scythe, and there was proof that Agrona was dead or captured, it has to be worth it. I led Edmund off the street and around the back of a closed-up Accolades shop. As I channeled into the monolock, the door opened from the inside. I had only a moment to take in a man in black and crimson plate armor. One short onyx horn stuck up from unkempt hair above a bright red eye, while no horn was visible on the other side, where the eye was a murky brown. Suddenly his fist was wrapped in the front of my shirt and I was flying forward. I had just enough time to protect myself with mana before I smashed through the shop's front window and went sprawling across the street. With a moan, I lifted my head from the paving stones and brushed glass out of my beard. A little bell rang and the front door of the shop opened. The Vritra-blooded man dragged Edmund through it. He stopped in front of me staring down a beak-like nose. I trembled with pain and rage, one scarlet eye, one brown eye. I spit blood at his feet. Wolfram of High-Blood Redwater, traitor and double agent. I'd heard of his treachery, how he had nearly captured Lady Kara, but I hadn't seen him in this form, only as the bent-backed little weasel that had been his cover, and I hadn't immediately recognized him. The ghostly vision of my once commander, now leaning against the wall behind him, gave me a sad look and an apologetic shake of her head, almost as if she regretted not being flesh and blood so she could help me. The sun was behind me, only just peeking over the distant rooftops. Conditions weren't ideal for any of my magic, but I couldn't let him take me in without a fight. In Wolfram's grip, Edmund began to shake and wheeze. Please, he made me. I didn't have a choice. I can tell you whatever you want to know, just don't hurt HRK. The silver necklace constricted rapidly, choking off Edmund's words before sawing into his neck. Blood ran hot and thick down his chest as his face came clearly into view. He stared at me, horrified and confused, his white lips moving wordlessly. Sorry, Ed, I thought, retracting my mana from the artifact, which assured anonymity in more ways than just hiding one's face. As Wolfram regarded the dying man with surprise and irritation, I took advantage of the distraction to begin channeling my emblem, Sun Flare. The Reborn dropped Edmund unceremoniously on the street. And the commoners think we're black-hearted, he said, turning back to me with one brow raised. Mana rushed into Sun Flare and the glare of the sun blazed across the street, turning the entire sky white. Wolfram hissed and raised a hand over his closed eyes. Activating myopic decay, I focused it on my own eyes instead of my enemies, dimming my vision against the glare as I scrambled to my feet and made a run for it. Something hit me from behind, lifted and spun me in the air and slammed me down again. I was vaguely aware of bouncing a couple of times before I came to blessed rest, unmoving. I knew that this time I hadn't escaped unscathed, but as long as I didn't move, I wouldn't feel all of the pain quite yet. Hell of a time to quit drinking, the shade of my commander commented, leaning down beside me. Hell of a time to be dead, I shot back breathlessly. Both my spells had faded, and I expected Wolfram would be satisfied with my attempt to run. Instead of approaching me, though, he gave a grunt of effort, and there was a dull rush of air. I jerked over onto my side, my entire body raw and bruised, but I barely felt it past the roiling of my insides and the clenching of my heart. Darren flew up the street from behind Wolfram, blasting the Reborn with a rapid-fire series of wind-lengthened punches and kicks. Filled with desperation, I sent out a sharp pulse with oral disruption focused on Wolfram. He flinched, just missing with a jet of black flames, sulfur aimed at Darren's chest. Damn you, boy, I grunted, heaving myself to my feet. Every joint from my neck down complained, and I could feel a broken rib stabbing at the soft tissue of my insides. Forcing the pain down, I reached for the third level of myopic decay. My body became a series of shadowy blurs. I stumbled forward, no longer able to run or even pretend to. My entire plan had fallen apart between one breath and the next. Go fool, I've got this, under control. Darren gave no indication he'd heard me as he danced around a series of sulfur bolts carried on black lines of void wind. From my dimension artifact, I withdrew a handful of paper-wrapped capsules. Tossing them into the air, I released a quick blast of oral disruption, destroying them. Thick smoke began to pour into the street. Very fine, sparkling dust was suspended in the smoke, and I again poured mana into Sun Flare. The dust shone like 10,000 stars, burning through the smoke and making it impossible to see through. Bending low, I ran toward where I could still feel the bursts of mana and hear the hiss and pop of spells slamming together. Darren was falling back into the obscuring cloud, but gusts of void wind were wiping away the cover as quickly as it could form. A black blade appeared in my hand, and I imbued the charwood with as much mana as I could spare to focus on. With a sudden burst of oral disruption, followed by a lesser casting of myopic decay targeted at Wolfram, I flew past Darren as he deflected a series of whirling skulls of fire and threw myself at his attacker. Wolfram's mismatched eyes narrowed in intense concentration, and a shield of black wind wrapped around him. My blade dragged across the surface of the shield, and our mana sparked and crackled as it fought against each other. His proved the stronger, and my weapon failed to pierce his shield. I pulled the shortsword to my side and fell forward into a roll, barely avoiding a scything blade of void wind that cut the air behind me. Alaric of Blood Mare, the Vitreblood's voice was like ice water in my face. You've been quite the irritant over these last months. You should have quit while you were ahead. Sticking that bulbous red wart you call a nose into Scythe Dragoth's affairs will be the end of you. I was back on my feet, my blade held out in front of me. Behind Wolfram, the cloud was slowly starting to disperse, but I couldn't see Darren. A grateful breath escaped me. He'd escaped. Tell you what, boy, I said, releasing the mana channeling into Sun Flare as the stone dust settled, no longer providing a surface to enhance the light of. A hard box appeared in my left hand, which I kept hidden behind my back. The war's over. Your High Sovereign is probably dead. Your boss, the Scythe, was mutilated and embarrassed. My boss, much as she never really was that, is missing and hasn't made contact with Alacria since the shockwave. Why don't we just agree to go our separate ways? I raised a brow meaningfully. This continent is hurting. How many mages haven't recovered yet? Entire cities like this one have shut down. All we're trying to do is get people back on their feet. Wolfram's face had settled into a sneer as I spoke. The High Sovereign will return, and when he does, we will gift him a mountain of skulls, which is all that will remain of your traitorous faction. I took a step back, my eyes darting around as if searching for an escape route. Wolfram smiled. In his confidence he relaxed. Pathetic, I expected more of a man trained as one of Alacria's finest spies. His countenance darkened. Yes, we know who you are now. It's impressive you managed to survive this long. Like any old, sick dog, though, there comes a time when you need to be put down. His hand curled into a fist, and dark fire and wind began condensing around him. In the flames to either side of Wolfram, the shadowy figures appeared again. My old commander, the woman who had helped me escape my service to the High Sovereign, stood to Wolfram's right, the shape of her flickering and dancing. To his left, the other woman, the one with the dark bundle in her arms, my wife. My family, it's your funeral, I grumbled, although I knew the words were only that. A burning skull large enough to swallow me whole coalesced around Wolfram before plunging forward, its gaping maw open wide. I tossed down the mana cage I'd been clutching. The transparent mana sprang upwards and folded out into a flat, transparent wall between me and him. LGHTN ovia LSAVSCOM. The skull struck it and the barrier trembled. With a burst of oral disruption and as much mana as I could manage into the third level of my crest, I turned and sprang away. The street in front of me exploded as a wall of black void wind ripped up through the stones. I slammed hard on my back, the breath crushed out of me by the blow. Aching and breathless, I couldn't move, only watch, as Darren appeared from the high balcony of a nearby home, his body wrapped in wind attribute mana. In the half-second it took him to fall, a hail of blows struck Wolfram from behind and above, staggering him. Darren struck the Vritrablood with a knee between the shoulder blades, driving Wolfram to the ground. Fists wrapped in cutting wind fell faster than my wavering, red-stained vision could follow. The giant skull of soulfire and void wind erupted. Darren was lifted off Wolfram's back by a blaze of black fire, and the mana barrier shattered with a sound like cracking stone. As if everything moved in slow motion, I saw clearly how the black fire was drawn into Darren's open mouth and eyes, even into his pores. I felt the soulfire take root inside his core, the spectral heat of it burning within him. He struck the ground like a bag of sand, his body limp, his eyes rolled back into his head. With a rush of adrenaline, I threw myself back to my feet and stumbled past Wolfram, who was himself standing slowly, as if unconcerned for our ongoing battle. I barely noticed the screaming of my knees as I fell onto them beside Darren, gripping his limp hand in my own. I told you to go, I moaned, all my strength leaving me. The shadow of my old commander knelt across from him. Her fingers brushed across his cheek, not smudging the dirt and blood that stained him. Forgive me, boy, I choked out as the soulfire was burning away everything that made Darren himself. I sensed Wolfram moving behind me, but the danger he posed no longer mattered. At the sound of my voice, some life returned to Darren. He gripped my hand and his eyes found mine. They were full of dancing soulfire. He tried to speak, but all that came out was a pained groan. His teeth clenched and his back spasmed. His hand was wrenched from mine. The ghost of my commander shifted suddenly in front of me. Her hands cupped my face and her piercing brown eyes burrowed into mine. This isn't your fault, Alaric. None of it has been your fault. I let my head hang. We both know that's not true, Cynthia. Strong fingers took me by the hair and dragged me to my feet. Pick up your friend. So long as you don't resist further, I'll withhold my fire. Test me and he dies in an instant. In case you think that you might end his suffering that way, trust me that dying by soulfire is not a fate you would wish on any you care for, and in the end would only increase your own suffering many times over. I spat blood on the ground at my captor's feet, but I bent down to lift Darren as he commanded. You don't know shit about suffering, boy. Nothing you can do to me now can be worse than what you inbred Vritra dogs have already done. Chapter 487, Contingencies, SCRISVRITRA. I stood silently, surrounded by a collage of orange, purple, and aquamarine crystals sparkling with yellow and white. The Hall of Lords within Lodenhold was a surprisingly pretty place for the gruff dwarves to convene, but I'd always found the dwarven people to be a cautious alchemy of pragmatism and romanticism, even though they would certainly find the description insulting. Around the long, ornate table at the geode's heart were several dwarves representing multiple clans. Chief among them were the Earthborns and Silvershales. Also present were Virion Iralith, de facto leader of the remaining elven people, Cathlin Glader, who represented the affairs of the human nation of Sapin, and Gideon Bastius, chief inventor and scientist behind the advent of the Beast Core, Dicathen's newest weapon. Their conversation had gone on for quite some time with minimal input from me. This suited me just fine. The people of Dicathen were terrified. The dragons had retreated to their home of Ephiatis with only a cursory notice to this world's leaders. Few beyond this chamber even knew that they'd captured a Grona Vritra. Alacria was free of him, even if it didn't know it yet, but his sudden absence created a host of new dangers for my people. Allowing Agrona and Kezes Indrath to further weaken each other had been essential to the continued safety of our world. I feared this was a mistake on Arthur's part, although I could not see all ends and only time would tell. So much work undone in an instant. I caught myself and tamped down my frustration before it could leak out onto my face. No, perhaps not undone entirely, but if Arthur isn't able to dissuade them, the Usras of Ephiodus are now potentially an even greater threat. Near the far end of the table, Durgar Silvershale, heir apparent to his father, Daglan, lord of Clan Silvershale, had been silently stewing on some thought for several minutes as the others discussed the situation in Vildoriel. I'd watched the way he tossed his graying hair, scratched at his freshly trimmed beard, and kept shooting me dark looks, his slate-gray eyes full of fear and contempt. Finally, he burst out. "Why do we not take the battle to Alacria?" The hall went silent as the other lords and their guests turned to him. Cheeks turning ruddy at becoming the center of attention, Durgar nonetheless lifted his chin and met all eyes with a look of challenge. "We have many of their warriors imprisoned here in Vildoriel. As you were just discussing, the number of prisoners is so great that we've had to dig out 2 additional fresh prisons just to hold them all. Their supreme leader is gone, many of their greatest powers defeated. For the first time in this whole damn war, we can attack from a place of strength." Although several of those present glanced at me as if awaiting a response, I was not invited to speak, and while that was not strictly a deterrent, it was in my benefit to adhere to their decorum for the moment. I'd seen this anger and frustration building within the people of Dicathen over the last couple of weeks, but I also saw their fatigue and war-weariness. Although some may push for more violence now that, as Durgar had correctly suggested, the balance of power was perhaps tipped toward Dicathen, I did not think there was any danger. Lance Micah Earthborn leaned back in her seat and kicked one leg up over the other. Her black gemstone eye reflected the many-colored crystals around us. "Arthur is in Ephiodus. Lance Vere is recovering from her wounds in Edistin. Our own armies are haggard and depleted from half a decade of constant conflict. If Agrona really is defeated, then there is no reason to continue the war." There were a few mumbled agreements to her words, but others looked less sure, including her own father, Carnelian Earthborn, whose voice would be essential to any decision the council came to. "We have these machines," Durgar answered, gesturing to Gideon. "The beast core and, what did you call these things again?" "Exoforms," Gideon answered. Ink-stained fingertips brushed over patchy brows as he considered the table. His eyes only barely touched mine before focusing on Lord Earthborn. "Since Arthur isn't here to speak, and it was on his orders and with his support that the Beast Corps was formed, I will risk speaking on his behalf. He would not agree to attack Alacria." Daglan Silvershale, lord of his clan, tugged at his braided beard anxiously. "And is Arthur Leywin, a human boy less than half the age of my youngest son, the king of all Dicathen now? Perhaps I missed his coronation, but last I checked, he was a lance in service of the Elven Empire and nothing more, regardless of his personal strength and his service to Dicathen. Not to mention the lies of his whereabouts that got so many killed," Lance Micah said under her breath. I made note of the comment and set it aside to consider more deeply later. This is a problem that Arthur will need to address before it can fester. There was a glassy clatter as Lance Baron Wyke shifted his stance, the steel of his boots ringing against the crystal slab on which we all stood. "Arthur is not our king, but he nonetheless represents both our continent and our world in communication with the Usuras. If what we've learned is accurate, he is in their land right now, certainly treating with their lord. Can anyone else at this time claim to have done such a thing?" I held back my smile, appreciating Baron's straightforward defense of Arthur, and all the more because his words were true. Gideon cleared his throat. He pointedly met Virion's eyes, then Cathilne's, and finally Carnelian Earthborn's. "No, but I do think Durgar is right on one point. The Alacrian presence in Vildoriel is a burden the city can't support. The cost of food alone, even prison gruel, is likely to bring the city to its knees in less than a month." Finally, the old scientist turned his attention to me. "I propose, and I'm certain Arthur would agree, that the only way to move forward is to release the Alacrians and send them home." He had presented the argument, which we had developed together in the days leading up to this meeting, with more sarcasm than I'd have preferred, but given both his audience and his station among them, I had to admit it was effective. I let a smile show through, not sharp or victorious, but soft and grateful, as if I were hearing his words for the first time. It had been difficult to communicate properly, as I had only recently been allowed to leave the prisons that still held the rest of my people, even those who had fought alongside the Dicathians like Carad Dinoir and Lyra Drade. LGHTNAVEL World AM, the dwarves had shown little interest in speaking with me, and even after my release, I hadn't been allowed to leave Vildoriel to communicate with the human leaders. Virion Uralith had been willing to meet with me, proving himself to be an understanding and patient man. The support of both Arthur and Lance Baron gave his voice an outsized weight in comparison to the station he now held, but there was no longer an armed conflict to be commander of, and his people were decimated and scattered. I expected him to stick to his values, but he lacked the strength to fight for my people when his own needed so much of him. It had been in Gideon that I had found the attentive ear I needed to bend. He saw the problems facing his people and my own clearly and without the haze of hatred or sorrow. For a man barely half my age, he was quite intelligent, but most of all, he was unburdened by an overdeveloped sense of propriety, meaning he could speak his mind openly even among the powerful. These thoughts and others bounded swiftly through my mind in the beat of silence that followed Gideon's proclamation. We've tried to live peacefully beside them already, turn right around and attack us, deserve justice for the crimes committed against them, eager to see them gone, but we can't trust them. One of the lesser dwarven lords, a blister-cheeked woman with gray hair named Stoya, said above the rest. And who exactly gave you authority to make suggestions at this table? It was Virion's rough, calm voice that answered. Master Gideon has proven himself time and time again. Even if he lacks an official title after the dissolution of the Triunion Council, he has been integral to every stage of this war. Even now, he represents a significant military power in Dicathen. Should those he represents not have a voice if we're to rely on their strength? He gazed around the room levelly. When no one responded, we continued. That said, I must ask. Even if we wish to release the Alacrians, how could so many be sent back across the ocean? We lack ships capable of making the journey, and our capabilities for teleportation can't match that which brought them to our shores. We could send them all into the relictums, Lance Micah suggested with a shrug of her small shoulders. They'd come out in Alacria eventually, those that survived anyway, Virion frowned. Many would not, and we would have no say over who lived and who died should we be considering justice. Lady Kathleen Glader folded her hands together on the table in front of her. Keep in mind that there are children imprisoned here as we speak, and more still living on the very border of the Beast Glades, left with only the protection of their non-mage caretakers. Any solution needs to ensure that we are not unjustly punishing those who have had no choice in this war. Seeing my opening, I took half a step forward. The small motion was enough to draw every eye to me. Many of those who raised arms against you and your people might be said to have had no choice in fighting this war. Alacria is not a nation where leaders earn the respect of their people. Rather, it is one where beings more ancient and powerful that we can fully appreciate control the people absolutely, even defining their very worth on the purity of their blood. It is a nation where any small disrespect, even unintentional, might mean death not only for you but your entire family, even your friends and allies. There are those who refuse to fight and we all watch them die horribly. When a god king tells you to go to war, you go. I let my head bow solemnly. At Arthur's urging, you allowed many Alacrians to live in Dicathen alongside you as your neighbors, and the trust you placed in us through Arthur was betrayed. But when we marched alongside the invading force that entered Vildoriel searching for Arthur, it was not because you were or are our enemies. I trusted to find here a way to save as many of my people as possible, while endangering your own as little. I raised my chin and looked down at the seated lords and ladies defiantly. Can any of you truthfully say you'd have done differently? That, upon watching the magic within your own people's cores erupt and kill them, that you would simply let them die rather than comply? Because if you can tell me that, then perhaps you are a stronger leader than I, or perhaps you are simply more ruthless with the lives of those who rely on you. Blinking faces regarded me with surprise. This surprise quickly turned to anger for some. A pathetic excuse, Durgar roared, to be called ruthless by an Alacrian, another of the dwarven lords spat, his thick mustache quivering and flecked with spittle. You should watch your tone, Scythe, Lance Micah said, leaning forward in her chair, her one good eye narrowing. Carnelian Earthborn, her father, raised a hand. At ease, Micah. Lord Silvershale. He shook out his mahogany hair and scratched at his matching beard. After all, we've invited Lady Saris here to represent her people, and that is what she is trying to do. As for my part. He gave a long, thoughtful look at his daughter and the other Earthborn present, Hornfels, his nephew. I can't say what I'd have done in your situation, but I'm not ready to condemn your entire people based on the orders of a corrupt lord. If we dwarves did that, few enough of us would have been left to fight this war at all. He glared at Daglan and Durgar. Or have you forgotten the Greysunders already? Daglan Silvershale sputtered. Forgotten. It was we who led the resistance, who fought and refused to submit, refused to take sides with, his eyes narrowed at Carnelian, who only smiled back. Yes, well. I concede your point, Lord Earthborn. Gideon cleared his throat. Commander Virion, I believed you asked a rather important question before this meeting started to go off the rails. How could we hope to send so many people back to Alacria at such a distance? Thanks to our Surin ally Renkine IV, I already have an answer. He raised his half-grown brows and looked smugly around the table. The Alacrians' last attack was accomplished with the use of a new teleportation technology. Well, I say new, but the reality is that it is as close to what the ancient mages accomplished as I've ever seen. LGHTNAVEL World AM. Despite their efforts to prevent it, we have captured one of the devices. It was a relatively simple matter to then reverse engineer the working copy. Durgar slapped his palm against the table. This is excellent. It puts us on even footing with their ability to strike at a moment's notice. With the speed and mobility of the Beast Corps we can. This council lacks the authority to send my exosuits and their pilots anywhere at all, Gideon snapped. Durger's face went red as a bloodberry, but his father spoke up before he could manage a response. It is clear that the Council of Lords has little stomach for further fighting. It would be best to listen, Durger, and gauge the temperament of our peers before demanding more blood and war. Durger's jaw clenched several times beneath his beard, and he looked down at the table, meeting no one's eyes. So it seems, Lady Catherine said into the silence that follows, that we have means if we also have desire. On behalf of Sapin, I would suggest we follow Master Gideon's suggestion. Send these people home. Allow them to begin rebuilding their homes so that we might do the same. Virion nodded his agreement. Well said. On behalf of what remains of the elven nation of Elenwar, I agree. Among the dwarven lords, Silvershale and Earthborn were the most powerful. They exchanged a look, and then Carnelian answered for them all. We agree to release the prisoners and allow them to return home. There was a brief pause, and then, on one condition, I eyed the dwarf expectantly. In armed conflict, no victor backed down with an incentive. Great harm has been done to the nation of Darv by Agrona, and on his behalf, Carnelian said with a rehearsed air. We expect recompense from Alacria for its war crimes, justice in material wealth in the absence of justice in blood. You have taken the words straight from my mind, I said quickly, before anyone else could intervene. Dicathen has suffered greatly under Agrona's attacks. Perhaps not as much as Alacria has suffered under his rule, but your point is nonetheless valid. Although I am no longer in a position of political power and can make no promises for the dominions of Alacria, I'm certain you can make any future leaders see the sense of your demands just as I do. In fact, I would offer more. Now my focus turned to Virion. Although it was the Usura and not Alacria who did such horrible damage to Elenwar, a cowardly attack that took many Alacrian lives as well, we nonetheless would offer similar justice for the elves. Currently, the borders with the Beast Glades are defended only by the villages my people set up there. Should the elves seek to rebuild their homeland, they would become prey for the ranging monsters that have grown consistently more bold over these last months. I hope to leave some of my own people there, in the villages we have already established, to tend the border with the Beast Glades. Perhaps in time they might even become trading partners with the elves, as we've established hunting grounds and crops in the otherwise lifeless wasteland. Virion, his hands on the table, pushed back into his chair slightly. This and the slight widening of his eyes were all that gave away his surprise. Ideally, I'd have sought his agreement beforehand, as I'd done with Gideon, but I trusted his sense of fairness and equity to win out. Your offer of aid is very welcome, he said at length. Carnelian was frowning deeply. And yet the agreement was that all Alacrians be sent back to their homeland. This would allow some to stay on our shores where they have already proven a danger once. Elenwar and the Beast Glades are far from Darv, Virion said easily. The risk is firmly on the elves, and I'm willing to accept that risk in exchange for Lady Saris's offer of support and protection for my people as we begin attempting to revive the Elshire forest. Durger muttered something about the softness of elves, drawing a cold look from Virion's assistant, a middle-aged elven woman named Saria Triskin. There is yet more we might offer, I continued. The technology of Alacria is advanced. We will share our knowledge. Agrona was only one Usura. There is an entire nation of them out there still, any one of which could be just as dangerous to us. Alacria will share our knowledge because it is that not Vritra blood that makes us strong. Dicathen and Alacria may assure continued peace between our two continents by equalizing our nations in power, but as our world grows stronger in total, we also help to safeguard ourselves against future Asuran involvement. I withdrew a leather-bound sheaf of parchment. A dwarven attendant took it and carried it around the table to Lady Catherine as I indicated. She took it with care, regarded it curiously, then turned searching eyes back on me. I start with a gift for Lance Vere Ori, who I believe will benefit greatly from this knowledge, which was taken from Tigran Selim before we fled Alacria at the cost of many Alacrian lives. Catherine's expression hardened, and she gave a single sharp nod as she set the bound parchments on the table and rested her hands protectively atop it. Now, unless there is any further business, there is much to do to organize my people for travel. Master Gideon, please bring me the specifications of these portals so we can establish a timeline. I let my gaze sweep across the room, staying respectful but businesslike. Commander Virion, I must speak with my people to see who is willing to return to the border villages, and then I will provide you numbers. Turning away, I walked confidently toward the closed dwarves. The startled guards straightened, looking from me to someone behind me, then hurried to open the doors. As I marched quickly through the palace, I felt Virion's mana signature follow after, noting the silence of his footsteps as he hurried to walk at my side. That was well done in there, he said quietly. It seems you got exactly what you hoped for unless I've read things incorrectly. I did what all leaders do, sought allies to support my positions, I answered in the same low tone. I hope you don't misunderstand. It wasn't my intention to manipulate, but rather to ensure a strong bargaining position. He raised his hands and gave me a rough smile. I've seen the game played for a long time, but seeing you in action makes it all the more clear that we should be on the same side of things to come. That is more true than you may realize, I thought, but out loud, I only bid him farewell for now. The palace was soon behind me as I marched with a rapid surety toward the closest of the prison wards, which was not far down the curving highway. The outer guards barely twitched their beards at my approach, but the warden within hurried to retrieve the keys and allow me into the cells. In the hours and days after the battle, my people had been commingled without thought into cells, many even held in the bunkers built in the base of the city to protect the civilians. Several fights had broken out between Agrona's loyalists and those who had followed me out of Alacria to begin with. It had only been with Lance Baron's assistance that I'd convinced our jailers to separate the loyalists and place them in one of the newly dug-out prisons. Now the upper cell contained mostly those who were least a threat to the Dicathens and those most in need of protection from potential reprisal. I stopped to greet and check on members of the Ramsir blood, which had suffered great losses during the battle, and then on the Arkwrights. Umberders and Frosts, Bella Roses and Eisenherz. I greeted young Seth Milview and Mela Fairweather, interrupting their reading as they pored through a book together, something one of the dwarven guards had given them. That look of awkwardness and surprise at being addressed by a scythe, even if I no longer held that title, was barely a flicker on their faces now. I felt eyes following me and turned to catch Corbett and Lenora Denoir watching me carefully. Karat turned away from some conversation with them and dipped respectfully. Lady Saris, what news? I gestured for her to follow me, then continued deeper into the prison, searching for Lyra and Silrit. Karat did not ask any more questions, but followed me patiently. I found them in one of the few cells that had solid walls to provide some privacy for conversations within. Normally it would be locked and warded, but like all the other cells, it was open into the central chamber, affording those imprisoned here some level of freedom to intermingle and move about the complex. Even if the Lords of Vildoriel had wanted to clap every Alacrian mage in mana suppression cuffs, they wouldn't have had enough for even 10% of the prisoners, but I had specifically convinced them to allow Lyra and Silrit, among the strongest of those jailed after the battle, to go without such precautions. Lyra was sitting cross-legged on her bunk with her back against the wall. Her flame-red hair pooled around her head like a halo, bright against the stained, off-white stone. Silrit stood against the opposite wall, his thumbs hooked through his belt. His normally well-groomed appearance was slightly disheveled, his hair unkempt around his horns. Imprisonment hadn't agreed with him, and I knew he was eager to return to the fight, whatever that might look like now. Both looked grave, as if they'd been discussing something quite serious. Although they looked at me in tandem, neither spoke to ask what had happened. Instead, they waited. I gave them a soft smile, and their demeanors relaxed. It went well then, Silrit said finally, pushing himself away from the wall with his elbows. More or less as expected, yes, I confirmed. I closed the door behind Kara, then activated the muffling wards with a pulse of mana. Their eagerness for a simple solution overwhelmed Baser desires, and with Master Gideon there to provide solutions to their concerns, it was fairly straightforward. Lyra let out a slow breath between pursed lips. Forgive me for saying so, but I wasn't sure. If the tables were turned, who in Alacria would have shown the same grace? Something you should remember in the days to come, I answered, my tone growing somber. As we begin to rebuild our nation, there is much we can learn from how the Dicathians treat each other. I can't stop thinking about what must be happening back in Alacria, Kara said, half to herself. I reached out and lifted her chin with a finger, meeting her eyes. Right now, there is a vacuum of power. Already, those highbloods loyal to Agrona will be struggling to fill it. But there are still many who will be working for the betterment of our nation as well. Removing Agrona was only the first step. And, Silrit hesitated, what about our plans? We'll have to judge the state of our home continent. I looked from Lyra to Silrit to Kara, lingering on her the longest. It is certain that the conflict isn't over yet. The fight to come will be for the very soul of Alacria. By ZXOS, specially for Lig Tinov Elwer LDC OMNC, thanks, Chapter 488, A Great Gathering. Arthur Leywin. It was Lord Ekalia who met us inside the entrance to Indrath Castle, not Kezis. Although I wasn't surprised by his presence, I was pretty damn surprised to be there at all, regardless of which Asuran lord stood in front of me. I had expected Kezes to shut down Veron's idea that I should be recognized as a new branch of the Asuran race immediately. Instead, he had agreed to hear the other great lords out, then he and Meyer had left. Now, barely a day after he threatened to murder me, he would be presiding over a meeting where his peers discussed the possibility of my becoming one of them. Lord Arthur, Lady Sylvie, so good to see you both again. Varun said, smiling like he meant it and waving us forward excitedly, the skin around his milky white eyes wrinkling. I peered into those eyes, wondering just what kind of machinations hid behind the cloudy film. Hey, I'm here too, Regis said. My companion was in the form of a large shadow wolf, his back coming up above my hip. Purple flames shimmered around his neck and along his tail, and his bright eyes flicked from face to face, marking each guard and Varun himself, vigilant despite his flippantness. Well, of course you are. You three make up a special kind of trinity, don't you? The old Leviathan sighed, his thoughts seeming to turn elsewhere. After a long moment he gestured for us to follow, turned on his heel and marched quickly along the entrance hall. There was little time to look around or consider where I was. My mind was occupied with the many potential ways this meeting could go wrong. Since the effects of King's Gambit, even powered only partially, allowed me to follow several of these threads at once, it also enhanced my ability to delve into the undercurrent of worry. Varun greeted several of the dragons we passed by as he led us deeper into the castle. Although they were respectful to him, most eyes lingered on Sylvie instead. Servants and guards bowed deeply, and a few Usuras who might have been in Draths or courtiers from other clans seemed to barely constrain themselves from rushing up to meet her. I sometimes forget that you're such a stranger to your own people. I thought as an Usura with radiant blonde hair and lilac eyes tripped over his own feet as he tried to bow but forgot to stop walking first. Sylvie gave the young man an empathetic smile as we walked past. I can't help but wonder if that otherness was on purpose. My grandfather didn't know who I was really or what I would become. Keeping me at arm's length, a curiosity rather than a member of the family, created a buffer to ensure I didn't negatively impact the Indrath clan or Ephiodus. Padding quietly beside me, Regis looked up at Sylvie. The dude's scared of what you represent, change, an alternative path, and existence outside his little bubble. His tongue lolled out of the side of his mouth as he grinned. He's right to be. The prodigal princess returned, Regis snorted. Two princesses, in fact. As Varun led us, he kept up a steady stream of small talk, providing facts about the other inhabitants of the castle, the portraits we passed, and the history of Clan Indrath and Kezis. I listened with one branch of my thoughts, but my main focus remained on preparing for the following meeting. You know, Regis, you could be a princess too if you wanted, Sylvie thought back to our companion. If Arthur becomes Lord Leywin and you are born directly to him, then you become a princess. Excuse me, but I am a magnificent weapon of untold destruction. With a snort, Regis padded ahead, moving to walk beside Varun. That's no reason why you can't wear a tiara, she glanced at me, especially if you choose one that matches Arthur's. I caught Sylvie's eye and we both smiled, some of the tension eased. Varun led us out onto a balcony that overlooked the cliffside. Although blue skies stretched away in every direction, a carpet of white-gray clouds hid the distant ground. We'll take a shortcut, I think. He lifted up from the ground and drifted like a wisp of cloud, moving slowly upward. Regis became incorporeal and moved into my core before Sylvie and I followed. Despite his claims of taking a shortcut, Varun's flight was unhurried, like mist on a gentle wind. He pointed out windows and turrets, statues and engravings, and even stopped to admire the nest of a small bird with shimmering black and red feathers. Mountain wings, Varun explained with a look of pure childish fascination as his milky eyes stared at the bird. Also called the stone-cutting swallow or cliff swallow. They only live here, although they usually do not nest this high, preferring the cliffs of Mount Geoluz below. He turned his head toward Sylvie. They were a favorite of your mother's. Sylvie raised a hand toward the bird in its nest, hesitated and pulled back. It watched her warily with beetle-black eyes. It's lovely. Varun drifted onward, leading us toward a high balcony in one of the many towers. He landed lightly as a feather, then turned his face up toward the sun as he waited for us to land as well. Ah, a beautiful day for politics. One brow raised, he faced me. Are you ready, Arthur? I considered everything I knew and the vast ocean of what I didn't and gave the old Leviathan a tight-lipped smile. I suppose we will know soon enough. The balcony doors, made of glass or crystal framed in ornate coiling vines of silver, opened as Varun approached. The mana and ether were so thick in the air that it nearly hid the powerful signatures of those present within the chamber beyond. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the light as I stepped into the tower behind Varun. In that twilight moment where it felt like I moved between worlds, the hair on the back of my neck stood and my skin roughened with goosebumps as I felt the hungry eyes of predators following me. The airy chamber clarified. Within, elegant white arches wrapped around the circular chamber, each one carefully carved and molded to look like the branches of thin trees. These opened to similarly arched windows and balconies identical to the one I'd just stepped in from. The light of these many windows and glass doors reflected around the room, making it almost as bright within the chamber as without. A large charwood table in the shape of a near-full moon dominated the space. Its darkness was in stark contrast to the brightness of the walls and ceiling. 7 ornate, high-backed chairs sat equidistant along the rounded side of the table, while a silver and gold throne with gleaming gemstones floated several inches off the floor at the flat side. We were not the first to arrive. An Usura with dusky skin and smoky orange hair pulled back in a bun stood from the nearest chair. He wore a flowing sort of robe reminiscent of the kimonos of Earth, expertly embroidered in shimmering thread that looked like true flame against the silky black fabric. His gray eyes seemed to take all of me in within a breath, and then he turned and gave a shallow bow to Lord Ekalia, the gesture of an equal. Lord Novice of Clan Avignes, I said, addressing the Phoenix member of the Great Eight with a bow that was only slightly deeper than that shared by Varun and this Phoenix. I hadn't been named an Usura or the lord of an entire clan or race just yet. It was important not to come across as too presumptuous, but I also couldn't afford to be seen as weak or timorous either. Arthur Leywin, a pleasure to— Hello, a sharp, airy voice cut across Lord Avignes' words. The speaker was a small woman with light blue skin that seemed to move almost as if she weren't quite corporeal. She had drifted out of her chair and was floating across the massive black table, bobbing around like an apple in a shallow stream. Her youthful face was split by a wide grin, revealing brilliantly white teeth that came to points. Her misty blue-gray eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she did a kind of mid-air curtsy. Her dress, which seemed like nothing so much as a sort of windy mist that she'd wrapped herself in, fluttered at the motion. One small hand brushed through white hair that similarly floated around her head like a cloud. I'm Lady Errand, but as a soon-to-be member of the Great 8 or 9, but that doesn't work quite the same, you can call me Nefel. Before I could respond, the sylph did a flip in the air, flew to the room's third occupant, and wrapped her arm around the extremely tall woman's shoulder. And this is Mads. The woman stood stiffly, her features practically carved of wood. As I looked more closely, I thought I could see faint lines in her skin that did, in fact, remind me of tree bark. Please, Lady Errand, show some sense of decorum, she said, stepping sideways to break free of the grinning sylph. Greetings, Arthur Leywin. I am Lady Mapelia, representative of my clan and all the Hamadryads among the other great clans of Ephiodus. You are welcome. There was a slight hesitation that suggested quite strongly that I was not, in fact, welcome, and I looked more closely at the High Lady of the Hamadryades. There was no flicker of hostility in her butter-yellow eyes despite the severity of her expression and attitude. Outwardly, she would have been intimidating, but the simple river-blue gown that clung to her reedy figure and volumes of green hair that fell in thick ringlets down over her bare shoulders served to undercut this impression. I repeated my careful bow. Thank you, Lady Mapelia. Mads, Lady Errand said in a stage whisper before bobbing back to her seat. My name is Morwenna, Lady Errand, the Hamadryad said in exasperation. At this moment, another Usura appeared from a stairway beyond an open set of doors carved of some light-colored wood and bound, like much of the room, in silver vines. At first I thought he must be a servant or attendant, mostly because of the fact that he took the stairs instead of flying or simply appearing in the meeting chamber. Then, I fully registered him. Although dressed plainly in a beige shirt that stretched over his broad chest and bulging muscles, the belt that kept up his leather breeches was inlaid with gold and studded with strange, multicolored gemstones. His beard was long and bushy but otherwise well-maintained, and he wore diamond studs in his ears. There was something very solid about the man, and his mana signature immediately reminded me of Ren. Ah, Radix, perfect timing as always, Varun said, putting his hand on my back and gently guiding me around the table. Behind me, I heard Lord Avignes introduce himself to Sylvie. So this is the pup, eh? The man Radix of Clan Grandis I now knew strode forward and shook Varun's hand roughly. I had at first taken him to be a few inches shorter than myself, but as he'd approached, he seemed to grow. By the time he extended his hand to me, he was exactly my height. I shook his hand, which was rough as stone. His fingers clasped my hand with enough strength to shatter bone if my body hadn't been strengthened by ether. Whereas the other lords had so far focused entirely on me, Radix looked right through me to Regis. His flint-black eyes narrowed. Is that the signature of Ren of Clan Kine, fourth of his name? He rumbled. Instead of waiting for confirmation, he brushed past me and knelt in front of Regis, who watched him warily. My companion's eyes widened when Radix took him by the jaw, forcing his mouth open. The Titan inspected Regis's mouth like a tinker might inspect a horse. He said only that, then stood, scratched Regis behind the ear, and finally tossed him what looked like a piece of dried meat that had appeared as if from nowhere. I feel strangely violated yet flattered, Regis said while chewing the meat. And my god, is this jerky good? What even is this? Radix slumped into his seat and kicked one booted foot up on the table. That's a special treat usually reserved for our guardian beasts. When you're an Asuran lord and member of the Fine Nine or whatever, you have to get that recipe, Regis thought desperately. I don't care if we have to go to war over it. One of the balcony doors opened of its own accord and shadow condensed within it. From the shadow stepped a thin man in black battle robes. His dark red eyes flicked around the room rapidly before catching on me. He fiddled with one of his horns, which sprouted from his forehead and swept back before curving forward again, pointing at me like two spears. I was caught off guard by the basilisk's sudden appearance. I had known, logically, that Clan Cawthon represented the basilisks in the Great Eight, but I had failed to consider that he would actually be present. Making a snap decision, I strode around the table toward him. The basilisk watched me approach warily, not out of fear, I thought, but uncertainty about me or my intentions. I stopped before him and extended my hand just as Radix had done. Lord Cawthon's deep red eyes flicked past me to where I knew Lord Avignes stood. Are they allies? I wondered. It made a kind of sense. Both the basilisks and phoenixes had lost their great clans in the Vritra and the Asclepius. The part of my mind that was active with the magic of King's Gambit began dissecting this information. After a beat of hesitation, the basilisk took my hand. Despite his somewhat frail appearance, he had a strong grip. Arthur Leywin, the human who felled a grown of Vritra. Suddenly, he released my hand and went to one knee. The air in the chamber seemed to grow very tense, and I could feel the weight of the other's attention threaten to bring me to my own knees. I, Cawthon, representative of Clan Cawthon and all the basilisks of Ephiatus, owe you a great debt. He looked up to meet my gaze, and something blistering and wrathful and dark swam just beneath the surface of his blood-clawed eyes. The Vritra clan nearly destroyed our race in their selfish pursuits. You have brought us justice. That will not soon be forgotten. Even with King's Gambit partially active, I couldn't think of anything to say and only nodded firmly in response. Thankfully, Sylvie appeared at my side. She extended a hand to Lord Cawthon, who took it with the same wariness with which he had watched me earlier. Lord Cawthon, we appreciate your words and the intent behind them, but rest assured, the fight against my father was one we pursued for the good of all living beings across both our worlds. You don't owe us anything. Well said, I thought to her gratefully. Rai stood and straightened his battle robes. Without speaking further, he rounded the table and took a seat next to where Lord Avignes was now sitting. It seems we're only missing the Lord of the Pantheons and Kezes himself. Arthur, you and Lady Sylvie will join me here, Varun said, gesturing to where a gap had been left between his seat and Radix's, directly across from Kezes's throne. It is customary that you stand until you are either dismissed or, in this case, offered a seat at the table. Nephel laughed, and a cool breeze that smelled like sweet shrub and gardenias blew through the chamber. Oh, this is so interesting. I stood in the expected spot, Regis to one side and Sylvie on the other. The 6 gathered lords and ladies eyed me expectantly for a moment, then as one turned toward the throne. Suddenly Kezes was sitting in it. There was no flash of light, no sense of movement, only a ripple in the ether. His gaze settled on the only empty seat at the table. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them to look at Lady Mapelia. Lord Thyestes is purposefully taking his time, it seems, but he will be here momentarily. Until then, we shall wait, in silence. At his left hand, Lady Mapelia sat stiffly. Beside her, Nephel fidgeted restlessly. The rest of the lord's demeanors landed somewhere in between. Kezes's gaze settled not on me but his granddaughter. Varun caught my eye as I was looking around and gave me a subtle wink. A full minute passed in this awkward, forced silence. It was finally broken when a tall, athletic figure landed on the same balcony we had entered from. The doors opened, and he strode in purposefully. This man, who I knew to be a Demir Thyestes, lord of his clan and all the Pantheon race, moved like a predator. His forefront, forward-facing eyes flicked to me for only an instant before focusing on the empty seat between Lord Grandis and Lord Cawthon. The bright purple eyes on the sides of his head moved constantly, however, from one lord to the next, to me and my companions, and regularly back to Kezes. Kezes watched Lord Thyestes get settled for several long seconds before returning his attention to the room at large. As we all know why we have been called together, and most, it seems, have already discussed the situation in more private environs, I expect this meeting will be a short one. The Hamadryad, Lady Mapelia, stood. It has been suggested that this human, Arthur Leywin, may in fact have evolved beyond being a mere lesser into what might be considered a new branch of the Asuran family tree. She paused and stared around to ensure that everyone had heard. Our only task today is to decide if this is true. First, we open up this session of the Great Eight to any lord or lady who wishes to express their opinion. She then sat. I glanced from the corner of my eye to Varun, but he remained still and silent. Surprisingly, it was Lord Thyestes who stood. He looked straight at me as he said, "It is nothing but wishful thinking that you all engage in. This lesser has killed 2 of the Thyestes and brought down the Vritra clan as well. None of us wish to believe a lesser could do such a thing, and yet this one has. Instead of acknowledging reality, however, you seek to make him something he is not. Because he is not an Usura, and even killing General Aldir of Clan Thyestes can't make him one." Kezes wasn't watching the Pantheon, rather he was inspecting me closely. Nephel, floating above her seat, let out a huff that made her flutter around. Only a pantheon would think you earn your way to being an Usura by killing people. Ademir, look at him, that's no lesser physique. I mean he even has golden eyes. She turned thoughtful and looked at Lady Mapelia to her right. Do lessers normally have golden eyes? Morwenna returned her look stone-faced and gave a small shrug. Ademir sat, his arms crossed. We've all heard by now the tale of Lady Sylvie's sacrifice and the physical rebirth of both their bodies. Perhaps she gave him some Asuran aspect, but how does that match up against the eons of evolution and empowerment that each of our races has gone through? Lord Grandis leaned forward, his elbows on the table and his hands folded into his thick beard. If we look at this boy's actions, then we are forced to consider how these actions were performed. The actions themselves aren't the reason we're here, only the catalyst for the discussion. His deep voice rumbled through the air so that I felt it in my chest. My clan has long made it our business to study the advancement of life, and even to mold that advancement. There is no reason, through the application of powerful enough mana or ether arts, that a human couldn't become something more. And in that event, even if they did not evolve alongside the rest of the Usura, a case could also be made for folding them into our culture for a variety of reasons. We should resist the urge to jump to a decision and instead take time to study Arthur further. While study is warranted, Rai of the Basilisk clan Dicathen had raised a finger into the air as he started speaking. He hesitated in the middle of his sentence, shooting a furtive look to Kezes, who nodded very slightly. While study is warranted, he began again, we shouldn't overlook the current situation. He stood, pressed his palms into the top of the table and leaned forward. Agrona Vritra has been a danger to us for many hundreds of years, and his occupation of our motherland, the very soil that birthed Ephiodus, has been an insult and a threat. We have been shut off from the growth of the lesser world for too long because of Agrona, and it has blinded us to their progress. Arthur Leywin is standing here as proof of their evolution, and his service in defeating the Vritra clan should be rewarded appropriately. The name Usura isn't merely a title to be traded for political goodwill, Ademir snapped. The meeting dissolved into arguing and bickering. It only ended when Kezes sent out a pulse of King's force that drew all attention back to himself. We've heard base emotional reactions, but none of you have presented any proof, only suggested we find it. Kezes's focus shifted to Varun. I was told that this conversation had already begun, encouraging me to bring it into a more formal environment, but I find myself unconvinced by what I've heard here today. Only Lord Thyestes seems to be making sense. I noticed Ademir's jaw tighten and his lips go white as Kezes mentioned him. There was a stony look in his eye that almost might have been hostility. I considered what I had learned about Aldir's flight from Ephiodus and realized that Ademir still harbored some anger about Kezes's treatment of his clanmate. Lord Avignes cleared his throat. Forgive me, Lord Indrath, but I don't think you're being fair to Rai. His words bring many questions to my mind, questions that I think would be best answered by Arthur himself. The Phoenix turned to look at me, his gray eyes smoldering with flame-orange sparks. We have all been made aware of certain facts, Arthur. You nearly died while channeling the will of a powerful dragon, Sylvia Indrath, but you were saved by your bond with her daughter, Lady Sylvie. The result was that your body became something closer to Usura than human. You have a core, but it is made of and manipulates ether instead of mana, empowering your body directly with ether, unlike even the dragons. And you channel certain ether arts, such as the ability you use to interrogate the Vritra criminal, Aludari. It remains unclear, however, exactly how you disabled Agrona Vritra. The sparks in his eyes flared, even though the rest of his expression remained passive. What power did you use? The Hamadryad, Morwenna of Clan Mapelia, hummed in irritation. How does this question help us in our consideration of Arthur's Asuran state? It was Radix who answered, leaning forward over the table now so that his chest practically rested on top of it. Of course, novice. It was necessary for us to take on new forms to contain our growing power, even back before our ancestors forged Ephiodus from the soil of the lesser world. In doing so, we branded our mana arts with our own specific strengths. While Arthur's use of ether is interesting, it is also rather obvious. He was granted the will of a dragon in addition to being bonded to Lady Sylvie here. That alone proves nothing, but this power that captured Agrona, his steely gaze hammered into me like he was trying to unearth the truth from me with a pickaxe. What was this power? Is it some lesser ability or a product of your exposure to the dragons? All eyes were on me, so no one else aside from my own companions saw the glare Kezes gave me. The warning was obvious. Regis, who had sat down and was now scratching his ear with one hind paw, sent me a mental roll of his eyes. Oh, screw him. I say tell them you're Arthur Leywin, master of fate, cue evil laughter. Sylvie shifted beside me. Not to use his language, but Regis may be right. If Kezes has kept the revelation of fate from the rest of the Usura, revealing it may swing things in our favor. I thought back to my conversation with Kezes over the fields of lava. Maybe, but we also don't quite see the whole picture yet. All of my magic is etheric in nature, I said in answer to the questions that had been posed by Lords Grandis and Avignes. As I gain insight, I am able to tap into magic held within the conscious ether itself, forming what I've called godrunes, pieces of powerful magic that are branded directly into my flesh. Oh, how fascinating, Neffel said, floating over the table toward me. Can we see? Before I could answer, Varun coughed against the back of his hand, then stood slowly. Neffel bit her cheek and drifted back to her seat. Varun's back straightened segment by segment, giving the impression that he was even older than he looked. His smile as he gazed blindly around the chamber was tremulous. In human terms, he seemed to have aged 50 years between our arrival and now, but I couldn't tell if it was a show or somehow the result of the conversation itself. It is deeply correct that everyone currently gathered at this table is passionate about this conversation, he said, speaking slowly and enunciating each word carefully. Never before has such a thing been considered. We Usura are slow to grow, slow to change. It is not in our nature, and so we have remained as only 8 races since the failure of the Wraiths. Even the intermingling of our races has never resulted in a new branch of our long and storied family tree. Varun paused to collect himself and catch his breath. His milky white eyes seemed to focus above the heads of all those seated at the table. But we cannot deny what fate has placed right in front of us. For this evolution to happen now, as the situation with Agrona seemed to be building to a full-out war, is certainly no mere chance. Arthur's growth, his transformation, was necessary for both our cultures to survive. Now we have an opportunity that we have never had before, to change and grow as a people, together with the lessers whom we have for so long been apart. Let Clan Leywin speak on their behalf, be their voice. We cannot afford to let their world fester and spawn another Agrona. The other Usuras regarded Varun thoughtful as he struggled to sit back down. I could see how his words had settled over them, changing the direction of the conversation in mere moments. They do not all respect each other, but they do him, Sylvie noted. I can't help but wonder if we're not being put in the middle of a building power struggle between the Asuran clans. I traced back the threads of each encounter with Varun. Why did he give me the morning pearls? I wondered yet again. Out loud I said, "Thank you, Lord Ekalia, I appreciate your vote of confidence." After pausing to ensure I had everyone's attention, I continued, when I was first told about this. I'll admit I myself wasn't entirely sure it was right, or that I even wanted it. Ademir's brows pinched together in a frown, while Morwenna turned her nose up slightly. I have a home to return to and people who rely on me that are probably suffering as we speak. Dicathen and Alacria need me, not Ephiodus. I let these words sink in. Kezes was listening politely, his expression otherwise carefully blank. Beside him, Novice whispered something to Rai. But listening to you all speak here today, I've come to understand something. At my mental command, Sylvie and Regis took half steps closer to me so that we were almost touching. Those people do need me to be here. They need me to protect them, and that means having a voice among the Usura. Neffel had sunk down into her seat properly and had her arms crossed on the table, her chin resting on her forearms. It was difficult to tell if she was enraptured or thinking about something else entirely. I may not have been born among the Usura, but I have been entwined with your people since before I was even born, I said firmly. I have bonded to you, been trained among you, fought beside you and against you, and like a crucible, the presence of the Usura in my life has molded me into something other, something new. I looked directly at Radix, who had eased back into his seat bit by bit as I spoke. He was running his fingers through his beard, deep in thought. Not only have I gained great power and evolved beyond the limitations of my humanity, I, like the Usura, have transformed to contain this power. Releasing a sudden rush of ether, I fully activated both Realm Heart and King's Gambit. Vibrant etheric runes burned along my skin and beneath my eyes. My hair lifted up to drift around the crown of light floating above my head. Ether condensed in my channels until it shined through my skin in glowing veins. My voice resonated as I spoke, the words pieced together from a dozen parallel lines of thought. You have asked, and I will answer. The power that I wield is fate itself. Chapter 489, Nora Gift. You have asked, and I will answer. The power that I wield is fate itself. The words, thick with the resonance of the ether that imbued them, hung heavy in the air. The full force of my etheric intent pressed down with the weight of all my power, responsibilities, and fears. And with King's Gambit burning bright and hot against my spine, my mind fractured into dozens of parallel branches in order to process every potential shred of information from the Usura's responses. Their eyes, all different colors, shone with the reflection of purple and gold light from the ether glowing through my skin and the crown hovering above my floating hair. Each Asuran Lord's reaction carried a throughline of true surprise, but each also was branded with a particular emotion individual to themselves alone. Straight across from me, Kezes revealed the least about his thoughts through his outward expression. His lips were slightly parted and his eyes dilated by a fraction. There was a stiffness in his shoulders down his arms to his left hand, which rested on top of the charwood table. This alone spoke to his surprise. It was the twitching of the small muscles of that hand and the darkening of his purple eyes that gave away his anger. It wasn't a wrathful anger that was likely to burst the boundaries of his control, but a simmering bitterness that I registered distantly as being more problematic. Not because of any danger, but because I didn't fully understand it. To his left, Morwenna of Clan Mapelia, great clan of the Hamadryads, was giving me only half her attention. Her lips were pressed tightly together, highlighting the subtle wood-grain pattern of her skin. She had pushed herself back from the table, and the muscles of her legs, hips, and back were tensed, as if she were ready to spring to her feet if commanded. Every half a second her eyes twitched to Kezis. Beside Morwenna, the leader of the Sylphs, Nephil of the Errand clan, had sunk down into her chair. Her mouth was open in an almost perfect circle, and a snapping wind was blowing around her, making her hair and the cloud-like cloth of her clothes whip about. Her blue-gray eyes had gone lightning white, and there was something hungry in them that I couldn't quite parse. Varun, just to my right, was no less surprised than the others, but within his surprise there was something more. Under the influence of King's Gambit, I didn't feel any emotional response to what I saw reflected back at me in Varun's reaction, but I recognized what I should have felt. Because through the doddering old uncle act beneath the feeble exterior he presented, there was a being much greater and older and most of all fiercer than he allowed anyone to see. In that instant, Varun couldn't hide himself. Some of the faded color returned to the ridges that ran along his head, and there was a purple flush to his cheeks. The wrinkles smoothed, and a grim, victorious smile flashed across his face. Even his king's force surged, the Leviathan hidden beneath the wrinkled old man flailing to be set free. And beings of light descended, bringing with them magic unimagined, bringing with them power too terrible to behold. And they called themselves Deva, and they in their power were terrible and unimaginable. They marked the world with their power, and then they left, never to return. The softly spoken words came from Lord Rai of Clan Dicathen, the basilisk who had replaced Agrona among the great clans. Sitting to Kezis's right, he was pale as a ghost, and his hands clasped before him on the large charwood table trembled. "Silence," Kezis ordered without looking at the basilisk. Rai's words sent ripples through the room. Beside him, the Phoenix Lord Novice of Clan Avignes had been watching me with wary thoughtfulness. His brows creased as he fidgeted in his seat, but he stiffened as Rai spoke, glancing at the basilisk from the corner of his eye nervously as Kezis ordered silence. On Rai's other side, Ademir Thyestes crossed his arms and huffed. "We should all be embarrassed by the utterance of fables and fairy stories at this table." But with King's Gambit active, I could see the truth. The hairs on Ademir's neck stood on end, and the Pantheon Lord's breathing was shallow and troubled. He shot a glance out one of the windows, and by the way his eyes focused, he seemed to be looking at something a long way off. Following his gaze, I could almost make out a village far, far in the distance, well beyond the range of sight, surrounded in green and blue grass. Simultaneously to my examining the response of the Asuras, I was attempting to dissect what Rai had said. And beings of light descended, bringing with them magic unimagined. Beings of light? Could the magic be mana or maybe ether, bringing with them power too terrible to behold? This is from the perspective of the Asura, I have to assume. What kind of power could be too terrible even for the Asura? And they called themselves Deva, and they in their power were terrible and unimaginable. I'd never heard the term Deva before. The repetition of terrible and unimaginable really drives Thai's message home, but this is also a kind of Asuran storytelling I wasn't expecting to hear. They marked the world with their power and then they left, never to return. This final passage I didn't know what to make of. I reached out for Sylvie or Regis to help, but both had been forced to pull their minds away from mine, unable to stand the effects of King's Gambit. Lord Radix of the Grandis clan stood. His eyes, which sparkled like the multicolored gemstones that studded his belt, studied me intently. His own surprise had quickly subsided, and unlike the dismay that the others had displayed at Rai's utterance, Radix was intent, his eyes darting side to side in an indication that he was thinking rapidly as he considered something. The Titan took a step closer to me, stroking his beard. The mana was moving strangely about him, like it was acting as an extension of his senses, like he could see and feel through the mana itself. Although Radix had a similar signature to Ren, I had never experienced this phenomenon with Ren before. "That is enough, Arthur," Kezis said firmly, his voice tight with carefully concealed frustration and, I thought, even a quiver of fear. I held his gaze for several long seconds before releasing my godrunes and recalling the ether that was providing the glowing effect back into my core. I was left feeling sluggish without the godrune active, and I had to steady myself to keep from wobbling. "You good?" Regis asked, easing back into my thoughts. "It's nothing. There is always some sense of." Sobering up when I release King's Gambit entirely, I answered through the brain fog. "Look sharp, Arthur," Sylvie thought, dragging my attention back to Radix. The Titan rested a hand on my shoulder, forcing me sharply back into the moment as my knees trembled from the unexpected weight of it. Ether flooded my body to strengthen my legs. My shoulder ached, and I realized that Radix was manipulating the density of his own body to somehow test mine. "May I?" he asked, moving around behind me and reaching for the hem of my shirt, forcing Sylvie to step out of the way, her brows raised in surprise. It was all I managed before the Titan had pulled up my shirt to regard the skin of my back. There, I knew he would see the false spell forms that the first Jinn projection had provided, meant to disguise my godsrunes when I was among the Alacrians. What I didn't expect was the tingling I felt within the godrunes themselves. Through my connection with Regis, I felt Radix's eyes trace the connection between us before landing on my companion. Regis's hackles raised defensively, and I could feel Radix's penetrating senses outlining the shape of the destruction rune contained inside Regis's physical form. "I see," the Titan said, his voice an earthquake rumble, and then he returned to his seat. I felt myself frowning, but before I could ask, Nephil beat me to it. "Well, do share with the rest of us, Rad. What's really going on here?" The sylph was floating above her seat again, her hands on her hips, her entire body rotated at a 30-degree angle. Radix leaned back into his seat, his arms crossed, one hand stroking his beard thoughtfully. "I've seen enough to change my mind, and I call for a vote of the Great Eight on the subject of Arthur Leywin's status as a new race of Usura." This sudden proclamation seemed to catch the others off guard. "Now wait just a moment, we need to, but what did you see? It would be beneficial for us all to, blessedly short meeting and then we can. This is not a decision to be rushed." This last was accompanied by a heavy fist slamming down on the charwood table, making it jump and cutting off the other voices as they spoke over each other. The others bristled, even the carefree Nephil, as Ademir glared around at his fellow lords and ladies. His king's force was like the edge of a blade pressed against my throat. "Many of us at this table measure our lives in millennia," he continued, more controlled. "In the centuries I have sat across this table from you, I have never experienced such a sudden urge for immediate resolution." His attention shifted to Rai. "The decision to name Clan Dicathen to the Great Eight to replace the Vritra clan took us 50 years, and even that was a short time in comparison to our deliberation on what to do about Agrona himself. Now faced with a question that, depending on our answer, could very well redefine the nature of our world for the next 10,000 years, we are supposed to vote based on a bare few minutes in the presence of this boy." Ademir's gaze fell to his fist, still pressed against the tabletop. "If you're set on forcing this vote, Radix, then let me be the first to refuse. The Pantheons will not recognize Arthur Leywin or his clan as members of the Asuran race." Anger flushed hot through me. He wasn't just voting against me, but stating plainly that he refused to accept the results of any vote at all. Regis, standing at my side with the flames of his mane snapping around him, reinforced my emotions, but Sylvie attempted to temper us both. "Don't forget that the Pantheons are a warrior race. They meet challenges head-on, and as far as he knows, you are responsible for the deaths of both Tassai and Aldir. It may be that you're not the real source of his anger," Regis added begrudgingly, surprising me. Realizing I was letting myself get frustrated, I channeled Etha into King's Gambit. Only a little, just enough to expand my thoughts out to a few simultaneous threads, which had the added benefit of dampening any emotional reaction I had to the proceedings. "Those are dangerous words, Lord Thyestes," Morwenna said, her eyes narrowing. A slight flush crept up her neck, again emphasizing the subtle patterns in her skin. "Express your opinion as you wish, but remember that we have all sworn to uphold the will of the Great Eight, even when we disagree with its decisions." Rai cleared his throat. Holding direct eye contact with me, he said, "My mind has not changed. I vote that Arthur be named first of his race, head of his clan, and a member of this council." "Sure, me too," Nephil said, looking very seriously up the ceiling, having rotated half around so she was nearly upside down. "Let's see what fate has in store for him." She chuckled suddenly and flew down to nudge Morwenna. "Fate, see what I did there." She giggled happily to herself, apparently oblivious to Morwenna's icy look in response. "I've seen enough," Radix said in answer to the vote he himself called for. "Perhaps in the most traditional sense of the word, Arthur is not an Usura, but whatever transition he has undergone has brought him closer to us than the lessers he was born to." Speaking directly to me, he continued, "I hope, Arthur, that you'll work alongside the grandest clan in more fully exploring these changes in the future. But for now, I agree that you should stand among us." I nodded, not wanting to promise anything yet. Most of my mind was still on Ademir's words as I considered the potential ramifications and fallout if he followed through on his threat to refuse the will of the Great Eight. I couldn't bring myself to believe that his hostility hadn't been accounted for by either Kezes or Varun, which meant that one or the other was likely working directly against him. Ademir shook his head as he stared around the table. "Novice, Morwenna, surely you won't fall victim to the wishful thinking of the others. You must agree with Lord Indrath and me." Morwenna looked up at Kezes, whose floating throne made him slightly taller than any of the others. Kezes nodded. His face was so carefully placid that it seemed almost smug in the absence of expressed emotion. I am in agreement with the others, Novice said simply, his demeanor reserved. Morwenna's head cocked slightly, and she gave Ademir a hard look as she said, I bow to the will and wisdom of the Great Eight. I find myself convinced to, at the very least, give Clan Leywin their place at the table. We shall see what happens beyond that, Ademir scoffed. Almost in desperation, he turned to Varun, but the old Leviathan smiled sadly. I'm sorry, old friend, you know well where I stand on the issue. Ademir's jaw clenched and his expression turned stony. Slowly, defeated, he looked at Kezes as if he already knew what the dragon was going to say. Kezes stood, carefully tossing his wheat-blonde hair. There was a gleam in his lavender eyes as he tugged on the gold-embroidered cuffs of his fine shirt. Sylvie shuffled her feet. Why does this feel staged? Friends, leaders of your respective clans and people, members of the Great Eight, I respect your opinions and thank you for sharing them. His gaze lingered longest on Ademir, and despite calling him a friend, there was no friendship in the look they shared. This body is divided, but the opinion of its majority is clear. While I'll admit I have my reservations, I am nonetheless in agreement. Arthur Leywin has transcended his nature as a human. Despite some draconic aspect, he is not a dragon, making him something entirely new. There was a cadence to his speech that reminded me of watching a play, just as Sylvie had suggested. Arthur Leywin is henceforth named an Usura, his lineage that of an entirely new race. His clan, the Leywins, will transcend the boundaries between human and Usura, even if they themselves do not share his qualities. As leader of his clan, the only clan of his race, he is also immediately offered a place among us here, a member of the Great Eight. It'll need a new name, Neffel said in a stage whisper to Morwenna. Ademir stood and glared at Kezes. The clash of their opposing king's force seemed likely to rip the tower down around us, but it lasted only a moment. Without another word, Ademir spun on his heel, crossed to the nearest balcony door, jerked it open, and flew quickly out of sight. Even Kezes, always so carefully controlled, could not hide a half-formed smirk before he returned his attention to the rest of the group. A chair appeared behind me, and the rest shifted slightly to accommodate it. Those sitting in them hardly seemed to notice. Speaking of names, Arthur, you will have to name yourself, Kezes said, forcing a tight smile to more fully hide his smirk. Have you given any thought to such a thing? I opened my mouth but didn't speak, realizing that I had completely failed to consider what my race might be called. Despite the Usura's decision, I wasn't sure if I'd ever think of myself as anything other than human. I have a suggestion, Varun said. He paused to cough into his hand before giving the others an apologetic smile. Long ago it was theorized that beings of power might one day coalesce out of the barrier between worlds itself, formed of that power and carrying the spark of it as their consciousness. He paused, taking a few breaths before continuing to speak. Their appearance never manifested, but the name we gave their myth still echoes down through the ages today. The Archons, Radix said, steepling his fingers in front of him and breathing through the shape it made. There was a flare of mana, but I couldn't tell what he'd done. Kezes eyed me curiously for several seconds. Arthur Leywin, head of his clan, Archon of the Great Eight, is this acceptable to you? I like it, Regis thought immediately. It's very august, regal, one might even say majestic. Doing my best to ignore him, I addressed Kezes. I accept your offer to be recognized as a member of the Asuran race and the name of Archon. Thank you, to Varun I added. I appreciate everything this council has said. Very well, Arthur Leywin, Lord of the Archon race, welcome to the Great Eight. Now I'm afraid I have other business to attend to, Kezes said abruptly. I encourage each of you to carefully consider what today's decision means for your people. Then, just like that, he was gone. None of the others seemed surprised. Ryan and Novice turned to each other and began speaking in low voices. Morwenna, Radix, and Varun each stood, while Neffel blew over to me on a gust of wind that tossed my hair and made the fabric of my shirt flutter. Oh, but thank the summer grass and winter winds for a short meeting, she said, her tone softening as she released some of the forced cheer she'd held onto throughout the meeting. It is tedious being indoors, don't you think? These meetings would be a lot more productive under the open sky or the boughs of trees. She grew wistful and stared out the window. I think I'll go for a while. I've had enough of great events and the insides of buildings for one day. Neffel's body became incorporeal and mostly invisible, little more than the shape of her drawn in white lines of wind. She grinned, her eyes pressed shut, and she flew out through an open window, did several twirling somersaults, then vanished against the blue sky and floor of white-gray clouds. I've learned of the sylphs, of course, but I expected their queen to be more refined, Sylvie thought as she watched Neffel go. I don't trust her, Regis answered. To be fair, I don't trust any of them, but she seems a little flighty. He gave a barking laugh at his own joke. I held back my groan, focusing instead on Radix, who was reaching for my hand. Thank you for your vote of confidence, I said as I took it. Confidence? His beard twitched with apparent amusement. No, Lord Leywin, do not thank us for what we've done. It isn't a gift, nor does it show confidence. Each of my fellow lords and ladies will have their own reasons, but mine I would call a fledgling understanding. His gemstone eyes sparkled. Until next we meet then. His hand released mine, and the Titan descended the stairs without a glance back. Morwenna gave me the same respectful bow the others had shared when first arriving at the meeting chamber. Do not celebrate this as a victory. It is a responsibility of the highest honor to represent your people among the Great Eight. Our choices shape worlds, Lord Leywin. Moving as stiff and straight as a tree with legs, the Hamadryad followed Radix down the stairs. That was nicely done, Arthur, Varun said, standing straight and unbent now that the proceedings were over. A good show with the Godruns even caught me off guard if I'm being honest. I glanced at the Phoenix and Basilisk and raised my brows slightly. Vera waved away any concerns I had about speaking in front of the others. Lords Avignes and Dicathen are as interested to see what you might accomplish with your new station as I am, Arthur. It may have seemed like a sudden decision today, but we have spoken at length about this possibility. Ryan Novice stood as Varun spoke, and they both nodded their agreement. Before I go, I'd like to extend an invitation to visit my family within my home, Featherwalk Eyrie. It is tradition for a newly named representative of the Great Eight, generally, to travel Ephiatis and present themselves to the other lords. There will be an official ceremony later, of course. Novice gave me a pained smile. I think it took, half a decade to plan the ceremony for my own naming, even after Clan Avignes was promoted to the Great Eight. Clan Dicathen extends the same invitation, of course. At your leisure, Rai added. Unlike Novice, he had a pinched expression and was clearly worrying over something, but he didn't speak his fears aloud. The way things move here may seem very slow to someone used to moving at the speed of lessers, but I'm certain you'll adjust to a somewhat longer-lived pace. We'd be honored to meet your clans, Sylvie said. For the moment, though, our own clan needs to be informed of today's events. Novice and Rai exchanged a look at the words, our own clan, but neither mentioned it. Instead, they wished us farewell for the moment and left out different balcony doors. Might I escort you back to Everburn, Arthur? Varun said, holding open the door Novice had just left from. Of course. Thank you, Varun. As we took flight, I yearned to fully activate King's Gambit to better dissect what had been said during the meeting. I was afraid, however, to give Varun or anyone else who might be watching the wrong impression. Instead, I let my body go on autopilot and turned all the branches of my thoughts to the meeting, aware only of the occasional words shared between Varun and Sylvie as we flew. Of some things I was certain, but the meeting had left more questions than it had provided answers. I was confident that Kezes had manipulated things in order to put a Demir on the outside, but why? Was I just a pawn in some larger game I didn't understand? And were the other lords playing the same game or their own? Am I really being placed on even footing with these ancient beings? Or do they see me as a pet? I could hazard several guesses on why Kezes might really have allowed my ascension. Even if he feigned otherwise, I couldn't discount the fact that I'd just become subservient to him in a way I hadn't been before. And yet I also had a certain equality with him, now recognized officially by the rest of the Great Eight. But how independent are they each, really? Regis thought from where he hovered near my core. That was a good question. Despite their claim that the Great Eight was a ruling council, it had seemed that everything still hinged on Kezes's will. What would have happened if everyone else had been in agreement, but he had still declined? I became distantly aware that someone was speaking to me. I'm sorry, what? Varun gave me an inscrutable look. Forgive me, Arthur, clearly you were deep in thought, which I understand entirely. I do not wish to intrude on your first meeting with your newly named clan, and so I will leave you here. Glancing around, I realized that we were already on the outskirts of the city. Before I go, however, I wish to extend the same offer as Lords Dicathen and Avignes. Please visit me in my home. It is on the very coast of the Great Boundary Sea. I think you will find it worth the journey. There is much yet for us to discuss, I think. I will, of course, I answered, genuinely interested in the Leviathan's home. But first, I'm afraid I need to settle something. My friend Tesha has waited patiently for me here, but it is time for her to return home. Cheerfully stating his understanding, Varun dismissed himself. With a wave, he disappeared into a wave of rolling, frothy sea water. We completed our journey in the air, flying over the rooftops of Everburn. As we approached the residence where my family had been staying, I landed on the sloped roof of a house not far down the street, careful not to dislodge the tiles, and looked down on Ellie, Mom, and Tesha. They were sitting at the table in the small front yard and chatting animatedly with a couple of young dragons who appeared to have stopped on their way past, their arms laden with cloth bags, likely from the market. Everything was going to change now. My life would never be the same, and neither would theirs. The risk suddenly seemed borderline foolhardy, the danger creeping in from every direction. I was a clan of 5, and 2 of them were humans. Sylvie and Regis remained silent, not intruding on my introspection but buttressing me against the weight of my thoughts. We sat like that for a long time, until Mom, Tess, and Ellie all stood and went back inside. I sighed and prepared to inform my family that they'd been promoted to deities. Chapter 490, The Promise, Tessiaeralith. It's so strange always being the center of attention, Alice said as she refilled our glasses with cold water from a pitcher. We're just these very plain people surrounded by actual deities, or at least what we've always thought of as deities, but they're all so interested in us. She stared down into the pitcher, her eyes glazing over. It feels like I've slipped and fallen into someone else's life. I twirled a lock of hair around my fingertip as I considered the dragons we'd been speaking with. I guess I was always the center of attention in a Lenoir, but they seem a lot more interested in the fact that I'm an elf than a princess. The things they ask about, I chuckled and Ellie and Alice laughed alongside me. Yeah, they're kind of weird, Ellie said with an amused smile. One little girl insisted I couldn't really be a lesser because she'd been told lessers could barely speak or stand upright. Well, things here are going to get a whole lot weirder. We all turned toward the door where Arthur had just pushed back the curtain. I began to smile, but the expression faltered as I processed his words and the pained expression on his face. Ellie's hands flew to her face and she slumped back into the seat she'd been hunkering on the edge of. No, they didn't. You can't be serious. Alice's hand began to shake. I quickly took the pitcher from her and set it down on the tile-topped end table before it spilled. You better sit down, Arthur said, rubbing the back of his neck in that silly way he'd done since he was a kid. His words and demeanor could mean only one thing, as Ellie and Alice both seemed to have already guessed. The Ussuras had agreed to Lord Ecalia's proposal. I found myself wishing that Arthur hadn't spent so much of these last couple of weeks away. He would certainly be pulled into other duties, and it was likely there would be little time to work through everything between us that needed to be addressed. Still, I told myself perhaps that was for the best. Maybe what we really needed was time. Forcing myself to appear calm, I took a seat next to Ellie, who had pulled her legs up into the seat tight against her chest. I have officially been named an Ussura, Arthur said. He spoke mostly to his mother, but twice his eyes flicked to mine, almost too rapidly to notice. I'm the first of a new race, an Archon. I felt my eyes glaze over, my thoughts dissociating from my physical presence as I struggled to understand what this meant. So much had changed since we sat above the wall and made our promise to each other. A promise to stay alive, to have a future together, a relationship, a family. It had been a beautiful moment, it was a lovely plan. But Grandpa Virion had taught me early. No plan survives contact with the opponent. Was it fair now, after everything that had happened, to hold Arthur to a sweet promise made naively in the middle of a war that neither of us could control the outcome of? The room had gone silent. I forced myself to focus. Ellie sat beside me, thunderstruck. I could see the gears of her mind working and her mouth moved silently, but she seemed at a loss for words. Alice, on the other hand, was looking at Arthur as if he'd just told her to wrestle a world lion with her bare hands. I shared their feelings, but I couldn't let those feelings run away with me. What happens now? I asked to break the silence. What does this change exactly, and how would this affect Dicathen and Alacria? Arthur hesitated, exchanging a glance with Sylvie. Although a new race has been invented for me, really I'll be a representative for our world among the Ussura. In the end, I think it's necessary to ensure protection for both Dicathen and Alacria. His head drooped slightly. With this authority, I can make sure what happened in a Lenoir never happens again. I nodded, and the conversation continued, Ellie and Alice asking a few questions of their own. Despite my best efforts, the longer we spoke, the wearier I began to feel. Afraid that my control might slip and derail the conversation, I waited for a lull and excused myself, returning to my room and sagging into the bed. Closing my eyes, I breathed deeply and thought back to my lessons. I can't control the world around me, but I can control myself and the way I move within it. It was a lesson my father had tried to drill into my head when I was only a small girl, but I don't think I'd ever truly appreciated his meaning until I lost that control. Outside the room, Arthur continued speaking, although I would have sworn I could feel his gaze lingering on the room curtain separating us. We've been invited. I think it's more of an expectation, honestly, to visit some of the other lords at their homes. Oh, that's... Alice started but then trailed off, her voice weak. I know, Mom, Arthur answered. The sound of his voice changed. He must have moved across the room. I know what I'm asking you to do, and I know how dangerous this is for all of us, but... I took a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm. The idea of being dragged to another Assyrian city made my insides clench like a bloody fist. I missed my family. I missed my home. I was ready to return to Dicathen. I knew a Lenoir was gone, my mother and father were gone, but I wanted to see my grandfather. I wanted to be with elves, to hug them and cry with them, to mourn our shared losses in a way I hadn't been able to do yet. Not while I was locked away beneath Cecilia's will. The rustling of the curtain made me turn my head. I was expecting, or maybe just hoping, to see Arthur there, but I wasn't disappointed when Sylvie stepped into the room and let the curtain fall behind her again. She looked down at me with such understanding that the pressure of sudden tears swelled up behind my eyes as if from nowhere. I sat up, kicked my legs over the edge of the bed, and blinked back the wetness in my eyes. Sylvie eased down next to me. Instead of speaking, she rested her head on my shoulder. We sat there like that, just the two of us, for quite a while. In her presence, I felt myself settling again. She had a way of transporting me out of the moment and taking me back in time to simpler days. It was so strange that the little fox-like beast that used to ride around on Arthur's head had grown into this powerful, empathetic young woman. I could so clearly remember when she'd first hatched in Zestier. I sank into the moment, enjoying the peace and quiet. Instead of worrying about the future, I listened to the rustling our clothes made against the bedsheets with each small movement. I watched as the sunlight refracted through the window to sparkle against the walls. I listened to our breathing as we fell into sync with each other, and sensed the thrumming of Sylvie's mana signature beside me, moving with the same subtle twitchiness as eyes beneath closed lids. Slowly, the tension all released. "Thanks," I said eventually. She reached out and grabbed my hand, taking it in both of her own. "I've wanted to tell you," I started, suddenly awkward. I knew what I wanted to say, but the words themselves seemed difficult to hold on to. "Good luck. You know, when you go to visit the other Usura, you'll protect him." "Never mind, I know you will. I'm sorry I'll miss it, but I need to go home." Her hand squeezed mine. Of course, Arthur told them that they'd have to wait. She regarded me with sudden understanding and then a sympathetic smile. "We're taking you home first, Tesha." The air changed as I stepped out of the portal into darkness. Appearing so suddenly in the cool, dank underground felt almost like waking after Everburn's nearly perfect atmosphere, like Dicathen was more real somehow. My eyes began to adjust, and I found myself standing in the center of a wide, nondescript tunnel. Arthur was already there, having arrived through the portal first. Behind me, Ellie and Boo appeared, followed by Alice and then Sylvie. Our appearance was met by a shout, and we all looked to see several heavily armed dwarven guards hurrying toward us. Behind them was a roughly made wall inset with a small gate. Before they could reach us, another figure came through the portal. Dressed in the same richly appointed militaristic uniform I'd always seen him in, his otherworldly eyes unreadable, Winsome brought the dwarves up short with a glance. On first seeing Winsome, I had been thrown back to the battle between Cecilia, Nico, and him. This dragon had helped General Aldir burn Elenwar to ashes. I was mostly catatonic at the time, but Cecilia's memories of the fight were clear enough. It seemed patently unfair that this dragon was still happily serving his lord, able to flit between our world and his at a moment's notice, while the shattered remnants of my people were cast off and homeless with nowhere to go. "Darv, as requested," Winsome said in his clipped manner. "The city of Vildoriel is beyond that gate." He indicated the guards. "Virion Iralith and a procession of elves are here, though the bulk of the refugees were relocated before Agrona's last attack." The dwarves, finally able to look past Winsome at the rest of us, recognized Arthur immediately. "Regent Leywin, you're alive." The dwarf in charge turned to one of his men. "Go to Lodenhold immediately. Inform Lords Earthborn and Silvershale that—" "Hold that thought," Arthur said, raising a hand. "I have business to attend to, then I'll go to the council myself." The dwarves looked at each other awkwardly, but none of them moved. "Well, Arthur, if there is nothing else, I'm afraid I am too busy to shuttle you around, Lord Leywin," Arthur said, cutting Winsome off. Despite my anger toward Winsome, I couldn't help but flinch at the confrontation of their opposing intents. It wasn't only me, as Alice and Ellie instinctively backed away within the confines of the dim tunnel, and Boo moved to shield them from the conflict. "Of course, Lord Leywin, I apologize." Winsome bowed low, hiding his expression from sight. "No problem, Winsome." Arthur's gaze was penetrating, his tone frosty. "It's quite the change for you to get used to, I know. But I'm certain you will, of course." The Usura feigned an attitude of servility, but I could practically see his irritation seething just beneath his skin. "I'll return in 2 days to open the way back to Ephiatis." "You're dismissed for now then," Arthur said, turning away from Winsome. The dwarven guards, who had watched the exchange like wide-eyed statues, bent into deep bows before Winsome as he turned toward the portal. I caught Ellie and Alice exchange a glance, but neither moved to show any obeisance to him. I raised my chin and stood tall, but he did not look back at any of us before vanishing into the portal, which then melted away. I didn't voice my thoughts out loud to Arthur, but I felt a thrill at seeing him put Winsome in his place. A part of me wished that Arthur had been even crueler. The thought turned sour as soon as I had it. I'm not Cecilia to take pleasure in such things. As Arthur approached the guards and waved for them to stand, I pushed the thoughts away, making room for the jittery nerves I felt at the thought of seeing Grandpa Virion. A hand slid into mine and I looked over at Ellie, who smiled. "You've got that face on again." I gave her an embarrassed smile back. Over the last 2 weeks, she'd started calling me out whenever I had my worried face on. "I'm sorry, I just—" Please don't apologize, Sylvie said from my other side just before taking that hand, so the three of us were walking along in a chain like we were children. You've been through a lot and you've only had a couple of weeks to recover. That kind of trauma could take years just to start unraveling. Geez, thanks, I said teasingly, pulling Sylvie closer so our shoulders bumped together. The three of us all shared a laugh. The guards opened the gate, and Arthur exchanged a few more quiet words with them as the rest of us stepped through into the massive cavern that housed the city of Vildoriel. Wow, I said, turning around to take in the entire cavern. Vildoriel wasn't unlike a beehive that had been turned inside out. Dwellings of all shapes and sizes were carved into the outer walls, while a curving highway circled round and round as it descended, connecting the various levels. Its people, mostly dwarves, moved about busily, some wearing large packs, others dragging carts or leading mana beasts to do it for them. The flow of traffic past us began to slow as people realized that Arthur was with us. He quickly began leading us up the highway as the first shout of "Lance Arthur" resounded through the cavern. The crowd gathered behind us, with many of the dwarves abandoning what they were doing to follow along and shout out their thanks or messages of welcome. But not all of them were glad for his presence. "You abandoned us," one woman yelled. "My boy's dead, the Alacrians killed him when they attacked, and where were you?" Someone tried to grab her, but she shoved them away. "Our regent. Our protector, look at him." This last part was directed at the gathered crowd. "He's no better than the dragons or the Alacrians." "You shut your mouth," a rough-looking dwarf yelled. "They're just letting them all go," another man shouted, gaping at Arthur desperately. "The Alacrians who attacked us, letting them go. Enough with outsiders," the first woman shouted. "Darv for the dwarves. Hang them all by there." Someone else shoved the woman, and a scuffle quickly broke out, interrupting the frenzied tirade. Boo began to growl, interposing himself between Ellie and the aggressors. Arthur hadn't paid the shouting any mind, but now he stopped and turned back. As physical blows started to fly, he waded into the melee, separating the dwarves with his presence alone. The brawl ended as abruptly as it began. A group of nearby guards who had started in our direction hesitated and glanced at each other nervously. "I'm sorry for your loss," Arthur said, his voice soft enough that the dwarves around him had to strain to listen. "I'm sorry for all who lost loved ones in this war, whether it was in the last battle or the first one years ago," he continued, looking around at everyone. "I know all kinds of rumors must have spread in the absence of factual information over these last couple of weeks. Don't fall prey to those who would feed on your fears. I am on my way now to explain everything to your leaders. They will share the truth soon enough." Wide-eyed, sweating dwarves watched as Arthur moved among them. A couple even reached out, their fingers brushing his arm or the back of his hand. They lingered there as we moved on, the whole crowd just kind of standing in the highway, clearly uncertain what to do now. "Well, it's to be expected, I suppose," Ellie said softly, almost as if she were talking to herself. "I hope everyone else is okay." "We'll find out soon enough," Arthur said over his shoulder. The highway led directly to the Dwarven Palace, but Arthur did not take us to see the Dwarven Lords. Instead, he guided us into a series of smaller tunnels and eventually to a very long switchback stair. We passed through a small cave into something I hadn't expected at all. I knew that Arthur was leading us to Grandpa Virion, and it felt like we'd climbed nearly all the way to the surface to reach this chamber, but even then I would have expected desert. Not this. A gorgeous oasis within all the stone opened up before us. The grotto was brightly lit by little bobbing lights that floated and danced over verdant green moss and emerald vines that grew to hide the walls. Most amazing of all, though, was the large tree that filled up the center of the grotto. I recognized its broad leaves and pink buds immediately. "This tree is from Elshire Forest, and gives this place its name," Arthur said softly. "This is the Elshire Grove. It's beautiful," I said, looking around again. This time my focus caught on a patch of ground where the moss had been cleared away in favor of dark, fresh soil. Many seedlings poked up in neat rows. It was among the seedlings that I first sensed my grandfather's signature, and my head jerked back to the tree just as he stepped out of the small house grown into its branches. "Arthur, is that you?" His voice trailed off as he looked down from the balcony of the small treehouse. A fear I had been quietly nursing came rushing forward. Cecilia had done terrible things while wearing my face, my body. The average dwarf on the street might not have recognized me, or her, by sight, but I was terrified that my grandfather would see not me but her. I didn't think I could stand to see a look of horror on his face at my appearance. And yet, as his jaw slackened and his eyes grew wide and sparkling, a light seemed to shine through from within him. There was nothing like apprehension or horror on his face, and in an instant I watched as years of fear and hardship melted from him. He sprang over the balcony rail, fell lightly to the ground over a dozen feet below, and sprinted toward me. "Tesha," he choked, his throat constricted with emotion. Already feeling myself beginning to break, I ran to meet him. We collided and Grandpa flung his arms around me. I collapsed into them, a desperate sob racking my body. All the stress, anxiety, confusion, and existential dread I had felt over the last 2 weeks burst out of me like I'd cast a water attribute spell from my eyes. Grandpa sank down to his knees, holding me like he'd done when I was just a child. He made calming noises and petted my hair. I lacked the wherewithal to feel shame or guilt at this display in front of Arthur and his family. How did you know? I gasped out through choked sobs, desperate for him to understand. You're my granddaughter, he said, his rasping voice as comfortable as a weighted blanket. One look at you is enough. As I continued to cry, it wasn't just the last couple of weeks that poured out of me. I couldn't easily calculate the exact length of time I had spent behind Cecilia, from the moment Elijah, Nico, captured me in a Lenoir to the final fateful hours after I helped Cecilia escape the relictums and return to Agrona. A year, probably more, but it felt like a lifetime. 2 lifetimes. I'd died and been reborn an entirely changed person. And all of it, every agonizing moment of sharing mental space with the stunted, damaged child that was Cecilia, the memories of all the horrible things she'd done while in my body, all the memories of Arthur's past life that Cecilia had shared, both the real and the invented ones, every strange thing I'd experienced and discovered. It all came pouring out of me. Arthur was speaking. He said something about Agrona and the Ussera, explaining where we'd been for the last couple of weeks and why he didn't bring me home sooner. I'm sorry, I wish I could stay, but there are several other people I really need to speak to, and I'm not sure how long I'll be in Vildoriel, he finished. We'll give you some time. Just to be in each other's company. My sobbing subsided, and I wiped my eyes and began to disentangle myself from my grandfather. He held me protectively, but I smiled up at him. No need to hold me so tightly, Grandpa. I promise I'm not going anywhere, but I need a moment alone with Arthur before he goes, just a moment. The brat's had you for 2 weeks already, Looking into my eyes, he trailed off. His face was an indecipherable mess of conflicting emotions forged into a single expression, but joy and trust shone through brightest of all. With an understanding smile, he helped me stand and took a few steps back. Sylvie, Ellie, and Alice gave me hugs in turn and assured me they'd be back to help me get settled in. Arthur then sent them ahead, explaining he would catch up before leading me to stand by the small arboretum full of seedlings. I bent down and ran my fingers through the soil. It was the richest I had ever seen, teeming with earth attribute mana. There is a touch of Ephiatus in this. It was a gift from Aldir, a token, something to help make up for what he did, Arthur explained. Not that anything could. I'd already heard the truth of what had happened to Aldir, the Ussera who'd burned my home. This information brought me no peace, but I couldn't help the spark of homesickness and hope that the Elshire trees brought me. What did you want to say? Arthur asked, leaning down beside me and pretending to examine the leaves of a tree. Really, though, all his attention was on me. He was taut as a drawn bowstring. I don't want to say the wrong thing or belabor it, so I'll try to be straightforward, I said, the words rushing out of me. A lot has changed, Arthur, too much, everything. He opened his mouth to speak, but I pushed on, afraid that if I didn't, I'd lose my nerve. We said it before, the promise we made, the moment and the words we shared, it was all so beautiful, and it was real. And it was important. There were so many times I wanted to just give up, to let myself fade or sacrifice myself to destroy Cecilia. In the end, it was that promise between us that gave me the strength to survive when death was so much easier. But the truth is, I'm not the person you made that promise to anymore. And I'm not the person you thought I was when you made that promise, Arthur said plainly. He was calm, serious, understanding. I shook my head and my hair fell down in front of my eyes. I know who you are, Arthur, I do really. And that's why I'm releasing you from the promise we made. Thank you for making it. I'll cherish that moment forever, but I won't cling to it at the expense of the world's future. I stood, brushing back my hair. Arthur immediately raised a hand to wipe away my tears, but there were none. He hesitated. I took his hand in both of mine and held it between us as I leaned forward and pressed my lips against his. My heart broke at the softness of his lips and the unsteady rhythm of his pulse, but my resolution didn't wane. The heart wants what the heart wants, but my spirit was at ease with my decision. Pulling away, I let myself dive into the twin golden orbs of his eyes. They really were the most beautiful eyes I'd ever seen. Be careful, Arthur, I heard myself say, barely cognizant of the words. Don't lose yourself in all of this. I let his hand slip out of mine, and I turned away, knowing he needed me to. I could feel the intensity of his gaze on my back like the rays of the sun, and I bore it. Chapter 491, Homecoming, Arthur Leywin. As I watched Tesha walk away from me, my fingers went automatically to my lips where I could still feel her kiss lingering. Her words played over and over in my mind. I'll cherish that moment forever, but I won't cling to it at the expense of the Wo3 RLD's future. It was exactly as I'd feared. Too much had happened for us to simply pick back up where we'd left off. The world's future, I clenched and unclenched my fist. It always came down to that, didn't it? Putting the world first. Had there ever been room for me to be happy? Somehow, I knew that wasn't what fate had intended for me. Memories of my time in the final keystone came back, spilling into my cracking emotions like the incoming tide. I'd seen versions of my life where I had love and where it was taken away from me every single time. Every decision, every bit of unusual luck, every coincidence had pushed me inexorably toward my meeting with fate, and its aspect cared only for one thing. Any part of my life where I had found some semblance of love or companionship had only been a stepping stone in the path fate laid before me. My eyes closed as the weight of that expectation grew heavy beyond even my ability to support it. Is there really no room for anything else? Comfort radiated outward from my core, and I felt my burden ease as Regis and Sylvie both moved in to take on some of the load. She's doing what she thinks you need, Sylvie sent, her thoughts bobbing along in the floodwater of my memories like silver lights beneath the surface. She still cares about you, Arthur, so much that she'd sacrifice the one thing she wants from you. You yourself, I know what you're feeling obviously, but take it for what it really is, Regis added softly as he manifested from my core to appear next to me. If everything she said wasn't a big old profession of her unyielding love, then I'm a guppy. Tesha was nearly to the base of the tree. Virion was walking beside her, but he kept shooting furtive glances back over his shoulder at me. Ether radiated down my back to the cluster of godrunes. My mind unraveled into dozens of separate threads, each one capable of holding individual thoughts, examining specific arrays of information, identifying patterns in sequence with the other expanded branches of my consciousness. I couldn't afford to be selfish. The entire world couldn't afford for me to be selfish, as Tesha had suggested. Every decision I make could send out ripples that would topple continents or end timelines. I'd seen it over and over again inside the Keystone. And so, my conscious mind a network of interconnected lightning bolts of thought, I examined every failed opportunity I had seen in the Keystone, every moment of connection with Tesha throughout my life, every indication I had about what potential future might lie ahead for both of us. Regis and Sylvie pulled away, withdrawing their buttressing support as they shielded their minds from the cascade of information. The crown atop my head grew brighter as my brain thrummed with ether-driven introspection. I couldn't afford to be selfish, but I couldn't afford to be hopeless. Connection, care, hope, love, Gray had lacked these things. I, as Arthur, had made them my strength and the purpose for my reincarnation. Perhaps Agrona had something different in mind for me. Fate did too. Outside forces had been responsible for my rebirth, but that didn't mean they could dictate what I did with my new life as they had for Cecilia. Hadn't I made fate itself change its mind? Etha branched out from King's Gambit into Realmheart and God's Step, and I was pulled almost without effort or thought into the etheric pathways. I appeared in the air before Tesha and Virion. Light from my body painted their upturned faces pink. Virion bit his lip and took several steps back, his gaze falling to his feet. Slowly, I floated down until I was hovering only a few inches off the ground. There, I gestured at my own body. This is what I am now, Tess, what I am made to find my future more than who I am or who I want to be. I released the godrunes and settled back onto the ground. The light dimmed as the crown and runes faded away. I've changed in ways that I can't describe with words, and so have you. The people who stood above the wall and promised to have a future together are gone, and so is the promise they made. I paused, reaching out to take her hand, unsure if she'd reciprocate. When her fingers closed gently around mine, I continued. The future is uncertain, and any promise now would be a lie, but the past we've shared is set in stone, and nothing can take it away from us. I love you, Tesha, and nothing will ever change that. I don't need a promise to hold me to that. Tesha did not weep or go weak in the knees. She didn't throw herself at me and plead her love. Her grip tightened around my hand and she pulled me toward her gently but firmly. Our arms wrapped around each other. Her head rested against my chest. I felt how our breath and our heartbeats fell into rhythm. Mana stirred within her core and Etha within mine. The two forces pushed and pulled at one another just as they did in the atmosphere. You're lying, she said softly into the cloth of my shirt. I pressed my trembling smile to her gunmetal hair. I'm not. Tesha and I stood together like that for quite some time before she pulled back just enough to look up at me. You let me build myself up for this grand gesture for the last 2 weeks for nothing, you know. I let out an embarrassed chuckle, then looked at her more seriously. Everything has just gotten so big. I can't promise you much of a love story. No, maybe not. Her understanding smile cut me to my core. But if our feelings for each other can survive everything we've been through, what else could fate throw at us? I didn't answer right away. I wanted to explain everything about fate and the ether realm right then and there, but even thinking about it was daunting. Her expression faltered. We take what comes, we'll have to learn about each other all over again. It may still come to the point where we just don't work. I meant what I said about not clinging to the past. I caressed her cheek. I'm going to have to go back to Ephiatis in a couple of days. And I'll be staying here at least for now, she answered, her eyes darting to Virion. She didn't need to explain more than that. She needed time with her family, her people. I wanted to stay there with her, to linger in the afterglow of our reconnection. It was difficult to conceive of the fact that only minutes earlier, it seemed as if our stumbling relationship was truly coming to an end. But there was no time. She read the thought on my face. Your family is waiting for you, go. Be the hero Dicathen needs. Running my fingers through her hair, I pulled her gently toward me. This time when our lips touched, it wasn't stained by a goodbye. The following farewell was short and bittersweet. We embraced and promised not to wait too long before speaking again. When we finally released each other, Virion stepped in, his own arms stretched out wide. I laughed, and the somberness of the moment eased. About time, brat, he mumbled into my ear as we hugged. My steps were light as I left the grove behind, turning only once to wave to Tesha and Virion, who stood at the base of the tree and waved back. Tesha's eyes were dry, but a single tear dripped down Virion's cheek. I found Mom, Ellie, Boo, Regis, and Sylvie waiting for me just outside, joking half-heartedly about the long climb back down the stairs after such a short stay. Ellie, a small frown playing across her face, regarded me curiously. Everything okay? I suppressed a goofy grin as the butterflies of this renewal fluttered in my stomach. Of course, she's in good hands. Come on, we have quite a few people to talk to. I told you so, Regis thought. Grand gestures, nice touch with the whole Godrune Archon form thing. It was just the right amount of dramatic. Sylvie gave him a nudge with her hip. Don't tease, this has been an emotional breakthrough for him. Although if I can offer a bit of constructive criticism, you could have conjured the armor too, since you're going for the whole knight in shining armor trope. I burst out with a surprised laugh, prompting Ellie to complain that we were all talking in our heads again. As we descended back toward Lodenhold, however, I tried to turn my thoughts to everything else that needed done while I was in Dicathen. It was incredibly difficult to take my mind off Tesha, and after a few minutes, I admitted defeat and channeled a lesser charge to King's Gambit, splitting my consciousness into multiple branches and giving me space to focus. My first priority, and the closest, was to deliver news of everything that had happened to the Dwarven clan lords. We found Lodenhold abuzz with activity. I sent word with a runner that I wanted to see the council as soon as possible. While we waited, guards, clerks, and members of the various guilds came and went at a frenzied pace. My appearance was no less noticed within the palace than it had been after our arrival, but the dedicated folk there did not stop in their duties to speak with us. We were still standing there when a familiar face unexpectedly passed by. Kara, she jerked to a halt, startled. Arthur, she said after a moment, stumbling over my name. You're back. You're alive. Waiting for a group of guildsmen to pass by, she hurried over to us. Ellie grabbed her hand and squeezed, and Mom patted her on the shoulder. We've been worried sick. Even Saris, although she tries not to show it, she said. What's going on? I asked, focusing on a bundle of scrolls in her arms. She quickly explained, connecting the dots with what the dwarves had been shouting earlier. No wonder they're upset, Sylvie thought. It's the right thing to do, but that's not an easy sell to a wounded and angry populace. Ellie had listened raptly. How are Seth and Mela and their friends? We kind of got kidnapped right after the battle. Kara's brows rose. Not really, Ellie quickly clarified, but kind of. They seem to be holding up fine, Kara said slowly. I'm sure they'd be glad to see you before they return to Alacria. They're still closed up in the prison, but the guards might let you in if you throw your brother's name around. Ellie looked at me for permission. I looked at Mom, who rolled her eyes and nodded. Smiling at us happily, Ellie hurried off to go visit her friends, Boo trundling protectively after her. She only remembered to turn and say goodbye to Kara when she was almost to the huge palace doors. As we were watching her go, the dwarven runner I'd spoken to earlier returned. Lance Arthur, the lords will be with you shortly. I can take you too. I'll be speaking to them on his behalf, Sylvie said, sensing my desire to finish my conversation with Kara. The dwarf looked unsure, but when Sylvie marched past him toward the corridor that led to the Hall of Lords, he had no choice but to scramble after. My mother touched my elbow lightly. Actually, Art, all this marching all over Vildoriel has left me a bit tired. I'd like to go check in at home if that's okay. Of course, I said, looking over her with worry. She was a little peaky, and there were dark circles forming under her eyes and a drag to her movements. It was as much mental as physical, but nothing that some rest and a return to normal wouldn't cure. If things ever returned to normal, I thought. We shared a quick side hug, and she followed in Ellie's footsteps out of the palace. I reordered my thoughts with one branch of King's Gambit as I turned my attention back to Kara. Despite the fact that it was incredibly busy in Lodenhold, the crowd was loud and bustling enough that we could easily speak in confidence. Thank you, by the way. Ellie told me about the battle. You don't thank me, she said, an edge to her voice. It was exactly as you feared. You were right to distrust me. Her sentiment surprised me. Even with King's Gambit partially powered, the threads of my thoughts had been so focused that I hadn't noticed Kara's agitation. Now I looked closer. She stood stiffly, and her eyes regularly jumped to the nearby dwarves, scanning their faces and hands warily. When she wasn't speaking, her jaw was clenched tight. Her gaze returned to me every couple of seconds, and when she looked at me, her lips twitched in a suppressed frown. Regis manifested out of me in a flash of amethyst fire. Some of the closest dwarves startled, but Kara gave him a fond smile. "What are you even talking about?" he said in his rough way. "You didn't succumb to Agrona's will, you didn't attack any Dicathians, right? When that whole fate shockwave thing happened, we didn't even sense you get smacked like the rest of the Alacrians. You're separate from him." He shot me a look that was almost a glare. "Listen, Art was neck-deep in King's Gambit when he was planning all that stuff, and what he said about you," she chuckled bitterly. "I'd still have died if not for Ellie. My own runes were going to rip me apart. And then, just minutes later, my blood, who had done their damnedest to escape Agrona's control, arrived to hunt for you, Arthur, fighting and killing your people because Agrona made them. So no, Regis." Arthur was right. The self-deprecation of her tone conjured a guilt that clawed at my insides, even through the thin veil of King's Gambit. Kara and I had faced a lot together. I regretted that my words had broken her down, making her doubt herself now. Agrona is defeated. He can't control, threaten, or hurt your people again. I'm glad Saris was able to make Sapin's and Darv's leaders see sense. But you didn't mention, are you going to stay or return to Alacria with your people? She looked searchingly into my eyes, but I wasn't sure exactly what she hoped to find there. After a long pause, she swallowed and looked away. "My blood has been shattered, my brother's dead, Corbett and Lenora are." She gave a small shrug. "I'm needed in Alacria. I understand." I considered what to say very carefully. I could tell that part of her agitation was related specifically to me, but I didn't think it was regarding the false trails I had set for Agrona's soldiers. No, this seemed more personal, more like she was surrendering something. And Kara, her eyes returned to mine. There was a hopeful bent to her guarded expression. "I am sorry," I said, her brows knit together and she seemed to shrink in on herself slightly. "Don't be." Swallowing heavily, she shuffled the scrolls in her arms and cast about for something else to say. "Did you, the legacy, Tesha Iralith, is she?" I nodded and gestured upwards. "With Virion now? Good." Despite this response, her body was suddenly tense as she straightened again. "That's good, I'm happy for you, Arthur, really." Her focus fell to the scrolls in her arms. "I'm sorry, but I really do need to go. There's a lot to do." She rearranged the scrolls so she could rub Regis's head and give him a quick scratch behind the ear. Then, catching me off guard, she leaned against me and pulled me into a hug. We lingered there like that, lost in the crowd. There was a catharsis to the contact, but not mine. It felt like goodbye. When she finally released me, she straightened her scrolls, opened her mouth as if to speak, gave me an uncertain smile, and turned away. "What was that?" Regis thought, looking up at me. "What?" I asked absent-mindedly, my thoughts muddy. I'd inadvertently released King's Gambit, I realized. That was like 6 hippopotamuses. I blinked down at him. "Hippo what?" He rolled his bright eyes as if I were being inordinately stupid. "Listen, princess, the standard hug is 3 hippopotamuses tops, 6 is borderline scandalous." I didn't reply to Regis, only stood and watched until she had left the hall. It might have only been seconds or maybe several long minutes before I moved again, blinking back the sluggish aftereffects of channeling King's Gambit. I turned my head, looking for the source of a strong mana signature that had caught my attention enough to pull me from the fugue. I didn't recognize the shouts of dismay until I saw the huge hammer swinging at my face. Raising my arms, I blocked the blow with crossed forearms. The force of it sent me sliding backwards across the glossy tiles of the floor, my heels gouging shallow trenches through them. Snarling and flaring with angry purple flames, Regis gathered himself to spring. "Stop," I ordered him, staring at Micah. "What's wrong?" Sylvie sent from where she was meeting with Lord Silvershale, 2 of his sons, and a couple of other lords. I'm fine," I answered, not wanting her to become distracted. Her conversation was just as important as the one I was about to have. Micah was floating off the ground, so our eyes were level. She was puffing angrily, her cheeks apple red. "Liar," she shouted, brandishing her massive hammer. Her knuckles were white around the haft. "Do you even know what you did? Vere almost died. Your own sister almost died." Micah was at the wall and watched 100 adventurers defend your lie with their lives. She flew forward a foot, her hammer coming up as if she was going to strike again, but she held herself in check. "We were your friends, Arthur. You could have told us, we could have helped, so why?" I let out a shaking breath, sagging. I'd known this was a possibility, but there was no choice, Micah. Agrona's been ahead of us the whole time, well before the war even started. Everything comes down to the aspect of fate. Everything. I didn't know how much time I'd need or how Agrona would respond, but I knew I needed to succeed. And so you created secret plans and convinced people to protect nothing at the cost of their lives. Small price to pay when you're the chosen one with the weight of worlds on your shoulders, I suppose. Her good eye shone furiously. Maybe ask the twin horns how they feel about that. A bitter worry settled into my guts. The hall was silent now and still. The many dwarves who'd been passing through stood frozen in place, watching raptly, a collage of emotions from terror to bloodthirsty excitement on display across their faces. Those who fought against Agrona, who died fighting, did so to protect their homes and families, and they succeeded. Despite my fear for the twin horns, I kept both my voice and my expression firm. My gaze swept across the onlookers, making eye contact with many of them. Don't cheapen their sacrifice by suggesting it was for nothing. She let out an expansive breath and seemed to deflate. The hammer in her hands fell apart into sand, which in turn seeped down into the cracks in the floor I'd made. I expected better of you, Arthur. She lifted off the ground and, without looking at me, flew out of the palace, leaving a gust of wind in her wake. I opened my mouth to call her back, but thought better of it. Instead, I quickly considered everyone who I'd worked with in preparing for the fourth keystone, and who might know more of what had happened outside of Vildoriel during Agrona's attack. If Micah knew something more, it was likely that her father or the other dwarven lords did as well, but I didn't want to intrude on Sylvie's meeting, which she had well in hand. Instead, I brought Regis back into my core and then flew out of Lodenhold after Micah. Instead of following the highway, I went over the edge, flying straight down to the Earthborn Institute. The dwarves there shouted out in alarm as I flew over the wall and straight to the open doors, but I didn't bother waiting for them to identify me. Instead, I headed straight for the simple chambers my mother and sister had been allowed to live in. The front door was closed but not locked, and I let myself in. Mother was sitting on the couch, a letter held loosely in her hands. Tears rolled freely down her pale face. My heart sank and I hurried to her side. Wordlessly, she held up the letter. I scanned it quickly, then read it a second time more slowly, making sure I understood its contents. Angela Rose, I said hollowly. No. Regis sank deeper into my core, his grief seeping through our connection and amplifying my own. Mom rested a hand on my forearm, but she didn't look at me. The letter went into some detail regarding the attack and its results. Angela died defending the chamber where I'd told them I'd be hiding. I'd known Cecilia would be able to sense my signature, that Agrona's forces would be drawn to those locations. This had always been a possibility. You tell your mom we're going to take good care of you, all right. Those had been her last words to me. Had I told her, I thought back but struggled to remember everything from the weeks of preparation. I'd had King's Gambit active nearly all the time then, with my mind racing in a dozen directions all at once. It made the memories muddy and difficult to parse. I must have, I thought. It wasn't the kind of detail I'd have missed at that moment. The letter contained more than just this news, though. Durden is retiring. I couldn't find this surprising, nor what else the letter said. Adam, my father, Angela Rose. Half of the adventuring party had given their lives to the fight against Agrona. The twin horns are disbanding, Mom said. She leaned back and stared up at the ceiling. I thought the name at least would live on forever, or at least. Oh, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. As long as there is a Helen Shard, I thought there'd be the twin horns. The tone of the letter was disciplined, factual. Written by Helen herself, it avoided casting blame, and Helen even asked about me. Have you heard from Arthur? Jasmine and I hope beyond hope that wherever he was, he accomplished what he set out to do. I'm certain he had a good reason for making us believe his life was in our hands. Reading between the lines, in the strokes of the quill and the cool detachment of the language, I saw her pain. Not just at the loss of Angela, which must have still been raw when this letter was written, but at the reason for her death. I'm not going to tell you not to blame yourself, Mom said, finally turning to regard me. She reached for the letter which she sat on the table and then took my hands. Knowing you, I'm sure you already are, but I also know that this is something you accounted for, so. She had to swallow down the emotion forming a lump in her throat. So you can blame yourself, but not forever. Because the more you wallow in that blame, the longer you make Angela's life and mission about yourself and not her. You should remember who she was and what she did. Don't simplify her life down to just her death. Keep doing what you need to Arthur, but you more than anyone else also need to look at the big picture. I don't blame myself, Mom. I accept responsibility for what has happened. There's a difference. She pulled me to her so my head rested on her shoulder. Her tears had dried and we existed in a shared mournful fatigue. I let myself be transported back in time to when I was only a toddler. Had that been the last time she held me like this? Real memories blended with the false ones from the Keystone, and I found myself second-guessing my own thoughts. I should visit Helen in Blackbend, she said after a while. The letter didn't mention anything about a service. I don't know what I can do, but go, I said, softly encouraging. Take some time. Winsome won't be back for us until the day after tomorrow. We settled into mournful silence. I'm sorry about Angela, Arthur, Sylvie thought, her tone suggesting that she had been waiting to speak without interrupting me. The dwarves. struggled to accept that the war is really over despite their agreement to release the Alacrians. They still want to speak to you, and they'd like you to be present when the prisoners are sent home tomorrow. Tomorrow. I thought back, remembering the bustle around Lodenhold. I should have put it together myself that it would be happening so soon. Good, yes, we'll be there. My mind trailed back along the tracks of the emotional roller coaster I had been on since leaving Ephiatis and even before. Tesha's release of our promise and our attempt to start over, giving ourselves and each other a chance to learn again who we are. Kiraz's goodbye, the violent exchange with Micah, the news of Angela Rose. A homecoming fit for what I had to do. Chapter 492, Amateurs, Alaric Maer, a low roar like the lapping of waves on a distant shore, hot red light pushing through closed lids, pain fuzzy around the edges. I opened my eyes, regretted it, and closed them again. In that brief, blurry look at the world around me, I confirmed only that I was in a small, dimly lit room. More carefully this time, I opened only my left eye. The room was plain, unadorned except for the rough cot I was currently lying on and the chamber pot in the corner. My wrists, I realized, were shackled with mana suppression cuffs. The low roar was the blood drumming in my own ears, as if there were a tiny, angry man hammering his way out of my skull. The hot red light was the backlash. The bastards didn't even give me time to recuperate before slapping these unadmakers on. I could have died. It was something, though, that they hadn't cared enough to make sure I survived. That meant they didn't really need me, which in turn meant there was only a limited amount of damage I might be able to do if the Redwater whelp and his scythe leash holder broke me. The memory of those last moments was coming back in bits and pieces. Edmund's death, Darren's ill-fated attempt to save me, the soulfire. "You better be alive, boy," I said aloud, my tongue thick and my voice raw. I pictured Darren's eyes as Wolfram Bloody Redwater's sulfur danced behind them, and bile rose up in the back of my throat. Something bumped against the wall just to my left. I leaned closer, pressing my ear to the wall. I attempted to imbue mana into my ears to enhance my hearing, but of course this failed. "Who's there?" There was no immediate response, and so I knocked twice on the wall. "Keep it down," a man hissed from the other side. "We're not allowed to speak to each other." "Who are you?" I said, modulating my voice to a low rumble that I knew would carry through the wall without sounding across the entire complex, wherever we were. A few seconds passed before the timid response. "No one, just an instiller from Tigran Selim. You don't need to know me." I felt a jolt of interest that helped to clear my head, and I sat up in the cot. Tigran Selim. Is it true the fortress turned against everyone who was there after the shockwave? "What? I'm sorry, I can't say. I don't know much, only that I barely got out." A pause. "If they hear us talking, they'll hurt us," I snorted. "They likely intend to kill us both anyway." When this didn't engender confidence in the instiller, I tried something else. "I was brought in with a man named Darren. Do you know if he's in one of the rooms nearby?" "No, I don't know." "The guards don't speak around us." Another hesitation. "None of the other rooms were open when you got dropped off, though, at least not close to me. I'd have heard." I let my head knock against the wall in irritation, but I wasn't too worried yet. Wolfram hadn't needed the threat of killing Darren to get me here. He'd already defeated me. There was no reason he'd have brought us both if they didn't have some plan for Darren as well, which meant he was probably still alive. Unless I've been unconscious for longer than I think. The shadowy figure of Cynthia sat down on the foot of the cot. "You can tell from the depth of your cottonmouth that it's been a few hours or so. The cuffs have chafed your skin, but they haven't broken through from your tossing and turning." I sat up and considered the cuffs, trying to ignore the hallucination. They were standard-issue mana suppression cuffs, reliant on exterior runes. By destroying the right runes, it was possible to disable them. Then, with my mana back, it wouldn't be too much trouble to break out of them. I knew this, but I didn't act immediately. "Good boy, Al," the Phantom said, bending forward slightly and looking at me in my periphery. "You ended up right where you wanted to be, so there's no hurry to get out of here, not before learning more about what's happening. Right now, only your enemies know who this runaway instiller is and what was on that recording. That's priority." "Darren is priority, the fool," I grumbled, leaning back on the cot and kicking my feet up so they passed through the hallucination. There was nothing else to do then but wait. As it turned out, I didn't have to wait for very long. Only about an hour later, I was roused by the sound of heavy-booted steps stopping outside my door. I'd listened carefully to the guard walking up and down the hallway, memorizing his timing, but he'd never stopped before. They were coming for me. As the door was unbolted, I stood and placed myself in the center of the small room. The door swung inward, just missing the foot of the cot. "I demand to be taken to the proprietor of this establishment," I said. The soldier, a young man, striker by the looks of him, took a single step in, his mouth open as if to say something. He startled slightly and pointed a short sword shakily at my chest. Clearly, he'd been expecting me to be unconscious or too battered to move. "Hey, what are you sorry, what?" he asked haltingly. I snorted. The service here is abysmal, the bed's shit, and I rattled the short chain of the manacles. The provided sleepwear was damnably uncomfortable. An older soldier pushed the young man aside, smirked at my joke, and drove his gauntleted fist into my mouth. With no mana, I didn't have the response time to dodge and took the full force of the blow. My lips split open with a shock of bright pain, and my mouth filled with blood. The soldier caught me before I fell, then half dragged, half pushed me past him. I stumbled out into the hall, lost my balance, and fell headlong into the opposite door, which shook from the blow. Someone gave a frightened shout from within, and the guards yelled for her to shut up. Two of them grabbed me under my arms and dragged me back to my feet, then I was being hauled bodily down the corridor. It took a minute to shake off the knock, but by the time we were outside, my head was clear again. The indistinct silhouette of a woman and her babe looked sadly out at me from the shadows beneath a nearby gazebo. Aside from ghosts and loyalist mages, the Central Academy campus seemed to be all but empty. The students were gone, as was the staff. Whatever folk Scythe Dragoth had under his command, they were out of sight as well. Most of the buildings were dark, and with the cuffs on, I couldn't sense any mana signatures at all, leaving me feeling blind. They dragged me past the reliquary, which was under heavy guard, and the ancient portal frame sans portal that the Academy was so proud of. I was familiar enough with the campus from my previous exploits there, but when they hauled me down a narrow alley toward a squat building, I realized I didn't know where we were going. "No time to visit the staff baths then?" I asked. Bending my head, I sniffed my underarm loudly. I'd hate to show up to my date with sweet old Dragoth smelling like oof. An elbow came up into my jaw, snapping my teeth together. I felt around my mouth with my tongue, making sure everything was still in its proper place. The building I was dragged into had a sterile air. Portraits of instillers I didn't recognize lined the entryway, and then we descended a dark but clean stairwell. I guessed that we went down 2 floors before I was hauled through a door, down a corridor, a left, a right, and then through another door into a dimly lit room. It wasn't large, but was nonetheless cramped with tools and workbenches along its exterior. The middle of the chamber was dominated by what appeared to be a surgical table, complete with straps to bind a patient. The soldiers tossed me roughly onto the table, and then instead of tying me down, began to drive their fists and elbows into me, striking my stomach, chest, legs, and arms with ruthless efficiency. I curled in on myself, shielding myself as best as I could, not bothering to shout or plead with them. Stars exploded behind my eyes as a stray punch caught me in the cheek and bounced my head off the metal table. I felt my body going limp as my mind lingered at the very edge of consciousness, no longer caring about the assault, but a muffled command sank into my ringing ears, and the attack halted. My arms and legs were jerked into place, and by the time I came back to my senses, the straps around my wrists, ankles, throat, and waist had been secured. I coughed up blood and spat off the side of the table. One of the soldiers cursed and jumped back as red spittle sprayed across his shins. "He's a tough old piece of rawhide, you have to give him that." My head swam as I turned toward the source of the voice. I was disappointed to find Wolfram of High-Blood Redwater instead of Scythe Dragoth himself, his 2 different colored eyes sparkling with amused malice. Or maybe that was just the stars I was seeing. He approached, manifesting out of the corner like one of my hallucinations. Before speaking again, he pressed a hand against my chest. Black flames erupted from his flesh and burrowed into mine. My jaw clenched and my body bucked despite my best efforts. Every nerve in my torso burned like a candle wick under my skin. "Why was your man digging around at the academy?" Wolfram asked, leaning down to peer at me. I sucked in a choking, desperate breath against the pain. "Looking for evidence," I ground out through clenched teeth. "Evidence of what?" he demanded. That. I paused, forced to swallow, hoping I didn't choke to death on my tongue. "That your mother was a mountain goat," Wolfram smirked. "Your old Alaric, only a little life force left, and it's burning away by the second. Each word you utter should be spoken with care, it could be your last." "Then I'll make sure not to waste them," I shot back, forcing out a chuckle that turned into a bubbling cough as blood seeped up the back of my throat. He patted my shoulder, "And I'll try not to kill you too quickly." The questions continued, the pain came and went. It was better when it stayed, lingering, consistent, the mind adapted to it. But the flames jumped and danced, falling only to swell again, burning first in one part of my body then another. It was agony, and soon enough my jokes grew half-hearted and ill thought out. I lost track of what Wolfram had asked or how I'd answered. Names and locations, the structure of the organization, information on Ceres. Through the fog of pain, I recognized the tactic. He was verifying information he had already received from others and getting a baseline for how truthful I was being. Unsure exactly what I'd told him, I could only hope I hadn't given away anything essential. Not that there is anything essential about our operation at this point, I thought somewhere deep in the back of my mind where the pain couldn't reach. When Wolfram suddenly withdrew his sulfur, a shock struck me like being plunged into icy cold water. I gasped and choked, writhing in the straps as the leather burned my flesh. Something else was there, oppressive, looming in place of the pain. A seething, wrathful intent. Powerful fingers wove into my hair and jerked my head back, nearly snapping my neck. I stared up into the broad, dumb face of Scythe Dragoth Vritra. Only he was missing a horn since the last image I'd seen of him. I lacked the strength to mention it. He growled something, demanding information. I gawped stupidly up at him. You smuggled stuff for Saris, food, weapons, people. The hand not trying to rip my scalp off wrapped around my throat instead, but it didn't squeeze. Tell me everything, who, where, how. I want every detail of your network. I sputtered something out, although I wasn't sure exactly what. The names of dead men and sunken boats and the locations of burned safe houses, I hoped. He released me and began pacing back and forth beside my table. Wolfram had slunk back into the corner. How do clients contact you? I want everyone who might bring someone into your group, everyone. I'm told you know them all. He stopped his pacing suddenly, grabbed the sides of the table, and lifted it up so I was no longer horizontal. Even if I hadn't been strapped to the metal table, I couldn't have done anything as he rammed the table legs into the wall. Stone gave way with a horrible crunch as the metal legs were impaled into the wall. I hung painfully from the straps, which were meant to keep me down, not hold me up. Dragoth was face to face with me, close enough for me to see the hairs up his crooked nose. I spit out a few names, all of them in Dicathen and of no use to Dragoth. My thoughts swam in and out of focus. Vritra, damn it all, Dragoth cursed, rounding on Wolfram. He's no use to me like this, take him away. Have a healer make sure he won't die. When he can speak again, tell me. Without waiting for a reply, he started to leave. And the other one, Wolfram asked, his tone strained and nervous. I'm confident he doesn't know anything of value. Dragoth stopped and looked closely at me. Hold him for now. If pain isn't enough to motivate this one, watching his friend be pulled apart one joint, one ligament at a time might. Get him out of here, Wolfram said after Dragoth had left. The soldiers who had lingered outside the room until that moment hurried to obey, and I let myself slip into blessed unconsciousness. It did not last nearly long enough. I woke feeling hollow. Bruises were forming in my flesh, but the scars of the sulfur were much deeper and less tangible. Still, I'd gotten what I'd needed. The thing about torturing someone with the expectation that their throat will soon be slit and their carcass dumped for the mana beasts was that certain details easily slipped into the questioning. Neither Wolfram nor Dragoth were practiced at any of this, a fact made painfully obvious by their amateurish demands for information and lack of subtlety. In particular, Dragoth wore his desperation and fear as clearly as the one remaining horn on his rock-filled skull. They didn't know where their defector was, meaning the instiller had escaped, and there was something else. I couldn't be completely sure, but the outward fear Dragoth hadn't been able to contain made me think he was still guarding this recording. He thought I'd sent Edmund and the Severin boy into the academy to find it. This tract, he was on his own. Despite being a scythe, he was a servant. Everything he'd ever been given was due to the Vritra blood that pumped like poison through his veins, but now there were no Vritra to pat his head and give him treats. He was too scared to destroy the recording, and he was too scared to keep it. This suggested a narrow window of time. I started to sit up, let out a grunt of pain followed by a long moan, and eased myself back down. Instead, I rolled onto my side and carefully pushed up into a sitting position. There was a knock on the wall behind me, quiet but persistent. "Hello," came my neighbor's muffled voice. "I'm here," I said, again modulating my voice so that it was deep but quiet to better pass through the wall. My lungs and throat protested this use of them. There was a muffled noise and then, "Your friend, he's here. 3 doors to the left across the hall. I heard them talking about him when they brought you back." This news perked me up. Spending time searching for Darren was exactly the kind of time I couldn't spare, but I wasn't about to leave the boy here to fester and die at the hands of a cankerous lump like Wolfram. Thanks, there was no response from the other side as the guard went by on his patrol along the hallway. Taking a deep, aching breath, I reached into my mouth and felt around for my false tooth. It moved when I touched it, and I could only be grateful that it hadn't been knocked out by the beating I took. Tipping my head forward, I wiggled the tooth until it dislodged from the gums, quickly removing it from my mouth afterwards to avoid accidentally dumping its contents into my mouth. When the tooth was tipped upside down over my palm, a capsule fell out. The wax parchment was slightly see-through, revealing a small amount of powder inside. My fingers trembled as I attempted to twist the package open. "Steady your nerves, Al," Cynthia said from the cot beside me. Her incorporeal hands reached out and wrapped around mine. Despite how she wasn't really there, the trembling eased. I unwound the package with great care, then adjusted my arms to expose the runes etched into the metal of the left cuff. With painstaking precision, I sprinkled the powder onto the runes. As dehydrated as I was, it took a minute to gather enough spit to catalyze it, and when I let the frothy liquid drip from my lips to wet the powder, it was tinged pink. Regardless, it did the job. Acrid smoke began to curl up from the powder on contact with the spit. In moments, sparks were jumping off the cuff, bright and hot. I didn't move even when one of them burned through my sleeve and into the skin of my forearm. Others smoldered in the cot, peppering it with little black scorch marks, or jumped across the floor, sending out more sparks. Within seconds, the steel curtain that the cuffs wrapped around my mana fell away. My sense of mana stuttered, swelling and receding as the magic of the cuffs failed. I pulled at the atmospheric mana like a dehydrated man gorging himself at an oasis. What already purified mana had been contained within my core flushed through my channels, infusing my muscles to provide both strength and comfort. I had to give myself time to ease into it and listen to the guard pass by twice more before I was ready to act. At least my mana signature was so weak that it was no trouble to suppress it. Finally, when I gauged the timing to be right, I pushed mana into my arms and twisted the left cuff. The chain snapped at the connection point. Quickly, I pried the cuff off, then used it to break open the right cuff by sliding it between the irritated skin of my wrist and the metal, then twisting. My efforts had made a little noise, but I didn't sense any reaction from the guards. Moving to the door, I channeled mana into Sun Flare and waited. When the pacing guard was just outside my door, I reached for the lighting artifacts in the hallway, causing them to flare with horrible brightness. The guard shouted in dismay. The flare lasted barely a blink before the lighting artifacts shattered, plunging the hall into darkness. I smashed into the door. It ripped through the frame and swung outward, the hinges jerking free of the hall. The door slammed into the guard, who was bent over and rubbing his eyes. He flew back into the door opposite mine and collapsed in a heap. Once again, a startled cry came from within the room, but this time it was followed by shouts up and down the hall, including from two other guards. They charged into the darkness, mana burning around their weapons and further blinding them. I couldn't manage a second pulse of Sun Flare and instead channeled Myopic Decay, targeting both at once. They cried out in alarm as their already insufficient eyesight went blurry and their eyes began to water painfully. Whipping a dagger from the boot of the guard at my feet, I hurled it at the closer of the two guards. It sank into the man's neck. With my other hand, I took up a sword and sprinted toward the remaining guard. Hearing my approach, she swung blindly, but her glowing weapon was easy to dodge. My own found the gap in her armor just above her hip, thrusting upward. I covered her mouth and eased her to the ground as she died in my arms. Shouts erupted from the surrounding rooms, the prisoners desperate to make themselves heard. "What's happening? To help us, please. We're damned fools. Dragoth will kill us all. Shut up, shut. Have to let us out." Darren's voice wasn't among them, meaning he was either unconscious or smart enough to keep his mouth shut and listen instead of bellowing like mad. The guard I'd struck with the door was still breathing. I quickly rectified that, then relieved his corpse of a ring of mundane keys. Thankfully, they had numbers punched into them. I went straight to Darren's room, as indicated by the instiller who'd spoken through the wall. The keyring jangled as I fumbled for the right number, the metal slick in my blood-stained fingers. I needed to hurry. The lock turned with a smooth click and I pushed open the door and stepped back. Darren was standing there, his torso bare and covered in wounds, both eyes nearly swollen shut inside a pulp of bruising, and a broken cot leg clutched like a dagger in his fist. "What exactly were you going to do with that then?" I asked, nodding at the improvised weapon. "Stab you for taking so long," Darren croaked, his voice hardly recognizable. The keyring lacked any way to deactivate or remove the cuffs. Instead, I took the guard's dagger and wrenched the chain free from one side, allowing Darren full freedom of movement with his arms. It didn't fully disable the mana suppression effect, but it did destabilize the artifact, which relied on both sets of runes being connected. "There. At least mana should begin circulating through your body again," I said. "We can finish when—" "Well, let's get going then," he demanded. His gaze kept jumping from one end of the hallway to the other, then to the corpses. Surely some kind of alarm must have gone up. "1 second, boy." I hurried to the door next to mine, unlocked it, and pushed it open. Inside, curled in on himself in his cot, was a small man with a couple weeks' worth of beard and eyes wide and wet with terror. I shouldn't have felt sorry for the poor bastard, considering he was one of Agrona's pet instillers. Who knew what kind of horrors he'd been involved in at Tigran's Salem? Still, I couldn't just leave him, all of them, and their escape would help cover our own. I tossed him the keyring. "I assume you can get those cuffs off on your own," he nodded weakly. "Thank you, don't waste any time." With a sharp flick of my hand to bid him farewell, I marched away, gesturing for Darren to follow. Despite his worries, no alarm had gone up. "They're amateurs," Cynthia said, following along after us, her hands held behind her back as if she were examining a training session. Desperate and flailing, the last gasp of a dying empire. "Soon Dragoth will be dead, and everyone will see what pathetic creatures the Vritra were. Here's hoping it's that easy, Commander." Chapter 493, For the Days to Come. Caradnoir. I stood high up on the curving road that ran around the outer wall of Vildoriel's primary cavern. The highway connected the lowest levels, from which hundreds of interconnecting tunnels branched out, all the way to Lodenhold Palace at the top of the cavern. Dozens of roads and hundreds of homes and businesses were built into the walls along the path. The palace was at my back, its sharp lines jutting out of the bare rock, while three large portal frames filled most of the highway not far in front of me. The frames were alien in design to anything I had ever seen in Alacria, but I knew they'd been developed by Scythe Nico during the final days of Agrona's reign. Based on the teleportation gates of the ancient mages, these portals could create a stable connection from one continent to the other by detecting and connecting to an existing portal or Tempest warp receiver. It was almost ironic that the very technology that had allowed Agrona's final assault on Dicathen would now be used by the Dicathenians to send our people home. The scene was tense. A small group of Alacrians stood around me, including Silrit, Uriel Frost, and Corbett. The once powerful men and women looked strange in their simple tunics and pants, absent the trappings of their old stations. Behind us, barring the way to the palace, was a small army of dwarves. They wore heavy armor and their weapons were drawn. The dwarven lord stood behind them on a raised dais of stone, along with Lance Micah Earthborn and two elves. These two stood out among the dwarves just as much as I did. It was odd seeing Cecilia's image there, or rather the face I had known as Cecilia's. I found myself inspecting her more closely now. She was of average height, perhaps a bit shorter than me, and quite slender. She was dressed in a simple green gown, but a laurel of blue flowers woven into her metallic gray hair elevated her look to that of a princess. Which she was, I had to remind myself. She remained silent as Commander Virion spoke with Lords Earthborn and Silvershale, her gaze drifting thoughtfully around the cavern. What was the reunion between her and Arthur like? I wondered despite myself. Even considering my own complicated feelings toward him, it was difficult to picture him being romantic, inflamed with passion, pouring his heart out to this silver-haired beauty. I put the elf out of my mind. There was too much at stake to lose myself in such thoughts. Although I regretted the way things had gone, petty jealousy was beneath me. Arthur was my friend, but even that was a difficult relationship to maintain with someone in his position. I didn't envy anyone who attempted to be more than that with Arthur, although I did wish them both well. Giving myself a small shake, I refocused on what was happening. In front of us, arranged in rows behind the portals, were approximately 30 exoforms and their pilots. The bestial machines were supposedly there to ensure our peaceful teleportation to Alacria, but alongside the army of dwarven soldiers, they seemed more like a threat than a promise of protection. There was no part of me that blamed the Dicathenians for this. We'd attacked them, and instead of destroying us, Arthur had given us a home, such as it was. In thanks, we'd attack them again to save ourselves from the curse of our own magic. If this had happened in Alacria, the offending bloods would have been wiped out utterly, man, woman, and child. Although I was glad for the Dicathenians' mercy, I could hardly believe they were capable of it. A small part of me, the Vritra-blooded part, even judged them for this mercy, knowing that it could be taken as a weakness. That wasn't the part of myself that I embraced, however, and I left these thoughts to linger in the dark corners of my mind. The normally busy highway was empty of its usual traffic. Every gate and side road was blocked off by dwarven guards. The way near the bottom, below the lowest of the newly constructed prisons, was barred as well. A crowd had gathered there, and even from the top of the cavern I could hear their shouts. Not the words specifically, but the deep rumble of their noise. They clearly were not cheering in celebration. Three figures watched everything from above. Ceres had donned her gleaming black battle dress, and her mana was coiled tightly around her, suppressing her aura but not hiding it. There was an intentionality and protectiveness to the act, like a mother sovereign cobra coiling around her eggs. The tendrils of her power seemed to extend out to wrap around all of the Alacrians still locked up in the dwarven prisons. Beside her on her left, Lance Baron Wykes gleamed in shining plate armor. A long crimson spear was held comfortably in his left hand, its point down. Outwardly, he seemed stoic, perfectly calm, but there was a crackling energy to his mana signature that felt tense and nervous. Arthur floated to Ceres's right. He was in his conjured relic armor, but it had changed since I last saw him. The black scales now sat beneath white pauldrons, gauntlets, greaves, and boots. The heavy plating had an organic look to it, as if it had been carved out of bone. Even from such a distance, his eyes gleamed golden. He looks the part of an Usura, I thought, having heard the rumors already circulating throughout Voldoriel. It wasn't difficult to imagine him shouting down dragons and basilisks around a gilded table atop some high tower in the faraway land of deities. At the very least, he stands out just as much as I do with my horns. My gaze flicked to the elven princess and away again, wondering what she thought of all that. I'm not doing a good job of not thinking about them, I admonished myself, firmly redirecting the spotlight of my attention. Ceres made a gesture, Many seconds dragged past, then Alacrians began to stream from the lowest prison. It took them quite some time to ascend the highway. As they walked, they shuffled into three distinct columns, each one aligned with one of the portal frames. The portals were activated one at a time by a number of human and dwarven mages under the watchful eye of Gideon. Each portal hummed with mana, and an opaque, oily pain of energy rippled into being within the frames. "This is not what we want," someone shouted, their rough voice carrying through the cavern like falling stones. Distracted from the procession, I searched around for the source of the cry. At the mouth of the closest side street, which descended to the first row of dwarven homes beneath the level of the palace, the same street, incidentally, that I'd nearly died falling onto, a couple dozen dwarves had gathered. They pushed angrily against the line of guards blocking access to the highway, and it looked like a few even carried weapons. "Justice for the fallen," a red-faced dwarven man bellowed. "Backstabbers," a woman was screaming. "Liars. Betrayers, justice, justice." Several more were shouting now, picking the word up as a kind of chant. Corbett shuffled nervously next to me. "Why aren't they shutting those people up?" "It isn't their way to govern with an iron fist," I pointed out distractedly. The lines of Alacrians reached a level with the screaming crowd. As I looked further down, though, I realized that all of the side streets that I could see were likewise thronging with protesters. The dwarven guards at the very bottom, only barely visible, were being pushed back, forced to slowly follow the lines of Alacrians as an angry crowd drove them along. Another squad was hurrying down the highway, apparently going to reinforce them. "Vritra, there are hundreds of them," Uriel Frost said, scowling. Among the front lines of the Alacrians, I caught sight of Justice Denoir, Corbett's uncle, and my pulse quickened. When I'd last seen him, he'd been actively attempting to kill Corbett and Lenora. He had killed Tegan, my longtime guard, and Arian had almost died during the altercation as well. I understood the dwarves' anger. They were not the only ones who had suffered and been betrayed. But then, was Melita's rage any less justified? Her husband, her children, had been slaughtered in retribution for our defiance. No, her rage was justified. But it was also misplaced. Justice and his faction of the Denoir blood had blamed Corbett and me for leading us into this folly when they should have blamed Agrona. It was the High Sovereign who had butchered sweet little Arlo and Combe like animals. The cycle of hostility and revenge would be endless. Every reaction, every death in the name of justice, would only spawn another in response. In the end, though, the true originator of these crimes, Agrona himself, was already gone. It didn't feel like justice, but it was as close as any of us would ever get. I knew, though, that the protesters couldn't see it that way. I had lived my entire life in the shadow of the Vritra, but these Dicathians saw us as the aggressors, the backstabbers. To them, Agrona and his ilk were nothing but that, a shadow, distant and indistinct. I knew it would take a strong leader to bring the two sides together. Glancing up at Saris, I considered what came next, but sudden motion drew my focus back to the ground. Two of the exoforms had left formation. Before I realized what was happening, burning orange weapons were drawn, and swift blows fell against the leftmost portal frame. The frame shattered with the terrible noise of breaking stone and shearing metal. The opaque surface inside it tore and melted away in an oily swirl. I stood frozen among the other once highbloods, not quite believing my eyes. At nearly the same time, explosions of stone and fire struck the cordons, and suddenly spells were raining down on the unarmed Alacrian lines. A few shields flickered into existence to defend them, but most of the Alacrian mages were still too weak to use magic following the shock of Agrona's defeat. "How dare they?" Uriel shouted, and his voice snapped me out of my stupor. Silret was already moving. I lunged to follow, heedless of Corbett yelling behind me. One of the rebel exoforms was bringing their blade around toward the second portal. There was a purple flash, and the blade halted as Arthur caught it on his own. "Stand down," he ordered, his voice vibrating with command. Well ahead of me, Silret struck the hand from the second exoform. Its blade flipped around in the air before driving into the stone at its feet. The machine stumbled back a step. The rest of the exoforms seemed frozen as they searched for someone to give them orders. Only one moved. The tall, lean form of an upright griffin leapt high into the air only to dive atop the back of the first exoform, hurling it to the ground and pinning in at Arthur's feet. "Positions, damn you," Claire Bladeheart's distorted voice boomed. Behind them, further down the road, a black mist of mana condensed around the Alacrians, swallowing the spellfure before it could reach the Alacrians. Beneath the cloud, many bodies lay still. Several flashes lit up the cavern, and the sharp crack of thunder in the distance cut across all other noise. As I sprinted through the lines of shocked exoform pilots, the silver spikes released from my relic bracer and flew into the air ahead of me. Beams of soulfire shot from their points, forming a protective barrier around those Alacrians leading the way. Behind me, the sluggish exoform pilots began to move. They hurried to form up alongside the outer edge of the highway, using their bodies or shields to fend off hurled spells and weapons. Violet lightning struck group after group, and pulses of what I knew to be Arthur's etheric intent drove the dwarves to their feet. My orbitals followed along with the Alacrians, covering them from spells or projectiles that the mists couldn't until they reached the portals. The process was supposed to be regulated by Gideon and his staff, not letting too many through at once, but they'd all fallen back after the first attack. There was also supposed to be a test, with predetermined individuals going through and returning to ensure the connection was stable and the teleportation didn't go awry. Now there was no time. Those leading the charge, Justice himself right at the front, plunged into the portals without a second's hesitation. This was not how I'd imagined our return to Alacria, nor the role I would take on in this new world now that the war was over. Over, the word echoed bitterly in my head as I sought out Saris or Arthur, the two touchstones of strength and sanity amidst the chaos. What could these people have hoped to accomplish in the presence of these great powers? I couldn't see Arthur or Saris, but no more spells were being thrown by the protesters. The brief conflict had already been quelled. The dwarven lines that had guarded the palace and their lords were in disarray, I noticed belatedly. Some were on the ground, most had their weapons drawn. Corbett, Uriel, and a couple of the others were watching the dwarves with distaste. Seeing no more need for my protective barrier, I released it and started back toward the others. Gideon's voice was echoing through some kind of amplification artifact, demanding order and calm, or you're all likely to end up in Alacria in pieces, damn it. I didn't think the words had quite the effect he was looking for as a cry went down the lines of Alacrians. Peace, I said to no one in particular. Peace, friends, the threat is gone. I passed the portals, pausing only a moment to watch people vanish into them before rejoining Corbett, who had stayed behind a conjured shield until the violence had passed. That seems to be settled then, Uriel said as I approached, his arms crossed over his chest, one hand absently brushing down his bushy blonde goatee. It seems to me this attack could have been ended sooner had our defenders acted more forcefully. I raised my brows and regarded him with barely disguised contempt. You act as if trading Dicathen lives to defend Alacrians is the obvious choice here. We are lucky this wasn't much worse. As I spoke, I peered down the highway, trying to see how many bodies had been left behind in the wake of the attack, but 100 or more Alacrians crowded around the portals, pushing and shoving to be the next through. No, our people don't need Dicathen protection, they need Alacrian leadership. Well said, Kara. Corbett patted my back just once, a soft, supportive touch. I felt myself begin to flush red and turned away under the pretense of looking at the dwarven lords. Once I would have given just about anything for such support from Corbett or Lenora. Then, for a long time, I would have smiled politely at such words only to spit on them behind my adoptive parents' backs. Now, though. Nearby, writhing vines pinned a group of dwarven soldiers to the ground. Even as I noticed it, the vines began to unravel, snaking their way down into the ground. Tesha Iralith landed between me and the dwarves, her hair billowing lightly in the wind of her own movement. Before any of the soldiers could get back to their feet, 20 others had surrounded them. In moments, their weapons were taken, and they were being lined up with the rest of those who'd participated in the protest. The soldiers were a part of it as well, I asked, unable to suppress my surprise. Tesha faced me. I could sense her mana twisting around her like the vines she'd conjured. It almost seemed to glow from behind her eyes. There was sweat beading her forehead, and her jaw was tight, as if she were trying to hold back a grimace of pain or concentration. Poor choices made in the heat of the moment, she answered, her gaze drifting to the side. Before I could think of anything to say in response, Commander Virion came running up. He stopped with his hands outstretched, not quite touching the sides of her face. Tesha, are you all right? Fine, she said, smiling wanly. Still adjusting to my core is all. Her gaze flicked to me, then back to Virion. Behind the pair, Arthur floated down from above, landing in the middle of the dwarven ranks. A couple of dwarves in blue battle robes pushed through to meet him, checking each prone form and administering some kind of magical aid. My attention was snapped back to the pair of elves in front of me. Virion had just asked me a question. It took a couple of seconds for his words to sink through. Yes, we're all well, of course. Thank you, Commander Virion, and you, Lady Tesha. I nodded deeply, a respectful gesture but not quite a bow. I'm sorry our first meeting couldn't have been more comfortable. Perhaps another time, although Arthur was shouting at someone in the background and Tesha's mouth pressed into a thin line, her eyes crinkling into a discomforted squint. It may be a while before we meet again. She focused on something behind me, and I turned to find Saris walking quickly toward us from the remaining portals. The Alacrians from the first prison were now all gone. Uriel led the way as he and the others attempted to intercept Saris. She didn't break stride as she waved them off. Go to your families. If you intended to travel to Truatia, you'll need to go to Central Dominion or Saizclar instead, but choose quickly. We won't be waiting here to see the aftermath of this tragedy. Saris paid them no further attention as she approached me. Her red eyes flicked over my shoulder to where we could still hear Arthur shouting, but they returned to me before she spoke. a small smile surprising me. I'm glad you're safe, but there has been a change of plans. I need you to go through to Central Dominion immediately. Many of those now there were not meant to be, and instead of a stately procession, we've just dumped hundreds of panicked people into Carjaden City without warning. And the Says-Clar portal? Corbett asked, having come to stand supportively beside me. Silrit has already gone, she answered, again looking past us to Arthur. I couldn't help but turn to look as well. He was hovering in front of the dwarven lords and Lance Micah, wreathed in amethyst light and shouting down at them. I could only make out one of every few words, but still the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I'll leave immediately, I said. To Corbett, I added, please check on Seth Milview and Mela Fairweather. Invite both to come with our blood to Carjaden if they wish. We can help them get wherever they want to go once the smoke of this has cleared. Be careful, daughter, he said in answer. His hands twitched as if he wanted to take hold of mine, but he held himself back. I nodded firmly, my jaw set. Father, Saris. There was no need for further instructions. I knew what was needed of me. I marched through the inventors, exoforms, and dwarves, heading straight for the central portal, which was still active. Far down the highway, the second prison had been opened, and the first of those contained within were starting to pour out. Unlike the stately procedure of the first group, these people were rushed and desperate, bumping into one another and failing to form proper lines. Arthur flew by overhead, moving to join Baron, who was already present among the Alacrians. Micah Earthborn hurled past just behind him. I paused only briefly to collect myself. When I had fled Alacria, only barely escaping Scythe Dragoth and his double agent, Wolfram of Highblood Redwater, Agrona had still been in power. The conflict in front of us had seemed nearly unwinnable. Each act had been one of desperation. Now I was returning to a continent suddenly free of Agrona. The Vritra were gone. The entire power structure of our continent had melted away nearly overnight. Fixing my shoulders back, settling my expression, and calming the rapid beating of my heart, I stepped through the portal. The dim light of the cavern was almost bright compared to the dark building I found myself in on the other side. Cries of pain and despair resounded out of the shadows, washing over shouts for order and attention. The only light in the massive building came from the open front doors, which were draped with broken chains and hung listlessly on their hinges. They'd been smashed open. There was more shouting from outside. I marched across the lobby of Carjaden's great library, moving from darkness into light as I approached the open doors. Although the lobby was full of breathless, weeping people, few took notice of me. Stepping out into a fine, sunny afternoon, I found the street outside full of bodies pressed together. Mages in black and crimson had cordoned off the street from both sides. Their weapons were bared, and many had already ignited their runes to channel spells. I was unsurprised to see Justice leading the conflict. He stood nearly nose to nose with a well-groomed young man I recognized, shouting at the top of his lungs so spittle sprayed the young man's face. Nearly died at the hands of Dicathen barbarians and have returned home to be treated with such disrespect. I am High Lord of the Dinoir blood, you gawping little leech. If you don't let me pass immediately, I'll hang the entire lot of you with your own guts. I'll Justice Dinoir. The crowd parted around me as all eyes swiveled in my direction. My great-uncle, his face blood-red, a vein bulging at his temple, spun to glare across the street at me. Forgive us, Lord Koenig, I continued, holding eye contact with Justice. The tension of the last few minutes melted away. I stepped into myself, into the command and authority I'd been trained to wield like a weapon. Am I to assume your Highblood is in control of the city? The young man, Walter of Highblood Koenig, smirked pompously at the side of Justice's head before looking in my direction. Ah, Lady Kara, a voice of reason in all this madness. Walter ran his fingers through his wavy blonde hair and stepped out of the line of guards, brushing past Justice. My great-uncle bellowed and took a swing at Walter from behind. The cheap shot came up short as one of the guards lunged forward and caught him by the arm. Two more piled on, and Justice was slammed face first into the paving stones. Nearby, Melita screamed at them, and a dozen or more unarmed Dinoir foot soldiers channeled their mana. The reaction was immediate as shields appeared and weapons were brought to bear. Please tell your men to hold, I said firmly, marching up to Walter, who had turned to look down at Justice. Some of those who were trapped in the street were already retreating back into the library to escape what could turn into a bloody confrontation. There has been more than enough violence already, especially between Alacrians. Walter took his time in scanning the surrounding people, all of whom looked terrified. From what I've been able to gather here, you are the remnants of the last attack force against Dicathen. I took a moment to explain, and by the way he nodded along, unsurprised, my version matched what details he'd been able to glean from those who arrived before me. As you've already surmised, since the Shockwave, Highblood Koenig has taken custodianship of Carjaden until further orders are received from the High Sovereign, Walter said smoothly in his rich baritone. With most operations in the Relictum shut down and many of our mages still struggling to recuperate, the city is in an uncertain state at the moment and requires a firm hand. He paused, eyeing me thoughtfully. I understand your plight, of course, Lady Kara, but we do not have the manpower or resources to deal with these people. They are simply not welcome at this time, and the Dicathians had no right to dump them into our city. You will stay here until your people have been allowed to come home, I said sharply, cutting him off. And I can assure you there won't be any additional orders from Agrona. He was defeated in Dicathen. That was the shockwave you describe. Lies, Walter said, the back of his hand snapping toward my face. A thought flitted through my head in the instant I had to react. Every one of the Alacrians who had just come through that portal was a mage, but most were still experiencing some level of shock from the blast that had struck them. Some couldn't reach their mana at all still, while the rest were weak and in no condition to fight. Most of the mages in Alacria were likely in a similar state. Walter had casually assumed the same of me. I caught his hand, mana flooding my arms to strengthen them. With a twist, met with a pained gasp, I brought him to his knees. His soldiers started to move, but I held up my hand in a gesture to stop. They hesitated. Leaning down slightly, I held his gaze. Send word to your High Lord, convene every noble in the city. We will need every soldier at your disposal. Over 1,000 Alacrians will come through that portal today, and it is up to us to assure they get home safely. Primarily, we'll need to organize as many Tempest Warps as we can. Can I rely on your assistance in this matter, Lord Walter? The man swallowed visibly. Of course, Lady Denoir, he said, unable to contain the harsh edge of pain that crept into his words. I released him and he quickly stood and took a step back, favoring his twisted wrist. He shot a look at one of his men, the captain of his guard, based on the uniform, and I thought perhaps he was going to shout for me to be taken into custody. I reached for my magic, ready to defend myself if necessary. Instead, he said, send word to my father, we have refugees in need of assistance. He looked back at me, his face slightly pale, but I was focused beyond him. And please let my great-uncle up. He may be an awful old ass, but he, like the rest of these people, has been through a hell not of his own making, and he deserves some small amount of grace. I clenched my fists and kept my expression cool, and even not letting my true feelings show through as I turned back to the library's dark interior. More people were beginning to appear on the receiving platforms, forcing others to either retreat deeper into the building or be pushed back out the doors. The lines of the Koenig men broke, and the refugees began to spread out. Calls for calm rang out. Many went to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they regarded the Alacrian city or the Basilisk Fang Mountains nearby. Others shouted their good cheer, and for the first time I noticed the many cloistered faces that stared down at us from townhouse windows all up and down the street. Everywhere I looked, I found faces twisted with hope, fear, fatigue, and jubilation. I took in all these emotions, on display from both those newly arrived in the city and everyone who'd been no doubt bound to their homes as the Highbloods struggled to figure out what was happening. How many of them, I wondered, would accept that Agrona was truly gone? More importantly, I considered just how much work there was to do to build our nation back up in the Vritra clan's absence. Each step would be made even more difficult by those who refused to see the truth, the need for change. Without fully meaning to, I began to plan for the hours, days, and weeks to come. Chapter 494. An icy fist, Alaric Maer, our combined footsteps were uncomfortably loud in the confined stairwell. The thud and creak of the wood resounded sharply from the rough stonework of the walls. With only a small amount of mana to support myself, my aged body was already feeling the strain of so much exertion, and all of this without a drop of alcohol to dull the pain. I consoled myself with the fact that despite being perhaps a quarter my age, Darren looked a lot worse. Quit your huffing and puffing, I snapped in a staged whisper. You're going to bring every loyalist mage for a mile right down on top of us. Darren only huffed and puffed louder, as if they could hear me over the noise of your creaking knees, old man. I scoffed, glad he still had the energy to be a smart ass. It meant his injuries weren't as bad as they could have been. Reaching the top of the stairwell, it opened out into a large, empty common room. On the wall, a rickety wooden ladder continued up to a trapdoor in the ceiling. I ignored the top floor of the student dormitory and ascended the ladder. The trapdoor was locked, but a single strike against the mechanism twisted the thin metal and allowed the door to swing upwards. The square of sky I could see was gray-blue. Early morning, not yet full sunrise. Darkness would have been better, but I could work with twilight. I heaved myself out onto the dormitory roof, then turned and pulled Darren up behind me. We both ducked down immediately as shouts rang out from below. After easing the trapdoor back down into place, we crept to the roof's edge and looked out at the Central Academy campus. Several loyalist mages were rushing toward the building across the hedged yards. A few more came running out of the castle-like student administration office, and more could be seen in the distance gathering outside of the chapel, a looming black building that contained the reliquary. "If we're going to make it off this roof, I need out of these cuffs," Darren whispered. "How'd you get out of yours anyway?" "The old fake tooth," I said while scanning the nearby rooftops. "It wouldn't take long for them to find us." Darren snorted, still doing that. "I'm telling you, one of these days you're going to get punched in the mouth, and your last thoughts will be of me while that crap burns out the back of your throat." Took quite a beating this time around. And I'm still here. I'd broken the connecting chain on Darren's mana suppression cuffs, allowing him freedom of movement and a small amount of circulation through his mana core. But he wouldn't be able to cast any spells until the cuffs were completely disabled. Considering the distance we would have to jump to get to the next roof, having help from a wind attribute made sure would go a long way. My dimensional storage artifact had been confiscated with all of my tools, and I'd only had the one fake tooth. Considering my current situation, I had a fleeting thought that investing in a second might be worth the trouble, regardless of Darren's protests. After all, we'd both still be locked up without the burning powder. At the moment, though, all I had was the dagger I'd taken from one of the dead guards downstairs. "Let me see those cuffs, boy," I grumbled, taking Darren's wrist. By imbuing the dagger's blade with mana, I could harden the steel enough to score the runes. It took longer than it should have with my core in its current state. But after a tense minute accompanied with the sound of the rest of Dragoth's forces descending on the dormitory, I was able to begin scratching away some of the runes on his cuffs. It was a delicate process. The dagger was less effective than the burning powder, and the mana suppression cuffs were equally hardened by the same mana they withheld from Darren. I had to scour away the proper runes without inadvertently altering the spell into something that would harm Darren. But I had to be careful not to break the point of the dagger or slip off the smooth, curved metal surface of the manacles and slit Darren's wrist. The trembling of my hands sure as hells didn't help either. What I would do for a goddamn bottle of rum, I thought before reminding myself why I'd quit in the first place. Cynthia bent down beside me, taking my hands in her own. The trembling eased, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. It took another minute, perhaps two, to successfully mar the runes. We could hear Dragoth's soldiers in the building now, shouting commands to each other and the escaping instillers. I felt the moment that Darren's mana came back under his control. His signature reappeared, spiking and diving rapidly as his core attempted to reassert control. After this, it was easy enough to break the manacles off his wrists. They struck the flat roof with a metallic clunk. At almost the same time, the trap door was thrown open again, only 10 feet away. A woman's head appeared in the opening. From her desperate grimace and look of physical malaise, I knew she was one of the prisoners, not a soldier. She saw us immediately, and her mouth opened to speak. If we had any hope of hunting down Dragoth and the recording artifact, we couldn't have a trail of his loyalist bloodhounds on our heels. I hooked the manacles on the end of my boot and kicked out. Whatever she'd been about to say turned into a scream as the manacles struck her across the face, and she plunged back down through the hole. There was a crash and shouting, followed by the sound of fists striking meat. Darren gave a quick jerk of his hand, pulling a gust of wind toward him. It caught the trapdoor and slammed it shut again. Biting back a curse, I bent low and started running while trying to keep my footfalls as light as possible. Anyone with half a brain would see the manacles and know someone else had been up here. The most likely escape route took us north, across another rooftop and into an adjacent building via a balcony window, but we were standing on the western edge to look out over the campus. It wasn't far, perhaps 50 feet. I was nearly there when the trapdoor slammed back open. Myopic decay flared with power, and a man cried out before ducking back down into the hole and rubbing frantically at his eyes. Planting my foot firmly on the roof slip, I used what mana I could to strengthen my legs and jumped. A gust of wind pushed me from behind, and I heard Darren let out a grunt of concentration. I cleared the 15-foot gap, absorbing the impact of the descent to the other roof by tucking into a forward roll. My battered and bruised body protested, but I came to my feet already sprinting, no longer concerned about noise. Before we could search for the recording artifact, we had to lose our pursuers. I heard Darren come down hard behind me. A quick glance over my shoulder revealed him favoring his left leg slightly, but I didn't slow down. I'd seen him dismantle a Convergence Zone Guardian with expert efficiency before. I had no doubt he could handle a bit of torture and a twisted ankle, even with his limited pool of mana. Reaching the far side of the second roof, I leapt across to a balcony, turning my shoulder into the arc and using myself like a battering ram against the glass door. It shattered and I felt a burning line across my cheek as broken glass cut my skin. My feet slid out from under me, and I collided with a bulky lounge chair, sending both the furniture and myself sprawling with a crash. Behind me, I heard the crunch of Darren landing in the broken glass. His shadow loomed over me, and he grabbed me by the front of my shirt and hauled me to my feet. "No time for a lie-down," he muttered. A black bullet of force clipped his right shoulder, knocking him into me and sending us both sprawling again, and the apartment's far wall exploded. A jet of orange fire sprayed over our heads. Flames engulfed the room in an instant. Eyes, I barked, reaching for sun flare. The orange flames catching in the carpet, furniture, and support beams blazed bright, transforming their glow into a blinding glare. Sending out a sonar-like pulse with oral disruption, I grabbed Darren by the back of his ruined tunic and dragged him along behind me, both our eyes shut tight. The heat of the flames blistered my skin, and several more concussive strikes of force shook the apartment. Somewhere to our left, a roof collapsed. Only when I sensed our proximity to the door, now hanging off its hinges and smoldering, did I risk releasing sun flare. Through my lids, I saw the hot white light dim to a dancing orange and yellow, and I opened my eyes again. Standing and heaving Darren in a single movement, I thrust him through the door in front of me. The hallway was choked with thick black smoke, and the collapsed wall and ceiling had sent embers flying. In a minute or two, this entire floor would be in flames. At least the bastards can't follow us in that way, I mumbled to myself. Ahead, Cynthia was gesturing me toward the stairwell down. They'll come in through the ground floor and try to trap you. No shit, I grumbled, running past her. Darren rubbed at his eyes and stumbled in my wake. A racking cough burst out of him. What? He choked out around the coughing fit. I didn't have the breath to reply as I led the way into the stairwell. Its stone walls rebuffed the heat, and the temperature dropped 20 degrees in a few steps. The smoke floated up it like a chimney, rising on the hot air, and the floor below was clear for the moment. We descended 2 floors as quickly as we could, then turned into one of the hallways that connected to other rooms, sprinting its length. The window at the end exploded with a casting of oral disruption. There was no neighboring building to jump to, but the ground wasn't yet swarming with Dragoth soldiers. I paused, taking 2 seconds to breathe and bemoan the loss of all my equipment, which included at least 5 different artifacts that would have eased our descent. Darren went first this time, crawling through the broken window hanging from its outside and then dropping down to the next ledge. Gusting wind stabilized his fall. As he prepared to drop to the one below that, a man in rags ran around the corner, sprinting as if the fire of the abyss chased him. My guts dropped into my shoes. 2 mages came running after him, both in black and crimson. One fired a weak shock spell that struck the escaping prisoner in the back. The man pitched forward, landed on his face, and slid a couple of feet along the cobblestones. Neither seemed to have seen us yet. Darren, who was still 30 feet from the ground, pushed off the wall, leaping back in a graceful arc. The second of the 2 mages, his eyes drawn to the movement, gave a shout and threw up a quickly manifested shield in the form of gusting, circular wind. As Darren descended, he lashed out with a combination of strikes. Wind attribute mana formed around his limbs and projected the force of the strikes forward and down. The lightning attribute caster had half turned toward his shouting companion, but was too far forward to be protected by the quickly cast shield. The blows landed like hammer strikes, driving him to the ground. Darren used his own wind strikes to cushion his descent, but he still landed too hard. His injured leg gave out, and he collapsed to the ground with an audible thump. The shield shot a furtive look up at the window, and I pulled myself back, hoping he hadn't seen me. Slowly, I peeked out again. The shield was creeping toward Darren, a short blade in his hand, the cyclone of wind attribute mana still spinning in front of him. I waited until just the right moment. Leaping out the window, I aimed myself like a catapult stone at the shield. As I fell, I bellowed a warcry. The mage flinched, automatically pulling his shield up above his head. I struck it full on. The swirling wind caught me and redirected my momentum, tossing me to the side. I hit the path in a roll, tumbling across the ground like a tossed die. The fall should have broken every bone in my body, but between the shield absorbing the brunt of the impact and redirecting the force, and my own mana infusing my muscles and bones, I rolled up to my feet with nothing but a cracked rib. The oral disruption rune was already alight on the small of my back, and I channeled the spell into the mage's ears before he could recover and reposition his shield. He yelped, his face crimping into a tight, pained expression, and the wind attribute shield flickered. The confiscated dagger flew through the air, spinning end over end toward his ribs. The windshield caught it and flung it aside. The mage's hands tightened around his blade as he regarded me with a calculating expression. "Well shit," I grumbled, struggling even to stand. A strong wind slammed into me from the north, making me stumble. The shield fell backwards, leveled by the force. I lunged forward, dove on the man, and fought him for his sword. The fingers of one hand dug at my face, with the other tried desperately to hold onto his weapon. My own fingers clawed at his, trying to pry them away from the hilt. I only needed a little bit of give. An icy fist reached inside of me and grabbed my core, the very mana that filled it closing tight like a wyvern's claw through flesh. With a horrified gasp, I reeled back from the shield, clutching at my sternum. I spun around instinctively, looking for the source of this horrible sensation, but no one else was there. Distantly, I saw the same look of terrified confusion on Darren's face, the same clutching fingers scrabbling against his flesh in bitter discomfort. My mana was ripped away. A blood-speckled cough burst out of me and I collapsed. Visible in the air, bright streams of mana streaked from every direction, pulled on the wind back northward toward the mountains. Through the ringing of my ears, I heard gasping and weeping from nearby. My head lolled toward it. The shield was curled in on himself, blood flowing freely from his nose, the sword abandoned beside him. Thinking only of survival, I began crawling toward him. He took no notice, even as I lifted his blade. Finally, in the instant before I drove it down into his chest, he acknowledged me. Tears were streaming down his blood-smeared face. He grimaced, and his gaze turned away, following the glowing lines of disappearing mana. My strike ended his life almost instantly. Sagging back, I waited for someone else to run around the corner and catch us, but no one came. It took some time for me to gain the breath to speak. "Darren, you alive?" he had to swallow, which he did with some difficulty before responding. "I think so. What in the Vritra's horns was that? My core, I'm practically at the edge of backlash." I sensed for his mana signature, but it was feeble and inconsistent. My own wasn't much stronger, but it seemed I had been better able to resist the draw of that pulse, whatever it was. It got a good bit of me too, nearly drained that shield dry, I think. Coughing and spitting out a mouthful of blood, I struggled to my feet. "Come on, boy, maybe this will give us the cover we need to get out of here." Standing beside the fallen instiller, Cynthia regarded me skeptically. Alaric Mare the optimist. I ignored her, watching the instiller's body for the rise and fall of breath. There was none. He was still as marble. "As still as a corpse, you mean," I said to myself. I was certain it hadn't been the shock spell that had killed him, though. "Where are you going?" Darren asked as I headed north. "The gates are that way." He pointed toward the tunnel leading beneath the student administration office. "Can't leave yet," I said, the words mumbled, almost incoherent. "Dicathen the recording first if we can get that." I figured Darren would protest, but he only grumbled and fell into step as we hurried for the shadows of the neighboring building. I'd already considered where Dragoth would most likely keep such a thing if it still existed. When soldiers had been running toward us from other buildings, those in front of the chapel had stayed in place. That, I was certain, was where the recording artifact would be stored. The chapel was relatively easy to reach while staying out of sight. We kept to the twilight shadows, snaking through the alleys between buildings or moving along the hedgerows that bordered Central Academy's many lawns. We didn't see anyone else, and the noise of the earlier search seemed to have died away after that pulse. If that didn't convince us that the same thing had happened to everyone else, what we found at the chapel did. The guards. Darren murmured unnecessarily. Splayed out across the stairs leading up to the large double doors were two full battle groups of Alacrian mages. Most were sitting or lying on their sides, rubbing their heads or stomachs and rolling around like drunkards nursing a hangover. A couple didn't move at all. None of them looked to be in a position to fight. The chapel loomed behind them, more like a small fortress than a school building. 3 stories tall and devoid of balconies or windows, only a single set of large double doors allowed entry through the front of the building. Narrow slits looked down over the road and would have been the perfect place for casters to hurl spells from, but I saw no faces in those windows, and sensed only the vaguest of mana signatures from in or around the building. Dragoth wasn't there at least, that gave us a chance. "Think we can take them?" I asked, calculating our odds. We weren't exactly in good shape, but they looked even worse off and we could hit them by surprise. "Maybe we won't need to." Darren had bent down to rub his ankle, wincing. "Bluff it," I snorted in amusement. "Sure, let's bluff it." We took a couple of minutes to prepare ourselves and talk through the plan, then circled around behind the chapel. We caught sight of an escaped instiller stumbling through an alley a few buildings away, but they didn't see us. Darren took the right side of the building and I came down the left. We were able to round the corner and maneuver all the way to the top of the stairs before any of the guards saw us. A caster in his 40s looked up as my shadow spilled over him. His skin was tinged green and he was sitting next to a puddle of his own sick. His pupils were dilated and he squinted even in the shadow of the chapel. Seeing an opportunity, I channeled myopic decay into all their eyes, further degrading their vision. "What are you doing sitting on your ass, soldier?" The man flinched and all his buddies turned in surprise. Darren grabbed him by the collar of his armored robes and jerked him to his feet. "Can't you smell the smoke? Didn't you feel that blast? The whole damn campus is likely to go up any minute and you lot are just sitting here." He blinked rapidly. What?" Darren gave him a little shove but held on so he wouldn't go spilling down the stairs. "The rest are in bad shape, a few dead, but they'll be here shortly. They're relying on you." "We're abandoning the academy," I said as if it were obvious. "Get the portal active." "Go up?" he asked, obviously struggling to keep up with what we were saying. "Get moving," I snapped, letting my scowl sweep across all the guards. In a confused muddle, they began to struggle to their feet. A couple were in such poor condition that they required help just to stand and had to be dragged down the stairs one step at a time. No one bothered to move the corpses, which Darren and I made a show of inspecting. As I'd hoped, one had a room key, which I took. A few of the guards threw backwards glances at us, but we headed straight for the door, continuing to act as if we were supposed to be there and knew exactly what we were doing. If any of them suspected we weren't supposed to be there, they kept it to themselves. The doors opened to the room key. The vestibule beyond was empty, and the doors into the reliquary portion of the building were open. The room beyond was in disarray, the relics of the ancient mages tossed around and their displays overturned. Only a single weak mana signature was present in the building. "Careful, there must be another guard," I said, eyeing the open doors across the hall warily. We closed the exterior doors behind us to give us some warning if the other soldiers returned, then passed through the vestibule and across the hallway that ran all the way around the reliquary. I paused again at the doorway, leaning forward to look in. Dragoth stared back at me. I froze, my pulse leaping and my guts turning to liquid. Darren continued forward for half a step before he saw the scythe, and then he too went rigid. Some insane, exhausted part of my brain hoped that just maybe if we stood still enough, Dragoth wouldn't see us. But he was staring straight at me. All I could do was stare back. Neither of us moved, not even the rise and fall of our breaths, which we both held. I let out my own breath in a gust as realization struck me. Though Dragoth was a huge man, he looked somehow shrunken, sitting in an ornate padded chair that seemed very out of place in this room. His head was listing to one side, pulled by the weight of his single horn. His face was pale and frozen in an expression of fear and confusion. He had no mana signature, none at all. I pressed a hand to my chest. Abyss, that about gave me a heart attack. "He's dead," Darren said, taking a step into the room, and he was right. Dragoth Vritra Scythe of Vetcher sat stone dead in his puffy chair. At his feet, a small piece of carved crystal caught the light and refracted it into a splash of rainbow colors across the floor. The storage crystal from a recording artifact. I was halfway to it before I remembered the other mana signature. A bolt of soulfire flew out from behind an overturned table. I threw myself to the floor, and it passed just overhead, striking the wall behind me. From this new vantage, I saw the sweaty, pain-racked face of the Redwater boy. He too was lying on the ground, wrapped up in his own black cloak, his mana signature barely a glimmer. Blood fell like tears from his eyes, which were red from sclera to pupil. "Sure you want to do that, boy?" I grumbled, slowly pushing myself back up. "You don't look too good, did that." "Pulse do that to you?" he grimaced, and black fire wrapped around his fist. Wind gusted as Darren moved beside me, covering me until I stood. Wolfram pushed himself into a sitting position, his back against the wall. He held the flames up protectively, but he didn't answer me. Slowly, I shuffled forward until I could reach the crystal. "No," he said, his voice scraping out of him like his throat was full of glass. "Try to take it and I will K-kill you. We could fight and maybe you could take us," I said nonchalantly. "Or maybe you couldn't, maybe that pulse, whatever it was, hit you a lot harder than it hit us. You willing to risk that, boy?" He hesitated, and I scooped up the crystal. The flames writhed through his fingers, but he made no move to attack. I began backing away, and Darren followed my lead. I wanted to plunge the sword I still carried through the little shit's core and leave him there to die, but I'd spoken the truth. I couldn't be certain that we'd win. Even if we did, there was no telling how long it would be before more soldiers started to stumble back here, trying to figure out what was happening. That pulse, like a wind that ripped mana straight from the core, had given us an opportunity to retrieve the recording and get out of here with our lives. That would have to be enough. Wolfram Bloody Redwater could wait for another day. Back outside, we found a few stragglers making their way to the portal. We circled around the back of the chapel before they caught sight of us, made a wide berth around the central lawns and student administration office, and eventually to the gate that opened out to the Ascenders Association Hall. We didn't run into any more trouble. We were through the gates and halfway down the street when a woman in fitted leather armor wearing a leather mask that obscured the lower half of her face stepped out of the shadows of a doorway. She looked ill but lit up with relief beneath her hood and mask. "Alaric, sir, you're alive. I've been keeping a lookout." Looking salely up and down, I gave a shake of my head. "That pulse, then, it hit you too." "The whole city, did it ever?" she said, one hand on her hip, the other pressed against her stomach. "Honestly, I was just about to leave. Report back in, sir." She hesitated, glancing behind her into the city of Carjaden. "The refugees from Dicathen. They started pouring out of a portal in the big library a few hours ago." I cursed. "They'd have been hit too then. Were they the reason for the pulse? Was it an attack of some sort, Agrona's parting farewell?" I tried to remember what it felt like, that cold fist ripping the mana right out of my chest, but it was all speculation at this point. Inside my pocket, my fingers clasped the recording crystal. "No time to even enjoy your victory," Cynthia said with a smirk from the shadowed doorway that Salii had been waiting in. "Who's in charge of the refugees? What's the response been? Koenig's forces were mobilized to help organize transportation, she answered promptly, surprising me. Highblood Koenig hadn't exactly been charitable over these last couple of weeks. As for who's in charge, it's apparently Lady Kara of Highblood de Noir, though tensions are high between her and High Lord Koenig. I started stumping down the street, each step painful. Take me to her, we've got a lot to talk about. Chapter 495, Us Lessers, Arthur Leywin. 1,000 worries, some small, others as large as the sea between Dicathen and Alacria, vied for my attention as Winsome activated the teleportation artifact. I couldn't help but second-guess my return to the Assyrian homeland. Should I have delayed or have planned to stay longer in Dicathen to begin with? Which was more important, the unfolding struggle for power in Ephiatis or the continuing tension that threatened to burst between the peoples of my home? I had done what I could to ensure some stability before I left, but there just hadn't been enough time to resolve every potential problem, nor to visit all the people who deserved my attention. The aftermath of the protesters' attack on the Alacrian refugees had been a mess to clean up. Lord Silvershale had nearly been killed by one of his own men. The Dwarven lords were calling for a hostile takeover of the Beast Core project, claiming that the project had relied on Dwarven resources and been completed under Dwarven land, making it their intellectual property. And all of Darv seemed poised for yet another civil conflict. Meanwhile, I hadn't even had time to visit the Gladers in Ediston or Chull in the Hearth. I could only hope the rest of his healing had gone well and that he'd woken up. A part of me had hoped that he'd seek me out before we left Dicathen again, but I knew I couldn't take him with me to Ephiatis. There was no telling how either Kezes or Novice, lord of the Avignes clan and the Phoenix race, would react. I had to keep King's Gambit partially empowered just to keep myself from collapsing under the weight of all these competing threads of thought. Although I would have preferred to fully activate the Godrune, which would have given me the bandwidth to thoroughly compartmentalize and develop these individual thoughts, I didn't want to create that barrier between the others and myself. Winsome stepped aside and gestured for me to go through the portal he had created, a golden oval that hung above his artifact. I quickly met the eyes of Ellie, Sylvie, and my mother, gauging their readiness. My focus also looked inward to Regis, who waited excitedly to reach our destination. With a wink to my sister that expressed a playfulness I wasn't feeling, I stepped through the portal. The smell of soil and damp transformed, becoming salt and brine. The silence of the apartments deep within Earthborn Institute was replaced by the lapping of waves, cawing of distant seabirds, and shouts of children playing. The Ephiatan sun warmed my skin, and a breeze off the water cooled it again. We had appeared in a square of smooth sandstone. Ornate jade arches opened up into surrounding streets, which ran between alien buildings that appeared to be grown from coral, molded from sandstone, or even formed of pure gleaming pearl. Just ahead of me, the square opened out onto a beach of silver sand, but my attention was drawn beyond the beach. Every layer of my mind focused on the sight. I found myself stepping out onto the beach almost unconsciously. Everything else faded away as I stared at a massive expanse of water, stretching endlessly left and right, extending out beyond the line of sight ahead of me. I had seen oceans before, but the warm blue water was interrupted by shallow, consistently spaced waves, which curled over and crested not with white foam but purple. Ether filled the ocean and the atmosphere above it. Beyond the ocean, just at the horizon, at the very edge of my sight, blue sky gave way to a purple-black one, like I was looking out into the etheric realm. I had thought the fountain of ether in Everburn had been impressive, but this ocean was second only to the etheric realm in its density. I suddenly turned back to ask Winsome about it, but he had gone without a word. Not far down the beach, a group of Leviathan children were playing under the watchful gaze of an elder. The children were chasing each other across the silver sand, with those being chased having to transform their body before being caught, covering a limb with aquatic scales or growing fins, claws, or even a tail in order to avoid being tagged it. One little boy in particular, who appeared to be no older than a human 7-year-old, had stopped running and was staring at us with wide magenta eyes. He had a light blue coloration and flat braids of green hair that spilled down around his shoulders like seaweed, and one hand was covered in blue scales with webbed and bearing sharp claws. His mouth opened wide and he bellowed, "Look, it's the Lessers. Don't be impolite, little one," the elder admonished him patiently. "This is Lord Arthur of Clan Leywin." The children immediately gave up on the game and came running to greet us. Regis manifested beside me, but instead of scaring the children, his appearance only made them even more interested. "I've never seen a lesser before," one little girl said excitedly, the ridges along her temples trembling, her white hair floating upward in the gentle breeze. "Is it true some of you can't use mana at all?" The boy who'd first shouted out gave her a disappointed sort of look. "Really, Lord Leywin is an Archon. Obviously he can use magic." He bit his lip and looked at me, no doubt noticing my lack of a mana signature for the first time. Then he brightened and pointed to Regis. I mean, just look at his guardian beast. That's not a guardian beast, one of the others said, crossing arms that still had fins protruding from them. It's a summons. Probably. Oh, please do forgive their behavior, Lord Leywin, the elder said, tussling the boy's green hair fondly. They're just curious, and in their excitement they've forgotten their manners. Now, children, do you think Clan Leywin is here to stand on the beach and be poked and prodded? She gently knocked away the hand of a little girl who was pulling at Mom's hair and clothes as she inspected her, or to visit Lord Ekalia. Oh, we know the way, the first boy announced, reaching for my hand. A ripple of purpose passed through the gaggle of children, who immediately began speaking over each other in an effort to assure us that they would be the best guide, and the others were likely to get us lost or drowned. Before this could turn into anything more than a couple of adolescent shoves, our fingers were grabbed in small blue, green, pink, and pearl hands, and we were being pulled along the beach. Balconies, paths, walkways, and arches opened onto the beach from the city, and as we went, we saw more and more leviathans. They wore open, flowing clothes in bright colors, and most had skin to match the young ones, although in a wider variety of tones. Many had no hair at all, but those who did sported strange haircuts in a plethora of inhuman colors, floating like seagrass or clinging to their heads in tight, mossy curls. To our left, in the ocean, a pair of transformed leviathans followed our progress. Their long bodies crested the ocean waves only to vanish into them again, providing glimpses of gleaming sapphire and turquoise scales. They were long, thin, and shining, with ridges and fins all down their spines and sides. Although not larger or more fantastic than the other homes along the beach, it was still somehow obvious when we came to Varun's residence. Pearlescent walls curved upwards, interrupted by round, open windows. Deep sea-green tiles like scales covered the roof and formed awnings over the windows and balconies. All varieties of colorful plants grew around the house, waving gently in the sea breeze. Our escort held back as we approached the beachfront porch, and Zelina stepped out from behind an ivy-covered sandstone wall. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and she wore dark leather instead of the bright, breezy garb favored by the other leviathans we'd seen. Her storm-blue eyes were intense as she regarded us, but I couldn't read her expression. "Welcome to Ecclesia," she said, the greeting lukewarm at best. "Lord Ekalia has been awaiting your arrival and invites you into his home." She gestured across an open porch to an arched entry which contained no door, nor even a curtain like those in Everburn City often had. "Thanks for being our guides," Ellie said, waving at the children. They all waved back happily, then burst out in a delighted squeal when Regis suddenly flared with amethyst flames and gave an exaggerated howl. Mom let out a light, innocent laugh as the kids turned tail and sprinted away, chased by their own peals of excited screaming. I felt a bittersweet pang, wondering when I'd last heard Mom sound so carefree. Ellie caught my eye and gave me a knowing smile, clearly thinking the same thing. Smiling back, I followed the direction of Zelina's gesture, crossing a covered porch constructed of carved sandstone bricks tinged with a mild red coloration. Inside the domicile, it was bright, airy, and sweet-smelling. Colorful tiles formed swirling patterns on the floor and up the walls, which were also covered in places with living coral. Light issued from effervescent lighting artifacts and silver flames that hovered above colorful candles. The room was laid out like a parlor, full of driftwood furniture with doors leading to multiple other chambers. I'd hardly crossed the threshold, though, when flapping feet could be heard sprinting across the tile floor. A creature appeared from around a corner and skidded to a stop. I gaped down at it. Its body was long and broad, its head flat, triangular, and gaping in a tooth-filled grin. It looked a bit like an earth alligator, except instead of a leathery hide it looked as if it had rolled in tiny gemstones. Its legs were still reptilian-like but longer, and bright wings were tucked against its back. Its jaws snapped closed rapidly, sending out a clacking kind of warning or greeting. "Oh, but it's so pretty," Sylvie said, easing forward and extending a cautious hand for the creature to sniff, heedless of the many broad teeth. "Ah, I see you've already met Flutterstep." Varun's familiar voice entered the room just before he did. His milky white eyes crinkled around the edges as he regarded the creature. It spun in a circle, chasing its own long tail, then skittered back out of the parlor. "Winsome didn't join you?" he asked, his attention turning to me. "A pity. I do so love his company." Although the words were spoken plainly, without biting sarcasm, I couldn't help but suspect that he meant them that way nonetheless. "You're being rude, father," Zelina said coolly as she maneuvered around my family and me and into the house. "This is Lord Leywin's first royal visit to Ecclesia." Varun waved her words away. "Arthur and I are old friends by now. There is no need for stuffy titles or ceremony between us, I'm sure, but please do come in. Pull up a chair, as I believe the human expression goes." A Leviathan woman entered the parlor behind him from a cozy dining room, multiple trays floating around her on little white clouds. "Ah, thank you, Cora," Varun was quick to say, stepping out of her way as she laid out the trays on the small tables throughout the room. I wasn't sure what less. That is what Clan Leywin would like, Cora said. The deep bow she made didn't quite hide the purple flush of her blue-green ridges. I'm sure whatever you've prepared will be excellent, Mom was quick to say, settling herself somewhat uncomfortably on a couch framed with driftwood and covered in woven padding that looked like sea grass. The Leviathan woman bowed again and backed out of the room. Zelina watched her go with one brow partially raised, an amused smirk turning up the side of her mouth. You make people nervous, she said, and I wasn't quite sure whether she was talking to me, my family, or Sylvie. Regis snapped a couple of what looked like crab legs off a tray as before he stalked toward the doorway where the creature Flutter's step had disappeared earlier. He stopped as if frozen, chewed slowly, and then turned back toward the food. Oh man, that's like the best thing I've ever eaten. His bright eyes jumped to my mother. No offense, Alice. Mom had picked up a green-tinged pastry from another tray and was sniffing it uncertainly. Oh, don't bother, Regis. I know what I'm good at and cooking certainly has never been it. Well, Cora is the best cook in Ecclesia, perhaps all of Ephiatis, Varun said, chuckling. She's also a skilled hunter. The 10,000-legged crab is no mean opponent. Oh posh, Cora said from the other room, embarrassment practically oozing from her words. You have a cook, Ellie said as she picked up a stack of thin, papery green wafers. More quietly to Mom, she added, that's so weird. And why shouldn't we have a cook? Zelina asked, steel in her tone. Ellie froze with a seaweed wafer halfway in her mouth. Oh, Zelina turned her nose up. Did you think we, perhaps, simply magicked our food out of thin air? There was a tense moment. Ellie looked to me for help, but I was watching Varun. If there were anything to worry about in Zelina's attitude, I was certain Varun's expression would tell me, but he was playing the doddering old uncle again, enraptured by the flickering flames of Regis's mane. Well, I mean maybe, Ellie said after a long pause. Zelina snorted and sat down in an empty chair near Ellie. You have much to learn about the ways of the Usra girl. Varun gave a very small, very unsubtle cough. Eleanor, Zelina was quick to correct herself, not looking at her father. When she continued, her tone was didactic but not insulting. For example, the foods we eat are rich with mana, and a skilled Asuran cook is adept not only at making palatable cuisine, but also maintaining or even enhancing the natural balance of mana within it. The conversation turned, and Sylvie and I spent time making small talk with Varun while Zelina began to drill my mother and Ellie on Asuran culture and etiquette. I found myself surprised by just how homely it all felt. I'd been worried about bringing Mom and Ellie into the middle of this politics, but I also knew I couldn't do what needed to be done without them. The Leywins needed to be a clan, not just me. They had needed this. I had needed this. An hour or more slipped away as we all grew comfortable and at ease. I was standing in front of the open doorway out onto the beach, listening to Sylvie explain the difference between clan, race, and family to Mom, when I realized Varun was standing next to me, so close our shoulders nearly touched. I was hoping we might have a word in private, he said, his voice low, absent his usual jocularity. So soon? I asked, looking first at my family and then to him. I assumed we'd have more time to settle in, address the pleasantries before we got to business. The old Leviathan hummed, something between a chuckle and a scoff. When you occupy a seat in the Great Eight, Fine Nine, Regis tossed out from nearby where he and Flutterstep were having a staring competition. There is little and less done or said that does not relate to business, as you put it. Come, he brushed past me, leading the way out onto the porch. Instead of taking me to the beach, we circled around the house, passed through a kind of tide pool garden, and under a jade arch carved in the shape of a transformed Leviathan. The beach beyond it was silent and empty. A path of turquoise stones cut across the sand to I had to look twice. It was like a pier but made in the shape of or perhaps just made of bones. Not just bones, but the nearly complete skeleton of a giant sea creature. It didn't run straight but wound out into the ocean like a snake. It was at least 100 feet long, perhaps longer. Despite his milky white eyes, Varun didn't hesitate to step out onto the ribs of the skeleton. He stepped lightly from one to the next, making it a dozen feet out or so before turning back to see me standing on the shore. Don't worry, no relation, you won't offend by treading upon the dead. This isn't the skeleton of one of your people? I asked tentatively as I began to follow him. He let out a guffaw. No, though I suppose I can see your confusion. You know, of course, of the walking mountain Geolus. He waited for me to confirm that I did, then continued. This was something like that, a force of nature, a living act of creation. Aquinas, the world serpent. Seems a bit small compared to Kezes's mountain, I said. Varun was silent until we reached the end, the bones growing smaller until the pier dwindled to a stop. He then turned and gestured to the silver beach. Frowning, I followed where he pointed, not seeing anything. By some trick of the design or Leviathan magic, the village itself wasn't visible. Only the beach could be seen, stretching away in both directions as far as the eye could see, gently winding back and forth, occasional ridges in the silver sand. I see, I said, realizing the truth. The pier was made up of only the end of the skeleton's tail. Does this monster Aquinas have something to do with why your ocean is so richly laden with ether? Varun clasped his hands behind his back and looked toward the distant horizon, where the skyline turned black and purple. No, just the meandering thoughts of an old man. The ocean is the border, Arthur, the place where our world ends and that which lies beyond begins. Ether and mana both come in and out on the tides. I've always thought of it as the breath of Ephiodus. I thought Ephiodus was contained within a, well, like a bubble, I finished lamely, not sure how else to describe it. Oh, but it is of a sort. He was silent a moment. The breeze kicked up, blowing stronger, and he closed his eyes and smiled as he turned into it. At the very least, it's a convenient metaphor. The truth is more complex. As I tried to understand, my thoughts turned to fate. In the black purple of the horizon, I saw the building pressure of the etheric realm. All that ether, released over millennia as people lived and died, constrained and packed into an unnatural cyst instead of being used and spread throughout the world, the universe. A cyst that would eventually explode, ripping through the world like a bomb and wiping out all life for as far as fate's vision had allowed me to see. I had shown fate an alternative, but even inside the keystone, exploring the infinite possible threads of potential to see how action and reaction would unfold in the future. I hadn't been able to see every ripple through space and time that my actions would cause. I have to empty the etheric realm, I said. Voicing it aloud was like releasing a pressure that had been building inside me, just like the ether. The force I came to understand as fate, a kind of conscious manifestation of etheric will, I think sees the etheric void as a constraint, like water in a skin. Fine under a normal amount of pressure, but if you keep pushing water into the skin, eventually it will explode. Vera opened his eyes and turned his back on the horizon. I have seen this in the waves. I bent down and lowered a hand between two huge ribs, letting the cool water lap around my fingers. I suspected something like that. You have foresight. Not exactly, Varun said, rubbing his chin in thought. We see sense echoes carried back to us on the ocean waves. I believe you might call it a spatium art, but we do not influence ether the way the dragons do. Still, it speaks to some of us, the ones who learn to listen. But that is neither here nor there. I interrupted you. Please continue. The ether needs to be allowed to expand, to settle, to fill in the cracks and crevices like silt at the bottom of the ocean. Otherwise, it'll explode. Fate has manipulated me since the very beginning, even in bringing me to this world. It was set on holding me in the last of the Jinn keystones until it could make me see things its way. Varun thoughtfully ran a hand along the ridge at his temple. Except you were the one to convince this fate of the correct path. Although spoken as a question, there was a confidence in his words that surprised me. I did. How then will you do this, Arthur Leywin? Standing again, I looked down at the ether-rich ocean water dripping from my fingers. The only way I can. Varun, I have to teach others what I've learned. By drawing ether from the void, by using it on a scale even greater than the Jinn, I can lance the cyst that is the etheric realm. That is what I've promised fate. It's the only way to save my world, perhaps many worlds. An expression of deep sadness came over Varun, but he didn't speak immediately. I gave him time. I already knew what he was just now coming to understand. After a full minute of silence, surrounded by the slowly lapping waves, he said, "In saving your world, Arthur, you will destroy mine." I know. My memories of those last moments in the Keystone were clouded by the nature of the experience. I had seen the future I spoke of, where I taught others to utilize ether as I did, and the pressure was slowly released as more and more ether was drawn back into our dimension, where it spread throughout first the world and then beyond, radiating into time and space. I had seen this and many, many other potential futures. Ephiodus was destroyed in all of them. If I do nothing, the building pressure will inevitably explode and Ephiodus will be destroyed, I said. It can't be saved, Varun. Varun nodded, his expression distant. When he spoke, it sounded as though he were talking to himself. Ephiodus isn't inside this etheric realm, as you call it, but it does empower our world, allowing the binding to hold its place. To return to the bubble metaphor, it is a thin layer of that place that works to separate Ephiodus itself from the dimension beyond. Perhaps if one were to, no. That would not do. Still, this inevitability could be eons, yes. If we instead, but no, of course not. I must consider this information, Arthur. He met my eyes. You must not speak of this to any other. Whatever designs Kezes might have for you, he will not allow you to live if he understands what you intend, regardless of eventual inevitability, fate itself by sun and sea. He let out a shaky breath. Kezes is most dangerous when he is frightened, and this is an idea that will terrify him. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. I paced along the ribs a few feet, then back toward Varun, which is why I'm telling you. I saw what I could before because of fate and the keystone working with my own abilities. You, though, with your sense of foresight. Varun gave me a piercing look. Before I answer, Arthur, tell me, what is your purpose here in Ephiodus? In Ecclesia, you invited me here, I said carefully. So you came only because the other lords and I bid it? Varun asked pointedly. No, I admitted. It's essential that I acquaint myself with the other Asuran clans, surely you can see that. I let a scowl sharpen my features and knit my brow. We both know what I seek, but the path there is still to be decided. My hope is that I will find more than a land of distant, bitter deities feasting on their crab legs and looking down in amusement on the tragic fate of us lessers. Us lessers, Varun mused, his focus turning inwards. Before I could respond, he waved his hand, silencing me. As the silence stretched on, however, I spoke again. I need to know if you're with me, Varun. I believe that Kezes is at the center of everything. Whatever he's been doing in my world, whatever reason he has for destroying civilization after civilization, it's tied to the building pressure. Varun gave no indication of surprise at my words. What I see is murky. Since you came along, I am rarely able to make sense of the echoes brought to me on the waves. Then why'd you give me the morning pearls? His eyes closed again, and he spoke as if reciting scripture, energy seething within every syllable. 3 parts to your being, 3 boundaries to your transcendence, 3 lives bound to you in obligation. His eyes opened and they swam with a pearlescent color. You are the heart of the maelstrom, all around you chaos. In your wake destruction. I frowned deeply, searching his face for understanding. If you believe that, why help me? The energy dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. He blinked and his eyes were once again plain milky white. Because in the aftermath of the storm there is rebuilding. I am with you, Arthur, whatever. He cleared his throat and straightened up. Hello, Lord Indrath. I spun on my heels, careful not to slip off the ribs and into the water. Kezes was standing near the midpoint of the pier. The sun gleamed off his blonde hair and the sea-born wind tossed his white cloak, making the golden embroidery wink playfully. His amethyst eyes blazed with internal light. Chapter 496, Trust, Arthur Leywin. The rolling waves beat against the shoreline. Cool wind wove in between the 3 of us, each a lord of our clan, our race. In the distance, an Ephiautan seabird cried a hollow, mournful tune, as if lamenting what was about to happen. Lord Indrath, welcome. If Varun was surprised by Kezes' sudden appearance, he hid it well. It is a rare treat for you to visit us here in Ecclesia. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. How much had Kezes heard? I readied myself to fend off an attack. Arthur is needed at my castle, Kezes said perfunctorily. I hesitated, his tone bore no hostility. He wasn't seething with suppressed mana or ether as if containing his rage. There was no outward sign of displeasure, not even the darkening of his eyes. If he'd heard anything dangerous, he was playing it incredibly close to the chest. His request could have been a cover. It seemed unlike him to have come all this way to collect me in person, especially when Winsome had left me here barely more than an hour ago. Perhaps he wants to relocate this conversation to somewhere he has more power. I considered refusing. I'd be leaving my family, my clan behind without my protection. Even though I trusted Varun and his people, it was a ready-made excuse. Putting myself in Kezes' power was foolish. There was also the power dynamic between us to consider. I didn't want to give the impression that I was distrustful or unreasonable. Every exchange between us couldn't turn into an exaggerated pissing contest, like the Battle of Wills above the lava fields, or I would fail in my mission before I'd even begun. If he hadn't overheard our conversation, I couldn't afford to rouse his suspicion now. What's this about? I asked, watching him carefully as I walked along the skeletal pier to stand face to face with him. I shall tell you when we arrive, Kezes said. To Varun he added a perfunctory farewell, and then his power was wrapping around me. I resisted on impulse, sheathing myself in ether. Kezes' power struggled against my own, but only for an instant. I let him through, and then we were being shunted through space, appearing in a nondescript corridor only a moment later. Torches flickered on the walls, highlighting a clean hallway with no doors and no apparent way in or out. Hauling me off to the dungeons already, I quipped, using the humor to hide my actual nervousness. Do the other lords of the Great Eight know about this? Kezes didn't answer. The tails of his jacket flared as he marched down the hallway. Rolling my eyes, I followed. Arthur, where are you? Sylvie's voice in my mind was light and distant. I quickly explained what had happened. Regis's indignation burned beneath my skin. Let us know if we need to stage a heroic rescue. No, hang tight, I urged them both. Just make sure my family is safe. I can handle things here. I clamped down hard on any doubt I felt about that statement, not wanting my companions to know just how nervous I really was. After 100 feet or so, Kezes stopped, and the wall to his right began to unfold. The stones separated like the teeth of a zipper, then rotated away and folded back as if made of cloth. On the other side was a cell. It was bright, mostly due to a beam of light that extended from floor to ceiling in the middle of the room. Suspended in that light was a Grona. He looked just as he had when I'd last seen him, blank-eyed and slack-jawed like a puppet with its strings cut. His opulent clothes were wrinkled and stained, the chains and ornaments in his horns tangled together. In a word, he looked truly and utterly pathetic, less than a shadow of the horror that had for so long dominated my mind. No change then, I asked. Don't you have healers? Of course, Art. Turning back to Kezes, I found Lady Meyer standing beside him, although I had felt no sign of her arrival. Tall and graceful, she wore the form of an ageless, beautiful woman instead of the wizened figure I'd first met. Her powerful aura only hit me after I realized she was there. We have access to incredible healing magic, she continued, moving to stand right in front of Agrona. She had to crane her neck to look up at his blank face. But nothing has managed to make so much as an eyelash flicker. Even Aludari Vritra could shed no light on Agrona's condition. Where is the sovereign? I asked, surprised they had involved him in this at all. It seemed dangerous to give him any knowledge he might turn against us, and I wouldn't be surprised if he knew more than he was letting on. He's a guest in my castle for the moment. He is clanless, Meyer added. Lord Cawthon has been happy to let Aludari remain in our care. There is a good chance the basilisks would kill him if he attempted to go home. Perhaps one day, I didn't respond. The Vritra clan was a blight and Aludari was no better. I was certain Kezes had only allowed him to live so far because of some deal Aludari made regarding me, but it was the wrong time to address that topic. He seemed half mad when I spoke to him. It's no wonder he knew nothing about Agrona. His gaze seemed to be focused well away from Alacria. Kezes eyed me for a moment, considering. Indeed. He agreed only that Agrona's body is alive. It continues to cycle enough mana to maintain itself as if Agrona were sleeping, but there is no mind present within the shell. Our best manipulators of mental energy, an aspect of magic that Agrona himself was an expert in, can find nothing to read or cling to inside him. It's as if his mind was destroyed completely, Meyer said. Sucking her teeth, she turned around to regard me, her expression calculating. We need to understand what happened, Art. What else can you tell us about what occurred between you in that cave? I activated King's Gambit. Etha flooded my mind, which opened like the canopy of a great tree, every branch holding its own individual thought. The crown on my brow shed light over the faces of Kezes and Meyer. Kezes's jaw tightened, and his eyes shifted to a plum shade of purple. Meyer cocked her head slightly, her gaze trailing from my Etha core, along the channels I had forged to manipulate Etha, and through the window of my eyes into what lay beyond. It was unclear just how much of what she saw she could understand. My feet lifted off the floor, and I rotated around Agrona and the beam of light, studying him intently. The threads of fate were gone, not that I could see them without fate's presence. I had cut them away, which had resulted in the dissolution of Agrona's impact on the world. The result was a sudden shockwave that tore across both continents. I couldn't explain why it had left Agrona in this vegetative state, however, and even King's Gambit was not able to invent new information out of nothing. Theories began to pile up, though, and annoying concern bit at my insides. I've told you everything I know. Briefly, I reiterated my use of fate, which I had already explained to Meyer upon first waking in Ephiatis. Perhaps his mind simply couldn't cope with the effects of being entirely severed from his people and plans. But what does that mean? Kezes said, pacing back and forth in front of Agrona in irritation. What you describe is not possible. He shot me a suspicious glance. And if you had this power, why not kill him outright? Why stop at severing these connections you have described? Had I not been deep within King's Gambit, I would have had to suppress a smirk at his discomfort. As it was, this uncharacteristic show of emotion from Kezes was noted by only one of many parallel thought processes. Fate, as the Jinn correctly surmised, is another aspect of Etha. It binds us together and helps to order the universe. I purposefully kept the description vague and guessable. I didn't want Kezes to understand the full truth yet. The Jinn had theorized a way to influence fate, but it was limited. As for your other questions, the answer is simple. I gazed down at him from where I floated. Looking at the potential impact of my decision, I saw only a single path forward. Removal of the legacy was the key, not destroying Agrona. Kezes knew nothing about the building destructive force inside of the etheric realm, unless he had overheard my conversation with Varun. I continued to hold eye contact, watchful for any flicker of acknowledgement or spark of understanding that would suggest he knew more than I'd told him. The way forward to what, exactly? Kezes crossed his arms and held my gaze intently. A future that serves the most people in the most positive way, I said, framing the answer obtusely. He scoffed, but in his derision I saw the truth. He hadn't overheard the conversation. It was a relief, although I did not have to try to keep the emotion from my face due to King's Gambit. A separate thread of thought was examining him in a different light. I wondered if I could still have seen the golden threads of fate's connections, what Kezes would look like. Over millennia, he had forced himself into the very center of power to influence both my world and Ephiatis. His decisions impacted every life form on both worlds. His commands ended civilizations and gave birth to new races. Would he look like Agrona, bound in an uncountable number of those golden threads, or would he look more like the aspect of fate itself, a being woven into the fabric of destiny? Perhaps in time we will come to understand more, Meyer said placatingly, one hand brushing the back of her husband's neck briefly. To me, she added, there is one more thing we would ask of you, Art. Perhaps you could release that ridiculous form, Keza said. His eyes were narrowed but only very slightly, creating fine wrinkles around the corners. There was tension in his jaw and neck, and his irises had shifted toward magenta. He stood motionless. Whatever they were about to ask, he was uncertain, either about my answer or whether to ask at all. Curious, I lowered to the ground and moved to face the pair of powerful Usuras. Kezis's request was most likely an attempt to handicap me, as he knew exactly what benefits King's Gambit provided. Perhaps you can forgive a small amount of caution on my own behalf, but I feel more comfortable with my Godrune active. I wouldn't ask that you shut yourself off from the mana that empowers your body in order to speak with me. It displays a distinct lack of trust, Kezis insisted. I might even go so far as to call it an insult. On the contrary, I have allowed myself to be placed under your power because I do trust you, I lied. You asked for me to come here and I have. You asked for me to explain what happened to Agrona and I have. The only reason for you to ask me to release my power is that you are distrustful of the advantage it provides me, an advantage that only serves to put us on a more even playing field. If you feel more comfortable in the embrace of this magic art, then please keep it active, Meyer interjected. Although she didn't look at Kezes, something passed unspoken between them. He attempted to relax but wasn't entirely successful. Although, as someone who you once might have called your mentor, I would suggest you be careful, she added with a kind smile. What you describe sounds like it could grow beyond comfort into an addiction. Of course, Meyer, I'll be cautious, I said, respectfully dismissive on the outside. One thread within the woven tapestry of my conscious thought focused entirely on her words, though. I knew my family didn't enjoy being around me when I spent too much time under the effects of the Godrune, and my companions were forced to shut their minds off from me entirely. Reliance on the significant enhancements to my cognitive abilities and the dampening of emotions could prove as dangerous as any drug. In Ephiatus, though, where my opponents were all many thousands of times my own age and had lifetimes of experience that I could never hope to replicate, I had to take every advantage. I also did not fully trust Meyer's intentions. Now, what is it you want? Kezes stood before Agrona, not looking at me, his fists clenched. There has been no criminal among the Usura in all the time of my rulership more horrid than Agrona Vritra. He has been let off too easily, an example must be made, but I can't do that with him in this state. Use Aludari then, I said. Let him be the receptacle of your performative justice. Kezes rounded on me, his nostrils flaring and his eyes flashing. Performative, be careful, boy, although Usura in name you are nonetheless. Trust, Meyer said, emphasizing the word. That is what we need now between each other, trust. Antagonism and impatience can only serve to harm the significant effort you've both gone to in order to reach this point in your relationship. She gave me a look of mild disappointment. You are the ambassador of your entire world. The Archon race may be small, but those who are relying on you are many. Despite the matronly tone of constructive criticism, I felt the threat of her words in my bones. She was right, though. I wasn't ready to be Kezes's enemy. Not with everything I had to accomplish to reach my goal. I relaxed the flow of ether into King's Gambit, and the Godrune faded to a partial charge. Empowering it this way was second nature by now and helped to take the edge off the fatigue of releasing it. When I spoke, I did so slowly to not trip over my own tongue and give away my lethargy. I apologize, I spoke too plainly, I didn't mean to offend you. Kezes returned to his placid facade as swiftly as he had grown angry. My wife is right, as is usually the case. She smiled at him fondly. When she spoke, though, there was sadness in her tone. Aludari will not serve the same purpose Agrona would. I'm certain you agree that this basilisk deserves true justice. Those we both love suffered as his hands more than most. I thought of Sylvia, hiding in her cave between the Elshire forest and the Beast Glades with the enchanted egg of her only daughter, a daughter she shared with a man she thought she'd loved, a man who then had her killed so he could experiment on his own heir. I thought of Sylvie and the life she would have had if he'd been successful. I thought of Tesha and the life she did have, imprisoned in her own body as the vessel for Cecilia's rise to power. Of course he deserves justice, I said solemnly. But it seems to me as if he's had it. Take his head and be done with it. It's still not enough, Kezes said, his anger now directed toward Agrona's mindless husk, which is why. We would like you to heal him, Arthur. In my current state, I didn't immediately understand what he meant. Under the weight of both Kezes's and Meyer's stares, the realization was like a heavy stone in my stomach. You think the Morning Pearl will heal him? After everything I had learned about the pearls, I couldn't believe they'd even suggest it. Even if you're certain it would, you want to waste it on him. It is a valuable resource, but I am willing to spend it. Tesha and Chul were only alive because of the other two pearls. My consciousness turned inward, feeling within my extra-dimensional space for the items stored there, including the last Morning Pearl. Its value to me was incalculable. It could be my sister's life or my mother's. If I'd had such power when my father lay on the battlefield dying of his wounds, it is not your resource to use regardless. Kezes darkened. Even the beam of light suspending Agrona seemed to dim. I command you to hand over the morning pearl. I cocked my head slightly, not cowed by his theatrics. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that I am also lord of a great clan. Are the others so easily cowed by you? Surely the role of the Great Eight extends beyond the pretense of self-rulership to keep the other races in line. Meyer quickly stepped in, unable to hide the flash of exasperation that crossed her features. Please, Art. Take some time and consider it. I know what you're thinking. That pearl could be used to save Sylvie or Ellie or Alice, but you are the head of your own clan now and your decisions impact all Usura. You can't think only about yourself. Beyond simply justice, think about everything we could learn from Agrona together. There is much about his actions in your world that we don't understand and may never if he isn't revived. Let him answer for his crimes for the good of all Ephiatis, Dicathen, and Alacria. I bit back a sigh. I will think about it. Could Agrona himself somehow be the third life bound to me in obligation? I wondered, recalling Varun's words. She shot a quick glance at Kezes, who still looked like he was on the edge of an eruption. Then that is all we can ask. We'll return you to Ecclesia and your family. Once you've had time to consider, we will speak again. Kezes remained silent as we left the dungeon, which sealed over again behind us. Meyer bid me farewell and Kezes's magic again wrapped around me. When I appeared standing in silver sand, I was alone. I took in a lungful of the sea air, held it for several seconds and slowly released it, trying to let the tension flow out with it. The beach around me was empty. The purple horizon had expanded toward the village, the darkness extending farther up the sky as the sun went down. I kicked the sand, sending up a spray that shone like glitter in the dying rays of the sun. The conversation with Kezes had not turned out as expected, and the very real fear of being overheard had transformed into a more distant and bitter emotion. Varun had asked me what I was doing here in Ephiatis. It was an astute question. There was much that needed doing back in Dicathen, and I knew Kara and Saris would have appreciated my presence and help in Alacria as well, but none of them truly understood the danger. Nothing I could accomplish there would mean anything if Kezes decided to wipe our civilization from the face of the world. Integration, exoforms, or even Etha would do little against an Asuran death squad. No, if I was going to protect the people of my world while working toward fate's ultimate goal, I had to do it from Ephiatis. As these thoughts tumbled around inside my skull, I proceeded up the beach toward the city, where I'd appeared on the outskirts of. Bonfires glowed in the distance, and soon the empty beach was crowded with leviathans playing and eating. Though distracted by my own rumination, I felt my face break into a smile at the sight. These people seemed so carefree, so easygoing. They lived a simple life, at least when viewed from the outside. None of them knew that their lives were bought with the blood of civilization after civilization in my world. I didn't yet understand why, but I knew it was true. Neither did they realize that they'd built their home on the edge of a volcano, and the pressure of eruption built every passing day. After slowly hiking along the beach for 30 minutes or more, I finally found a couple of familiar figures. I stopped as soon as I noticed them. They hadn't seen me yet. Several Leviathan children were lined up in messy rows with their ankles intermittently in the water as it came and went. These children were older than those who had greeted us on our arrival to Ecclesia, appearing to be in their early teens, at least in comparison to humans. Ellie stood with them, her brown hair and fair skin making her stand out amongst the Leviathan's color. Zelina, Varun's daughter, stood facing them 15 feet inland. She was offering instruction, and I immediately expected it to be combat training. When she moved, though, it wasn't to wield a weapon, form a combat spell, or even drill them in a martial arts form. The sand around ran like liquid before rising up and forming itself into the rough shape of a seashell. I couldn't hear what she was saying over the noise of the ocean and the people relaxing beside it, but a pleasant smile came and went across her purple lips as she spoke, and her storm blue eyes were crinkled at the edges with clear joy. The students began to cast their own spells. They worked with wet sand, which would flow more easily, especially if they were more attuned to water than earth. Ellie watched the other students and stared at the ground in turns. She could have created anything she wanted out of pure mana, of course, but she was actively attempting to emulate the Leviathan's efforts instead. I watched her until Zelina spotted me. After a quick word to the group, she strode my way. As she approached, she seemed to appraise me, her eyes sweeping up and down my form and lingering on my own golden eyes so unlike any other human. Her fingers ran through the mohawk of sea-green hair that grew down the middle of her head beneath navy-blue ridges. "You cost me 10 jade," she said, her tone serious even though she appeared relaxed. "My father was confident you would return, but I bet him you were headed straight to the dungeons in Castle Indrath." I gave her a chagrined smile. "You were both right. I did go to the dungeons, but I have also returned from them. Her brows knit together. I'll have to ask for my jade back then. Jade? I asked, raising a brow. She flourished her hand, and a round piece of jade, carved with a stylized drop of water with a hook on one side, was resting in her palm. We rarely have need of currency, but when we choose to use it instead of simply bartering or offering aid, we use jade. She flipped the jade piece toward me and I caught it out of the air. Keep it as a souvenir. I chuckled and reversed the motion of her flourish, making the jade vanish into my dimensional storage rune. Thanks, she gave me a lopsided smile. Anyway, what did Old Man Dragon want with you? I chuckled at the irreverent moniker, but my amusement died away as my thoughts returned to the meeting. He wants me to do something I'm not willing to do. Such is the nature of your position, she said with a shrug. I regarded her with surprise, and her lopsided smile returned. Just talk to my father. Being lord of a great clan means navigating the choppy waters of Indrath's unpleasant temper. He will attempt to force you to do things his way, and you will swim against the tide as best you're able, trying to end up as close to your own goal as you can while still placating him. That's what your father says? I asked hesitantly. She let out a barking laugh. Sea and stars? No, of course not. The great Varanekaliah would never speak so bluntly. Surely you've noticed he enjoys taking the meander course of the river, not the straightforward flight of the gull. We both grinned at that. I hadn't known Varun for long, but what she said was obviously true. Don't agonize yourself into an early grave over it, she said, again giving me a small shrug of her shoulders. I'm confident you will be able to handle what's to come. I rubbed the back of my neck and stared at the students practicing their spells for a long moment. Ellie hadn't noticed me yet, so intently was she studying the Leviathan's magic. Why? I asked after the pause, back at the dragon woman's returning ceremony. My confusion must have shown on my face because she clarified, saying, I saw what you did, placing Sylvia Indrath's core on her altar in the castle. I was wary of you and had sworn to keep my eyes on you. I didn't mean to intrude on the moment, but I'm glad I did. The look of appraisal returned. You are powerful, Arthur Leywin, and you are intelligent. All your peers in Ephiatis are also both of those things, some much more so than you, but you are kind too, and that is something often missing among the highest ranking of Usuras, regardless of race. She looked at me meaningfully. That can be a strength, but it can also be a weakness. In you, though, I think it can be transformational, for the Great Eight and for all of Ephiatis. Before I could reply, one of the students shouted excitedly and yelled for Zelina's attention. Ellie looked over finally, saw me, brightened, and waved eagerly. Zelina's lopsided smile returned, and she began walking away without another word. I watched her go, equal parts surprised and confused. Zelina's affirmation had been entirely unexpected, but her words about my transforming Ephiatis were far more true than she could even know. Chapter 497, To Be Ready, Arthur Leywin. I left town before the Ephiatan sun had even risen over Ecclesia the morning after my visit to Agrona's husk. Alone, I circled around Varun's home to the World Serpent's Tail, which seemed to take me directly out of the city and into a wilderness of rocky beaches, overgrown forests that reminded me of Earth's jungles, and a sky half consumed by the purple-black of the etheric realm. The atmosphere was thick with ether, which blew off the waves like sea foam and out into the jungle. Seabirds crowed and unseen creatures answered from the depths of the jungle with powerful roars. Each breath was full of cool, salty sea air and warm, eager ether. I wondered if this place had always been so rich with ether, or if, over the millennia, the building pressure of the void had forced more through the rolling ocean border and into Ephiatis. My mind was full and there was so much to sift through. With my thoughts carefully shielded from Regis and Sylvie, I channeled King's Gambit. My mind splintered into dozens of different stages, each one shining a spotlight on a specific thought. I directed several of these lights at the problem of the etheric realm as my gaze lingered on the purple-black horizon. I had been under the effects of King's Gambit when I discovered the solution, and it was difficult to hold it all together in my mind without the Godrune. Other portions of my mind focused on fate itself, while still others considered the tension between Dicathen and Alacria, the fate of Ephiatis, and my own place as the needle and thread required to stitch it all together. Despite all these simultaneous lines of thought, I kept a careful watch on the sea and jungle. I didn't have to walk far before I reached a rocky cove that suited my purpose. There I found a wide, flat stone that jutted up from the waterfront and sat cross-legged on top of it. The atmospheric ether answered readily. With my eyes closed, I felt, rather than watched, the ether. At first, there was no intention to the action. I simply experienced it, absorbing and then purging the ether, forming the particles into abstract shapes that flowed in a rough torus encircling me, like a child drawing patterns in the sand. Fate's overriding desire was to release the pressure building in the etheric realm, allowing the natural process of entropy to continue. Although it had proven heedless of the consequences for our world, its primary reason for escalating a resolution appeared to be avoiding a much greater disaster, one that may have no safe distance in all the known universe. Only by combining King's Gambit, the fourth keystone, and Fate's presence together had I been able to see a solution, but reaching that potential future wasn't without its own set of barriers. Foremost among them, of course, was the difficulty in accomplishing what I'd set out to do. Fear that Kezes would destroy the people of Alacria and Dicathen before my efforts came to fruition was a close second. I had explained part of my plan to Varun, but utilizing ether drawn from the void was only one piece of a complex puzzle. My eyes opened, and I dropped back down to the stone roughly. I had been hovering several inches above it without realizing. I stood atop the rock for several minutes, motionless. Restless tension built in me until it was like a ripple across the surface of every thought at once. I took in a deep breath and let it out as a sigh. I needed to move to do something. Focusing on my core, I began conjuring swords of pure ether, first 2, then 4, then 6. I stopped at 8 as the bright violet blades floated around me. With the conjured weapons in place, I activated Realmheart, bringing the thick haze of mana particles into view. Their greens, blues, reds, and yellows painted the beach like the brush strokes of some clumsy artist. I felt my hair rise from my scalp as the hidden runes across my body burned with etheric light. Next, I pushed Ether into God's step, bringing the connections between every point clearly into view as well. Aroa's Requiem activated next, glowing warmly against my back with the other God runes. Its purpose in this exercise was primarily to add mental weight, making the use of the other God runes more difficult. Additional partitions of my conscious mind broke off to guide each blade, to calculate each trajectory, and to control each God rune. Using the ability to see the interplay of mana and ether through Realmheart, I formed 8 etheric bubbles, which dipped into the ocean and filled with water before floating back into the air. These targets spread out in front of me at different heights and distances. Starting with only one at a time, I launched an orb away from myself, then thrust a sword into the etheric pathways. The blade appeared from a different point to pierce the orb, allowing the water within to splash back down into the sea. 2 more flew in different directions, and I repeated the exercise. Within a couple of rounds, all 8 were being launched like sling bullets with one part of my mind, while another part attempted to strike them all simultaneously. Each time, I reconjured and filled the orbs. The relictums were the key. The Jinn's knowledge of ether and how to utilize it on a large scale was written into the bones of the structure. Emptying the etheric void safely without destroying our world would be impossible without that knowledge. My conjurations faded away, but I kept channeling ether into all of my God runes. My feet lifted off the ground and I hung in the air like a marionette. I imagined my core as the etheric realm and began absorbing more ether from the atmosphere. Curious about something, I captured a cluster of mana particles within some of that ether. The mana was drawn into my core, but the organ made no effort to purify it. Instead, the motes of mana floated around amid the increasingly dense ether, just like the relictums in the ether realm. How long will the relictums survive before degradation and the building pressure force it to collapse entirely? I wondered. My ether core was surrounded by organic gates that opened out to channels I had forged myself. As I floated there and watched, the mana was slowly pushed bit by bit until it was expelled through one of those gates. From there, the water attribute mana lingered, but the rest slowly escaped my body and returned to the atmosphere. As my thoughts churned, I continued through a series of exercises, molding and conjuring ether in a variety of ways to enhance my precision and continue the absorption and purging of energy. It was more like meditation than true training, since nothing I did managed to challenge me. I briefly considered leaving the beach to strike out into the jungle and battle the beasts I'd heard there. Glancing behind me to look into the shadows beneath the thick canopy, I was surprised to see Zelina leaning against the base of a tree, watching me thoughtfully. I let my concentration fall away and settled back onto the flat rock. "I didn't sense your approach. I didn't wish to be sensed," she said with a shrug of the leather pauldrons that lay over her shoulders. Bands of leather crossed over her chest and revealed the pearlescent scales of some great beast in the gaps between. The leather was densely stamped with images and runic symbols. She looked like she was dressed for battle. "Not until I had gauged what you were up to." "And?" I asked, holding out my arms. A frown pinched her brows and turned down her lips. "I've trained dozens of young warriors, all of them powerful, talented, and motivated. And yet, any one of them could become distracted by just a single irrelevant thought and a day of training lost. You turn on this," she drew a circle around her floating hair with her finger, "and you unleash 100 different competing thoughts into your squishy lesser brain." Her lips quivered as she suppressed a smile, and she pushed away from the tree to walk confidently toward me. "My father tells me you trained your body with Cordry of the Thyestes when you were only a boy. Did he teach you to fracture your mind into 100 pieces to fight? I stepped down off the stone. The sand gave just a little, letting the soles of my boots sink into itself. I'm thinking, not training. And how far have your thoughts come? She asked, stopping 10 feet in front of me. Not very far, I admitted, not quite meeting her eyes. She waited for me to continue. I hesitated, then eventually said, I feel rudderless. I know what I have to do, but all I see are impediments. The goal itself seems so far removed. I'm not sure what I should be doing right now. She crossed her arms and raised one brow. Whether thinking or training, you are doing so for one reason: to be ready. A wise Asura prepares to face the unknown. Even in victory, we may face uncertainty. Do not focus on the completion of only a single task. I blinked at her, surprised. The words were very similar to those once spoken by King Grey in another life. Zelina's expression hardened into one of intense focus, and she drew a short blade from an extra-dimensional space. I would like to fight you. Perhaps that would provide the challenge and focus you are seeking. I shifted my right foot back and conjured an etheric sword in my right hand. The blade was a few inches shorter than usual to better match Zelina's weapon. I suppose a spar wouldn't hurt. She lunged forward in a sea green and dark brown blur. I blinked away with God's step appearing behind her and thrust the point of my blade backwards, aiming at her thigh. Her body rotated in midair, seeming to defy physics, and her knee struck my wrist. Bone cracked and the etheric sword melted away. I God-stepped again, appearing on top of the flat rock holding my broken wrist. Slowly, she turned her head around to look at me, her body turned sideways in profile from my new position. Be careful if you employ that technique against a dragon. One strong enough in the ether arts might push back against you. Her brows crept up as I shook out my wrist, already fully healed. You should practice strengthening your muscles and bones with ether at all times, even when you sleep. You are an Asura now. Imbuing your body should be as natural as breathing or the beating of your heart. I held my arm straight out in front of me and conjured another weapon into my fist. This time I moved first, planting one foot on the edge of the rock and burst stepping toward her. An eager grin flashed across her face, and the sand beneath me burst with several jets of superheated water. The world twisted as I moved through the etheric pathways, reappearing above her. A second weapon shimmered into being in my other hand as I fell toward her like a diving flare hawk. Tua, Zelina dove forward into a roll, and I struck nothing but a thick soup of sand and water that immediately attempted to drag me down. Aware only of a green and brown blur in front of me, I God-stepped again, this time creating some distance. 30 feet away, Zelina's blade swept through the air above the quicksand she'd conjured. Her arm carried on farther than was natural for the strike, and then her blade was flying like an arrow. Ether exploded along the muscles and joints of my right arm, hand, and fingers, which closed around the weapon's hilt. Wind blew through my hair, conjured by the arrested force of the thrown sword. I flipped the weapon in the air, caught it by the tip of the blade, and held it out. Zelina wore her lopsided smile as she approached to take it back. Not bad, Archon, you are quick and mobile. But blinking all around the beach is only training you to run. Train yourself to fight. Her aquamarine skin darkened to navy, and she began to expand outward, her features stretching and distorting. The leather armor melted away as dark plates and thick scales formed over her skin. Her trunk extended as her legs melded into a single tail. Her arms swelled, growing thick and muscular, and wicked talons grew from her three-clawed hands. In an instant, she was towering over me, fully transformed. Her elongated head, split by wide jaws that showed rows of teeth like daggers, turned to look down at me through 4 burning blue eyes, 2 on each side. In her Leviathan form, Zelina's head was covered in toothed plates as if she were wearing a helmet. These plates extended down across her shoulders like jagged pauldrons, then further along her spine. The bare scales of her piscine underbelly were the same aquamarine color as her humanoid form. I rolled my shoulders and adopted a comfortable stance before conjuring an etheric sword, which burned and winked with violet light. A second appeared in my other hand, then a third hovering near my left shoulder. Finally, a fourth manifested at my right hip. I guess I'll stop holding back then. Zelina slithered forward, using several tentacle-like appendages to drag herself across the sand. Each tentacle ended in a broad, leaf-shaped paddle. When she spoke, her voice boomed across the beach, rich and vicious. I hope you will. I would hate for my victory to be stained with the dishonor of knowing you didn't give me your best. One of the long, tentacle-like appendages whipped toward me. I dodged back as an ether blade moved to deflect the blow. In the fraction of a second it took for the blow to fall, the fleshy paddle hardened into a ridge of bone. My blade was flung aside by the force of the blow, and sand sprayed into the air. The bone blade carved a furrow through the sand where I'd been standing. I pulled the flying blade back toward me and sprinted to my right. Another limb struck, slamming into the ground just behind me. I sent a blade flying at Zelina's exposed underbelly, but a third limb smashed it aside. Despite her size in this form, Zelina was still incredibly quick. Her long limbs struck like whips and came from several directions at once. I had to turn more and more of my branching conscious mind to the task of fending off her blows and supporting my blades. Without my full power behind them, the blades couldn't withstand the force of her strikes. Attempting to take advantage of her proportions, I stepped to her back and struck a probing blow against the protective plating. My blade left a faint scratch on its surface, but I barely had time to register it before a club-like tentacle swept past. Flying up, I narrowly avoided that strike before another came down from a different angle. I flew beneath it just as Zelina's huge head snapped around, jaws wide. The etheric paths folded me in and deposited me on the other side of her still closing maw. Ether hardened behind me even as amethyst lightning rippled down my arms and legs. I pushed forward, launching myself off the conjured wall. My lightning-wreathed fist struck the side of her head. Zelina's huge bulk tumbled sideways, crushing the forest undergrowth and toppling several trees. I waited for her to right herself, wanting to make sure she wasn't badly hurt. Her limbs all worked in concert to easily push herself upright. It was difficult to tell, but it almost looked like she was grinning. "I thought you were going to stop holding back." Grinning in return, I reached for my armor. The black scales and white bone coalesced around me eagerly, familiar yet foreign. The Leviathan lunged and I drove forward, blades shining. Panting and drenched in sweat, I dropped down to the cool sand. Nearby, Zelina stepped into the water up to her knees, seeming to take strength from it. She was back in her humanoid form, but her armor had been replaced by a tight full-body suit of indigo scales, much the same way Sylvie's clothes shifted to match her mood and purpose. I only realized then that my entire mind, even with King's Gambit active, had turned toward the fight. Briefly, my attention had been taken away from the Ether realm, Fate, Ephiodus, and Kezis. Although physically tired, I felt mentally rejuvenated. "Thank you," I said. With my hands behind my head and my ankles crossed, I stared up at the sky, painted a dark blue with the black-purple of the Ether realm. "I do feel better," Zelina nodded, not looking at me. Her gaze stayed on the sea. "You're proficient when you aren't lost inside the catacomb of your own brain, this King's Gambit. You've started to see, but do you understand?" I considered. My godrunes had faded, but I still channeled King's Gambit partially. In part to stave off the crushing aftereffects of the godrune's use, but also, I had to admit, even if only to myself, because I no longer felt like myself without it. I was more focused, using multiple branches of thought but honing in on the battle specifically. I wasn't thinking about everything else at all. When transformed, a Leviathan is large and has many limbs. These limbs do not all work individually but in concert, to swim, to fight. Your power is a tool, but like all tools there are many ways, both right and wrong, to use it. You're pretty perceptive. And straightforward without being blunt, she snorted and rolled her eyes. "Well, I am almost 1,000 years old. That is another thing you shouldn't lose track of. Most of your opponents in Ephiodus have lived longer than your entire civilization has existed." "I'll keep that in mind," I said, although I wasn't likely to forget the fact. Memory of the dragons destroying civilization after civilization will always be just beneath the surface of my thoughts, as well as the danger Keza still posed to Dicathen and Alacria. Standing, I stretched and looked back the way I'd come. With a clear mind, I opened myself back up to Regis and Sylvie, eager to speak with them. "I need to talk. Where are you two? Where are we?" Regis answered instantly. The nerve of this guy. Disappears for hours, no note or nothing. The amusement in Sylvie's thoughts were clear as she chimed in. "At the pier with Varun, he's regaling us with tales of ancient Assyrian heroes." Zelina and I continued to chat about our training as we walked back. She reminded me quite a lot of Cordry, although he had never been as open with me as she now was. It wasn't long before the world serpent's tail came into view. Varun was standing at the beginning of the skeletal pier. Regis loped back and forth along the spine bones, and Sylvie stood up to her waist in the water, rocking back and forth with the rippling waves that constantly brushed up against the shore. The Ether danced and twirled around her like glowflies. Zelina broke away before we reached the others. Speaking back to me without breaking stride, she said, "Aldir thought you worth his sacrifice, Arthur. I hope you will prove him right." She walked away, passing out of sight as she entered Varun's tidal pool garden and the pearl-walled house. I watched her go from the corner of my eye as I approached the others. This proud Leviathan warrior woman was still a mystery to me, and so were her motives. She had caught me off guard with her words when I'd returned from seeing Agrona, and she'd surprised me again today. Although not entirely sure where the feeling came from, I couldn't shake the thought that she was, somehow, essential to my success in Ephiodus. "Ah, Lord Leywin, you have returned," Varun said pleasantly. "I was just educating Lady Sylvie and young Regis here on the tale of Aquinas, the world serpent, and its defeat at the hands of Antioch of Clan Echolaya. A rousing tale, if somewhat cautionary. I hope you'll excuse me, but I'm afraid I need to speak to my daughter and don't have time to recount it again just now. Later, though, if you'd like." The old Leviathan gave me a respectful nod, repeated the gesture to Sylvie, winked at Regis, and then walked slowly back across the beach toward his home. I watched him go, wondering what was cautionary about Aquinas' defeat. I don't know, Regis said after he was gone. I kind of faded out there just for a second. Sylvie was silent, frowning, her thoughts were troubled. What is it? I asked, moving to the point where the skeletal ribs and spine first protruded from the sand. I rested one leg up on the high point of the curving rib. There is so much noise here. She stared out into the water as if it were an Alacrian projection crystal. Giving herself a little shake, she wrenched her gaze away to focus on me. It's like there is something happening, something big, but it's just beyond the edge of my sight, so I can't quite make out the details. I kicked off my boots, careful not to get them full of sand, and stepped across the ribs until I was level with Sylvie. I eased down to let my feet soak in the water. Is it your power? Maybe. Another vision. She shook her head but bit her lip uncertainly. It doesn't feel like a vision. I bit my tongue, eager to talk about my unfolding thoughts, but Sylvie was rarely pensive. Clearly she needed my full attention. Connected to both Regis and her, I felt myself pulled in opposing directions by their emotions. Regis was at ease, having enjoyed his time in Ecclesia and feeling no rush to move on. Sylvie, though, was standing in the eye of a hurricane of apprehension and contemplation. Probing these thoughts reminded me of what it felt like to be under the effect of King's Gambit, except she had only a single train of thought to contain it all. She felt my prodding. I can sense it out there in the ocean. There was a short pause, then she clarified, fate, this ocean, the connection to the etheric realm, it's like fate is standing just behind me, its breath on my neck. Creepy, Regis said, lying down beside me. It's watching, I'm certain of it, she continued, finally turning toward me. I've been trying to capture some of what we had in the Keystone again. There, that power, the Evam arts felt right. Here it is still distant, difficult to grab hold of. Her gaze returned to the water. I feel like fate or something anyway is just there, reaching for me, it wants me to understand. Fate, I clarified, yes. Or no, she shrugged, her pale blonde hair flowing over her shoulders. Something, do you think? She trailed off, her thoughts trickled through our connection, only partially formed. The relictums. The presence that saved you, I asked, trying to follow along. You think it might have been fate? I don't know. We sat in silence for a minute or two. The sun overhead conjured a pleasant tingle in the bare skin of my arms. How are we going to do this, Arthur? Sylvie asked at length. I kicked my feet back and forth. A small, luminescent silver fish swam up to my toes, bobbed around for a second, then vanished back into the depths. One step at a time, I answered, our shared connection confirming what she was really asking. There is a lot to do before either world will be ready. First, we need to secure our standing with the other clans. We can't do this without allies. Tomorrow, Varun will accompany us to Featherwalk Airy, home of the Avignes clan. Tomorrow, so you've decided you're definitely going to refuse Kezes. Sylvie's eyes burrowed, unblinking, into my own. I held her gaze. She could hear my thoughts, so she was only asking to hear me speak them aloud. We can't give in to Kezes in this. His reasoning is petty. This is more about depriving me of a valuable resource than about Agrona. Absolutely nothing good would come of reviving him if the pearl even worked. Good, Sylvie said viciously. He is gone, irrelevant. That is truly justice for Agrona. Striking his name from history is a far more fitting punishment than carving his infamy across Ephiatus one last time. When that is done, we need a method to begin teaching people, I continued. We can't assume others will be able to create an ether core, but spellforms allowed Jinn to work with both ether and mana. The relictums are the key. Regis lifted his chin from his paws, his lupin brows rising as he read my intentions. The relictums can't stay in the void. It'll be destroyed either by the rising pressure or the void collapsing, just like Ephiatus. We need to bring it into the physical world. Sylvie was nodding along. Her hands continued to play across the top of the constantly rising and falling water. That way, people can study them properly, not just fight the monsters inside them. Without the ether realm to pull from, the monsters may even stop forming. Will that screw something up? Regis asked, looking between us. Each zone is like a chapter in an ether encyclopedia, right? Maybe losing access to all that ether would be like pages in a book getting old and brittle, falling apart and stuff. We'll have to figure out a way, I answered. Maybe the Jinn remnant in Agrona's fortress can help. Jaye Tess called her. I decided that next time we left Ephiatus, a visit to Tigrum Selim would be necessary. It would also afford time to check in with Saris and Kara. If Grandpa Kezi lets all this happen, of course, Regis said. He's the real stick in our collective craw here. Don't call him that, Sylvie said, splashing water at Regis. Regis shook out his burning mane, his tongue lolling. I stared down into the water, heat rising on my neck and a flush going to my cheeks. Kezes won't repeat his past crimes. Sylvie's thoughts bounced back and forth between Kezes, Meyer, Agrona, and Sylvia. Her family, such as it was. Thank you, Sylv, for doing this, for being at my side. I couldn't pretend to understand what it was like for her, not really. I was fighting for my family, but her father and grandfather were our two most dangerous adversaries. I know this is difficult. She tossed her hair and gave me a bright smile, her melancholy falling away. Since it turns out I was the one that dragged you to Dicathen, I can't exactly abandon you now. More seriously, she added, I wouldn't be anywhere else, Arthur. Together, we're going to change the world, make it better. That is how I'll heal the wounds my family has left on me. As we both thought of our family, Tesha came into my mind. So many of those who had traveled with me, fought beside me, and supported me were now left with nothing to do but wait and hope back in Dicathen and Alacria. I wished then that she at least could have come with me, but I knew why she couldn't, and I supported her desire to be with her people. After everything that had happened to her, she deserved to get exactly what she wanted. But I couldn't help but daydream just a little. I imagined her traveling at my side in Ephiatus, standing shoulder to shoulder with Assyrian royals. She would be training with me in place of Zelina, and with my help she would reach the integration stage again. Then a small smile came to my lips. I would teach her to wield Etha as an Archon, queen of the Leywin clan. It was a beautiful daydream, but there is much to do if it is ever going to be anything more than just a dream. Chapter 498, A Call for Aid, Tessiaeralith. She's going to be incredible, I said, grinning. My fingers brushed over the soft leaves of a sapling nearly as tall as I was. Vere was already powerful, but watching the way she can reach for mana now. I turned to my grandfather. I knew I was gushing, but I couldn't help it. She's mastered her integration with such dignity. Grandpa Virion chuckled as he poured water from a spout onto a fresh seedling. I'm glad to hear she's in good health. The first person to experience integration in the memory of our modern era. As he had avoided mentioning Cecilia, I followed his lead. Vere's recovered well, yes. The experience seems to have cracked the ice of her personality a bit too. She seems to have discovered a certain fondness for sweets during her recovery. I fell into a fit of giggles as I remembered seeing the stoic Lance with powdered sugar coating her lips. She gives you hope, I felt myself catch like a notched blade pulled from its sheath. I guess I hadn't thought of it like that, but yes. My gaze turned back to the plants. I took up my own watering can and resumed moistening the tilled earth in which they grew. Right now, it feels like art is all that stands between us and the cruelty of the Usura. I know Vere isn't as powerful as that, but seeing her work so hard to improve, even at her level, makes me feel better about our chances. Virion set down his can and pruned off a few weak branches on the larger saplings. When he was finished, he stood with his hands on his hips and regarded the arboretum with pride. The soil is just as potent as Arthur described. Imagine the growth if these trees had proper airflow and sunlight. Smiling, his attention settled on me. You know I wasn't talking about the future, Tesha. I was speaking about your future. I bit my lip as he approached me. His hands settled lightly on my shoulders and he looked deep into my eyes. It's okay, little one. You don't have to feel guilty. You touch power, real power, and you want it back because you want to stand beside Arthur and not behind him. There is no shame in that. My throat constricted. I leaned forward and wrapped my arms around Grandpa Virion, resting my head against his chest. How can you know what I'm thinking when even I don't? He scoffed. You've never been able to hide anything from me. Like these saplings, I watched you grow from only a little seed. I've been there for every success and every mistake. You are the best of both your mother and father and the beating heart within my chest. How could I not know what you think? I love you, grandfather, I said breathlessly, my cheeks wet with tears. He patted my head like he'd done when I was a child. And I love you, Tesha. He cleared his throat, took me by my arms, and moved us apart a single step. Now we've waded through enough of these emotional brambles. There's work to be done. We need to, he went quiet, turning toward the entrance. A couple seconds later, Baron flew into the cavern and landed just beyond the border of the arboretum. The human Lance didn't slow down to greet either of us. There is word from Alacria. The dwarven lords have called a council and they want you to attend. Virion gave the Lance a grave half-smile. You mean they demand I attend? With the war seemingly over for good, the dwarves grow more bold and restless with the elves who remain. Baron nodded, running a hand through his silken blonde hair. The sentiment that led to the attack on the Alacrians hasn't entirely vanished. Even if you weren't wanted at the council, Virion, I'm afraid you're needed, as a voice of reason. Sighing, Virion dusted himself off and started toward Baron. He paused after only a few steps and looked back at me. Would you pick a few subjects for our next transfer to Elenoir? Saria Triskin is chomping at the bit to start another grove. Actually, I'd prefer to come with you, I answered. After my recent visit to Ediston, well, I'd like to be more involved. Stripping off my leather gloves, I tossed them next to the rest of our tools, conjured a gust of wind to blow off the dirt that still clung to Grandpa and me, and looked at him expectantly. I knew he wouldn't decline my request. He'd been gently prodding me to get out of the cavern and be more involved, which is largely why I had gone to Ediston to begin with. My grandfather grinned and gestured for Baron to lead the way. Virion had already been catching me up on the politics of Vildoriel, Darv, and Dicathen as a whole. The dwarves respected my grandfather, but they were resentful of Arthur's insistence that Virion act as commander of Darv's defensive efforts in the final weeks of the war. The dwarven nation was still badly fractured after the Greysunder's betrayal and subsequent civil conflict, and both the dwarven lords and people were hungry for leadership from within their own race. The problem of what to do with the elves and Alacrians, a problem in the council chamber only, as almost all the elven refugees had left Vildoriel before Alacria's final assault, and the Alacrians themselves had been sent home, continued to split the dwarves right down the middle. We found the council chamber already ringing with raised voices. Durgar Silvershale, who had stepped into his father's shoes as Daglun recovered from his wounds, had stood and was jabbing his finger into Lord Earthborn's face. Above and beyond for those cut throats, this is none of our concern. Skarn Earthborn, Micah's scowling cousin, was guarding the door. He stepped forward with a hand on his weapon. I didn't know the Silvershales, but I had fought beside Skarn and his brother Hornfells in a Lenoir before my capture. I rested my hand atop his. He glowered viciously at Durgar, but he held his position. "Friends," Virion said, loud enough to cut across the arguing. The chamber, the inside of a massive geode that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, went silent. Durgar straightened his tunic and returned to his seat. Carnelian Earthborn watched Durgar carefully, then made a gesture of welcome to Grandpa and me. A woman stood at the head of the table where the others sat. From the back, she had long fire-red hair. She was dressed simply in traveling leathers. At the sound of Virion's voice, she turned. My heart stopped. I was standing in a press of bodies, so tight they held me on my feet even as I struggled to breathe. A honeyed voice oozing through the city square. Pillars of stone raised high above. Red hair billowing like dancing flames as that same face looked down at us. Around her, bodies on black metal spikes. Blaine and Priscilla Glader and my parents. I looked into the eyes of the woman who had paraded my parents' corpses across Dicathen while espousing Agrona's divinity. Virion was speaking. He stepped forward, took the woman's hand. She answered, her honeyed tones running thin, coming out desperate. Didn't he know? I wanted to slap her hands away from his too. Of course he knows, I answered myself. I knew of Lyra Drade's role in the war, both before and after she ceded the regency of Dicathen to Arthur. She'd done a lot of good for Dicathen, by all accounts. The words they exchanged finally coalesced into meaning in my ears. Lyra Drade, you've come a long way, and so shortly after leaving. What's this all about? Virion, I'm glad you're here. Please, Saris needs your aid. Carnelian Earthborn grunted. We were just discussing our response before you arrived, Virion. What is it you're asking us to do? Grandpa asked the woman. Lyra was shaking her head, her red hair flying like a burning flag. The blast nearly killed Saris and Silrit, but it wasn't targeted. Apparently, it did kill Scythe Dragoth Vritra and many others besides. Lance Micah clicked her tongue. She stood flanking her father with her arms crossed, her face pinched into a scowl. We let your people go home against our better judgment, Durgar cut in, half standing again. Now they beg for aid because they find their home inhospitable. You're lucky we don't march our soldiers straight through those portals, and you don't have that kind of authority, boy, a dwarven woman said, smacking her hand on the table. Please, my lords, Grandpa's voice resounded off the colorful crystals. The dwarven lords went quiet. He motioned for Lyra to continue. Lady Caradinoir had hoped her message might reach Vildoriel before Arthur left, Lyra said, an edge of bitterness in her voice. He needs to know what is happening. Perfect, let the regent handle it, Damer, youngest of the Silvershale clan, said while miming brushing dirt from his hands. Carnelian hummed thoughtfully. I'm inclined to agree. To Virion, he added, do you know how we can get a message to Regent Leywin? We have an Usura right here in the city, Lance Micah said, pointing downward through the floor. She was speaking of Ren Kine, of course. If anyone can get to Ephiatus to deliver a message, it's him. With permission, Durgar sent a runner to fetch the Usura, and 2 chairs were added to the table for Virion and me. Baron stood behind Virion. Lyra was left to stand at the head of the table. The shock of seeing her had slowly receded as the lords, Virion, and Lyra spoke. I followed their conversation in a kind of fugue, hearing but not absorbing. In the incredibly awkward silence that settled over the Hall of Lords, my mind churned into a slow, muddled mess of thoughts. The Usura arrived more quickly than I had anticipated. Although I'd heard he favored flying around in a conjured seat like a throne, he marched into the Hall of Lords on his own feet, stepping without hesitation across the floating stones that led the way to the large table. Without preamble, he placed his hands on the table, leaned forward, and said simply, "What? We need to send a message to Arthur." It was my grandfather who answered. "Can you help us?" "No." Ren Kine straightened, spun on his heel, and marched away. "Please, Lord Kine," Lyra said, taking a couple of faltering steps after the Usura. "It's quite literally a matter of life and death." Renkind stopped and looked back over his shoulder. If not for the incredible pressure of his mana signature, I wouldn't have thought much of the man just to look at him. Unkempt and hunched, the Usura was hardly the picture of unimaginable power. And yet when his gaze swept across me, the hair stood up on the back of my neck and gooseflesh roughened my skin. Aldir had the resources to travel between Ephiatis and your world, I do not. Renkind's words were spoken plainly, but they gripped the room in a chokehold. I swallowed against the pressure, considering whether to ask the question that came to my mind. After all, I was one of very few who knew that Renkind was not the only Usura in Dicathen. Although Cecilia was gone, my memory of following Mordain Asclepius to the hearth remained. What about Chull? I asked, not wanting to say Mordain's name in front of so many others. Everyone present knew of Chull, even if they didn't know his true identity as a phoenix, but they were not aware of the hidden conclave of Usuras beneath the beast glades. Ren's thick brows rose. Maybe, I can't say for sure, you'd have to ask Chull. The dwarves, Baron and Grandpa were looking on expectantly. The dwarves, even those not hostile to the Alacrians, seemed universally eager to see someone else step up and take responsibility for the situation. Virion kept his face passive, but I could read him well enough to see his encouragement. Lyra Drade looked back and forth between us. Chull, by why? Her eyes widened, and I saw understanding bloom within them. To Ren, she said, can't you send a message or seek him out on our behalf? There is nowhere else for us to turn, Master Kine. The Usura turned fully back toward us. His heavily lidded eyes were bright, and his teeth ground together, causing the muscles of his face to clench and unclench. Fine, no promises it'll do any good though. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Durgar Silvershale. If you lot interfere with the Beast Core program, there'll be hell to pay when I get back. The Silvershales and their allies on the council paled at the threat, rage and terror warring on their faces. While this council continues to believe that we deserve some say in the use of the exoforms, it's a conversation for another day, Carnelian said, his voice even more hoarse than usual. Renkind nodded, and there was a dire finality to the small gesture. Give me your message then. I will tell you everything on the way, Lyra said, some of her nervousness settled and her posture growing more confident. She turned briefly back to the council and gave them a shallow bow. Thank you for your assistance, she said, a bite in the way she pronounced the last word. Renkind only shrugged at Lyra's words, then gave us a dismissive wave as he again started to leave. I stood suddenly. I'd like to come with you if we are going to ask. I hesitated, aware I still had an audience. If we are going to ask for aid, a representative of Dicathen should be present. But what's this Chull boy have to do with anything? Damer Silversal asked. A couple of other dwarves echoed his question. He is connected to Arthur in a way that may transcend the boundaries of our two worlds, Ren lied quickly and easily. To me he said, well, come on then. We apparently don't have all day. I squeezed Grandpa's hand. I'll be back soon. Maybe check in with Saria and our test growths while you're there, he answered with a wink. There was a brief conversation about whether the dwarves should send a representative as well, borne by Durgar's questioning of my authority to represent Dicathen in any official capacity. Only Lance Micah volunteered, but the council quickly forbade her from leaving and the argument died. Renkind and Lyra Drade gave me enough time to retrieve my belongings, then we hurried toward the surface. The Usura flew in his conjured seat while Lyra and I struggled to keep pace behind him. Once under the scorching desert sun, the sand beneath our feet transformed into the deck of a small sailing vessel made of stone. I bent down and ran my fingers across the surface, and was stunned to find it indistinguishable from the wood that it mimicked. Lyra grabbed hold of the mast as the ship shot up into the air, and then we were flying across the desert at a speed I thought even the lances would have struggled to maintain. Ren stood at the front of the ship and watched the land melt away beneath us. It hardly looks like he even has to concentrate, Lyra said in a low voice, barely audible over the rush of wind. She had released the mast and moved to the railing, which she gripped tightly as she looked down at the desert floor far below. I didn't reply. When she spoke, I heard only her unctuous voice announcing the slaughter of my parents. Know who you are, she said after an uncomfortably long pause. I leaned against the rail and took a deep breath, watching the mountains come quickly closer. You must hate me, and I won't blame you for that. Under Agrona, I was eagerly cruel. I genuinely never considered any other way to be, but fear and hope are both powerful motivators, and Regent Leywin has given me many reasons to feel both. At Arthur's name, I finally looked at her. Really looked at her? Although this was the same face that had looked down on us from beside the corpses of my parents, the same light red eyes and burning hair, it was not the same woman, and I was surprised to discover that I didn't hate her. I'd experienced exactly what Agrona was capable of. Only someone who'd been on the receiving end of his manipulative magic could really understand. Even if he'd never dragged his venomous claws through Lyra Drade's mind, the influence he had on every Alacrian could not be overstated. This only made the people who had fought against him even braver. I brushed my hair out of my face and forced a smile. Arthur's pretty good at that. I'm still trying to live by his example. I won't hold it against you. The Alacrian woman's brows climbed up until they vanished behind her hair, which was whipping in the wind. Really? Sorry, I don't mean to question. I just forget sometimes. I cocked my head slightly, not sure what she meant. A wry smile played over her lips. How kind you Dicathenians can be. Straightening, she slipped one arm through mine and tugged me toward the cabin door. Come on, why don't we get out of this wind? I want to know more about you, Tesha Iralith. Bemused, I let myself be dragged along. The journey to the beast glades was impossibly short. Twice, Renkind defended our ship from flying mana beasts, but most of the creatures were kept away by his aura alone. When we reached our destination, he did not land the ship. Instead, it dissolved beneath our feet. Left standing on small stone discs, Lyra and I floated gently to the ground, while Ren did the same in his throne. Flashbacks of Cecilia tracking Mordain and Chull to the hearth played behind my eyes, and the answering guilt twisted my stomach. That wasn't me, I reminded myself. Ren floated us down a deep ravine that entered into one of the many dungeons that dotted the beast glades. Inside, we found the mana beast slaughtered. Ren shielded us all in mana and flew ahead. Lyra and I jogged to keep up. Technically, I could fly, but my control wasn't perfect. I didn't want to bounce off the walls like a manic baby bird trying to keep up with the Usura. Although I, or rather Cecilia, hadn't entered into this dungeon, I still recognized the shape of it. When we came to the large black doors into the hearth, Ren finally slowed. The doors, carved of charwood and imbued with mana, were engraved with the image of a phoenix with its wings spread and inset with metal that gleamed orange in any light. Ren hammered on them impatiently. They opened without delay, revealing a muscular man who stood over 7 feet tall. A bear-like mana beast that reminded me forcefully of Boo, only much larger, stood at his side. Its small dark eyes pierced us one by one, and it gave a low growl. Renkind IV, the giant said, his voice a deep rumble that I felt in my bones. He was obviously a Surin, but I wasn't sure of his race beyond that. There was a metallic tinge to his mana signature that felt similar to Renkind's, making me think perhaps he was a Titan. This is an unexpected visit, Ren scoffed. Could have fooled me, the red carpet was all but rolled out. Why is the dungeon clear of Asir? The other Usura cocked his bald head slightly. Mordain has been keeping a closer eye than usual on the outside world. The scouts require clear passage. Ren frowned thoughtfully, but he didn't comment on what Avasir said. Bah. Are you going to invite us in, or should we wait for this dungeon to devour the Scourge's mana and birth them all over again? The giant examined Lyra and me closely. These two smell of the Vritra clan. Lyra Drade, once a slave of Agrona, now the leader of her people in the Beast Glades. She's practically your neighbor, Avasir, and Tesha Iralith, princess of the elves, Ren introduced in a lazy drawl. Avasir bared his teeth. The legacy, I know of you. Not anymore, I said, stepping around Ren's floating throne. Cecilia, the legacy was banished from our world and I have reclaimed my body. I'm here to ask Mordain for help on behalf of all Dicathen. Avasir's jaw worked as he considered my words. So be it, enter, Mordain will know of your coming. We passed through the outer guard chamber into a warm passage carved of granite and lit by silver sconces. The walls were green with vines, and for a moment I forgot we were deep underground. Something about the scent of this place reminded me of my childhood home in Zestier. This passage led to a balcony which overlooked a wondrous garden. Despite being inside and underground, multiple towering trees grew from soil to ceiling. I took a deep breath, drinking in the smells of sweet flowers and rich, dark earth. The trees, which had silver bark and bright orange leaves, gave off a spicy scent like cinnamon, but Ren didn't pause to smell the flowers. He flew off the balcony and straight through the garden, leaving Lyra and I to hurry down the stairs after him. A handful of people with burning eyes and hair, phoenixes, watched us enter from around the garden. They all wore nearly identical expressions of reserved concern. Ren glanced back to see us flagging behind. The ground lifted up beneath us and a disc of stone whisked after him. I went to one knee and grabbed the edge of the disc, my stomach flipping. Beside me, Lyra did the same. Wide tunnels flashed past until we came out high up in another huge room. Like some kind of theater, several layers of balconies encircled a stage that held a large circular table. Only a single figure sat at the table. He stood as Ren approached. The floating throne melted away and Ren's feet touched down smoothly onto the ground. Lyra and I landed just behind him, stumbling onto the platform. Something shuffled from the rail of the closest balcony. A green horned owl. I recognized the creature from my time in Xyrus Academy. Hello, Tesha Iralith, it said softly as Mordain and Ren greeted each other. Welcome to the hearth. Welcome indeed, Mordain echoed, stepping around Ren and holding out his arms wide. I had seen Mordain through Cecilia's eyes when she attacked Chull, but this was my first time meeting him in person as myself. Glowing markings ran down the sides of his surprisingly youthful face, but they were rendered dim by the brightness of his eyes, which glowed like the sun. His golden, feather-embroidered robe flowed around him when he moved, as did his untamed mane of fiery hair. "This one almost looks as if she belongs here," he said jauntily, looking at Lyra's hair. "Lady Lyra of Highblood Drade, if I am not mistaken." He folded both her hands into his own as she gaped in surprise. When he turned his face toward me, his expression softened into a complicated smile. "Ah, Lady Aralith. It is both a pleasure and an honor to have you here." My cheeks reddened. The way the Phoenix Lord spoke and looked at us, it was like we were the only people that mattered in the whole world. "Come sit. Tell me why you are here." We all took seats around his table, and Lyra recounted the message she'd received from Alacria, as well as the discussion with the dwarves in Vildoriel. Mordain listened with careful patience. He didn't interrupt even to ask questions and seemed to hang on to every word. When she was finished, he let out a long, thoughtful hum. We felt this disturbance even here. A great outpouring of mana and an even greater swelling back in on the source. My mouth fell open as I stared at him in shock. "What?" Ren was quick to say, uncrossing his legs and leaning forward over the table. "I didn't sense it," Mordain gave him an understanding look. "Your sight is inward, Ren, we have been gazing outward." "How could something be so powerful that it was felt across the entire ocean?" Lyra asked breathlessly. "What was it?" Mordain gave a small shake of his head, turning regretful. "I do not know, my dear, but I admit that it strikes fear into my heart." "Will you help us then?" I asked too quickly. I swallowed down my anxiety and straightened my posture. "Please, can you help us get a message to Arthur?" Mordain opened his mouth to speak, but a blaze of power filled the chamber, crashing down on us like a comet. I instinctively wrapped myself in mana as I jumped up from my seat. A broad-shouldered, barrel-chested man slammed into the ground hard enough to make the giant table jump, sending a candle holder rolling. The green owl flapped its wings in agitation. The man pointed his weapon at me, a large iron sphere on the end of a long handle. Fissures in the metal flared with orange light. "You come back to finish the job, have you? I think you'll find me a much better match this time around." Chull, Ren, Lyra, and Mordain all spoke his name at once. Like a man waking from a dream, Chull blinked, gazing around at the others. His eyes, one icy blue, the other burning orange, widened. I felt. Mordain smiled wryly, one brow inching up. "And you thought that I had simply allowed the legacy to wander unhindered through the heart of our home." Chull swallowed visibly and lowered his weapon. "I don't understand." Mordain's ever-present smile took on a kinder, softer edge. "Chull Asclepius, meet Tesha Iralith, Princess of Elenoir and close friend and ally of Arthur Leywin." Chull's eyes widened even further until he looked like a child's caricature of a man. "Tesha, Arthur's pining love, who he spent so many sleepless nights agonizing over." With a booming laugh, he lunged forward and lifted me into a crushing hug, nearly knocking over Lyra in the process. "Chull." Mordain scolded, but the half-Asuran seemed to take no notice. I could only hold my breath until Chull set me back on my feet. He took a step back and beamed down at me with his hands on his hips. "You are much more beautiful and less horrible now than when you were the legacy. Perhaps not quite so beautiful as Lady Carav Clandenoir, who also vies for the heart of my brother in vengeance, but I can see now why the mere thought of you stutters his heart." I felt my eyes glaze over as my mind went utterly blank, unable to conceive of any way to respond to this comment, which seemed to come out of nowhere. Thanks," I managed to stammer. Mordain hummed again, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Chull, these representatives of Dicathen and Alacria have come because they need to send a message to Arthur in Ephiatis. They seek our help." Chull rested his foot on the seat of the closest chair, which also happened to be the one Lyra had just vacated. He leaned one elbow on his knee. "It is time, then. I am prepared. I will take this message to Ephiatis." Chapter 499, Firm and Lasting Alliances. Arthur Leywin. Varun's spell pulled at the ocean water, which flowed upward in a single tentacle-like stream. This tentacle of water curled in on itself, spiraling counterclockwise until a roiling sheet of living seawater hung in the air before us. The water grew clearer and clearer until it was like looking in a mirror. Between one breath and the next, the mirror twisted strangely, becoming a window. Instead of looking at ourselves, we were seeing through to someplace else. Varun Ekalia, smiling happily in his dotty way, gestured for me to go first through the portal. I glanced back at the procession that was to follow. My mother and sister stood just behind me with Sylvie and Regis. Behind them was Zelina, who was flanked by a dozen more Leviathans of high standing within the Ekalia clan. Taking a deep breath to settle my nerves, I stepped through the portal. The salt and brine of Ecclesia gave way to smoke and the sweet scent of mountain flowers. A cheer went up from a crowd all around me. Before I could make out any other individual detail of my surroundings, my gaze was swallowed up by the scene to my right. I was standing on a high balcony, and a brass rail was all that separated me from a plunging cliffside that seemed to descend forever. The distant ground was nothing but a green and brown blur, devoid of detail or a sense of distance. Lord Leywin, novice of Clan Avignes, Lord of the Phoenix race, reached out and took my hand. I instinctively stepped forward, adopting a political smile and looking around at the source of the cheering. The city of Featherwalk Airy and its people were an astonishing sight. Dozens of phoenixes in their humanoid forms gathered on balconies and drooping rope bridges that connected various platforms and buildings. Most were dressed in bright clothes the color of fire and ornamented with feathers and leaves. More than a few also wore feathered masks and waved bright streamers. Wild cawing and crowing punctuated the cheers, and bursts of flame shot overhead like fireworks. The city itself was built directly into the cliffside, among a forest of gnarled trees that seemed to break straight through the rock and into the sun. Some of the dwellings were treehouse-like roosts nestled in the branches of these trees, while others were carved into the cliff face or settled carefully within the folds of rock. Mom stepped out of the portal behind me, followed immediately by Ellie. The two gaped in utter surprise. The crowd quieted only slightly as heads bent together and fingers pointed toward my family. Rai of Clan Dicathen, leader of the basilisks, stood off to the side with a procession of noble phoenixes and basilisks. He greeted me in a similar fashion as Lord Avignes went to meet Mom and Ellie, and then Sylvie behind them. Our entire group was folded into the noble procession. A young phoenix woman with citrine eyes and smoky, braided hair took my arm, and then we were all led away through row after row of excited onlookers. I certainly wasn't expecting such a vocal reception, I mused, looking around and waving. No one alive can remember a time when a new race was named into the Assyrian family, the young woman said, beaming up at me. Novice clapped me on the back. My daughter speaks the truth, but I'll admit, I had an agenda. He grinned broadly as he reached out to take the hands of several phoenixes crowded against the rail to our right as we passed them. So far as I'm aware, you've experienced only the danger of Ephiatis, both in the wilderness and the conference chamber. I wanted you to see who we really are, Arthur. Who you are now. I considered his words in silence as the progression continued. The sound of harps followed us, and then a soaring melody as first dozens, then hundreds of voices joined together in song. There were no words, but the song conveyed a sense of harmony and togetherness no less effectively for their absence. The procession delivered us to a huge semicircular platform that extended out from a fortress of woven wood, dark stone, and ashen tiles that crawled up the cliffside. An enormous bonfire had been prepared in a ring of black stones 20 feet wide. As we approached, the young woman guiding me smiled and indicated the conical structure of dark wood. Please. Light the fire, Lord Leywin. I glanced around for some kind of tool, but realized quickly that the phoenixes would have little use for such implements. They would expect me to be able to light the fire with mana. Realmheart activated, conjuring amethyst runes along my body and beneath my eyes. I felt my hair begin to float up from my scalp. Taken by a moment of theatricality, I let my body float up from the ground as well, pulling free of the young woman's light grip. I rotated to face the singing crowd which had followed us through the city. Thank you for such a warm and welcoming reception, I said, my voice ringing clear even through so much noise. My family, my clan, and I are honored to be here in your beautiful city. While the addition of the Archon race to the Assyrian family tree may be unprecedented, so will the prosperity to come for all Usura. The crowd roared. I raised my hands out to my sides, and behind me, invisible particles of ether were wrapping around the dense fire attribute mana in the atmosphere. With ether, I drew the mana into the heart of the unlit bonfire, sharing my intent. The mana condensed, growing hot as it did, until the bonfire roared back at the crowd with an explosion of heat and light. My feet touched down on the smooth, dark wood that made up the platform. Lords Avignes and Dicathen, along with their retinues, applauded politely, encouraging further cheering from the crowds of people. Seconds after the fire was lit, more Usura began to pour out of the fortress. Tables and chairs levitated into place around the bonfire. Massive trays and pots of food arrayed on the tables, barrels of wine set at their ends, and in what seemed like only a few moments, an enormous banquet had been laid out. Please feast and celebrate, Novice announced to his people. Today marks the beginning of a new age of unification between the Assyrian races. Grinning, he led the way into the fortress, the heavy charwood doors of which were held open by armed and armored phoenixes. His daughter took my arm again and guided me along after him. Seems like you've got an admirer, Sylvie thought teasingly. I thought opposites attract, Regis asked, nearly bursting with eagerness. But this princess sure does attract other princesses, doesn't he? Trying to ignore them, I instead admired the fortress. Although imposing from the outside, the interior was warm and inviting. Natural wood made up the arches and supports, while the walls were crystal-encrusted stone. Thick rugs covered the floor of the grand hall, which had been arranged with a single long table running down the center. A blazing fire crackled in the hearth, and a number of attendants were already waiting. Novice sat at the head of the table. Rai sat to his left while his daughter escorted me to the seat at his right hand. I sat and she bowed respectfully and turned to find her own chair. "I'm sorry I didn't ask your name," I said, wanting to be polite in front of the other lords. She smiled broadly at the question. "Nija of Clan Avignes at your service, Lord Leywin." She spun, twirling the red and gold skirt she wore, and hurried to where a couple other young women had already sat down. They all put their heads together and giggled. Sylvie sat to my right, mother to hers, and then Ellie. Varun was seated across from us, next to Rai. A mixed company of phoenixes, basilisks, and leviathans filled in the rest of the spots down both sides of the long table. As soon as the table was full, the servants burst into motion to facilitate a steady flow of food and drinks to the table. The fair made the feast outside look like lunchtime back at the orphanage. I was pleased to see that a full tray was also brought to Regis, who lay by the fire and focused on absorbing ether from the dense atmosphere. Novice spoke a few words of greeting, then encouraged everyone to eat and make merry. The hall erupted with the sound of small talk and of utensils scraping against plates. "This is impressive," I said conversationally as I sampled a couple of small green berries. They popped in my mouth, releasing a bittersweet juice that was still somehow delicious. Rai chuckled around a mouthful of charred meat. "It is unfortunate that you chose to visit this old miser first." He pointed at Varun with the chunk of flesh in his hand. "Your visits to the distant clan homes deserve a certain amount of fanfare, Arthur. Ephiatus has a lot to offer you and your clan." "Don't be too hard on Varun," Novice said, washing down a mouthful of food with a drink from his gold, ruby-encrusted goblet. "I'm sure Arthur has learned more about Ephiatan mythology in a couple of days than we have in millennia." At first, Varun appeared not to be listening. After a few seconds, though, he said, "Those who do not learn their history are doomed to repeat it, lords." His mouth twitched with a suppressed smile, and his milky white eyes flicked to me, then away again rapidly. Rai, who seemed outwardly to be much more relaxed than when I'd met him at Castle Indrath, went on to chat about the expectations of membership in the Great Eight. He spoke first about the clan in general, speaking mostly to my mother and sister, then turned the conversation toward my role and expectations. As a new clan and race, for that matter, establishing firm and lasting alliances will be essential. He stopped to chew, and when he resumed speaking, his voice was quieter. "It would be dangerous to assume that all Usra will be welcoming of you. Right now, your clan is small and protected only by you, their lord. In the worst case, you would be an easy target for even a weak clan." "Rai," Novice said in an admonishing tone. "Perhaps we could ease into the cutthroat politics." I waved off Novice's words. "No, that's all right. That's why I'm here. I assume as much is obvious. I want to know what dangers really face my clan. It is also dangerous to sugarcoat the situation, which would prevent me from being properly prepared." Sylvie bit her lip before asking, "Is that likely a direct attack? Which clan or race would dare such a thing?" Rai fingered one of his horns nervously. "This is just a warning, Lady Sylvie. Your presence alone, your connection to the Indraths, gives you a political foothold against aggressive action. Maybe no one would be desperate enough to attack you so directly, so obviously, but I can't discount the danger entirely." I took my time chewing my food. King's Gambit was partially active, the Godrun warm against my back as it redirected a consistent stream of ether up into my skull. Still, I wished I could have fully activated it. I hope I'm not preemptive, but I already consider the Avignes and Dicathen clans to be my allies, and the Ekalayas as well, of course. Novice raised his glass. "As we'd hope, of course. But more needs to be done." Regis, having scarfed down his food with obscene speed, sat on his haunches at my side. "Sounds like a political marriage needs to be arranged," he chimed in. Novice and Rai glanced at each other, and I felt my stomach clench uncomfortably. Varun cleared his throat and opened his mouth to respond, but at the same moment an attendant announced, "Lady Meyer of Clan Indrath." The Usras present in the hall stood as one, and the room went silent except for the continued announcements. "Pri of the Inthura clan, Vyra of the Inthura clan." Meyer stood in the door, silhouetted by the bright light outside. With her were a retinue of dragons, only one of which I recognized. Pri, the guardian of Reborn, where we'd spent the weeks after first returning to Ephiatus, had her hair rolled into tight braids against her scalp. The scales around her eyes and down her cheeks gleamed iridescently, matching the pale gown she wore. Beside her was a younger dragon with the same pink hair and silver eyes. Her daughter, I thought immediately. The daughter was an inch or two taller, and her hair flowed in sweeping waves down over her shoulders. She wore a gown that was scaled and plaited like a battle dress. Teal scales were accented with light gray plates of armor and patches of chain. Her eyes, the color of melted silver, fixed on me immediately. The group of dragons began to enter, and the announcer said one more name. "Chull of the Phoenix race." I stood up so suddenly that I nearly knocked my chair over. It wasn't until the Usra around Meyer moved that I saw him bringing up the rear. A boyish grin split his face when he caught sight of me. My brother in vengeance. His voice boomed through the great hall like a rock slide, and he bumped Pre's daughter roughly as he hurried by. The entire room froze as he slammed into me, knocking the air from my lungs. I was lifted off my feet in a crushing hug. Ellie laughed in delight. Sylvie leaned back against the table, her gaze jumping from Chul to Meyer. Her concern leaked into me through our connection. I know what you did for me, Chul said in a low rumble. Suddenly he set me on my feet and sank to one knee, his head bowed. I owe you my life, my brother. Whatever you need from now until the end of my days, you will have. Get up, I moaned, grabbing him by the arm. He did immediately, practically trembling with the desire to serve. His bright eyes, both the orange and blue, gleamed with furious purpose. I sensed a strength in him that hadn't been there before, not just in his mana signature, which was steadier and more pure, but in his spirit, his very presence of mind and body. More healing than just that provided by the morning pearl had taken place in the hearth, that was clear. A smile flitted across my face, and then the reality of the situation came flooding back in. Two Phoenix servants were magically causing the table to grow, extending it in both directions. Two more were carefully shifting the chairs, currently vacant as everyone waited for Meyer to take her seat. Most eyes, though, were Chul and me. Meyer was standing across the dining table exchanging pleasantries with Varun as they waited for new chairs to be grown for all the late arrivals. This took only moments, and when it was done, Novice and Meyer sat simultaneously. Everyone else followed their lead. I caught Novice's eye. He was pale, his focus darting from Meyer to Chul, his jaw working silently. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting her arrival. Clearing his throat, he said, "Lady Meyer, a great honor. Thank you for joining us in the Eyrie." A pleasant smile bloomed on her young, beautiful features. I'd only ever seen her in this form around Kezes, but I wasn't surprised that she also used it to engage in clan politics. I wondered idly how many people saw her in her elderly guise. Had her form just been a strategic choice to make a 15-year-old human boy comfortable, but other, much more pressing thoughts overrode this one. As we finally all took our seats again, Chul being offered one between me and Sylvie, I watched Meyer carefully. From the side of my mouth, I asked, "What are you doing here?" Chul was already reaching for the roasted leg of some beast. He ripped a chunk off the bone with his teeth and answered with his mouth full. "I have a message for you from—" I held up a hand and mouthed, "later," but Chul took no notice. "Kira, weird stuff is happening in Alacria." I let out a relieved breath, glad he hadn't said Mordane's name in front of a fortress full of phoenixes. My relief was short-lived as I absorbed what he had said. The situation must have been dire to send a messenger into Ephiatis, but I couldn't wrap my head around why it was Chul. He was in immediate danger here. In fact, I was stunned he hadn't been arrested or killed outright. Not only was he a member of the banished Asclepius clan, he was half Jinn as well. There was a short list of people who knew where the hearth was, but those who could transcend the boundary between Dicathen and Ephiatis were even fewer. Ren or Mordane must know about this, perhaps even both. The more I thought, the more worried I became. Before I could answer, though, Novice was speaking. "Lady Meyer, who is this guest you bring with you?" "Chul, you said. An interesting name for a phoenix, and I can't help but notice you didn't mention his clan name." Shifting his focus to Chul, he asked, "Where do you hail from, brother?" Chul started to answer but couldn't, as his mouth was stuffed full. Instead, it was Meyer who answered. "Chul is sadly clanless Lord of Ignis, but he has been adopted into the Leywin clan." There was some mumbling at that from elsewhere along the table. Varun sipped from a clay mug and smacked his lips happily, but Rai and Novice both looked stunned. "I wasn't aware," Novice said, his brows knitting as he shot me a furtive, distrustful glance. I resisted the urge to curse. What the hell is Meyer's game here? I needed the phoenixes and basilisks to trust me. Was this some effort by Kezes to drive a wedge between us? But then, I acknowledged simultaneously, he couldn't have accounted for Chul's appearance. The fact that the half-phoenix, half-Jinn warrior was even still alive suggested that maybe Kezes didn't know the truth, or even realize that Chul was in Ephiatis at all. Was Meyer here on Kezes's orders or in defiance of them? Too many questions and no way to get answers right now. "Focus on what we can do," Sylvie thought. "We're here for a purpose. This doesn't actually change anything unless Meyer makes some other play." "Man, things are getting spicy," Regis added from down the table, where he was sniffing around to see if anyone would give him any more food. "I for one think it's a power play. Kezes knows Mordane is still out there, and now they're telling you that they could do something about it, but they're not going to." "Please don't let our arrival interrupt the proceedings," Meyer said, breaking an awkward pause in the conversation. "What were you talking about?" Varun suddenly looked down the table, focusing on Vyra, Pre's daughter. His face softened in a look of understanding. Rai cleared his throat. "We were just discussing the Leywin clan's ascension and the need to forge alliances." Meyer laughed. Perhaps it was my own nervousness, but the sound was simultaneously musical and disquieting. "Don't tell me dinner has been going on for 10 minutes and you're already trying to marry Arthur off." I assumed we'd have until the first course of dessert, at least. My mind snapped back to Regis's joke and the shared look between Rye and Novice, then to Varun's understanding glance at Vyra and Thura. I suddenly understood. I'm afraid there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Varun hummed to himself. He leaned back in his chair and wrapped his arms around himself, his cloudy eyes staring into the distance. It is not uncommon in Ephiodus for clans to cement their allegiance through marriage. Asuran offspring take on the aspect of the stronger parental lineage and then join the appropriate clan. This makes for strong bonds. I understand that such pairings are frequent in your home of Dicathen as well. When I didn't answer, Sylvie stepped in. Yes, that's true, especially among the powerful, but Arthur can't get married. Ellie's voice carried up and down the table, and she immediately blushed bright red. When she continued, her voice was more controlled. He's already promised to someone back home. There are matters of the heart, and then there are matters of the clan, Rye said, hedging. Arthur, there is nothing you could do that would more firmly establish an alliance with any other clan. In particular, a vow of marriage between two great clans would be particularly impactful. I hope you don't get the wrong impression, Meyer said, a sad, tight-lipped smile softening her expression. It would be easy to come to the conclusion that clans Cothan and Avignes only agreed to all this in order to empower themselves. Of course not, Novice said, looking equal parts affronted and nervous. Rye was silent, his thoughtful gaze on his hands in front of him. Varun, on the other hand, twiddled his thumbs and let his gaze drift around the hall, appearing bored. I wanted to tell them that a political marriage like they were suggesting was off the table, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was angry, not with them but with myself. I should have foreseen this, planned for it. I could have had a response prepared. I thought all the way back to the meeting of the great clans in which they named me Archon. Even then, the other great lords had insisted a visit to their clan homes was expected. I was newly risen, unmarried with a small clan and no heir. It was such an obvious consideration to have made. Perhaps it's a good thing that I've forgotten to think like a king. Fear tamped down the thought immediately. Fear that my failure to foresee this was due to King's Gambit, not some change in my internal considerations. Not for the first time, I worried that I'd relied on the Godrun too much. Perhaps I was losing a step without it. Or maybe you're only human. Regis's mental voice pierced through the noise of my thoughts like an arrow. Who would have foreseen that you'd be propositioned by a whole pack of princesses? Sylvie continued to speak in my stead, deftly shifting the subject to other matters. She asked questions about the city and the two clans and shared details of her life in Dicathen. Which is why I've officially taken the name of Leywin, she said, feigning nonchalance. Rye and Novice were stunned, as were the few other Usra close enough to hear. Meyer reached across the table to pat Sylvie's hand sympathetically. Oh, my dear, as much as your grandfather and I wish you would have been raised in Ephiodus among your own kind, we know the truth. You are of Dicathen, and your bond with Arthur is just as deep as the bond of blood that runs in your veins. Your choice is your own to make. We are simply glad to have you back among your own kind. No hint of the turmoil that churned beneath the surface of Sylvie's thoughts showed on her face. Thank you, grandmother. Now, Lord Avignes, I was hoping we could circle back around to the animosity between clans. Perhaps you could enlighten me. I abandoned thoughts of this sudden marriage proposal, returning to the problem of Chul's arrival and the message he carried. Attempting to be subtle, I turned away from the conversation and made a show of examining an enormous crystal fresco that dominated a nearby wall. Whispering under my breath, I asked, "What happened in Alacria?" Chul also turned around in his seat. "Oh yes, that is quite lovely," he said very loudly. Quieter, he added, "Some kind of attack maybe, pulses of mana that drain the mana from others. Apparently the attack was felt across half of the continent. Some people even sensed it in Dicathen. Kara Saris, according to the message which was delivered by Lyra and your pretty elf lady, they were stricken, but they survived. It killed the scythe, though, Dragoth. Apparently." I turned back around, tapping my fingers on the table. Mom was trying to catch my eye, but I signaled that I was okay. "Should we leave?" Sylvie asked, while Meyer was discussing several of the other dragon clans and their relationships to the Indraths. This message had been carried by Tesha and Lyra Drade together, and Mordain had agreed with them that it was important enough to risk Chul's life, sending him to Ephiodus to deliver it. Clearly, this pulse of mana had been dire enough to set the highest powers on both continents into motion. Agrona could have left some trap to go off in his absence. Many wraiths were still potentially at large. The Jinn remnant Jaiei likely still existed within the heart of Tigran Selim. I had no way of knowing for certain, but I also didn't know if my presence in Alacria would even help. In this message, were they asking me to come? I asked Chul as I reached past him for a roll I probably wouldn't eat. He leaned over to speak into my ear. The message was intended to reach you before you left. Lyra said only that you needed to know what was happening. I mulled this information over, but I couldn't simply weigh one danger against the other. Chul's appearance in Ephiodus was a significant complication. By bringing him to Featherwalk Airy herself, Meyer was sending a message. I needed to understand what she was up to, but I couldn't ask with her sitting directly across the table. An idea came to me, and I sent my thoughts to Regis. He stood and yawned, complained loudly about eating too much, and then drifted into my body. Immediately, he drifted out again in his wisp form and passed into Chull's flesh. Chull flinched hard enough to send his drink tumbling. His cheeks blazed red as an attendant hurried over to clear away the mess with wind and fire. Ask him what Meyer was like when he first arrived here. There was a brief pause, during which Chull sat unnaturally still at my side. He says he was picked up almost immediately by a patrol of dragons. He claimed to be searching for you, so they took him to Indrath Castle. Lady Meyer met him there. She's been very nice, he says. Does she know who he really is? I sent using Regis to converse non-verbally with Chull, similarly to how Regis had shared Tesh's final words when we thought she was dying. Oof, yeah, apparently he introduced himself as Chull of Clan Asclepius, brother in vengeance to Lord Arthur Leywin, to pretty much everybody. I stifled a groan. And Kezes, does Kezes know? He isn't sure, never saw him. Are you okay, Chull? Meyer asked. You don't look well. Chull cleared his throat and glanced at me from the corner of his eye. Regis slipped free of Chull's body and returned to mine. The big Hafusra immediately relaxed. Thank you, Lady Indrath, I am fine, just overwhelmed, my mother said, patting his hand. I've felt the same often since first being brought here. My eyes met Meyer's from across the table. This woman had been like a grandmother to me once. She guided me along the first steps as I learned about Etha. But I could no longer trust her. We can't leave, I thought in answer to Sylvie's question. Not yet, maybe not for a while. We'll have to trust that Kara and Saris can handle it, whatever it is. Regis, Sylvie, and I, our minds connected, sat in isolation from all the others, sharing the compounding burden of our worries. Chapter 500, Long-Held Tradition. The feast continued for quite some time. Conversation eventually turned away from alliances, marriages, and even Chull's appearance and lineage. Politics was abandoned in favor of rousing tales of history and legend. All up and down the long table, phoenixes laughed with leviathans and basilisks with dragons. But I was not able to release the tension I carried. We must move the entire world toward the necessary future, relieving the pressure on the etheric realm and satisfying the etheric entity called fate. Dicathen needs to be shielded from becoming the next civilization to fall at Kezes's whim. Ephiatus has to be stabilized and prepared for the inevitable dissolution of the etheric realm. Now we have to worry about Alacria collapsing in some kind of mana vortex. Yeah, that about sums it up, Regis said, again lying in front of the roaring fireplace, his senses turned toward the conversations happening around the table. Easy peasy. Sylvie, who had been drawn into a conversation with Meyer, shot me a quick glance from the corner of her eye. At least we know what we have to do and what we're up against. Mostly. I let my mind drift back to the Keystone, but without King's Gambit active, I couldn't effectively concentrate on those memories. Only a blurry, headache-inducing muddle occupied my brain, like a wad of string that only the Godrun could sort out. A tap at my shoulder forced me out of my own head. I looked up to see a young man visually near my own age. He had the dark hair, red eyes, and horns of a basilisk, but unlike the Vritra, he also had an easy smile and pleasant manner. Some of us were planning to retire from the dinner and speak more conversationally, he said, his voice tight with nerves. We were hoping you might join us. We can't have the great lords hoarding your time all to themselves, can we? As an afterthought, he added, Lady Sylvie, Lady Aliner, Lord Chull, you would be welcome too, of course. Chopped liver again, Regis thought. By Assyrian standards, I was only a youth myself, and engaging with the younger Usras was something I'd been hoping to do. And the casual company offered by younger lords and ladies would be a balm for my pressured mind. Still not sure of decorum, I looked to Varun. He only smiled and gave a very shallow nod, almost like he was dropping off to sleep. I excused myself, and my companions and I followed the young basilisk deeper into the fortress. He seemed to know his way around, suggesting that he'd spent a fair bit of time with the phoenixes. Riven, by the way, he said, shaking my hand as we walked. Riven of Clan Cothan, eldest surviving son of Lord Rykothan. Surviving? Ellie asked, fidgeting and looking around every corner nervously. I had an elder brother and sister. They both died fighting the Vritra clan, he announced proudly. A worthy cause to give their lives in service of, Chull said solemnly. We arrived at a richly appointed sitting room where several other youthful Usras were already talking and laughing over glasses of deep red or golden liquid. Seated on plush couches or deep lounge seats in greens, golds, and yellows, the Usras all jumped up eagerly as I entered behind Riven. I was surprised to see Zelina already there. She was speaking to Vyra, daughter of the dragon noble Pri. Unlike everyone else who wore fine clothes suited for a royal banquet, Zelina was dressed in tight leathers that made her look more like she was preparing for battle. Which I supposed in a way she probably was. There was a mad rush of introductions. Nija, Lord Avignes' daughter, introduced herself for the second time, and I also met two of her sisters. Riven, it turned out, had two sisters as well. Chul briefly became the center of everyone's interest when Vyra commented on his eyes. The Phoenixes in particular were fascinated to hear everything about him, and I was forced to redirect the conversation. Thankfully, they were just as eager to talk about themselves. Chul's interrogation was blessedly short, and no one seemed to notice the inconsistencies in our stories. Wearing her amused half-smirk, Zelina said, "We were just discussing something fairly relevant to your arrival, Arthur." I noticed that, while among her peers, she acted younger than she had before. Instead of feeling dour in contrast to their excitement, she seemed almost goading. It isn't every day so many leviathans, dragons, phoenixes, and basilisks are able to come together. Zelina of the Ekalayas has just challenged us to a great clan hunt, Nija continued, biting her top lip. Her cheeks were flushed and sparks seemed to flash and flare behind her eyes. Chul's eyes burned with internal light and he gave me a grim smile. A great hunt in the lands of my forebears. An excellent way to prove the might of our clan. I bit my tongue, watching for any reaction to his near slip. When no one seemed to notice, I let out a relieved breath and said, "It would be Chul if only we could. I'm afraid such things will have to wait for a later time, perhaps the next great hunt." "Oh, but you have to participate," Riven said, clapping my shoulder. "To hunt beside 4 other great clans, this isn't a chance that comes often, and—" He paused, smiling sheepishly. "Well, we've all desired to see what you can do. A lesser among the Usura, a new race, surely you can understand." Nija smirked as she kicked her feet up on a long, low table and rested her hands behind her head. "A chance to get out from under the beaks of these stuffy old lords and ladies for a few days, too." Vyra plucked at a strand of her long, pink hair thoughtfully. "You know, since Lady Meyer is here, we may even be able to secure the promise of a boon from Lord Indrath to the winner. It is a rare occasion," as Riven said. There was a great deal of excited chattering and cheering at this, and Riven quickly fetched a handful of mugs and glasses for my companions and I a boon, Sylvie said directly into my mind. "That could be useful considering." "Maybe, but how big a favor could we really earn just by knocking around a few baby Usura?" Regis thought back from his place near my core. "This boon is unlikely to change things, but as one of the great lords myself." The thought trailed off as I considered the potential implications, knowing that both of my companions were equally correct in their thinking. Ellie, who had taken a seat in one corner out of the way, smiled up at the basilisk as he handed her a drink, but as soon as he turned away, her face fell. She stared down into the mug with a distant frown. When she caught me looking, though, she brightened. My question must have shown on my face because she said, "Boo's grumpy that he's been resigned to some kind of barn outside. He doesn't trust all these new smells." Shouts immediately interrupted her, and our attention was drawn to a sudden wrestling match that had broken out between 2 of the basilisks. Vyra only just saved her drink as an end table was toppled to peals of laughter. "Come, my brother," Chul boomed, wrapped up in the energy and excitement. Conjuring his weapon and raising it over his head, he practically shouted, "We cannot turn down such a challenge." There was another round of cheers and applause at that. "Your ward is right, Arthur. Tradition dictates that you, as the youngest clan, can't decline a direct challenge," Zelina said, standing and brandishing her glass like a sword. "Clan Ekalaya demands you honor your place among us. To refuse would be to diminish both our clans." Her eyes shone with the light of victory. "What are you up to, Zelina?" I wondered to myself. A thought clicked into place, connecting everything together, and I twisted the dimension ring on my finger, considering what was held within it. "It seems I have no choice but to accept, then." The room erupted into cheers, and the young Usuras hurried to speak over one another as they began to explain the rules. Although the sun shone warmly, the thin mountain air was cold enough that my breath became visible with each exhale. I climbed near the rear of our hunting party. We were high in the mountains, already many miles from Featherwalk Eyrie, and had been climbing a nearly vertical rock face for half the day. The wind howled, tugging at me constantly, like a beast waiting for my grip to give out so it could drag me down. Aside from the occasional huffing of breath, the hunting party climbed in silence. It was one of the many rules of the hunt that the ascent was made without the power of flight, at least in mixed company, as Riven had explained. Had the phoenixes been challenging only each other, they would have prowled the skies in their transformed bodies, but in the presence of dragons, leviathans, and basilisks, and archons, I reminded myself, they challenged themselves against the mountain as their most distant ancestors would have. Riven, Nija, and the others had wasted no time organizing the venture. The other great lords had been amused at the turn of events, but had sanctified the hunt nonetheless. "Among you are the future of your clans, races, and all of Ephiodus," Meyer had said as she led the procession out of the city, Lords Avignes, Cothan, and Eclea with her. Many other members of the clans followed behind, though this procession was almost somber compared to the cheering crowd that had greeted our arrival. I understood why. An Asuran hunt was not a casual sporting event. Like the people of Ephiatus, the beasts were starkly powerful. When an adventurer delved into a dungeon within the beast glades, they knew they were risking their lives. An Assyrian hunt was no different. The young Assyrian nobles marched solemnly in their lord's wake as Meyer spoke. 5 of our 9 great clans are represented here in friendship and trust, always though the Usura have fostered healthy competition between us. The challenges that we have faced build strength and cooperation. As Ephiatus grows more tame, hunts like these ensure the long traditions of our people, both as many and as one, continue to fortify that strength. Put each other to the test, but most of all, push yourselves. In honor of your journey, the victorious clan may ask a boon of Lord Dicathen and myself, but more than that, I hope you will each fight for the pride of winning such a challenge against such noble competitors. Her gaze had lingered on me for a moment longer than all the others. Our ascent had begun a few miles outside of the city. There, the phoenixes, surrounded by blazing ceremonial signal fires, had again sung a wordless song. We waited in silence as the song built, growing fierce and raucous. The other teams had come to life within the embrace of that song, bursting with energy and light and a lust for glory. May the greatest of these great clans strike the killing blow, Meyer had called out, her voice ringing across the mountainside and enveloping the phoenix song. With a chorus of battle cries, the Assyrian hunters had flung themselves up the sheer cliff at incredible speed. Now we moved slower, a steady climb instead of a wild clamber. Ahead of me, Ellie made efficient use of her mana, cladding her hands and feet, and then pushing the mana into the cracks and folds of the rock, securing herself firmly. She glowed with inner radiance, her mana more potent and responsive to her will than I'd seen before. Sylvie climbed just ahead of Ellie, setting the path and showing her where to place her hands and feet. Chul brought up the rear behind me, the absolute image of concentration. Each clan required 4 hunters. It had been an open question whether Regis was considered an individual in his own right or a manifestation of my power. In the end, Vyra and Nisha together had decided he was something like the guardian beasts of the Titans, a part of me, and as such didn't count against the number from my clan. Instead, my sister was necessarily the 4th member of Clan Leywin's hunting party. "Are you sure?" she'd asked when I first told her my intentions. "You'll just spend the whole time looking out for me. What if we lose because of that?" she had huffed and fidgeted in agitation. "I just wish I could, help you. You've done so much, given me so many opportunities to train and get stronger, but I'm still just this thing you have to protect. Winning means surviving, so focus on that. You've earned a place here, and I want these Usras to see how unique your mana techniques are." My expression softened. "And maybe they'll be able to help you get even stronger in a way that I can't. You do realize you're likely one of the strongest mages of your age in all Dicathen," Sylvie had added, taking Ellie's arm. "Which still makes me the weakest person in Ephiatus," Ellie answered grimly. She'd slapped herself on the cheeks and fixed herself with a determined expression. "But I'm not trying to throw myself a pity party, you're right. I'll do my best." Still, even with our words of encouragement, Ellie had stared down at the shimmering bead of condensed power in her hand for several long moments before finally popping it into her mouth. Her eyes had bulged almost out of her head only a moment later when the effects of the elixir hit her. It had been the memory of Winsome's elixir, the one that had ended up saving Tesha's life from the corruption of the Elderwood Guardian, that had spurred me to seek out Novice. The Phoenix Lord had been gracious, hurrying to procure an elixir that would do what I needed. In Dicathen, wealthy mages regularly used elixirs to speed the purification of their cores over a long period of time and practice. This elixir would do little to speed up the clarification of her core, but it had filled her with a tremendous amount of highly purified mana that would give her a big power boost, at least until the entirety of the mana wassoed up. Combined with her ability to condense and store mana in core-like pockets throughout her body, it acted as a temporary buffer to help bridge the gap between her and the rest of the hunters. Nisha and her sisters led the climb. Tradition dictated that the clan hosting the hunt, in this case the Avignes, as the mountain was their territory, occupy the position of most honor and danger. Vyra, daughter of Pri of the Inthura clan, followed with 3 Indraths close around her. Riven had brought along one of his sisters and his 2 closest friends. Zelina and the Ekalayas climbed just ahead of our own group. "Only 4 or 5 more hours at this pace," Nisha called from her position at the front. "We will make camp at the dell above." I tried to see where the folds and ridges of the cliff gave way to this dell she spoke of. By the gray stone seemed to climb forever. "Only 4 more hours," Ellie said between focused breaths. Almost as if in response to Nisha's shout, the mountain groaned beneath us. There was a sudden charge in the air as if a bolt of lightning were about to strike from the clear blue sky. Tension gripped the Usuras. "Move," Zelina shouted. The mountain roared in answer. A clawed fist of bare rock reached out of the mountainside and grabbed Vyra's ankle. The claw tore through Assyrian flesh, sending drops of bright blood raining down from above. Then the young dragon was jerked from the cliff face. One of the Indraths caught her, swinging her back to the cliff and into the arms of another. Steel flashed, and the stone appendage exploded in a hail of rocks and dust that cascaded down on the rest of us. Mountain golems, a phoenix cried. To my right, a head, shoulders, and one long arm bulged out of the rock. The golem had no eyes, nose, or mouth, but its every movement created a grinding, hostile growl. The arm swung at me like a club. As I reached up to catch the blow on my forearm, the dark scales of my relic armor feathered over my skin. An etheric blade condensed at my side and swung up, bursting through the stone limb before coming back down on the golem's neck. The figure ruptured, its disparate parts tumbling into the mist below. I flexed my hand, which stung from the force of the impact. Stay sharp, these things hit hard. Golems were appearing from all around. Sometimes it was just limbs, other times it was scrambling humanoid figures of stone that clutched at the Asuras and tried to pull them off the mountainside. Above the torso of a golem grappled a Leviathan, tackling them free of their handholds. They launched backwards, away from the wall, and plunged like a meteor toward the valley miles below. Sylvie was struggling against a stone fist that was clawing at her throat. She wrapped her hand around the golem's wrist and bright white light erupted from her. The arm shattered, but not before leaving deep gouges down both sides of her neck. The cliff ruptured as a waterfall burst from the fissures. The water reached out and wrapped around the falling Leviathan. Several darts flew, I didn't see from where, and the grappling golem burst apart. The waterfall slammed the Leviathan back into the wall, and as one, the Ekalaya clan started to climb even faster, overtaking the Cothans. Beside me, Ellie's eyes darkened as she activated her beast will. I can feel them moving through the rock. She hesitated, then swung aside as a club-like arm broke free of the rock wall and battered at her. Planting both feet on the curve of the golem's exposed shoulder, she leaped into the air and grabbed a better handhold higher up. 2 orbs of mana were left behind in her wake. Their explosion tore divots in the stone but failed to destroy the attacking limb. The very next instant, Chull's weapon smashed against the mountainside, destroying the arm and half the rock it had been protruding from, sending a rockfall tumbling past him down the mountainside. A flailing, half-crushed stone body tore free of the cliff and fell on him, kicking and smashing with what limbs it had left. A golden arrow of light struck Chull, buffering the creature's attacks. In the next instant, a vibrant purple blade swept the golem off him, and it fell to pieces as it tumbled out of sight. I glanced up to meet my sister's gaze, but her focus had already turned toward the stone as she tracked the golem's hidden movement. Above her, though, the Usuras were beginning to outpace us. Recognizing that my worry for Ellie was distracting me from the wider battle, I sent a quick mental command to Regis. He sped from my core to imbue himself into the relic armor. As we'd done to contain Sylvie's power in her first journey to the relictums, I dismissed the armor with Regis embedded inside it. He began pulling away from me, towing the incorporeal armor, stuck in states between the raw atmospheric ether and the physical world, toward my sister. It took only seconds, but each moment was a painful drag on my consciousness. Ellie let out a clipped scream as the armor coalesced around her, very nearly losing her grip on the wall. Sylvie was quick to reach out and offer a supporting hand on her back. My sister stared at herself in surprise. The black scales of the armor were unbroken by the golden inlay or white protrusions of bone. It was sleeker, more graceful. The helm formed to cover her head entirely, leaving only her face exposed. 4 dark horns swept back from the temples. "Maybe a little warning next time," she called out before resuming her ascent. As she climbed, she shouted warnings whenever she sensed a golem approaching through the stone, and we fell into a rhythm, the 4 of us moving and fighting together as a team. I had little focus to spare on the Usuras above as they continued to move farther away. Their magic crashed and thundered across the rock face, and we climbed through a constant deluge of shattered rubble. At least one was being dragged limply along by the others, but I couldn't tell who. "I think we're nearly through," Nisha's voice echoed down to us some time later. At Nisha's words, I felt Ellie draw on another one of her pools of stored energy as she redoubled her effort to keep climbing. She hesitated, looking for her next handhold, when the mountain under her hands erupted outward. A fist large enough to crush her, and it clawed out of the crumbling rock. Ellie had already pushed off, flying backwards as she avoided the worst of the attack. Sylvie's blast of pure mana met Chull's hammer and my own etheric blade as we all struck the fist simultaneously, cracking it cleanly in 2. Ether flooded into God step as I felt for the paths between my sister and me, but a dull explosion of pure mana pushed her back toward the cliff, and she caught herself on Chull, her arms wrapped around his neck. Both of them wore wide grins. I shot them a glare, wiping the grins from their faces as the mountainside began to split apart all around us. A streak of blue and green flashed into our midst as Zelina fell from above, catching herself in the crater left by the fist. I could already see the shape of an arm forming, dividing from the mountainside itself. Far to my right, a second arm split the cliff, sending huge boulders plunging into the clouds. The mountain itself moves to test us, Zelina yelled, clinging to the bucking rocks as easily as I might climb a ladder. We need to break free or it will cast us all down. I met Sylvie and Chul's eyes in turn, both nodded fiercely. Hang on, Chul boomed. Ellie clutched tight around his neck and we began to throw ourselves up the mountain even as it came alive around us. Look out, Ellie yelled in warning. From our right, another huge hand bore down on us, the wind of its passage stirring up a gale that threatened to pull us off the cliff. Sylvie now, pressing my feet into the rock, I gathered ether in every muscle, tendon, and joint. The sun vanished as the giant hand obscured it. Sylvie's etheric spell took hold, and the world faded to gray, time grinding nearly to a halt. Stone cracked beneath my feet as I stepped away from the cliff. An ether blade formed in my hand and exploded toward my target as I followed up with a burst strike. The world dissolved into a stop-motion blur. There was no sound, no heat or cold, only the perfect synchronicity of my ether and body. I was out in open sky, blue above, gray below, and then the rush of wind came back and the avalanche noise of shattering rock. Turning in the air, I looked back at the cliff face. The stump of a gargantuan arm flailed, the hand flying away in a shockwave of scree from where I'd struck it. The wrist crumbled and fissures raced up the arm. I could see the other Usura, well above us, leaping, crawling, and fighting around the giant golem's head like so many ants, their spells and weapons chipping it away bit by bit. My sister's voice reached me again from where she clung to the golem's torso with the others. Art, the giant was crumbling. Soon it would fall away from the mountain entirely, and it would take everyone with it. The etheric pathways, lit up by God's step, folded me into their embrace. I appeared back with my clan, my hands wreathed in etheric lightning as they scrambled for a solid hold. Zelina was staring at me, wide-eyed and doubtful. I matched her gaze. This thing is about to fall. She didn't need telling twice. The Leviathan warrior set the pace, almost flying up the cliff-like body. Although no more small golems attacked, entire sheets of rock began to give way under our hands and feet. Soon we were jumping from one plunging boulder to the next, scrambling for any solid hand or foothold we could find. We weren't going to make it. The scene lurched, again dimming as Sylvie's ether art clenched like a fist around time. She was sweating profusely and her eyes had lost focus. Zelina, caught in the spell with us, looked around in confusion and dismay. Go, I shouted, dragging Sylvie's arm around my shoulder and hauling her bodily up the cliff as I leapt from hold to hold, Chul on my heels. It was only when I grabbed onto a ridge that wasn't moving that I realized we had passed beyond the golem's body. In the same instant, the light returned, as did the full volume of the sound. The noise was catastrophic, the tumbling and smashing of stone on stone enough to make my ears ring. The air was choked with dust. Sylvie was pale, her eyes darting, her thoughts struggling to come into line with our sudden relative safety. Even Chul's grin had faded. Is this not the great beast we've come to hunt? He had to shout to be heard over the colossal rockfall. Zelina scoffed. Come, it seems the others have found a place to rest our hands. This hunt is only just beginning. We followed her and the others to a narrow shelf of rock just wide enough for all of us to sit or lie down. The other Usuras cheered as we climbed up over the edge. Ellie flopped off Chul's back and lay panting. She had several shallow lacerations across her face, and according to Regis her fingertips were bleeding, but otherwise she seemed well enough. Perhaps this would be a good time to start rethinking tradition, I said to no one in particular. First, the whole no-flying rule while ascending the mountainside. Riven stood with one hand against the cliff wall, staring out at the endless sea of clouds and mist. Tradition informs who we are, where we've come from. In this case, the challenge is the purpose. The mountain itself agrees with me. It has tested us and we have passed. And you're prepared to die for this? I asked, genuinely curious. It was one of Riven's friends who answered. Death is always a tragedy, but never a thing to fear. He had his back pressed up against the wall, his face pale and teeth clenched. One of Nisha's sisters knelt before the basilisk, her hands glowing with heat. Only then did I realize the young basilisk warrior's left arm had been ripped free at the elbow. The phoenix was burning the wound closed. How far would any of us ever get if we stayed at home, surrounded by thick walls and nervous guards, terrified of death at every turn? Surely your own path to strength wasn't walked in safety, Zelina asked, leaning back against the cliff with one knee tucked up to her chest, her arms wrapped around it. She cast a glance at the wounded basilisk, but there was no pity in her gaze. You yourself have ascended much farther than anyone here as you began so low. You did not do this without desperate challenge. I stared down over the edge, remembering a time, a very long time ago now, when I had fallen. No, my life has rarely been safe, but the challenges I faced were just as rarely optional. So you tell yourself, Zelina said. She tucked her legs beneath her and leaned forward. I may not know your whole story, Arthur Leywin, but I know enough. No fight comes to us that we do not choose to engage in, just as we have chosen to follow the old phoenix ways and climb this mountain by hand. Lives of ease and emptiness could be ours with the whisper of a word, but then how would any of us be ready to lead our clans when the time comes? We would grow soft and slow, and stupid, feasting on the hardship of others while giving nothing in return, Vyra said. She pulled the tie from her hair, letting the pink waves spill around her shoulders with a shake. One of the Indraths tended her wounded ankle. In a time of peace, with no wars to be fought or colossal beasts to be slain, it is up to us to forge our own strength. Was that not a colossal beast? Ellie asked. The Usuras laughed, even the one-armed basilisk, and Riven handed her a skin full of some mana-rich liquid. She made a face when she drank from it, but then her eyes went wide and she took a much longer drink. Riven laughed again, not too much or you'll fall off the mountainside. Easy silence settled over the hunting party. As one we stared out into the infinite expanse, each lost in our own thoughts. Chapter 501, Restless. As Nisha had promised, it took a handful of hours to complete our ascent up the cliffs. Although strenuous, the rest of the climb was uneventful. Twice, flying mana beasts circled around to investigate our hunting party, but they were kept at bay by warning flares of mana. The mountain itself, which had birthed golems to test us, was silent. At the top, the four phoenixes began to shout and crow, their voices echoing through the thin air and the high mountain ravines, welcoming each member of our hunting party. When we'd all reached the dell, our group of 20 hunters stopped to look out over the cliff's edge. It was impossible to see how high we'd climbed, as clouds covered the surface of Ephiatis far below us. A pod of skyrays crested in and out of the clouds, swirling over, under, and around each other playfully. Regis manifested out of Ellie's dim shadow, and the armor cladding her melted away, returning to the ether. She immediately wrapped her arms around herself as a shiver ran through her. Chul clapped my shoulder hard enough that I had to step forward to catch myself. Just like the abyssal rays we faced in the relictums, my brother. I don't remember those ones being quite so cute, Sylvie said, kneeling next to the edge. She picked up a smooth stone and rubbed it between her fingers, then casually tossed it off the edge, watching it plummet into the mist. Riven Cawthon gasped and clutched his horns in horror. What are you doing? That could kill someone, Sylvie froze, her face pale with guilt. The Usuras began to laugh, Riven loudest among them. I'm only joking, you may be Archon in name, Sylvie, but you have the stiffness of a dragon. The dragons among us stopped laughing. The rigidity of a basilisk, you mean, one of the Indraths said. Instead of taking offense, Riven and his basilisk companion's laughter was renewed by the jibe. Vyra in Thura craned her back in a deep stretch, her long pink hair nearly spilling to the ground. Straightening, she turned away from the panorama and gazed up toward the mountain's peak. The light is dimming quickly. We should make camp. Nisha Avignes, who led the way out of tradition, gestured to the thickly forested green swath carved into the mountain. We'll remain unmolested by the flying beasts if we move up into the treeline. Otherwise, pick a spot. Regis gave a throaty chuckle. But what if we want to be molested by some flying beasts? Then I suggest you do it privately behind a tree so none of us will judge you, one of Riven's basilisk friends said with a laugh. Nisha's cheeks flushed bright red and her citrine eyes went wide as they jumped around the members of our hunting party. That's not what I sighed, just ignore Regis. Your embarrassment will only encourage him. Despite the long day's ascent, most of the Usuras broke into a run, racing each other up the gentle slope and shouting about getting the best spots first. Chul joined them, forgetting himself, but I let him go. The grinning warrior was in good company as he and one of the basilisks pushed and shouldered one another, laughing the entire time. The rest of my clan stayed close and both Zelina and Vyra lingered behind their own clans. We made our way more slowly, at ease. We'll rest and recover our strength for the evening. Zelina, walking ahead of me, didn't look back as she spoke. Tomorrow, we scour the summit for our prey. What exactly are we hunting? I asked, watching the Leviathan woman's hair move out of rhythm with the cold, gusting wind that blew through the dell. Vyra, who walked alongside Sylvie, but was careful to keep some distance between my clan and herself, answered, Our prey will present itself to us. When you see it, you will know. Her liquid silver eyes rested on me for a long moment, then skated away, inscrutable. I frowned at that, but the conversation ended there. As we entered under the sprawling, gnarled limbs of the giant trees, Chul gave a shout and waved us toward a flat spot between three massive trunks. Take a moment to connect with your clan, Zelina said, breaking away toward the other Leviathans. Food and drink will be shared later and then conversation and stories. First, though, settle your mind. I watched her go with a strange feeling of nakedness. She had a way of seeing right through me with a wisdom far beyond her years. The moment I finished the thought, I almost burst out laughing, reminded that she was 20 times my own total age, maybe even more. They are all more than they seem, Sylvie projected into my thoughts. The youngest of them is, what, half a century old? Ellie grabbed my arm and tried to drag me toward Chul. Come on. I'm starving, chuckling, I let myself be pulled along in her wake. Chul was already arranging a circle of stones to contain a fire, and Ellie wasted no time drawing equipment from her dimension ring and setting camp. Throughout the wooded dell, campsites were being completed for each group of 4. The different Asuran races each favored a specific experience. The Leviathans, for example, were quick to set up brightly colored tents made of dense fabric, while the Phoenixes mostly roosted in hammocks or conjured beds outside. The Basilisks were sharing a single large canopy tent in which they built their fire. The dragons, on the other hand, were taking their time in building themselves each a kind of small house from conjured materials, complete with indoor space for cooking and bathing. As Zelina had suggested, each group was comfortable engaging just with their own kind for the moment. I withdrew a simple bedroll and laid it out by the fire pit as Chul finished arranging the large circle of stones. He had already dragged over a downed tree, and he began ripping dry limbs off with his hands, snapping them into several smaller pieces and tossing them into a loose pile. He hummed as he worked, occasionally smiling to himself, and so I let him continue without interrupting. When he was satisfied with the state of his pile, he summoned his weapon. Flames issued from the round, fissured head like a torch, which he stuffed into the wood. It caught immediately, roaring up 10 feet high. Above, the trees rustled as they leaned toward the warmth, dropping a few yellow leaves. Among the leaves were maroon flowers giving off a sleepy, sweet scent. "Dream blossoms," Chul said, catching me looking up into the canopy. "The flowers make a good strong tea, or so I learned in the hearth. I've never actually seen one before today. It is said that resting beneath them will make you sleep like the dead, so dead, in fact, that some never wake. Even heard a story one time about how a young phoenix warrior was eaten alive by a beast while he slept." I scoffed in grim amusement. "Perhaps we should set a watch then to make sure none of us sleep to death." Sylvie looked from her small but comfortable tent to the tree above it, which was covered in the maroon flowers. "Maybe we should move back down the slope a bit." Regis looked up from where he had been sniffing around the campsite. "Don't worry, lady, I'll ensure your beauty sleep isn't interrupted." Sylvie snorted and tossed a handful of fallen yellow leaves at him. Settling down on my sleeping roll beside the tall fire, Ellie wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. That wind is like knives through these sweaty clothes." Giving me a pleading look, she added, "Maybe I could get that armor again. Just to warm me up." Behind her there was a faint pop and Boo appeared as if from nowhere. He gave a deep moan and nuzzled my sister lying down behind her. She leaned back, pushing into his fluff. "Oh, that's better. Thanks for waiting, Boo. I don't think you'd have liked that climb." Her nose tipped toward her underarm and she made a face. Maybe I'll have to ask the dragons to borrow their bath too." "How come none of you sweat that much?" Boo let out a moan of agreement, making Sylvie and I both laugh. "Usuras don't sweat, sister." "Wait, really?" She gave me an uncertain look. "The perfume and soap makers of this world would be out of business if that were true." We all turned to see Vyra approaching with a basket. She had changed out of the breeches and leathers she'd climbed in and now wore a simple teal and gray hooded dress. In the basket were a couple round loaves of bread and several glass jars that clinked together with each step. A gift from the Inthura clan, prepared by my mother herself. She held out the basket with both hands. I took it in the same respectful manner. The jars contained honey, mustard, and jam to go with the bread. "Thank you," she nodded, then took a step closer to the fire. As she stared into its depths, the flame's reflection danced over her silver eyes. "Your clan did well today, Lord Arthur. That climb was no mean feat, even for Usura." Chul pulled the basket out of my hands, ripped off half a loaf of bread, and began to thumb through the jars as he chewed. "Ooh, fireweed honey. My favorite." Offhanded, he passed the basket to Sylvie and walked off with his bread and the jar of honey. "I wouldn't blame you if this all looked like some kind of gimmick from your perspective," I said in answer to Vyra's comment. "I won't pretend to be able to see events through your eyes." Her right hand drifted forward, seemingly an unconscious act. The flames flowed around her fingers, the heat itself twisting and moving to avoid burning her. "No, I don't see it that way. If anything, it's exciting." There was a quiver in her voice, and I realized suddenly that this noble dragon was nervous. "This is the first time in my life that I've experienced real change in Ephiatis. Those who remember Agrona's rebellion experienced such change, perhaps." Riven manifested out of the gloom around the campfire. "It wasn't all it was cracked up to be, trust me." "Of course not," Vyra was quick to answer. "I didn't mean to imply that it was somehow a time of good change. Violence between Usura is never good for Ephiatis." "Hey," the shout came from one of the other campfires. Long strides crunched through fallen leaves in the dark, and then Nisha appeared. Her smoke-gray hair tumbled about her head in a wild mane, unbound from her braids. "We agreed not to hound the great lord about you-know-who until everyone had settled in." "You know who?" I asked. As the words left my lips, I came to the answer on my own. "You want to know about Agrona?" Vyra continued staring into the flame. Riven's eyes jumped to mine and away again into the darkness. His brows were pinched with worry. Nisha sat down in the grass, her legs extended forward with her arms stretched behind herself for support. At some point, Zelina had joined us as well and was now leaning against a tree at the outer edge of the firelight. Although they didn't approach our fire, I could feel the other Usras straining to overhear what was said. Rumors spread like wildfire about Agrona's defeat at the hand of a lesser, Riven said, tense in both body and tone. But even my father has been quiet with most of the details. I let silence linger in the aftermath of Riven's statement. It was strange to me that Kezes hadn't spread the story far and wide, but then he wanted a living, conscious Agrona to parade through the clan homes of these young Usuras. Suspicion built in my mind that this conversation, which had been started by a dragon, was somehow calculated. There isn't much to tell, I said at length. Agrona had invested himself deeply into a separate source of power. I destroyed it and he went into a kind of coma. Lord Indrath arrived shortly afterwards. Agrona and I never even fought. Oh, Riven's face fell. Clearly he had been expecting or hoping maybe for a grander tale. While the others all seemed curious about the Agrona, there was something in Riven's expression that told me this was deeply personal. His older siblings had died fighting the Vritra clan, he'd said. I also knew the Basilisk race had suffered greatly following Agrona's defection to Alacria. I couldn't help but wonder if seeing Agrona receive a more public punishment would really help the young Basilisk or only reopen old wounds. You were impressive today, Lady Alinar, Zelina said, her tone suggesting she was intentionally changing the subject. Vyra piped up, adding, your magic really is quite interesting. Pure mana techniques, yes. Not unlike how the dragons use mana. Do you have any talent with Etha like your brother? Thanks, Ellie beamed. And no, I just use mana. I do have a spell form though. Nisha, who had eased back into a more relaxed posture again, frowned. A spell form, what's that? Pulling herself free of Boo's fluff, she turned and lifted the back of her jacket and shirt to reveal the spell form tattoo. It kind of like brands me with a spell. I can work a different kind of magic by channeling my mana into it. The Usuras were enraptured and began peppering Ellie with questions. After a minute or two, she gave a nervous shrug. Honestly, I'm not the expert. We have this master inventor, Gideon, who understands all this stuff. And my brother, too. The Alacrians use them, but they were invented by the Jinn. I could tell immediately that none of these Usuras recognized the term. I've never heard of the Jinn. Is that another one of your lesser races? Riven asked, scratching absently at the scalp around one horn. I felt my teeth begin to grind before I took control of myself. They had no idea their entire civilization was built on the ashes of a dozen others. We call them ancient mages. They're no longer here, but much of their magic still lingers in our world. I shot Chull a warning glance not to explain further. Zelina finally stepped forward, coming to crouch beside the fire. The blue ridges along her temples shone iridescently in the firelight. To my sister, she said, I noticed that you did not make use of silver light on the ascent. Why? Ellie withdrew the unstrung bow, causing surprised murmurs to ripple through the Usuras. I haven't been able to use it. How is it that a human girl comes to possess an Asuran weapon? Vyra asked, glancing around at her peers. And the weapon of General Aldir, no less. It chose her, Zelina said defiantly. Whatever rumors you may have heard, know that Aldir of the Thyestes gave everything of himself for the betterment of both Ephiatis and the world of the Lessers. She stared around at the others, meeting their eyes one by one. It was a challenge, one that none of the other Asuran nobles were willing to meet. Your clan really is full of surprises, Riven said after an awkward pause. It's too bad we have no titans among us. They specialize in this sort of thing, Vyra scoffed. They aren't the only ones knowledgeable about such things. Circling the fire, she sat down next to my sister, heedless of the warning rumble that came from Boo. Here, let me see. Quietly, Vyra began instructing my sister in the methodology used by the dragons to master such weapons. Our conversation settled into comfortable small talk and jokes. Riven and Nisha had a lot of questions about my world, and I was too happy to answer most of them. The more the Usuras knew about Dicathen and Alacria, the more real those places would become in their minds. Food and drink were shared freely, and I nibbled a sweet frosting-coated pastry as Riven's sister provided an impromptu lecture about Basilisk cuisine. Eventually, a friendly shout from the Basilisk campsite drew Riven and his sister away, after which Nisha bid us good night and returned to her own people as well. Chull joined her, eager to spend more time with the phoenixes of Ephiatis. Zelina stayed, although she retreated back to the shadows. For a time, we listened in silence to Vyra's tutoring, but after a few minutes, Zelina waved me over. Sylvie's mind touched my own. I'm feeling fatigued, Arthur, I'm going to rest. I gave my bond a worried look, but she waved it away, her eyes flicking to Zelina. I nodded. Have you considered what the great lord said at dinner? Zelina asked without preamble when I joined her. It was cool at the edge of the firelight. The wind wasn't overpowering, but it was consistent and brought the cold down from the higher peaks. I turned my face into it and closed my eyes, enjoying the cold bite on my skin. We had a very long climb today, during which there was little else to do but think, I said, dancing around her question. You're uncomfortable with the idea. I met her eyes from the corner of my own. I already have someone. Zelina crossed her arms, frowning. What does that have to do with anything? You are a great lord, Arthur. And what's more, you are the founding member of an entirely new race and region of your entire world. You need to solidify your position, form strong alliances, even spawn heirs. I coughed in surprise. She chewed her lip, suddenly reserved. Listen, I know very little of how your people do things. You are a good man to consider your love's feelings before making this decision, but the love of two may have to be weighed against the good of many. Her right hand snapped out in a lightning-quick punch that I only barely deflected. Her wry smile returned. I said before that your kindness may be transformational here. Glancing at Vyra, she continued more quietly. Indrath will never uncurl his ironclad grip on Ephiatus. Not unless someone breaks his fingers. That someone is you, Arthur Leywin, but only if you have the strength and support necessary. She did not wait for my response, but turned and left for her own tent. She melted into darkness, but I followed the progress of her mana signature until it settled. When I returned to the fire, Vyra was standing. Good night, Ellie. I look forward to seeing what you can do with this knowledge. Me too, my sister said with a yawn, her eyes glazed over with exhaustion. Vyra stopped to give me a respectful bow, her hair, dark in the dim light of the fire, spilling out from under her hood, then continued back to the cabin she had constructed earlier. I sat down beside Ellie, patting her knee as she leaned against Boo, Silverlight still held in her lap. I love this, she said tiredly. Around us, evening continued to deepen into utter dark. I wasn't sure how long I waited, but eventually the last remaining Usra found their way to whatever bedding they'd prepared, and the camp settled and went quiet. Only the wind through the leaves and the low crackle of the fire could be heard. Gently, I eased Ellie up from where she'd fallen asleep against Boo and took her to her own tent, where I tucked her in the way Mom used to. Her eyes opened only long enough for her to give me a sleepy smile and say, "Thank you, big brother." Then her eyes closed and she returned to sleep, never having fully woken. Her tent was just barely large enough for Boo to fit in, and still his head poked out the front. He settled himself down, his chin on his paws, and closed his eyes as well. "This place feels unbroken," Regis said quietly. He was sitting by the fire, his own burning mane moving like a dark purple shadow of the orange fire. "I like it." "Of course you do," I chuckled, easing down onto the bedroll next to him. Sensing his drifting thoughts, I patted his back beneath the flames. "You're restless, it's fine, go. I don't plan on sleeping this evening, I'll keep the watch." He turned to face me, his tongue lolling. There was a wild light in his eyes. "You sure? It's been a while since we've just hung out and bullshitted." I smiled and pushed him playfully. "We live in each other's heads, Regis." He stood and loped off into the darkness, practically vibrating with the need to run. "Just think really panicked thoughts if you need me." I was still smiling as his connected mind faded into the background of my own thoughts several minutes later. He was right about the mountain feeling untamed, but it was more than that. I could feel the border between Ephiatus and the etheric realm. It wasn't visible like at Ecclesia, but for some reason I couldn't quite put my finger on that made it feel even more real, like if I could reach the summit, I would be able to touch the edge of the world. My eyes drifted closed. Inside the dusk of my own skull, I let the feeling of that atmospheric magic settle around me. Realm Heart activated, enhancing my sense of mana within the ether. King's Gambit lit up next, fracturing my conscious mind into 100 parallel thoughts. A single, detached thread immediately jumped to the forefront. How can a being live to be hundreds of years old and still act like a teenager? It was a rhetorical question. Maturity was a factor of necessity, not simply age, and looking at the Usra through the lens of human experience was largely fruitless. Largely, but not completely. When taken in context with what I'd seen and heard from these young noble Usras, this question begged another, more important one. How can a child grow into maturity if nothing is expected of them? It wasn't entirely fair to say that the great clans expected nothing of them, but the reality was that these expectations varied greatly from a human heir. The word itself told half the story: heir. What is the purpose of a successor if the current lords reigned for 10,000 years or longer? These Usura, all Usura, were caught in a kind of stasis, but that couldn't last. If I was going to save my world and Ephiatus, then both would need to change dramatically. Even without King's Gambit, it had been difficult to prevent my mind from going constantly back to my conversation with the other great lords regarding marriage. Now I was beginning to see it in a different light. What Zelina had said was true. It was a purely strategic choice, and one that worked directly into the necessity of a new vision for Ephiatus's future. But that did nothing to change how I felt. More importantly, how would Tesha feel if she knew these conversations were even happening? These thoughts eventually worked their way to the back as the forefront of my branching consciousness focused on my meditation and the mana. It was clearer, with my mind enhanced by King's Gambit, that the mana and ether here on the mountain felt like that which bound the portal between Dicathen and Ephiatus. Although I'd seen the future in which I successfully relieved the pressure building in the etheric realm, not every aspect of how this was accomplished was clear to me. I needed more insight into the barriers that kept it separate from the physical world and allowed Ephiatus to float within. God's step ignited, adding another layer of awareness to the many threads of my consciousness. My perception began to expand outward like probing fingers. There was a twitch from Sylvie's sleeping mind. The first skill I learned with God's step was to move myself through the etheric pathways. After much training and effort, I'd learned to weaponize the pathways, striking through them with my conjured weapons. But I was confident there was still more potential. With the fountain in Everburn as my inspiration, I imagined a hole between the etheric realm and Ephiatus through which ether could pour in freely. Within the heart of our campfire, the probing fingers of my awareness reached for one of the infinitely interconnected points. It was a clumsy effort. Like muscle memory, I started to pass through the pathways while simultaneously attempting to hold myself back. The result was that nothing happened at first. Relegating a separate piece of focus to the disparate branches of my consciousness, I tightened my grip on the Godrune's power and my own stumbling manipulation of it. The atmospheric ether began to move. It was only a trickle, but the point of connection was now emitting ether. Purple light swirled within the orange flames. I pulled hard and the campfire glowed violet. A claw tore through my concentration. My hands pressed hard against my temples as my senses collided like ships in a storm-tossed sea. Realmheart, Godstep, and King's Gambit were ripped from my mental grip. I watched as if from above as my fingers dug into my skull and I tipped onto my side, curling into the fetal position. Something was pulling me to it, absorbing me into itself. I resisted. Pain followed, incredible pain. A shared pain. Wordlessly, Sylvie was reaching out for me, for Regis, for whoever could hear and answer. I relaxed, finally understanding. The pain faded, and I found myself sliding faster and faster along the connection between our minds. Suddenly, I was back on the shoreline near Ecclesia. The entire sky was a swirl of pitch black and deep purple. I was, not myself. Instead, I rode like a passenger behind Sylvie's eyes. She was standing on the surface of the motionless water, staring at the horizon where Ephiatus blended into the etheric realm. Sylv, what's going on? There was no response. Her focus began narrowing as she looked down at her feet. Sylvie's reflection in the glassy water was turned in the wrong direction. Beneath the water, these arms, not a reflection, flailed as she tried to swim toward the surface. With each movement, though, she only sank deeper. Slowly, as if in a trance, Sylvie, the one standing atop the water, bent down. Her hand passed easily through the surface. The Sylvie below grabbed her hand and then was being pulled upward. But the figure that rose out of the water was not Sylvie's reflection. Standing before us, Sylvie's hand clasped in his own, was Agrona. He wore dark pants and a black shirt highlighted in gold and crimson. Golden chains and jewel ornaments hung from his horns. There was a smile in his red eyes. "What is this?" Sylvie asked, her voice hollow. "A dream, a vision, but it can't be, you're gone." Defeated, Agrona's only answer was a wry, knowing smirk. "This is nothing, just the product of a stressed and tired mind," Sylvie told herself. Her eyes closed, but I could still see. Wake up, the coast, the ocean, Sylvie and Agrona, it all melted away. I was back on my bedroll beneath the dream blossoms. "Sylv, are you all right?" "Fine, I'm fine," she answered immediately. "Did you see it too?" I confirmed that I had. "Maybe it was just the flowers, like Chul said." "Yeah, maybe." I sat up and looked at her tent, which was closed off so I couldn't see her. "You're worried." It was different from the vision about the gladers, but it didn't feel like a dream. "You've got a lot on your mind," I offered in consolation. All this talk about Agrona today clearly brought something to the surface. "It's okay, whatever it is." "I still worry sometimes," she admitted after a few long seconds. "He implanted that spell within me, could take over my body. We've never fully understood why or how. I guess I just worry that he might have corrupted you somehow," I filled in, sensing the fear emanating from her. "I am his daughter, Arthur. There is more of him in me than just his experimental magic, I guess. Maybe I just wish I could have gotten more answers from him before he, you know." I didn't answer, but I didn't have to. She knew how I felt. "I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm going to try to go back to sleep." Chewing on my lip, I wished my bond good night. My senses remained on her aura until I felt it soothe as she eventually slipped back beneath the surface of consciousness. My own mind was too unsettled to return to my meditation. Instead, I weighed our options in the dim light of my golden crown. Chapter 502, Green in the Gray. I blew steam across the surface of my mug part way to my lips as I let out a laugh. The wyvern Avier was standing in the middle of a small round table between Mordain, Lyra, and me. At that moment, the green-feathered, horned owl was hopping from one leg to the other and speaking rapidly. And then she looks up at me, head in her hands. I can only see her eyes through her splayed fingers at this point and says, "I just don't know what to do with the boy, Avier. I either need to hang him from a gibbet or make him a professor." Well, we all know how that turned out. My shoulders shook as I laughed, and I had to set down my mug before I spilled. Lyra Drade was looking between the wyvern and me bemusedly. Mordain chuckled softly, his gaze focused into the middle distance. We were sitting together in Mordain's private study. The round walls were covered in curved shelves full of books, strange crystals, and a variety of knickknacks I didn't immediately recognize. He'd asked us to share tea with him once more before Lyra Drade and I left the hearth. Renkine had already returned to Darv, loath to leave his work behind any longer. She knew he was the boy Agrona searched for, of course, but Cynthia expected there was more to him. Even then, Avier continued more seriously. Cynthia wasn't a seer, mind you, but she was clever, perhaps the most clever person that I ever met. Arthur was more than just quadra-elemental. He understood mana on a level not possible for a boy of his age. Avier hesitated, then continued more softly. She even thought for a time he might be the legacy. Lyra Drade clicked her nails against the side of her glass. Incredible that she lived for so long after turning against Agrona. That one woman could hobble the information network of an entire continent, and against a deity no less. Agrona is no deity, I said harshly, then immediately felt the squirm of discomfort in my stomach as I realized who I was talking to. Glancing from Lyra to Mordain, I bowed my head. Ah, sorry. Mordain gave me an easy smile and waved a hand dismissively. He was sitting sideways in a chair of woven grass, one leg crossed over the other, a green mug held loosely in his other hand. The Usura are no deities, whatever rumors the agents of Kezes have fomented over the centuries. Ironically, though, Agrona himself is probably the closest thing to a deity this world has ever seen. Lyra's face fell. Because he created the Alacrians, you mean? Indeed, though mad and undoubtedly evil, his genius can't be denied, to have created an entirely new race in his own image. Mordain shook his head ruefully. Avier ruffled his green feathers. I saw firsthand the length Cynthia went to just to escape the reach of the Vritra clan. In her darker hours, she would break down and weep as she detailed the depravities that she had participated in, all in Agrona's name. Forgive me, Lady Drade, but I always struggled to see how anyone with a good heart could be born from such darkness. Is anyone born evil? Lyra asked, swirling her glass before draining it. Cynthia Goodsky and I were both forged into bitter implements by cruel masters. If we did evil, we did so because we were told it was good. We learned it just as we eventually learned better. I don't know if all people are capable of such a change, but I have to believe they are. I felt myself frowning as I struggled to align the retainer's words with my own experience of Alacria. I find that the ability, or maybe the willingness to admit you've been wrong and to truly change is pretty exceptional. Lyra's answering look was uncertain. She didn't know if I was complimenting her or disagreeing with her. I supposed I was doing both. You are both correct in my mind, Mordain answered, his blazing eyes suddenly piercing. The older one is, the harder, the more exceptional it becomes to change. And yet sometimes outside pressure requires a metamorphosis, lest those same pressures crush you. Avier fluttered, taking a couple of hop steps toward Mordain. You're thinking of Chul. I am, Mordain answered absently. I knew when I agreed to let him go what it would mean. Kezes will understand who and what he is immediately, I am certain. I can only hope that Arthur's station will shield young Chul from immediate reprisal. So why let him carry the message? I asked, still confused about this point and glad that Mordain had brought it up. Since you know how to pass between the two worlds, you could have sent anyone, couldn't you? Avier. I reached out and stroked the owl's feathers. Only afterward did I remember that he was no mere bonded beast but a wyvern of great power. S surely would have been capable. He ruffled again, his large eyes soaking me in with an expression I couldn't read. Mordain's smile turned wry. Chul's path is Arthur's path now. To keep him back would have been to steal his purpose from him. Almost to himself, he continued, twice now I have put him at dire risk. He blinked, shaking off some buried emotion. There is no avoiding that danger. It does, though, force a very old man to rethink his decisions, both recent and past. Kezes knows that the Asclepius survive. I watched the ancient Usura uncomfortably. Sometimes he would speak and it would feel like a different language entirely, like I was a child listening to adults talk and just not getting it. Mordain had been generous with his time and the accommodations of his people within the hearth over the last day. I couldn't help but trust him, and I already considered him an ally, but I couldn't claim to understand him. He brightened suddenly, standing. Which is, of course, why I'll be sending one of my own to accompany you. There is no longer a point in hiding, and there is perhaps much we could offer this world even if we cannot return home to Ephiatis. Avier's overly large eyes blinked twice. Before speaking, he gave a reptilian croak. Mordain, are you certain? That is a large step and so sudden. Taking a deep breath, Mordain closed his eyes and smiled up at the ceiling of the small, round study as if the sun were beaming down on us. Even in Ephiatis, where time stands still, things are suddenly changing. A dam has broken, Avier, can you not feel it? If there has ever been a time to do things suddenly, it is now. We left Mordaine's study and flew along one of the wide tunnels that connected the various chambers of the hearth. Passing through a communal garden where food was grown, an arena of sorts where a handful of young phoenixes were wrestling, and a natural hot spring full of people lounging in the shallow water, we landed at the entrance of a narrow passage with a smooth floor. Mordaine didn't speak as he led us into the short passage. The chamber beyond was bright and airy, covered with vents that I assumed allowed airflow from the surface. Fountains with constantly trickling clean water dominated one wall while orbs floated around emitting cool white light. Two phoenixes sat on a mossy log, one looking quite green while the other fawned over them protectively. Kneeling in front of the ill phoenix, Mordaine exchanged a few kindly words, then continued on through the outer room into a narrow corridor that branched off into small, private rooms. "Is this a healer's?" Lyra asked, peering inside one open room. The only furniture was a cot, but the room's interior was bright and clean in a way that reminded me of the sterile hospital rooms at Xyrus Academy. "It is," Mordaine said without looking back. At the end of the corridor, he opened a door, one of very few I'd seen in the hearth, into a secondary room full of metal shelving, crates, and hanging plants. Two women were speaking quietly in the corner, both looked up in surprise as we entered. "Solil Aurora," Mordaine smiled brightly, "I come with a rather unusual request." Warm wind blew past us as we sped over the treetops, moving northward. Solil, Lyra, and I clung to the golden frills that stuck out from Avier's gleaming green hide. His long neck swiveled back and forth with each beat of his wings as he searched the beast glades for any threat. As I considered the strength of the wyvern and phoenix, I couldn't imagine what beast could threaten us. "Oh, I haven't been out hunting in ages," Solil said, her neck twisting and craning almost as much as Avier's. The Asuran woman's gold-orange eyes flickered with internal light as her ashen blonde hair fluttered in the wind. "And I haven't flown like this since I was just a child. Thank you for bringing me along." Thank you for coming," I said stiffly. In truth, I hadn't yet wrapped my head around the idea of escorting a phoenix out in the open. But Solil's presence was to be Mordaine's overture toward the rest of Dicathen. "Mordaine must have a lot of trust in you." The Asuran woman bit her lip thoughtfully. "I've been his student for thousands of years. I trusted him enough to leave behind our entire world and become a refugee here in Dicathen. But the trust he placed in each and every member of our clan who elected to come with him is difficult to quantify. Any one of us could have doomed the rest, and yet our clan and culture survived this long." Lyra let herself slide back the length of a few frills in order to hear better. "Do you think he's right to come out of hiding now?" A soft expression smoothed Solil's features. "No one can see all ends, and even the great lords can still make mistakes. But his intention is pure, and his gaze reaches longer than most. I've risked everything for his vision once before, and I am happy to do it again." I couldn't explain it, but a melancholic silence descended on me like a great weight. Solil seemed happy to watch the beast glades speed by, and Lyra was outwardly focused on returning to her people. Neither complained when I receded into myself. What is this pressure constricting my chest? I searched for a source to the rising fear, worry, and sadness, but the source was as formless as it was expansive. The world was changing, continuing to change, but I didn't know if I could keep up with it. What if I fail again? The question was like a knife of anxiety sticking into my chest. It was an old fear, pervasive and gripping, grown within the soil of my many errors and fertilized by the corpses of those I'd led into combat. I knew I couldn't shake it off or pretend like it didn't exist, and so I sat with the tired melancholy, accepting it as the necessary price of my experience. And it was no wonder. Everything is changing, like Mordaine said. Avier landed on the strip of brown grass and fallen trees that separated a Lenoir from the beast glades. There was a small Alacrian settlement a half-mile or so to the west, but Lyra had asked that we not fly directly into it. The last time a giant flying beast had appeared in the sky over the refugee villages, many Alacrians had died. Lyra led, her steps quick but not rushed. Avier transformed back into the comparatively small form of an owl and rode on Solil's shoulder. For her part, the phoenix woman looked almost nervous as we approached the gray village on the edge of the gray wasteland. A shout went up from a pair of guards when we were still several hundred feet from the nearest building. A battle group formed, setting themselves before us. Once we were close enough to make out individual details, however, they relaxed. In the meantime, a bare-chested, bronze-skinned man had rushed out of the village, a wicked-looking glaive in both hands. "Jimin," Lyra said, picking up her pace slightly as we came within earshot. "Any news?" The man with the chiseled features activated a dimensional storage artifact in the shape of a belt buckle and stowed his weapon. "We fought off a pack of black-faned wolves yesterday. Their hides are already curing. A few of us have fallen ill with some kind of coughing sickness, nothing else worth telling." His dark eyes met my own briefly, then settled on Solil. What of your own task? Understanding his unasked question, Lyra said, the message is sent. We have no way to know if it'll reach Arthur nor if he'll be able to return. Still, we have our own tasks. To me, she said, Lady Tesha Iralith, Princess of Elenwar, this is Jimin Gweed, once named Blood and High Mage of the Ascender's Hall in Itri, and this, she hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Jimin, this is Solal, one of the Usura, a phoenix. Jimin, who has been closely inspecting the Usura, didn't seem surprised by this. I suppose the gold-orange eyes and the fiery mana signature did mark her as something other than human. Tesha Iralith, I have heard your name and that of your grandfather Virion, an honor to have you among us. He bowed. I felt a pang of gratitude. This man no doubt knew me as Cecilia also, his enemy on both sides of the war. But he didn't mention it. I've heard a lot about what you've accomplished out here, but I wanted to see it for myself. We both did, I added, gesturing to Solal. Should Elenwar ever be habitable again, we'd be neighbors, he nodded seriously. A relationship that we have already taken our first steps toward. Even now your people wander the wasteland, searching out places to plant new groves. We are all restarting in one way or another. Lyra took a deep breath. The wind blew from the east, carrying a subtle scent of the distant sea. Come on, I'll show you around. The settlement consisted of perhaps 40 or 50 buildings. The Alacrians had ingeniously formed bricks from the ash, but this had the unfortunate side effect of giving everything a drab appearance. Still, against the backdrop of the vibrant green beast glades, and with large, square raised planting beds sprouting a variety of fruits and vegetables, the settlement had a homely air to it. Two young women made a game of quickly harvesting bushy plants covered in purple berries, shouting as they raced to collect more than the other. A handful of children ran past, pulling kites in the shape of exaggerated mana beasts from the beast glades. Somewhere a man was singing, and his melody floated through the town as if by magic, easing into the core of my anxiety and starting to break it apart. How many Alacrians remain here in the borderlands? I asked, trying to do some quick math in my head. 428, Lyra answered casually, as if she knew the number by heart. Less than a quarter of our original number. These are the people who wanted the promised new life Saris had offered them more than they yearned for a return to normalcy in Alacria. Not that those who left received such a life. I expect there are many who now wish they hadn't left, considering. A reverberant lowing from the other side of the village made my heart leap. Moon oxen, Lyra smiled. We've continued to expand our herd, quite a few end up here. They're incredibly useful, providing milk, fertilizer, and a warning system for when mana beasts get near the settlement. I suppose you already know that, though. Have you tried to make cheese from the milk yet? I asked, fondly remembering the first time my parents had forced me to try it. It's pretty pungent and acquired taste, I suppose, but very hearty and lasts a long time. An idea occurred to me. You know, Elenwar was still closed off for most of my life, so trade was very limited, but I've had enough dwarven cuisine by now to bet they'd love it. Jimin snorted. Our first export as a fledgling nation. Ox cheese. Perhaps next time we have elves through they can get us started with the process. Lyra's tone was serious, and a small line had formed between her brows as she concentrated on her thoughts. We could even offer a few of the moon oxen in exchange. Our first trade deal, I suggested with a little laugh. Lyra gave me a mock frown. Do you have the authority to pen such a deal? I gave a very unladylike snort. As you said, I'm Princess of the Wasteland. We were passing by a small gray hut and a wet cough issued from its open doorway. Solal paused and peered into the shadows. You mentioned a coughing sickness, Jimin hummed uncomfortably. 7 have fallen ill over the last few days. We suspect it has something to do with the ash. Solal looked questioningly at Lyra, who nodded. We followed the phoenix woman to the doorway, where she paused and knocked lightly against the wooden frame that supported the ash bricks. Hello, my name is Solal of Clan Asclepius. I'm a healer. A tired voice invited Solal in. Lyra and I followed while Jimin waited outside. It was dim inside the building. The sun was at the wrong angle to light the interior through the small windows, blocked by a taller building next door, and all the candles had gone out. I had seen lighting artifacts in other buildings, but it wasn't surprising that there weren't enough modern amenities for every house. Besides being dim, the interior was also sparsely furnished. A bed, little more than a cot, was pressed up against one wall, while half the small building was occupied by shelving and a table and chairs. A simple fireplace was built into the back wall, and a cooking pot hung above the dark, cold remains of a fire. A woman in her middle years rested in the bed, covered by a patchwork fur blanket. How are you feeling, Allium? Lyra said, approaching the bed and kneeling down on the rush-covered floor. The woman coughed before answering. My body aches from the coughing, Lady Lyra. She paused for a fit of coughing, can't seem to shake it. I noticed that with each cough, the woman's weak mana signature seemed to spasm. Lyra's eyes flicked toward the woman's core, then back to her face, telling me she'd noticed as well. Never did really feel like myself again after that wave smacked us when Agrona was defeated. The woman paused to cough every few words. Weakened me, I think. Solal hummed, her nostrils flaring. Her bright eyes were darting everywhere around the sick woman's body, as if she could see not only through the blanket but right through the woman herself. Have you been eating mana beast flesh? We all have, Lyra answered, a touch defensively. We grow as much food as we can, but wildlife is rare aside from the mana beasts that spawn in the beast glades. Peace, Solal said with a smile that seemed to warm the room. This is not an affliction of the lungs caused by ash exposure. She turned her attention back to her patient. You have picked up a parasite from consuming the flesh of a mana beast infected by some lesser form of a demon leech. Fatal if untreated, but the infection itself can be burned away harmlessly. The sick woman's cheeks, already sallow, paled even further. Do I have your permission to do so? Vritra's horns, yes, the sick woman gasped, almost choking as she struggled to hold back another cough. Solal drew aside the blanket, then bent over the bed, her hands extended. Warm light began to issue from her hands, and the room filled with mana. Fiery sparks danced over the sick woman's exposed skin for several seconds before sinking into her flesh. She began to sweat and writhe. A weak cough burst from her and red specks stained her lips. Lyra took the woman's clammy hand, holding it tight. I tried to follow Solal's magic as it coursed through the coughing Alacrian. Like a thin veil of flame burning away the unwanted vegetation from a farmer's field, Solal's mana scoured the woman's body. Something stirred inside my mind, a dim flash of insight, some learned but forgotten knowledge. It had been Cecilia who'd absorbed the last of Lady Dawn's mana, not me. It was the legacy who understood it. I'd only been a passenger, watching a more powerful mage manipulate mana in a way I couldn't hope to comprehend. And yet, at the same time, my mind had been linked with hers, connected for every new spark of enlightenment. Seeing Solal working her magic drew that insight just a bit closer to the surface. The sick woman gasped, clutching her chest with her free hand. Mana condensed over her skin, roiling like storm-tossed waves back and forth as she instinctively conjured a weak shield. Easy now, Lyra muttered. The burning phoenix fire attribute mana suddenly subsided and Solal straightened. She was beaming down at her patient. And there you are, all gone, are really? The woman asked. A weak cough followed her words. Solal patted the woman's head comfortingly. Yup, your body can heal now, and then your mana levels should even right out. Just take it easy for a couple of days, okay? Thank you. After several rounds of thankful praise, we stepped back out into the sunshine. Instead of looking pleased, however, Solal was frowning. You said there are others, she asked Jimin. He blinked, and his hardened expression noticeably softened. A few in total, yes. Take me to them. Big, sparkling silver eyes goggled at me as I scratched beneath the moon ox's chin. Take good care of the people here, I said. It didn't answer, but its long tongue snaked out and raked across my wrist scratchily. With one more scuff of the curly hair of its forehead, I left the paddock and beelined across the nameless village for Solal's mana signature. She had spent the rest of the previous day assisting those infected by the demon leech poisoning. Then we had been treated to a relative feast, demon leech-free, I was assured, around a bonfire with nearly the entire village in attendance. I then spent the morning livening up some of their planting soil with a little bit of deviant plant attribute mana arts. My visit to the Alacrian border village had given me a lot to think about. They'd created a simple but functional life for themselves out here. It was difficult with many dangers, as the demon leech poisoning had made immediately clear, and a clear downgrade from the comforts most had enjoyed back in Alacria, but it was honest and perhaps most of all free. If they could rebuild for themselves, I was certain the elves could too. I found Lyra and a few of the Alacrians I'd met over the last day standing around Solal. The phoenix was bathing them in her bright smile as she gently shook hand after hand. Please, can't you stay a bit longer? Offer us your blessing, great phoenix. Come with you as your steward or assistant. I'll do anything, do without you if we're wounded or poisoned again. Solal laughed, a sound like rustling wings. You were strong before I came, and you will remain such after I leave. There is much of this continent for me to see, but you will always be special as the first of your kind to welcome the Asclepius clan back into the world. Lyra, seeing my approach, peeled away from the group. As much as I'm loath to see you both leave, I think you should probably get the Usra out of here before people start worshipping her. The hole left by the Vritra is hard to fill. I smiled, but the expression cracked, becoming something halfway to a frown. Living like this will teach them self-reliance, I have no doubt. I swallowed a lump in my throat. I'm glad to have really met you, Lyra Drade. Her mouth fell open and she regarded me in wordless surprise. I plowed on, only half knowing what I was trying to say. You've helped me find closure into a part of my life I didn't even realize was a gaping wound. So much happened so quickly after my parents' deaths, and I had no control over anything for so long. And then Agrona was gone and the war was over, and I still have all this emotion seething inside of me that, as words failed me, I shrugged helplessly. I'm just glad. That's all. Lyra stepped forward, her arms opening as if she were about to hug me. I froze, and she stopped, easing back and bending smoothly into a deep bow instead. She held the bow for far longer than necessary before straightening. A lock of flame-orange hair fell across her face, which she swept aside with a practiced gesture. "Farewell, Tesha Iralith." Solal waved her final goodbyes to the gathered Alacrians, and we lifted up into the air and turned north, shooting out over the gray wasteland. Avier, who had roosted silently over the last day, took wing from a nearby rooftop and fell in behind us. "Thank you for humoring me," I said, projecting my voice with mana to help myself be heard. Solal spun onto her back, flying with the ease of one floating on still water. "I am here to experience whatever you have to show me. I'm the eyes, ears, and voice for Clan Asclepius in Dicathen now, so wherever you want to lead me, I'll follow." I chuckled into the wind. Our flight picked up speed as I grew more comfortable, studying how Solal did it but also just relaxing. It was mesmerizing, speeding across the rippling gray emptiness. The devastation of Lenoir was so complete that few features of the land even remained. Rivers had been wiped away, hills flattened, canyons collapsed. Rarely we would see the remains of a few trees or rocks protruding up through the ash. Otherwise, it was just endless gray. That and the lack of atmospheric mana made finding the first grove fairly easy. We flew for an hour, maybe two, before I sensed it in the distance. I was certain Solal and Avier had felt it much sooner. I stopped once we were close enough to have drawn the attention of the handful of elves working there. They'd planted 7 trees. None were taller than perhaps 8 feet, all of them spindly. The ground around the grove had been cleared of ash and tilled with fresh soil brought from beyond Lenoir, mixed with just a pinch of the Ephiotan soil. Green in the gray. It was a childish thought, but it was all I could focus on. That little splash of green, life fighting its way back from the absoluteness of death. It's beautiful. Chapter 503, Aftershocks, Alaric Maer. The contents of the small leather pouch gave a crystalline clink as I set it down on the bar. The wrinkled little bartender scooped the payment away in a swift, silent movement, making it disappear behind the counter. Her beady eyes squinted and her lips pursed, deepening the craggy wrinkles of her face. She drummed her fingers across the bar once, then pointed out the nearest window. A long-legged equine mana beast was connected to a ramshackle carriage outside. A man in a long coat and wide-brimmed cap lingered next to the cart, eyeing anyone who walked by appraisingly. I knocked twice on the scored and pocked Bartop, winked at the tender, and then headed for the door. The commander leaned against the wall beside the door. Leaving without even a glance at the bottles behind the bar, she clicked her tongue, and I caught the ghost of a smile beneath her hood. "You really have turned over a new leaf." It was moments like those that reminded me most clearly of one certainty. As lucid as the hallucination was, it was only ever a reflection of my own internalized thoughts. Commander Cynthia Goodsky, a name she took after turning away from the Vritra, would never have been so graceless as to kick an old dog while he was shivering from withdrawals. That was a special kind of self-deprecating cruelty that only I could come up with. I shoved my way through the creaking door out into the street. It was overcast and had recently stopped raining. Although Anika was a prosperous trading city on the coast of Truatia, I was in the unad edge of town. The street wasn't even paved, and my boots sank an inch into the muck as I crossed it. The coachman saw me coming immediately. Straightening, he flicked the brim of his hat back and hooked his thumbs in his belt. He had a scruffy, patchwork red growth of something almost like a beard. His face was pockmarked from sun scars, but there was an unhidden cleverness in his dark eyes. "Need a lift, stranger. You look like a gent with a purpose." He grinned, revealing multiple rotten teeth. I got close enough that when I spoke softly he'd still hear me clearly. Right on both counts. "You're clearly a clever man." I paused, letting him digest the bent of my words. "Clever enough to catch the eye of someone wanting to go into hiding. Clever enough to turn another man's desperation into a bit of hard-earned wealth for yourself." I admired the belt he was wearing. Acid green and gleaming, at odds with the rest of his drab, damp attire. A functioning relic, pretty rare that, exceedingly rare I'd say, since they're all taken to Tigrum Selim and very few ever make it out again. His eyes widened. "Well now friend, don't see why you'd think. Just a backwater coachman, ain't I? Couldn't afford something like." A dagger flashed in my hand, and I stepped forward and plunged it into his ribs. Or I would have, if not for a burst of mana that wrapped him in a shield of glowing blue energy. It was fast, flickering in and out in a blink. The mana beast harnessed to his cart let out a nervous crooning noise and shuffled back and forth. What are you?" I stowed the blade with one hand and held the other up to silence him. "That's the kind of thing might have been stolen from Tigrum Salem, say by someone who worked there before everything went sideways. Maybe given to you in trade for passage and sealed lips. Still, the belt's worth 1,000 times whatever service you could have possibly provided. A lot of wealthy highbloods would kill for such a thing." The coachman glanced around nervously as he closed his coat, hiding the artifact. "What do you want, chum? A ride?" I gave the man a knowing smirk and his face fell. If his secret benefactor had been someone powerful, maybe things would have played out different. But this was the kind of man that could smell desperation from 100 feet. He knew the runaway instiller was less of a threat than me, and so he didn't argue. I took my place in the carriage. The door didn't close properly and creaked dangerously when I forced it shut. The carriage had an open window out to the driver's seat. It looked like, once upon a time, there had been slats that could be closed to keep out the wind and weather, but these had long since been broken. The coachman hopped up into his seat and took up the reins. He shot a furtive glance back at me, then gave a gentle tug at the mana beast and a click of his tongue. The axle groaned as the cart began to move. "I didn't get your name, friend," I said as the cart squished through the mud. "I ain't nobody," I chuckled. "Nobody's nobody in my line of work." After confirming our destination with the driver, I settled in for a long ride north up the coast. I could have used a Tempest warp, but pinpointing a destination without a specific target or a clear picture of where I was headed seemed like a mistake. Far easier if this coachman could drop me off right where my prey landed as well. Besides, it was a welcome reprieve from the chaos. In part, that's why I was out here myself, tracking the instiller across the ass end of Truatia. Anything to not be part of one more answerless meeting. The pulse of mana that killed Scythe Dragoth had reached past the borders of Central Dominion, drawing the mana out of every mage it hit. The backlash hit the strongest the hardest, ironically. But plenty of others, those who were frail by nature or still weak from the shockwaves that had rippled across the world only weeks earlier, died too. Although she played it off, Sarah seemed pretty close to the edge herself right after it happened. The 1-2 punch of the shockwave from Dicathen, followed by this mana-draining pulse that seemed to originate from the Basilisk Fang Mountains, maybe even Tigran Selim itself, had everyone spooked. Not that there wasn't reason for it. Tens of thousands of mages all got the mana sucked out of them at the same time. Well, it didn't seem like a sign of particularly good times to come. As the carriage rumbled along, I didn't dare close my eyes. At least one stayed firmly on my driver at all times. But I let my tired mind crunch back through the last few days since Central Academy. My bruises felt sharp and fresh as I remembered the wild escape, dead Scythe, and the recording artifact. I hadn't been surprised to find Cara Denoir on her feet despite the fact most mages were barely walking. The girl was tenacious. She'd been organizing a bunch of unadorned to bring in whatever comforts they could for those most impacted by the mana pulse. None of Highblood Koenig's men even bothered to ask who I was as I approached the library, and I was able to watch from the mouth of an alley for several minutes. When I say anyone who can activate a Tempest warp, I mean anyone. Cara was scolding a grumpy-looking man in Koenig colors. He had no mana signature, so I assumed he was an unadorned servant. From the quality of his clothes and the pouty scowl on his face, he was clearly high-ranking among their staff and not used to being ordered around by anyone besides the Koenigs. "We have a lot of people here who will be better off in their own homes and puking and crying on the library floor following that whatever that siphoning blast was." She took a deep breath to calm herself. "Everyone here is hurting. But anyone who can still stand and channel mana is needed. Send a call out into the city if necessary." I didn't hear the man's response as he bowed and marched quickly away. I'd slipped from my hiding spot and approached Cara as she took a scroll from another unadorned and began reading it. "Well, isn't this a tidy little Custer F? Who Alaric?" Several expressions tumbled across her features in quick succession. Relief, guilt, and hope, among others. "I was hoping we'd catch up with your group before, but now," her voice softened, the scroll hanging limp in her grasp, "we could use some help if you've got any to offer." I made a point of glancing around the scene outside Carjadan's central library. Every single mage present had the same green around the gills look. In fact, it was the only way to tell the mages from the unadorned. Almost no one had a solid mana signature. "Lady Saris?" I asked when I didn't see her. Cara bit inside of her cheek and shot a furtive glance to a nearby tent. It had been erected in a hurry in the grassy lawn beside the library. More were already going up around it. "Alive," Cara nodded. "Come on." She led me into the tent, which was guarded by 2 young mages with weak mana signatures. I gauged them both to be no more than crest bearers. The pulse, through the act of drawing out all a mage's mana from their core, had impacted the stronger mages more than the weaker ones. Inside, the tent held nothing but a single fold-out cot. Saris, one side of Saizklar, was sitting up in the cot, her back supported by several rolled blankets. Dark rings surrounded her eyes and her cheeks were porcelain pale. Her retainer, Silrit, sat on the ground beside the tent, his head reclined against the thick fabric wall, eyes shut. Both gave off weak, shuddering auras. I would have been surprised to find them in such good condition, considering Dragoth, but a handful of empty vials in the grass beside the cot explained it. Elixirs and potent ones by the residue remaining. Saris's eyes flickered open as we entered. I gave her an appraising look. "You look a far sight better than your contemporary Dragoth." "Dead as a doornail." Saris's eyes closed as if dragged down by a heavy weight. "A pitiful end for a pitiful man." Her eyes opened again and she gave me a sharp look. What were you doing anywhere near Dragoth? I chuckled and withdrew the shard of carved crystal, the storage crystal from a recording artifact. The people need proof that Agrona's really gone. If my intelligence is correct, this crystal contains just such proof. Some good news today, Kara said under her breath. But how did you get this? Saris leaned forward, staring into the crystalline structure as if she could read its contents through sheer will alone. It's from a mobile recording artifact. Her brows rose slightly. From Dicathen, but the images will be mana-locked. They require a specific sequence of applied mana, sometimes even from only certain people to access. I felt my expression sour. You were a bloody scythe. Are you saying that you can't use this? Saris was silent a moment, and her disapproval hung heavy in the air despite her backlash. I might be able to break the lock. Once I've had time to recover. I picked dried blood out of my beard and flicked it into the grass. Speaking of, I don't suppose you have any idea what in the abyss that was, do you? Saris sighed and eased back again, closing her eyes. Several theories, but they'd likely do more harm than good if I shared them now. She waved a hand as if clearing away cobwebs. I need time to think. We should let Saris rest, Kara said, putting a hand on my arm, about to lead me out. There's something else, I said, taking half a step closer to the cot. Everyone who's seen this recording is dead except for Wolfram of Highblood Redwater, him, and a single instiller who managed to slip out of Dragoth's clutches before he merced the others. Saris shifted slightly in the cot, but she didn't open her eyes. He may be useful if we can't unlock this recording ourselves. Can you put someone on it? I shrugged, then realized she couldn't see me. I've spent the last day imprisoned and tortured. Not sure what kind of mess this pulse thing has done to my people, yet I'll go myself. Kara pushed out a sharp breath through her nose. You just said you, never mind that. They were amateurs. Behind Kara in the doorway to the tent, the hallucination of Commander Cynthia smirked. Saris coughed. Her eyes were moving rapidly beneath the lids. I couldn't explain it, but a shiver ran up my spine. Even in this shape, her mind was churning. This pulse of mana, as you called it, has come at exactly the wrong time, she said, speaking slowly and clearly. We need a positive message to counter the people's despair. Like showing them indisputable evidence that they are no longer under the Vritra's yoke. Understood, I grunted. With a wink to Kara, I showed myself out. My network had been in shambles, as expected. It was the mystery of it, more than the effects themselves, that shook people. A bitter wind from the mountains that stole the mana from your very core. Like the tales of wraiths told to scare children straight, I thought as I watched the Truatian coastline slither past from the carriage window. The sheer scale of it was the real thing. Agrona's ghost still sucking the life from his people, I muttered. My driver shot a watery-eyed glance back at me, but neither of us spoke. Whether by luck, a lack of skill on the part of my prey, or the fact that word of Dragoth's death spread like sulfur, it had not taken long to hear rumors of a desperate, on-the-run instiller headed north. This, of course, had led me eventually to Annika and the dreary coachman currently delivering me to my destination. It had taken just enough time for the doubt to set in. So far, we'd gone with the story that this secondary, mana-stealing pulse had been a kind of aftershock to the original shockwave. That, of course, we now knew was caused by Arthur Leywin's defeat of Agrona in Dicathen. I didn't understand it, but I didn't need to. This aftershock story was bullshit, of course, but Alacria was already on the edge. I didn't know how much more pressure the nation could take before it tore itself to shreds in a terrified frenzy. Listen to you worrying about the nation again, Cynthia said from the seat next to me. She reclined with one leg kicked over the other, absently picking at the sole of her boot. You've rediscovered patriotism, it seems, I scoffed. Been shackled to it by Arthur Leywin, more like lying little shit. She laughed, making me chuckle too. She didn't have to tell me that I was lying. She wasn't even there, just a hallucination of a broken mind. Cynthia cocked her head as if reading my thoughts. Her smile softened, becoming sad. She looked out her window. I blinked. She was gone. How much longer? I asked, half shouting at the driver, suddenly antsy to be out of the carriage. It was starting to grow dark, and the lights of a small village could just be seen in the distance. He clicked his tongue at the equine mana beast pulling the carriage, and it slowed to a stop. You've got a good nose on you, mister. He hopped off the front of the carriage and opened the door with a grunt. Feller you're looking for had me let him out right here. He indicated a standing stone that marked a break in the thick tangle of bushes that separated the road from the rocky coastline. No idea where he went from here. I kicked a rock. It skipped twice before vanishing into the bushes. We've come a long way together, friend. Maybe our relationship has had some ups and downs, but I'd like to think we've built some trust over the last few hours. Most people take years to build up to the comfortable silence we've shared. I pushed mana into my runes, letting it emanate out as a threatening intent without casting a spell. It would be a shame to ruin it now. Ah, piss on this, he muttered. I ain't dying for some bloke I don't even know. My cousin has a shack down on the beach on the other side of town. Nobody, the coachman shrugged his shoulders in defeat. Cousin works on a shipping vessel that runs round the north coast to Zionese, don't he? So he ain't hardly ever home. Told this feller he could stay there for a bit. I considered forcing him to take me right to the front door. His appearance in town might just tip off my quarry, though. Besides, I was pretty sure he was telling the truth. Get out of here. I pressed payment into his hand, enough that he was unlikely to do anything other than hightail it back to Annika. And sell off that belt as soon as you can, or someone is likely to gut you for it. The coachman scratched his scruff of beard as he visibly struggled to find words, then grunted, jumped back up into the driver's seat, and clicked his tongue at his mana beast. The creatures carefully dragged the cart in a loop, crushing the brush on the other side of the road, then hurried away. The coachman, pale in the dim light, stared straight ahead. A cool wind blew in off the sea. I pulled my cloak tight around me, lifted my hood, and started toward the village. The main road veered left, while a separate path broke away to the right, leading right through the center of the village. A couple of farmhouses surrounded by small plots of struggling crops marked the outer edge of the village. A farmer, still toiling in the twilight, stopped his work to lean against a rake and watch me pass. The village itself was fairly quiet. At its center, it had a small square defined by a warehouse that stank of fish, an inn with no sign out front, and an out-of-place manor house that I guessed was some kind of town hall, or maybe the residence of whatever struggling named Blood controlled the place. Several market stalls lined the square, but they were all closed up. The dull roar of drunken conversation came out of the inn, along with the smell of roasting meat, herbs, spices, and stale beer. I caught sight of two armored men as they rounded a corner down the street past the inn. Not wanting to get caught up answering questions from nervous small-town guardsmen, I ducked into the shadow of the inn and waited. The guards passed by without even glancing in my direction. Careful to avoid sticking my face directly in the window where the light from inside would highlight it for all to see, I glanced into the inn, searching for a man matching the instiller's description. Many of the locals were out for a drink and a late dinner, probably only having recently returned from a long day's fishing, but none of them had the look of outsiders to the village, and no one matched the description I'd been given. Circling around behind the inn, I made my way through the village until it gave way to a rocky beach. The sound of the sea lapping against the shore was more than enough to cover any noise I made as I followed the stony shore northward. Just as the coachman had said, I found a poorly maintained shack a few minutes outside of town. It backed up to the short cliff that separated the beach from the untamed land behind it. A rickety pier floated 30 feet out into the sea, buoyed so that it could rise and fall with the tide. The shed itself was raised up on pylons, keeping it above the high water mark. The pylons themselves were green with algae and rotten. One had sunk down slightly, giving the entire structure an off-kilter lean. A suppressed mana signature was just barely detectable inside the shack. Although I'd managed to learn a fair bit about this instiller as I tracked him from Karjadan to Inskr, then Itri, and finally Annika, he'd been careful to avoid letting his name slip even as he raced halfway across the continent. Regardless, his name probably wouldn't help me. It'd only warn him that I knew exactly who he was. I cautiously approached the ramp that led up to the front door, shrouding my own mana signature as best I could while watching for any flicker from his that he'd channeled a rune. Suddenly, the wind was blowing from the wrong direction. I spun southward, gaping, forgetting to be quiet, forgetting what I was even doing. The familiar, frozen claws ripped their way through me and grasped the mana in my core. I choked, falling backwards. The sea-worn wood of the door frame splintered, and I crashed through the door and landed on my back on a stained rug. I stared senselessly up at a man clutching a burning blade. The short sword slipped from his grasp as both his hands went to his chest. The point thunked into the floorboards an inch from my face, the flames scorching my beard in the instant they persisted before fading away. I was dimly aware of the man reaching out to support himself. His weight overturned a small table which crashed to the ground. He followed it only a moment later. My eyes squeezed shut against the pain of having all my mana ripped away from me yet again. An agonized grunt escaped from between my clenched teeth. Nearby, the instiller was gasping and weeping, his attempt at forming words failing at either his lips or my ears, I couldn't be certain. Behind my closed eyelids, our mana mingled together with a weak glow as it streamed away from us. Nearby on the floor, the instiller was gasping. Each choked breath was interspersed with a wet cough. Fuck was all I could muster the strength to utter, but I had to move. I started by rolling onto my side, using my right arm for leverage by stretching it across my chest. The smell of mildew and salt seawater was strong. Once on my side, I opened my eyes. The instiller was only a couple of feet away, eye to eye with me. The short sword stuck up from the floor between us like a warning. His body was shaking, and with each cough he curled inward, clutching his chest. Blood ran freely from his nose and badly split lip. "I'm a friend," I said, still trying to catch my breath. I completed the roll onto my stomach, then pushed myself to my knees. "I'm here to help you. Now fully in the fetal position, his face distorted in a grimace of pain, he shook his head. With tremulant hands, I tugged the blade free and tossed it aside. The instiller flinched at the clatter of steel on wood. My wits finally returned to me, and I used the tiny portion of mana left in my core to activate my extra-dimensional storage artifact, drawing out 2 small vials full of gently glowing liquid. Elixirs, flicking the top free from one, I quaffed it in a single swallow. Mana rushed through me, and the clenching pain in my core eased immediately. It was like a cool wind blowing through my muscles, bones, and brain meat. I let out a relieved breath. Here, one for you too, and I won't even say you owe me one. The man struggled as I lowered the elixir to his lips, but he had no strength to fight me. The elixir filled his mouth, which I then clamped shut with my free hand. His eyes bulged and his nostrils flared desperately as he struggled not to swallow. Nature and physics worked against him, and within moments he'd consumed the mana-restoring liquid. There, see, not so. I trailed off, watching his reaction to the elixir. Despite the mana swiftly filling his core and spreading out through his body, he wasn't relaxing. Vritra's balls, what? Perhaps finally realizing that I was trying to help him, not kill him, the instiller reached out and grabbed the hem of my cloak. His face was pale and green, his eyes bloodshot and desperate. CH chest, can't. I eased the man onto his back and then felt his head, neck, and chest. Jaw clenched, dripping in a cold sweat, looks like he's about to be sick. The signs were consistent with backlash, but the elixir should have relieved them immediately. I'd seen men push themselves harder than their heart could handle more than once, and they'd all died just like this. My focus switched. This was no longer a mission to find and bring back a potentially hostile resource. The recorded images, the ones of a Grona from Dicathen. The man looked confused, his watery eyes drifting around the dim shack. I pressed down on his chest and they snapped back to me. You saw the recording. You know how to access it. A flicker, he knew. We don't have much time, tell me how to bypass the mana lock and then I'll get you to the village. Surely they have a healer who can help you. Catching myself, I quickly added, Dragoth's dead. Agrona's captured, you saw it yourself. You're a free man after this, I just need your help. And not, can't, he choked on his own tongue and coughed blood across my sleeve. We can prove to the entire continent that Agrona's gone, I said, inflecting my tone so it sounded like a plea. You hold the key to an entirely new era for Alacria. A spasm of pain shook the instiller and he looked away. Is it loyalty then? I didn't try to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Still desperately hanging from your god king's short hairs, willing to do whatever it takes to maintain your stake in his broken world. No, the instiller grimaced, then affixed me with a bloodthirsty stare. He tried to keep talking, but something was wrong with his jaw and tongue. He just couldn't form the words, but the look in his eyes spoke volumes. I took his hand in both my own and squeezed. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. Help me unlock the recording. Give me a chance to figure this out. The instiller jerked his hand free. Turning his head, he spit a mouthful of blood on the floor. He shook badly as he tried to write in the blood, but his hand was no more under his control than his mouth. After several seconds of failure, during which he accomplished nothing but smearing blood into the rough grain of the wood, he let his head fall back to the floor. Another spasm took him. He wasn't going to last long. Suddenly, he raised both hands above himself. Mana began to leak from him in a series of pulses. Maybe it was the fatigue and backlash, but I didn't immediately understand. He opened his eyes, glared at me, then repeated the sequence. Understanding hit me like a brick to the back of the head. The mana lock opens to a specific sequence. Show me again. His arms were trembling wildly now. The mana fluctuated more than it had the first time, but now that I realized what I was seeing, I followed along easily and committed it to memory. Thank you, friend, you're damned brave. Help, he said, his arms falling, his fingers kneading into his chest and neck. I withdrew another vial from my dimension ring. This one was larger, sealed with a waxed cork. The liquid inside was clear. I peeled the wax and uncorked the vial carefully, not wanting to get any on myself. Here, this will ease the pain, then I'll take you to the village. His senses robbed by the pain and fear, he opened his mouth and swallowed the poison without questioning. Even with my Tempest Warp, I knew I couldn't get him to a healer in time. The best I could do was offer him a quick end to his suffering. He let out a relieved breath as his systems shut down. The poor bastard even smiled, his lips starting to move in thanks. He was dead before he could form the words. My mind focused on the key to the mana lock, repeating it over and over again to seal it away in my memory. Even as I lifted the surprisingly light corpse and carried him out of the shack, I thought only of what the recording would represent to the people of Alacria. Proof. I left the corpse at the edge of the village where the guards would find him soon, making it look like he'd traveled there under his own power. They'd assume he died from the mana pulse, which was true enough. Probably give him a burial at sea, which was better than rotting in that shed for a week or two before the owner came home. Then, finding a dark alley where I wouldn't be observed, I retrieved my Tempest Warp and prepared to return to Carjaden, where Saris and Kara awaited news. Chapter 504, The Baying of Hounds. Arthur Leywin. There, get it? One of the young phoenixes let out an animalistic crow as he sent a fiery shape like a bird of prey scorching through the trees. A large mana beast with a green and brown mottled hide bolted from where it had been concealed within the undergrowth. The phoenix's spell curved in the air, flew in between the beast's six powerful, churning legs and burned straight through its muscular chest. The mana beast bellowed as it crashed to the ground, but the sound was short-lived. After a single twitching jerk of its powerful limbs, it went still. The creature had a long face with large eyes on either side of its head beneath the antlers, each of which had 20 or 30 prongs that spread out in a wide antenna from its skull. Dicathen and one of the other basilisks hurried to the corpse alongside the phoenix who'd struck the blow. "A clean kill," Riven announced, gripping a prong of the beast's huge branching antlers and twisting its head around so I could see it more clearly, revealing a third eye staring blindly from the middle of its head. "A beautiful Achel, well struck, Orin," the phoenix who'd killed the elk-like mana beast grinned. "It'll feed us all this evening. Maybe I'll prepare its hide and offer it to your sister as a courting gift." He suddenly grunted as Riven struck him on the arm, making everyone laugh. Riven looked around for his sister, who had come as one of the 4 basilisks representing Clan Cothan, but she was elsewhere on the mountainside. "You're lucky Romy didn't hear that. You'd be wed before we return to Featherwalk Airy." "Unlikely," the other basilisk said, still laughing. "Until Arthur claims one of these women as his wife, none of them will spare a glance for any other man." Regis gave a bark of laughter as he and Boo searched the forested mountainside dell for any other signs of movement. "He's always had a way with princesses, don't take it personally." Beside me, Ellie's lips pressed into a thin line as she struggled not to laugh along with the others. I gave her a gentle push, and she snorted and swatted my hand away. "So that beast was not our prey?" Chull asked, frowning as he watched the phoenix and basilisk work together to begin dressing their kill. The rest of us continued on up the slope. "We'll know it when we see it, apparently," I answered. My senses were extended outward beyond the limits of my physical body, feeling for every disturbance in either ether or mana. Chull's brow furrowed in concentration as we walked. Sylvie was with the other dragons, about half a mile back. Vyra, representative of the Anthera clan, walked with us instead. She stayed at Ellie's side, keeping up a constant litany of advice and instruction. Most of the phoenixes and basilisks were nearby, but Zelina had taken the leviathans up a separate path through the dell. Ahead of us, the mountain seemed to keep climbing endlessly. "I forgot to ask, but did you and—" I leaned in close, speaking so only Chull could hear me. "Did you and Mordain hash things out?" Chull grunted, looking at me in confusion. "What does this mean, to hash things out?" I felt myself frown. "I just meant, did you clear the air, get on the same page?" I hesitated, realizing I wasn't helping. "Come to an understanding." Chull made an off face as he finally understood. "He faced the woman who wore your lady love's form to save me. He needed me home to get the full measure of you. He sent me away because he trusted me and knew it was what I needed." He explained this as I healed, and I felt foolish for doubting his motivations. I blinked at him, still stuck on the lady love part of what he'd said. Slowly, my mind caught up with the rest. I cleared my throat awkwardly. "Well, that's good." Ahead of us, there was a cracking like breaking wood, and the ground gave way beneath one of the phoenixes. Nisha shouted, and the ground seethed. 5 trees closed in like the fingers of a giant fist. Phoenix flames and soulfire leapt into the boughs of the trees, bright orange shot through with black. I flashed forward, pressing out in every direction with a bubble of ether to push back the curling trees. Nisha jumped into a black pit in the ground, grasping a writhing root at the hole's lip to keep herself from plummeting into the bottomless dark. Flames flashed within the hole, then the fallen phoenix reappeared, arcing through the air as if tossed. Nisha reappeared just behind him, flipping out of the hole to land on her feet. I shoved outward, expanding the etheric barrier. The trees shattered with a noise like cannon fire, bone-white kindling exploding in every direction. "Wood whites," Riven mused, looking down into the pit as Nisha bent down to check on her companion. My own gaze followed Riven's. The pit was no longer black and no deeper than 10 feet to the soiland root-covered bottom. "Suck you in and trap you," Riven continued, turning away from the hole. "Then slowly digest your mana, nasty way to go." Ellie gave the pit a wide berth as she caught up. "That was crazy. It happened so fast." "The mountain has many ways to kill the unwary," Nisha said, standing and pulling the other phoenix to his feet. He ran dirty fingers through his bright orange hair, chagrined. "Sorry, Nays, should have noticed," he mumbled. Novice's daughter rolled her citrine eyes. "At least you didn't forget not to fly." We continued on, eventually catching up to Zelina, where her leviathans had brought down an enormous titan bear. The serious leviathans, a trait more related to their proximity to Zelina and not necessarily their race in general, were in good cheer following what they said was a battle worthy of many campfire tales to come. When we reached the point where the forested dell gave way to rocky slopes pocket with snow, Nisha called an early afternoon halt. Cook fires were lit, and meat from the Ephiotan beasts that we'd hunted throughout the day was prepared and spitted. Soon, the entire mountainside was rich with the scent of fire-charred meat. I found a mossy rock in the sun and took a seat, enjoying the sounds and smells as the usras cooked. "It is a pleasant reprieve," Sylvie said, arriving to sit next to me and share my thoughts. "I can see why these rituals have survived the test of time. They are a necessary outlet," Zelina said as she approached from the direction of the other leviathans. She had a scratch on her neck that looked almost healed. In both hands she carried a wooden tray laid out with fresh cuts of salted meat. "No, it is not the Titan bear," she said with a smirk, catching my look. She laid down the tray between Sylvie and me, then took a seat herself on the other side. "Without a way to challenge ourselves, the Usra would wither, or worse, go to war with each other." Ellie bounded up and flopped into a thick patch of grass at our feet with a jaw-cracking yawn. I'm still exhausted from that climb. Am I the only one who feels like they can't breathe up here? I don't know how things like that work in Ephiatus, but in our world, the higher you climb, the thinner the air gets." I took a deep breath and considered. "I don't feel it yet, but you're not normal," Ellie said, rolling her eyes. She rested her hands behind her head and kicked her heels against the soil. "Although I guess if I'm the only normal person here, then that makes me the weirdo." "Sorry to break it to you, Elle, but you've always been the weirdo," I teased. "The oxygen does grow thinner here, but so does the mana." Zelina scanned the forest as if watching the motes of elemental manic flow around us. "The ether replaces it. We Usra feel this like a tightness in our chest." "So, we're back to Arthur being the weirdo," my sister said after a moment's thought. "Good." Nearby, Boo was chomping on the leftovers of a mana beast carcass, which he'd been gifted from one of the Usra. He looked up from where he gnawed his lunch a healthy distance from the rest of us. There was a pause, and then the great bear-like guardian beast let out an almost human-sounding guffaw. "Thanks, Boo," Ellie said, smiling at her bond. "I knew you'd have my back." Boo snorted and stuffed his face back into the carcass. Regis appeared from the undergrowth, turned in a circle, and then plopped down next to Ellie, resting his chin on her shoulder. "I hope Mama Leywin's okay with all those Usuras. It feels kind of weird that we just left her down there with no protection." "She's as safe with the Avignes clan as anywhere else," I said. "More safe than with us, definitely." Ellie sucked her teeth thoughtfully. "I bet she's lounging in the hot springs drinking some spicy phoenix brew. I swear, everything they make smells like cinnamon." A cacophonous braying drowned out the end of Ellie's statement. We all froze, each of us staring in a different direction. The sound had seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if 1,000 ghostly hounds suddenly filled the mountain woods. "Our prey," Chull shouted, bounding toward us from the direction of the phoenix's cooking fire. I knew he was right. I didn't know how exactly, but every instinct in my body burned with the certainty of the hunt. The braying came again, louder and more condensed. All our heads turned simultaneously in the direction of the noise. "Go," I barked as I jumped up and bolted out of the clearing. Chull, Sylvie, Ellie, and Regis were right behind me. "The hunt is on," Riven shouted from somewhere behind me. In an instant, the mountainside was alive with the sound of excited calls and bodies crashing through the undergrowth. The thundering howls shifted to the right, leading us back down the mountainside. King's Gambit and Realmheart glowed with golden light as I empowered them both. Time seemed to slow as the overlapping layers of my consciousness searched for any and every sign of our quarry. The mountain dell was alive with noise and mana. Threads of Asuran spells crisscrossed through the air ahead of me as each of our 20-strong hunting party sought our prey. Among these spells, I felt Ellie channeling her beast will, her connection with Boo bright between them. The source of the braying, focused as King's Gambit, helped me push through the echoes and noise-swallowing effect of the forest. It sounded as if all that noise came from a single point. Without slowing, I scanned the undergrowth for any sign of movement. The howls were so loud that it was difficult to tell exactly how far away their source was, but I knew it had to be within the range of my sight. Movement in my periphery drew my gaze briefly to the right. Zelina was sprinting parallel to me, a short sword held in each hand. Her storm blue eyes met mine for an instant, and one corner of her lips turned up. She planted her left foot on the stump of a fallen tree, sprang into the air, pushed off a different tree with her right foot, and flung the sword in her right hand. It cut the air with enough force to leave a visible ripple in its wake. Through a gap in the undergrowth, I saw a flash of white. The sword was going to strike, but the next instant, the sword impacted the ground with a dull whump, sending up a shower of soil. The braying was suddenly off to our left and moving away at impressive speed. As our hunting party turned to pursue, Nisha and Vyra ended up in front. Boo and Ellie were flagging behind, so Sylvie slowed to stay with them. Chull's heavy footfalls shook the ground with each step as he sprinted beside me, smashing through the thick undergrowth and the occasional fallen tree like a rampaging spiked aurochs. More spells and attacks flew, but I never saw more than white flashes in the green and brown. The mountainside blazed orange, and a wall of fire engulfed the slope ahead of us. I slowed, every sense focused on the braying. Just ahead of me, two bushes moved aside. A small white creature sprinted through the gap. It had overly large ears, a pointed face, and a huge, bushy tail. Fur mixed with scales to cover its body, while white feathers grew from wings that were pulled close to its back. Its clawed, webbed feet hardly seemed to touch the ground as it ran. Its sides pulsed in time with the cacophony of howling and braying, which seemed to be issuing not from the beast's mouth, but from inside its body. Time seemed to slow, constricted by Sylvie's Evum Etha arts, as Chull's round-headed maul swung down at the tiny creature. The very ground shattered, toppling nearby trees, but the braying was behind us now. Spinning around, I watched as if in slow motion as the creature sped between a startled Ellie's legs. Boo swiped at it, but it was as if the guardian bear was moving in slow motion while the little beast continued to run on unabated. The etheric pathways lit up in my vision, calling out the course I needed to take to meet the little beast. A glowing violet sword was clenched in my fist, but I hesitated to strike. Something felt wrong, and I hesitated. The river of time surged forward again at normal speed. The Usuras, already swinging around, flashed past me at incredible speed, Chull among them. Regis held at my side, quivering in anticipation of the chase. "What are we doing here, Chief?" I didn't know. I resumed the chase, but without the fervor of a moment ago. Sylvie and Ellie, previously at the rear, were now leading the chase. Although Ellie held Silverlight in one hand, she didn't attempt to use it. Instead, condensed rings of bright white mana were opening up one after another in the creature's path. It zigzagged around them even as it dodged bright arrows of phoenix fire, thrusting black spikes, and the whip-crack strikes of a water whip. Every time a spell seemed about to strike its target, the beast would melt into the undergrowth only to reappear nearby, never once interrupting the ear-splitting chorus of bestial howls. More spells began to bombard the forest ahead of our party as the more of Usuras began to catch up. Our prey bounded from spike to spike as the ground erupted in a field of blood iron. A fiery hawk descended on it, but when the bird vanished in a flash of bright yellow, the fox-like creature was 20 feet away, dipping beneath a spiraling bolus conjured of watery chains. Vines and branches wrapped around its legs, but it slipped through at the last second. The sky darkened as Vyra conjured down hundreds of bolts of pure mana, trees toppled, and the ground ruptured under the force of the spell. Our entire party was forced to halt as the spell swept forward like a storm cloud, tearing a path across the dell. And yet, when the spell faded, the braying continued from behind us. Piercing through the cacophony of noise was a thin, high-pitched squeal. Beside me, Ellie gasped, her face distorting in concentration. I've got it." Running up a tree, Nisha held herself aloft on the trunk by gripping it between her feet. She drew her arms as if pulling back the string of a bow. Flames sprang up between her hands in the shape of a bow and arrow. Just as quickly, she released her conjured arrow. Time seemed to slow again as I watched the arrow of fire draw a bright orange line through the intermittent shadows. The little beast was just visible, its leg bound within the halo of Ellie's mana. It flipped and twisted manically, its thin cry just audible beneath the louder roar coming from within it. The arrow struck home, piercing it behind the left shoulder, a perfect shot. I felt a queasy turn of my stomach as I watched the small white shape tumble end over end before falling still. Our hunting party stayed still, listening. Disconcertingly, the noise of 1,000 yipping, barking, and howling beasts didn't cease. Nervous energy built inside of me. Regis, Chull, Ellie, Sylvie, and I gathered together. The other Usuras began to move, circling around the braying corpse but still keeping well back. Ellie looked over and up at me, her eyes wide. "I tethered it. I saw," I answered, not taking my eyes off the body. I squinted, watching the sides carefully. It was almost as if the scale-covered flesh of the beast's side distended suddenly, as if something were pushing out against it. A cry went up from several of the Usuras. "Hold your ground," Nisha called. Instead of the fiery bow, she held a spear in both hands, only the spear was broken into 3 separate pieces, with each piece connected by a small length of chain. Yellow flames raced up and down her arms and along the length of the weapon. "I don't like the sound of that thing." Even as the words left her, blood spurted from the small corpse as the flesh of its side gave way. Claws ripped out of the beast. Long, scaled limbs followed. In moments, a creature several times the size of the small, fox-like beast was standing over the ruins of its body. The same haunting braying issued from the new creature's distended belly. It twisted and spun like a fox cornered by wolves, but this new creature was no fox. The monstrosity was like nothing I'd seen before. It had a broad, reptilian body with a bulging stomach, around which sprouted a variety of mismatched limbs. Clawed arms, slithering, blade-tipped tentacles, and thin, bare limbs ending in talons supported its weight between 4 outstretched wings, 2 large wings above a smaller pair. Its hide was a grotesque mixture of yellow fur, green and blue scales, and wrinkled pink flesh. A long neck slithered back and forth like a snake, pure white eyes staring out from the elongated, bone-covered head. Its toothy maw snapped and hissed, dripping bright green saliva that sizzled and popped wherever it landed. Chull roared and leapt forward, his maw carving a bright line of fire through the air. Although the size of a moon ox, the creature moved with the speed of a silver panther. As it darted aside, its tentacles lashed out, their bladed tips flicking across Chull's flesh in half a dozen places all at once. I shot a glance at my sister, she nodded in response, then jumped on Boo. The two fell back as Ellie started to channel her supporting spells. God's step glowed over my spine and the ether pathways pulled me in. Violet lightning raced along my limbs as I swung a conjured blade toward the base of the monstrosity's neck. It writhed, and I caught one of the smaller wings instead, shearing it from the body. A tentacle whipped toward my leg, and I reversed the direction of my swing, blocking the strike and slicing the tentacle off in the same motion. The forest lit up with blue and yellow, black and white. A dozen different varieties of spells bore down on the newly birthed monstrosity. I deflected a tentacle strike, stepped back as a wing slashed out at me, and burst forward into position to strike again at the neck. Zelina's crossed shortswords got there first. The two blades shot sparks as they slid past each other, closing like shears to sever the long neck from the bloated, deformed body. The monstrosity slumped, its wings twitching feebly as the severed neck coiled in on itself like a dying worm. Sylvie's thoughts confirmed that she and Ellie were fine, and a cursory glance suggested no life-threatening injuries on Chull. So how do we make this thing shut up? Regis thought to me, pacing side to side as he watched the fresh corpse, from which the wild braying continued to issue. I jumped back as the distended side split open and something inside ripped free of this second corpse. Weapons and spellfire crashed against the horror that emerged. This new monstrosity was 3 times the size of the previous, easily as large as a young transformed dragon. 3 heads, each one slightly different, screeched from atop their long necks. Phoenix fire and waves of pure mana rolled over dark scales, hardly seeming to mark the creature. A spike of blood iron struck it in the chest, but the spike shattered against the hide. Zelina's swords, bright with her infused mana, struck one of the 3 necks, scoring a thin line that welled with dark red blood. One of the heads snaked around to face her. The jaws opened and an amethyst beam of pure ether erupted from it. Again wreathed in etheric lightning, I appeared in front of her. A wall of my ether formed between us and the beam like a shield, and the 2 opposing forces crackled and sparked against one another. The scent of ozone filled the air, then the beam faded. Chull was near the monstrosity's haunches, slamming it again and again with his burning maul, flames leaping through the fissures of the round head with each swing. Shackles of mana snapped up from the ground to bind the many mismatched limbs in each of the 3 long necks. With a single beat of its wings, our foe shattered my sister's spell, and its grotesque form was lifted off the ground. Concentrating my ether, I stepped straight upward. The ether blade sliced through the tough scales at the base of its throat but didn't sever the neck. As my momentum shifted and I began to fall again, I took the blade in both hands, pushing ether into it to make the blade grow both longer and thicker. The neck twisted, bringing a hideous skull-like head around to face me. The amethyst light of ether radiated from its maw. Swinging down with all my strength, my blow landed along the line of Zelina's earlier cut. My blade caught for a moment, then slid through scales, flesh, and bone. The head fell free, slithering in the air as it plummeted. The middle head whipped around, and a gout of superheated water burst like a geyser into my face. The attack scoured away my protective ether and the flesh beneath it even as I stepped away. Appearing back on the ground, I had to wait a moment for my sight to correct itself as my eyes and lids healed. King's Gambit moved the branch of my consciousness that was focused on the pain far to the back of my awareness. Zelina stared at me with horror and then wonder as my wounds healed, but I paid them no more mind. Above us, our foe had become the center of a swarm of spells. A net of bright white mana tangled in its wings. A crackling storm sent bolt after bolt of lightning crashing into it, and fingers of fire were prying under the scales and into the eyes, mouth, and nose of the 2 remaining heads. Bolts and bullets of different elements peppered its underbelly, and weapons of pure mana, not held by any physical hand, stabbed and cut at the limbs, necks, and wings. I held back my own attacks. Each time this horrible beast was killed, a stronger version was birthed from its bloated carcass. Even now, the baying of 1,000 ghostly hounds drowned out almost every other sound. Would the cycle simply keep repeating until it was too strong for us to kill? Another thread of thought focused on the monster itself. Its features were an unseemly, almost senseless melding of dragon, phoenix, basilisk, and leviathan. Ether and mana both burned within it. It was no coincidence that it had manifested with an etheric attack. This monstrosity had been birthed specifically for this trial. The prey was a reflection of the hunters. But this thought was trivial in the moment. It didn't help me learn how to kill it. Striking it down without destroying it would only result in another, stronger creature, Regis to me. Sensing my earlier discomfort, Regis had so far held back. Now he leapt toward me, becoming incorporeal as he did so. His body vanished into mine, our thoughts intertwined. Let's do this. Above, the monster was thrashing against the continual bombardment. Gouts of superheated water, a fusion of water and fire attribute mana, rained down on the Usras from one mouth, while black clouds of soulfire issued from the other. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stepped into the etheric pathways revealed by God's step. Regis and I appeared in the air 20 feet in front of our foe as it bore down on us. Both heads locked in instantly, and the streams of mana boiling from its mouths redirected toward me as Regis flowed into the etheric blade already gripped tightly in my hands. A platform of pure ether hardened behind me. I pressed my feet against it and channeled ether into every muscle, tendon, and joint. Dozens of small explosions of ether projected my body forward in a single, near-instant step. The violet flames of destruction danced along my blade as it carved through the air. Following the burst step, ether sparked in exact timing along my shoulders, back, and arms, driving my strike forward. Blade met beast at the joint between the two remaining necks. Only the heightened senses of King's Gambit allowed me to remain aware of my own passage through space as I passed in a blur beneath the flying, three-headed monstrosity. I spun in the air far beyond the end of the creature's tail. Scarlet blood was raining down from the bulging belly, which had been split open from one end to the other by my strike. Even as I watched, the thunderclap of my passage boomed, sending the red rain spraying in a halo down on the forest. Destruction danced in the wound, devouring the blood as it fell, hollowing out the grotesque beast. Its wings were flailing wildly as destruction's flames ate holes through them, and before the arc of my burst step began to turn back down toward the ground, the beast we'd come to hunt was crashing to the ground. I caught myself on a treetop and sprang back toward the violet bonfire that was the monstrosity's body. "Stay well back," I urged, waving at the Usuras. My own sister and bond had already moved away, both aware of what destruction could do. For the others, though, this was their first time seeing such a thing. Their awe and fear was obvious in their tight jaws and pale fails. A head appeared from the burning, open belly, writhing back and forth on its undulating neck, its jaws wide in a silent cry. Destruction danced along the black scales and smoldered in its hateful black eyes. It was already burning, as had been my goal. Destruction would feed and feed until nothing was left. A second head followed, and a third, then a fourth. Each one was almost identical, like a dragon whose jaw split the face in the wrong direction, vertically rather than horizontally. Destruction-wreathed talons dug at the ground, desperately trying to pull the rest of the now enormous bulk free. Too late, I saw the difference between burning and being aflame. The four vertical jaws unhinged, and waves of purple fire spilled out. Riven slammed into his sister, carrying them both out of the way. Sylvie, Ellie, and Vieira together wrapped themselves and three others in a silver shield that quaked under the onslaught. Nisha burst into orange fire like a candle, and great wings pulled her backwards, away from the conflagration. The ground ran like water beneath Zelina's feet, and she disappeared into it as the underbrush around her turned to ash, and then to nothing at all. I gaped as the monstrosity finished pulling itself free. Beneath it, destruction unmade the rest of its predecessor, but the destruction did not feed on it, and still the hounds bayed. Chapter 505, Echoes of the Fallen. For a moment, the mountainside dell seemed frozen, time unmoving. The focus of our hunt loomed above me, now truly colossal in size. Four craning necks extended upward 60 feet or more from a bulbous, distended body. Six trunk-like limbs supported the creature's bulk, each one ending in a webbed, clawed foot. A pair of fleshy, avian claws reached forward from its chest, wicked talons 2 feet long clenching and unclenching at their ends. Uncountable tentacles sprouted in place of a tail, each one tipped with a blade, bone bulb, hook, or claw, writhing and snapping around the huge body. Atop each long neck was a head like that of a transformed dragon, long and reptilian, each one almost identical to the others. Their horrible jaws ran vertically between their eyes, splitting the heads down the middle. And burning between long, jagged teeth, the violet flames of destruction danced in their gaping maws. The scene surged back into motion, and the endless yipping, barking, and howling of 1,000 beasts sounded through the wooded dell again. A spear of bright white mana tinged with purple ether lanced through the air and struck the monstrosity square in the chest, or at least it should have. The flames of destruction jumped, clawing in the mana and burning it away. The spear didn't so much as touch the black scales. "Keep your distance," Riven was shouting. He'd drawn the other 3 basilisks to himself, and they were working together to form a gusting barrier of black wind that danced in dark shapes. The one-armed basilisk conjured a swirling storm of void wind and blood iron, but his spell burned away to nothing wherever destruction touched it. The monstrosity's huge wings beat, stirring up a hurricane that toppled trees and flung the members of our hunting party backwards. I tracked Ellie with one thread of my consciousness. She was safe on Boo's back behind a conjured barrier supported by both Vyra and Sylvie. Separate threads tracked the movement and spells of the others. I withheld my own attacks. The destruction-infused ether blade was clenched tightly in my fist, but using it against the monster's previous incarnation had only made our situation worse. The violet flames around my sword exploded outward into the shadow wolf form of my companion. He shook his head, growling deep in his chest, then bolted away. The destruction Godrun emanated a powerful radiance from within him, and as he ran, he began to transform. His torso broadened and swelled, his fur hardened into spikes down his back, and his burning mane became jagged saw blades of purple fire. Each beat of the monster's wings splashed destruction across the dell. Violet fire ate rocks, trees, and the very ground. Regis dove into the path of a surging torrent, and a matching jet of violet flames spilled from his jaws. Destruction devoured destruction. An involuntary shudder ran down my spine. We need to end this battle quickly. The hunting party was on the move. They fell back in groups, each race coming together to protect and support their clan mates. For a moment, everyone focused on collecting themselves and avoiding the beast's attacks. Gone were the excited shouts and jeers, the crowing, the battle cries. Every Asuran face was set in concentration. This was no longer a hunt but a fight for survival. The four-headed monstrosity had risen 30 feet up in the air. It whirled about and crashed back to the ground among the dragons, its claws slashing and teeth snapping. Conjured shields broke under the beast's strength. Asura hurled themselves away at blinding speeds. 30-foot claws of fire raked through the air, tearing through the wreath of violet fire and scoring thin scratches down the monstrosity's side. The spell barely left a scratch through destruction's flames. Regis slammed into the beast from above, his jaws closing around the base of one neck. The nightmarish baying of the horde contained in the monstrosity's belly intensified, and the fire of its destruction expanded. All over its body, fissures appeared between the scales and fleshy patches of fur. Its body is barely able to control the destruction. It's eating itself alive. Even as two heads spun around to attack Regis, two others struck like snakes toward the Usuras with a speed incongruent with its size. It spun and bit out at Nisha and one of her people both at once. Caught off guard, Nisha's dodge was too slow, too late. God's step carried me across the battlefield. I appeared inside the shadow of a set of vertical jaws as they closed around the phoenix. My hand took hers, and we melted back into the etheric pathways. Jolts of bright purple energy ran down my arm and across Nisha. Her jaw was set, her lip curled up in a determined sneer, her eyes still focused on teeth that were no longer there. The ground heaved, and dozens of giant blood-iron fists reached out of the mountainside. They took hold of tentacles and legs, even one wing, trying to hold the monster down. Destruction ate away at black metal fingers and fists, but the monster was flailing. If we can pin it down, my words died in my throat. In the distance, I watched one of the beast's flailing limbs descend toward Boo and Ellie. They were going to be crushed beneath it. The mana of the silver shield that had protected her was already dissipating. My fingers released Nisha's hand, and God's step flared again. The Godrun seemed to take an age to activate. Already my feet were digging into the soft, scorched soil as one part of my mind told me to run, while another struggled to find the etheric paths again. Finally, God's step carried me away. I appeared at Ellie's side as Boo attempted to lunge out of the way of the rapidly descending claw. Ether raced into my muscles and limbs as I braced myself. The rough pad of a clawed foot longer than I was tall struck me. My body trembled against the incredible weight and impossible force. My core clenched, forcing out even more ether. Boo was already moving, trying to carry Ellie away, but coiling amethyst flames licked down from the claws like whips, lashing the air and ground with fatal destruction. I reached for them. As my arm stretched out, a lash of destruction wrapped around it. The material of my armor popped and cracked, melting away under the unstoppable consumption. My flesh and bone lasted no longer, and the limb fell away, burning. Silver flashed between me and Ellie, and the weight bearing down on me lessened. Silver light hovered between us. It was once again in the shape of the sword as Aldir had wielded it. Lithe and ornate, glowing so bright it was almost hard to look at. A spherical shield of pure mana had erupted from it, knocking the monstrosity's descending claw aside, where it dug a long furrow through the rocky soil. The blood-iron fists were no longer grappling it. Regis was struggling to extricate himself from a pile of lumber where he'd been thrown, bringing several trees down on top of him. Silverlight shifted, becoming the unstrung bow as it fell back into Ellie's startled grip. Boo swung out wide, moving to keep Vyra and her dragons between Ellie and the destruction-wreathed monster. Ether constricted in the air and our opponent trembled, suddenly slow. I felt Sylvie's concentration as she struggled to bind it in a fist of withheld time. Regis was in the air again. He slammed into the quaking creature, gripping it just beneath one head and pulling the neck back, revealing the deep wound he'd made during his last attack. His control over destruction was keeping him safe, letting him linger within the monstrosity's aura. Zelina had organized her leviathans. They were huddled together, working to conjure some mana art. The dell swelled with water attribute mana, making it suddenly smell like the shore. Their focus was the exposed wound. Across the battlefield, Zelina's eyes met mine. There was no fear there, no chaos of muddled thought. She was in control both of herself and her hunting party. She recognized that we couldn't kill it, not yet. We needed a plan to prevent it from continuing to spawn new and stronger incarnations of itself first. Conjuring a new etheric blade in my remaining hand, I adjusted my footing. One of the dragon-like heads bit down on Regis. I felt his fear and fury, but also his hunger for pain, for blood, for destruction. The Godrun sustained him, and his mastery of its edict countered that of our opponents. The sky darkened above us, gray and black shot through with the red of fire attribute mana. That mana swiftly condensed into balls of white-hot fire and fell as meteors, bombarding the monstrosity one after another. Most dissolved in the destruction, but a few punched ragged holes in the expansive wings or exploded against its armored back, eliciting blistering cries of pain and rage from the creature. As one, the leviathans lunged and spun in a kind of dance. A wave of mana swept forward, but the visible manifestation of the spell was so subtle that I almost missed it even with Realmheart and King's Gambit. A wafer-thin crescent of mana carved toward the exposed, wounded neck. Violet flames leapt up to reach it, but the wave of surrounding mana battered the destruction, unable to douse it but feeding it while protecting the crescent. The spell sliced through the fire and then through the neck. I swept my weapon upward from my hip to my shoulder. The etheric pathways opened, and a bright purple line of etheric light cut through several points at once. Burning blood erupted from a dozen wounds. 2 of the 4 long necks and heads collapsed like fallen trees. One small wing fluttered away from the bulbous body. A leg buckled, limp and dragging. Time returned to normal. The 2 remaining heads roared. The creature reared back on 4 of its 6 thick legs, its avian claws digging at the air, the many tentacles snapping around it furiously. Sylvie was flagging, her repeated use of her Evam arts draining her power. Regis flew in circles around the wounded monster, countering its destruction as best he could. Chul hung back, flinging spells with the others, unable to risk approaching for a physical strike. Ellie fired golden arrows of protective energy at any Usura who was caught in the waves of gusting destruction fire that were still devouring the mountainside, giving them a moment to escape. With one layer of my mind, I tracked the efforts of the Usuras to keep the monstrosity pinned down with spellfire while avoiding its destruction. Zelina and Riven led the effort, shouting orders and ensuring the attacks didn't kill it, though I was uncertain if that was even possible. With another, I kept myself moving, helping however I could without dealing any more direct damage to our opponent. The rest of my mind turned to the problem of these incarnations. I was reminded of the relictums, where the etheric beasts could be respawned indefinitely. If that was by design, where had this creature come from? It seemed possible, though unlikely, that the ancient Usuras who created Ephiatis manufactured this questing beast, seeding its potential in the magic of this place. Also possible was the fact that our quarry formed here from the interplay of Asuran mana, and the ether pressing into Ephiatis through the barrier, out of the etheric realm. The shape of it, its grotesque and tortured nature, was like a physical manifestation of the anger Etha carried, which fate had described. Simultaneously, I considered 2 other sparks of new insight that were potentially relevant to the battle. First, destruction. I needed to be able to separate the endless consumption from the Usuras. My arm was still regrowing, but even the Usura couldn't match my own healing abilities. It was only a matter of time before the monstrosity's destruction began to consume them, one by one. It was essential that I cordon it off somehow, limiting its capability to continue shedding the violet flames. It hadn't been long since I came up with the plan to avoid Agrona's notice inside a pocket dimension, and that idea hovered close to the surface of my many-layered thoughts. I'd formed such a pocket dimension twice now. First, almost by accident, inspired by the Jinn's runic magic in a moment of pure desperation. Second, more purposefully, to hide myself inside Sylvia's lair between the Beast Glades and the Elenwar Wastes. This second pocket dimension hadn't been placed there out of sentimentality, however. The mark of Sylvia's will still existed inside her hidden refuge. I no longer had her will inside my core, and so I'd need her spark, that indentation she'd left in the mana through her months-long teleportation ritual and time-stop spells, to form a second pocket dimension. I had no piece of Sylvia here to use as a catalyst to conjure a pocket dimension to cage the beast, which meant I needed another way. But we were close to the barrier that separated Ephiatis from the etheric realm. I'd felt that barrier in Everburn at the fountain, and again along the shore of the Leviathan village, Ecclesia. Here too, on the Phoenix's ever-climbing mountain. Ephiatus was itself in some way a pocket dimension. Still connected to the physical realm in which my world existed, but protected by a barrier that affected reality itself, containing space and time and life all together. It was then, between one moment and the next, the many layers of my mind working together like the toothed cogs of a complex machine, that I understood what to do. Fall back, I shouted. To me, I thought directly to Regis. Sylve, stay with Elle, I need you outside the barrier. Both my companions shuddered as they were inundated with many thoughts at once, but I withheld the worst of the effect, focusing my message and intent. While I was offering direction, I was also pouring out purified ether and molding it. The hybridized monstrosity beat its remaining wings and threw itself into the air. Twin mouths drooled burning black spittle as they roared, and the baying of hounds grew so loud it threatened to overwhelm King's Gambit. Mana, heavy and warm as a blanket, settled over me, deadening the horrible noise. I glanced back, looking at Ellie. She was focused on controlling the mana around me, forming a sort of buffer to absorb the sound. I winked at her, then stepped forward. The world began to ripple and run, like I was standing inside a glass globe as the glass was still hot and being blown into shape. The strain was intense, but I was ready for it. The first time I'd formed such a pocket dimension, it had killed me, or would have if not for the sacrifice made by Sylvie. The second had taken hours of careful manipulation as I plucked through the threads of Sylvia's leftover magic. Now I had only seconds. Sylve, I need time. Through our connection, I felt Sylvie reach for the Evam art she had been practicing since returning from death. She was tired, the strain of her abilities was significant, but she pushed into the fatigue, drawing insight and inspiration from the lethargy of her own mental faculties and putting that feeling into the ether, which shivered and bucked as it clamped down. The surging beast slowed, its wing beats suddenly sluggish. A bright spear of light was forming above it, and the mana seized, its flow like grains of sand through an hourglass that had been tipped almost horizontal. A flock of darting, fiery birds of prey went from flitting swiftly toward the beast to a lackadaisical cruise through the air. But Regis winged across the battlefield at speed, transforming as he approached, and the ether continued to swarm, picking up speed instead of slowing down. The globe solidified just as Regis, now little more than a shadowy wisp, passed through my flesh and into my core. The rest of the world vanished. Inside the pocket dimension, it was only me and the beast. An island of crushed and disintegrated ground floated in a sea of colorless and lightless energy, and an open sky reflected across the inside of a plain steel sphere. The monstrosity slammed against the border of my pocket dimension, shaking it. The flames of destruction spilled across the steel surface, but there was no physical matter to devour. It was simply an end, and that was where destruction itself stopped. The beast clawed its way across the interior, frantic. One head lashed out, biting at nothing, the other turned toward me. Its wings beating and pushing its body against the interior of the pocket dimension, the beast roared and unleashed a jet of purple fire. Violet fire erupted across my body. Within my core, Regis connected the destruction godrune to me, conjuring an aura of destruction through my flesh. The destruction surrounding me chewed on the destruction attacking me, and the two opposing forces devoured each other. I flashed across the small pocket dimension a second later as the beast crashed down on me, its remaining claws and teeth rending and tearing at the charged air I left behind. "It's just you and me now," I said, doubtful that the horrible conglomeration of parts and pieces would hear me over the baying echoing from its distended belly. Realizing my flesh was not under its rending claws, it hesitated, the neck swiveling to look for me. Eyes blazing with destruction narrowed, I gazed up at it from the ground. Its heads hovered over 60 feet above me, swiveling back and forth. Through Sylvie's eyes, I saw the outside of the pocket dimension as well. Suddenly quiet, the flames of destruction going dark. The mountain was in ruins, among which the rest of the hunting party stared around in wonder. Sylvie was my tether beyond the pocket dimension, and I was hers within. She felt my probing, heard my needs inside my mind. "Let's finish this hunt." The creature hissed, its wings flapping as it drove itself forward. Then, as suddenly as closing a book, the light inside the pocket dimension went gray, and the beast froze, and the baying of the monsters in its belly went blessedly silent. "It's easier a bit," Sylvie thought through her concentration. "The space is so much smaller, and it's just the three of you. I can hold this, for a minute, maybe two." It wasn't long, but I knew she was doing everything she could. I turned my King's Gambit-enhanced faculties fully to the second new point of insight. The previous evening, when sitting before the fire after everyone else bedded down for the evening, I'd made progress on a long-lingering idea. With God's step, I'd opened one of the points through which I could step to travel the etheric pathways, leaving it open. Ether had trickled through, turning our campfire purple. I had effectively poked a hole directly through from this reality into the etheric dimension. Unknowingly, I'd been using the etheric pathways to travel through the ether realm for some time. After learning about this connection, I'd theorized I could open my own pathways into the ether realm, but last night had been my first step in that direction. Now, I needed to go much farther. With time stopped within the bubble of my pocket dimension, I began. Theoretically, something inside the monstrosity was conjuring or generating these new incarnations. Out of its death, an even stronger version of itself was born. With each rebirth, it not only grew stronger but seemed to take on mutilated characteristics of its hunters, us, even including a mastery of destruction when I used the aspect to kill it. Even after everything I'd learned, I didn't understand how this was possible, but I hadn't dedicated much of my processing power to figuring it out. More important than how it happened was how I could stop it. Returning to the night before, I reached for that feeling I'd had in front of the fire, before Sylvie's dream interrupted me. Again, with God's step showing me the individual points connected by the etheric pathways, I imagined a hole between the etheric realm and my pocket dimension. This time I searched for a point of connection within the distended guts of the horrid, frozen beast. I probed for the point, feeling and listening as 3 steps had taught me, more confident now but knowing that time was running out. Faint and distant, barely sensible through Sylvie's Evam art stopping time and the motionless flames of destruction, a hole opened. Before, ether leaked into Ephiatus from beyond. Now, with the beast itself acting like a cork, something else tried to move out into the ether realm. The hole wasn't big enough yet, and so I pulled harder, forcing it wider. The fabric between realities resisted. A dark amethyst flame flickered, one wing twitched, a pair of eyes refocused on me. Outside the sphere, Sylvie trembled, her mind was beginning to fracture. So much of my consciousness was dedicated to other things, thoughts operating parallel to my primary focus. I remembered what Zelina had said. Thread by thread, I realigned the branching layers of my mind, emptying my head of any thought except absolute focus on the hole punctured between realms. It widened slightly. The beast loomed, inching forward, fighting against Sylvie's control. Cold realization hit me. There was one other thing I was focused on, and I lacked the power to do both. Taking a deep breath, I released my hold over the pocket dimension. The sphere containing us burst, and we slammed back into the real world. Sylvie's hold over her spell shattered, and the beast clawed across the ground, its twin heads descending toward me. It lurched to a stop as suddenly as it had started moving again. Both of its heads craned back and down toward its bulging torso. Suddenly, it slumped over onto its back and began clawing at its own belly. Inside it, the baying continued, but it was doused, dull, distant. I held the point open inside its body. I couldn't see what was happening inside the beast, but I could feel it clearly. The portal was drawing the stillborn future incarnations through, ripping them out of this world. Each one burned with the spark of destruction that I had put in its flesh when the last incarnation had died. Weak and without their potential, these potential future beasts burned, one by one, then by 10, then by the hundreds, 1,000, then 1,000. It was impossible to tell. But destruction ate them all in the cold void of the etheric realm. Around me, the Usras were shouting. Ellie was shouting, but I couldn't process their words. My entire mind was focused completely and perfectly on a single task, holding open the hole between realms. The flames of its destruction had turned inward and were now devouring the beast itself. And still, with a portal in its guts and destruction underneath its scales, it seemed as if it couldn't or wouldn't die. Its claws reached for me. Tail tentacles lashed and cut in every direction. The jaws of its 2 remaining heads stretched out toward me. Basilisks, phoenixes, dragons, and leviathans alike surged to my defense, slamming the monstrosity with everything they had. Bolts and bullets and shapeless manifestations of complex mana cut, burned, and burrowed into its flesh, widening the beast's growing wounds and forcing it away from me. A leviathan was caught beneath one huge foot, crushing the man to the ground beneath destruction-infused claws. Zelina's twin short swords melted as they carved through the beast's leg, severing it and sending it crashing down the slope. Regis jumped into the Leviathan's flesh, shrouding him from the destruction that would have consumed him. Vyra conjured a curved shield that separated me from the beast, but a barbed tail hooked her through the leg, slamming her to the ground and sending her spinning into a cliff. Her body vanished into the rubble. Dozens of blood-iron crescents rained down on the beast, severing tentacles and pinning one of its necks to the ground. The remaining claws dug great furrows as the second head snapped closed right in front of me, spraying me with destruction-fleck spittle. Chull rushed forward, heedless of the violet flames spilling from the beast's skin. His round-headed maul blazed with phoenix fire as he drove it down and through the pinned head. The beast's skull broke open and shattered, spilling out a black mush in place of brains. The last remaining head pulled back, letting out a tortured scream even as violet fire jumped to Chull's skin. His chest and arms were ablaze in an instant. A golden arrow flew past me, aimed at his back. When it struck, a shining barrier wrapped around him, momentarily giving the destruction something else to burn and pushing it back from his flesh. I tried to form the ether and mana to draw it away from him, but I couldn't spare any concentration, could barely move, or I'd risk losing control of the portal. Destruction devoured the black scales and flesh, revealing dark muscle and bright bones. Another incarnation clawed through the meat, bursting its belly, but the portal, a pulsing disk of black and purple, had already consumed the incarnation's lower half. Before it could rip its way free, it was gone. The bones broke down, devoured by purple fire, and then the musculature. Incarnation after incarnation flowed into the portal at its center, crowing with rage and dismay, the cacophony growing softer moment by moment. And then it was silent. The last stillborn horror had been pulled away. Destruction consumed the last of the beast, and then with no more fuel for its endless hunger, the flames died too, even those surrounding Chul and the wounded Leviathan. I released my godrunes with a ragged gasp. The portal faded and my senses dulled. I sagged to my knees and took long, slow, shuddering breaths. My ears felt clogged as if I were underwater. Or like it was so silent, my brain was inventing noise to fill the emptiness. Then, insight sparked in my mind and I came fully awake again. The bright, burning eagerness of new knowledge stung my skin. A huge hand took me by the wrist and dragged me to my feet. I found myself looking into Chul's exuberant face as he looked me over for wounds, his attention settling on my severed arm. A golden glow bathed his face and reflected in his eyes, one blue, one orange. I grinned as the new godrune made itself known, connecting to the newly formed insight. Seeming confused by my grin, he stepped back. "Are you well, my brother in vengeance?" As the golden glow of the newly formed godrune receded, I refocused on my surroundings. The mountainside was destroyed. The once idyllic dell was a torn and churned pit. Rock, trees, and soil alike had been devoured by destruction, erasing even the signs of the Usura's mighty spells. The first face I found was Sylvie's. She was sitting in the dirt, caked with sweat and muck, her shoulders rising and falling as she struggled to catch her breath. There was a concerning lack of focus in her eyes, but through our connection I felt her reach out to assure me. Next, I glanced at Ellie. Her mana signature was greatly diminished. The elixir from Lord Avigny's had been spent, but my sister was in surprisingly good shape, considering the battle she'd just lived through. Nisha was approaching the spot where the beast had burned away. There was a small patch of white on the ground. The rest of the Usuras, it looked as if everyone had survived, although most bore injuries, some severe, gathered in a loose circle around her. She knelt and picked up a small white form. A fiery arrow still stuck out from behind its left shoulder. The young phoenix touched the arrow and it extinguished in a haze of cinders. Slowly, as if thinking deeply about something, she approached Chul and me. The eyes of every Usura present followed her in patient silence. Looking at me with a complicated fusion of reverence and dread, Nisha held out the small corpse. To the victor, the trophy. I saw her same expression reflected to some extent on the rest of the Asuran faces. We'd passed through fire together. When we left Featherwalk Airy, I had their respect due to my title. Now that feeling was something much more real and honest, belief. A head rested against the back of my shoulder. I knew it was Sylvie without looking. On my other side, Ellie ran up and took my arm, hugging it to her. Regis stirred within me, hovering near my core as he absorbed ether from it. Chul crossed his arms and beamed. Kin clasped hands and battered backs with tired fists. Leviathans draped their arms around the shoulders of basilisks, while dragons and phoenixes fell together in tired heaps, their triumphant voices ringing across the mountainside.